second before Nichar Khan, easily. Of course, but we French are magnanimous, diplomatique, and very practical. I knew he'd sell us back our whiskey for half price. If he'd been declared the loser, it would have cost us a fortune. Jean-Luc beamed. But if it hadn't been for that mogul, I would not have hesitated. I would have won easily. Scott smiled and said nothing, breathing easily, but conscious of his breathing. Above 12,000, according to regulations, pilots should be on oxygen if they were to stay up for more than half an hour. They carried none, and never, yet, had any of the pilots felt any discomfort other than a headache or two, though it took a week or so to get acclimatized to living at 7,500 feet. It was harder for the riggers at Bellissima. Their own stopovers at Bellissima were usually very short. Just lumber up with maximum payload inside or out of 4,000 pounds. Pipes, pumps, diesel, winches, generators, chemicals, food, trailers, tanks, men, mud, the all-purpose name for the liquid that was pumped into the drill hole to remove waste, to keep the bit lubricated, in due course to tame the oil or gas, and without which deep drilling was impossible. Then lumber out, light, or with a full load of men or equipment for repair or replacement. We're just a jumped-up delivery van, Scott thought, his eyes scanning the skies, instruments, and all around. Yes, but how grand to be flying and not driving. Below, the crags were quite close, the tree line long since passed. They mounted the last ridge. Now they could see the rig. Bellissima, this is Jean-Luc. Do you read? Rig Bellissima was the highest of the chain, exactly at 12,450 feet above sea level. The base was perched on a ledge just below the crest. The other side of the ledge, the mountain fell away 7,000 feet, almost sheer, into a valley 10 miles wide and 30 miles long, a vast gash in the surface of the earth. Bellissima, this is Jean-Luc. Do you read? Again, no answer. Jean-Luc switched channels. Zagros 3, do you read? Loud and clear, Captain, came the immediate answer of their Iranian base radio op, Ali Wari. Excellency Nasiri is beside me. Stand by on this frequency. The Kazakhs at Bellissima, but we've no radio contact. We're going in to land. Roger, standing by. As always at Bellissima, Scott was awed at the vastness of the earth's convulsion that had caused the valley. And, like all who visited this rig, again he wondered at the enormity of the gamble, labour, and wealth necessary to find the oil field, select the site, erect the rig, then to drill the thousands of feet to make the wells profitable. But they were so, immensely so, as was this whole area with its huge oil and gas deposits trapped in limestone cones between 7,500 and 11,000 feet below the surface. And then the further huge investment and more gambling to connect this field to the pipeline that straddled the Zagros Mountains, joining the refineries at Isfahan in the center of Iran to those at Abadan on the Gulf. Another extraordinary engineering feat of the old Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, now nationalized and renamed Iran Oil. Stolen, Scott, laddie. Stolen's the correct word, his father had told him many times. Scott Gavallan smiled to himself, thinking about his father, feeling a warm glow. I'm bloody lucky to have him, he thought. I still miss Mother, but I'm glad she died. Terrible for a lovely, active woman to become a helpless, chair-ridden, palsied shell, still with her mind intact, even at the end, the best mother a gay could have. Rotten luck, her death, particularly for Dad. But I'm glad he remarried. Maureen's super, and Dad's super, and I have a smashing life, and the future's rosy. Plenty of flying, plenty of birds, and in a couple of years I'll get married. How about Tess? His heart picked up a beat. Bloody nuisance, Linbar's her uncle, and she his favourite niece, but bloody lucky I don't have anything to do with him. She's only 18, so there's plenty of time. Which way will you land, mon vieux? Came through his earphones. From the west, he said, collecting himself. Good. Jean-Luc was peering ahead. No sign of life. The site was heavily covered with snow, almost buried. Only the helipad was cleared. Threads of smoke came up from the trailer huts. Ah, there! They saw the tiny figure of a man, bundled up, standing near the helipad and waving his arms. "Who is it?" "I think it's Pietro." Scott was concentrating on the landing. At this height, and because of the position on the ledge, there were sudden gusts, turbulences, and whirlwinds within them, no room for mistakes. He came in over the abyss, the eddies rocking them, then corrected beautifully as he swooped over the land and touched down. "Good." Jean-Luc turned his attention back to the bundled-up man he now recognized as Pietro Fieri, one of the tool pushers, next in importance to the company man. They saw him motion with his hand across his throat, the sign to cut engines, indicating the Casevac was not an immediate take-off situation. Jean-Luc beckoned the man to his side window and opened it. "What's up, Pietro?" he shouted over the engines. "Guinepa is sick," Pietro shouted back. Mario Guinepa was the company man, and thumped the left side of his chest. "We think it may be his heart, and that's not all. Look there." He pointed aloft. Jean-Luc and Scott craned to see better, but could not see what was agitating him. Jean-Luc unbuckled and got out. The cold hit him, and he winced, his eyes watering in the eddies caused by the rotors, his dark glasses helping only a little. Then he saw the problem, and his stomach twisted nastily. A few 100 feet above, and almost directly over the camp, just under the crest, was an enormous overhang of snow and ice. Madonna! "If that goes, it'll avalanche the whole mountainside, and maybe take us and everything into the valley along with it." Pietro's face was bluish in the cold. He was thick-set and very strong, with a dark, grizzled beard, his eyes brown and keen, but squinting now against the wind. "Guinepa wants to confer with you. Come to his trailer, eh?" "And that?" Jean-Luc jerked a thumb upward. "If it goes," Pietro said with a laugh, his teeth white against the darkness of his oil-stained parka. "Come on!" He ducked away from the rotors and trudged away. "Come on!" Uneasily, Jean-Luc gauged the overhang. It could be there for weeks, or fall any second. Above the crest, the sky was peerless, but little warmth came from the afternoon sun. "Stay here, Scott. Keep her idling," he called out, then followed Pietro awkwardly, the snow very deep. Mario Guinepa's two-room trailer was warm and untidy, charts on the walls, oil-stained clothes, heavy gloves, and hard hats on pegs, with an oilman's paraphernalia scattered about the office living room. He was in the bedroom, lying on his bed fully dressed, but for his boots, a big, tall man of 45, with an imposing nose, normally ruddy and weathered, but now pallid, a curious bluish tinge to his lips. The tool-pusher from the other shift, Enrico Banastasio, was with him, a small, dark man with dark eyes and thin face. "Ah, Jean-Luc, good to see you," Guinepa said wearily. "And you, mon ami." Very concerned, Jean-Luc unzipped his flying jacket and sat beside the bed. Guinepa had been in charge of Bellissima for 2 years, 12 hours on, 12 off, 2 months on-site, 2 off, and had brought in 3 major producing wells here, with space to drill another 4. "It's the hospital in Shiraz for you." "That's not important. First, there's the overhang. Jean-Luc, We evacuate and leave that stronzo to the hands of God," Banastasio said. "Mamma mia, Enrico," Guinepa said irritably. "I tell you again, I think we can give God a hand, with Jean-Luc's help. Pietro agrees, eh, Pietro?" "Yes," Pietro said from the doorway, a toothpick in his mouth. "Jean-Luc, I was brought up in Aosta, in the Italian Alps, so I know mountains and avalanches, and I think— Si, e sei pazzo." "Yes, and you're crazy," Banastasio said curtly. "Nel tuo culo." "In your ass." Pietro casually made an obscene gesture. "With your help, Jean-Luc, it's easy to shift that stronzo." "What do you want me to do?" Jean-Luc asked. Guinepa said, "Take Pietro and fly up over the crest to a place he'll show you on the north face. He'll drop a stick of dynamite into the snow from there, and that'll avalanche the danger away from us." Pietro beamed. "Just like that, and the overhang will vanish." Anastasio said even more angrily, his English-American accented, "For Christ's sake, I tell you again, it's too goddamn risky. We should evacuate first. Then, if you must, try your dynamite." Guinepa's face screwed up as a spasm of pain went through him. One hand went to his chest. "If we evacuate, we have to close everything down, and so we close down. So what? If you don't care about your own life, think of the rest of us. I say we evacuate pronto, then dynamite. Jean-Luc, isn't it safer?" "Of course it's safer," Jean-Luc replied carefully, not wanting to agitate the older man. "Pietro, you say you know avalanches. How long will that hold?" "My nose says it will go soon, very soon. There are cracks below. Perhaps tomorrow, even tonight. I know where to blow her, and be very safe." Pietro looked at Anastasio. "I can do it, whatever this stronzo thinks." Anastasio got up. "Jean-Luc, me and my shift are evacuating. Pronto. Whatever is decided." He left. Guinepa shifted in his cot. "Jean-Luc, take Pietro aloft. Now." "First we'll evacuate everyone to Rig Rosa. You first," Jean-Luc said crisply. "Then dynamite. If it works, you're back in business. If not, there's enough temporary space at Rig Rosa for you." "Not first, last. There's no need to evacuate." Jean-Luc hardly heard him. He was estimating numbers of men to move. Each of the two shifts contained 9 men. Tool-pusher, assistant, mud-man, who monitored the mud and decided on its chemical constituents and weight, driller, who looked after the drilling, motorman, responsible for all winches, pumps, and so on, and 4 roustabouts to attach or unhook the pipes and drills. "You've 7 Iranian cooks and laborers?" "Yes, but I tell you it's not necessary to evacuate," Guinepa said exhaustedly. "Safer, mon vieux." Jean-Luc turned to Pietro. "Tell everyone to travel light and be fast." Pietro glanced down at Guinepa. "Yes or no?" Disgustedly, Guinepa nodded, the effort tiring him. "Ask for a volunteer crew to stay. If no one will, Mother of God, close it down." Pietro was clearly disappointed. Still picking his teeth, he went out. Guinepa shifted in the cot again, trying to get more comfortable, and began to curse. He seemed more frail than before. Jean-Luc said quietly, "It's better to evacuate, Mario." "Pietro is wise and clever, but that porco misero Anastasio, he's fart up to his nostrils, always trouble. And it was his fault the radio was smashed. I know it." "What?" "It was smashed on his shift. Now we need a new one. Do you have a spare?" "No, but I'll see if I can get you one. Is it reparable? Perhaps one of our mechanics can—" "Anastasio said he slipped and fell on it, but I heard he hit it with a hammer when it wouldn't work. Mamma mia!" Guinepa winced and clutched his chest and began to curse again. "How long have you been having pains?" "Since 2 days. Today has been the worst. That stronzo, Anastasio," Guinepa muttered. "But what can you expect? It runs in his family. Eh? His family are half American, no? I heard the American side has mafioso connections." Jean-Luc smiled to himself, not believing it, half listening to the tirade. He knew that they hated each other, Guinepa, the Portuguese-Roman patrician, and Anastasio, Sicilian-American peasant. But that's not so surprising, he thought. Locked up here, 12 hours on, 12 off, day after day, month after month, however good the pay. Ah, the pay. How I could use their pay. Why, even the lowest roustabout gets as much in 1 week as I get in a month. A miserable £1,200 sterling monthly for me, a senior captain and training captain, with 4,800 hours. Even with the miserly £500 monthly overseas allowance, that's not enough for the kids' school fees, my wife, the mortgage, and filthy taxes, let alone the best food and wine, and my darling Sayada. Ah, Sayada, how I've missed you. But for Lockhart, piece of shit. Tom Lockhart could have let me go with him, and I could be in Tehran in her arms right now. My God, how I need her. And money, money. May the balls of all taxmen shrivel into dust and their cocks vanish. I've barely enough as it is, and if Iran goes down the sewer, what then? I'll bet SG won't survive. That's their bad luck. There'll always be chopper work for a pilot as excellent as I am, somewhere in the world. He saw Guinepa watching him. Yes, mon vieux? I'll go with the last load. Better to go first. There's a medic at Rosa. I'm fine, honestly. Then Jean-Luc heard his name being called and put on his parka. Can I do anything for you? The man smiled wearily. Just take Pietro aloft with the dynamite. I'll do that, but last, with any luck, before dusk. Don't worry. Outside, the cold hit him again. Pietro was waiting for him. Men were already grouped near the idling helicopter, with packs and duffel bags of various sizes. Anastasio went past, leading a big German shepherd. The man said to travel light, Pietro told him. I am, Anastasio said, equally sourly. I've my papers, my dog, and my shift. The rest replaceable on the goddamn company. Then to Jean-Luc. You've a full load, Jean-Luc. Let's get with it. Jean-Luc checked the men aboard and the dog, then called Nassiri on the radio and told him what they were going to do. Okay, Scott, off you go. You take her, he said, and got out, and saw Scott's eyes widen. You mean by myself? Why not, mon brave? You've the hours. This is your third check ride. You've got to start sometime. Off you go. He watched Scott lift off. In barely 5 seconds, the chopper was over the abyss with a clear 7,500 feet below, and he knew how eerie and wonderful that first solo takeoff from Bellissimo would be, envying the young man the thrill. Young Scott's worth it, he thought, watching him critically. Jean-Luc! He took his eyes off the distant chopper and glanced around, wondering suddenly what was so different. Then he realized it was the silence, so vast that it almost seemed to deafen him. For a moment he felt weirdly unbalanced, even a little sick. Then the whine of the wind picked up and he became whole again. Jean-Luc, over here! Pietro was in a shadow with a group of men on the other side of the camp, beckoning him. Laboriously he picked his way over to them. They were strangely silent. Look there, Pietro said nervously, and pointed aloft. Just under the overhang. There. 20 or 30 feet below. You see the cracks? Jean-Luc saw them. His testicles heaved. They were no longer cracks in the ice, but fissures. As they watched, there was a vast groaning. The whole mass seemed to shift a fraction. A small chunk of ice and snow fell away. It gathered speed and substance and thundered down the steep slope. They were shock still. The avalanche, now tons of snow and ice, came to rest barely 50 yards away from them. One of the men broke the silence. Let's hope the chopper doesn't come barreling back like a kamikaze. That could be the detonator, amico. Even a little noise could trigger that whole stronzo apart. Chapter 18. In the skies near Kazvin, 3:17 p.m. From the moment Charlie Petikin had left Tabriz almost 2 hours ago with Rakotsi, the man he knew as Smith, he had flown the 206 as straight and level as possible, hoping to lull the KGB man to sleep, or at least off guard. For the same reason he had avoided conversation by slipping his headset onto his neck. At length Rakotsi had given up, just watched the terrain below. But he stayed alert with his gun across his lap, his thumb on the safety catch. And Petikin wondered about him, who he was, what band of revolutionaries he belonged to, Fedayeen, Mujahideen, or Khomeini supporter, or if he was loyal, gendarmerie, army, or Savak, and if so, why it was so important to get to Tehran. It had never occurred to Petikin that the man was Russian, not Iranian. At Bandar-e-Pahlavi, where refueling had been laboriously slow, he had done nothing to break the monotony, just paid over his last remaining US dollars and watched while the tanks were filled, then signed the official Iran oil chit. Rakotsi had tried to chat with the refueler, but the man was hostile, clearly frightened of being seen refueling this foreign helicopter, and even more frightened of the machine gun that was on the front seat. All the time they were on the ground, Petikin had gauged the odds of trying to grab the gun. There was never a chance. It was check. In Korea they had been plentiful, and Vietnam. My God, he thought, those days seem a million years ago. He had taken off from Bandar-e-Pahlavi and was now heading south at 1,000 feet, following the Kazvin road. East he could see the beach where he had set down Captain Ross and his 2 paratroopers. Again he wondered how they had known he was making a flight to Tabriz and what their mission had been. Hope to God they make it, whatever they had to make. Had to be urgent and important. Hope I see Ross again. I'd like that. Why do you smile, Captain? The voice came through his earphones. Automatically on takeoff this time, he had put them on. He looked across at Rakotsi and shrugged, then went back to monitoring his instruments and the ground below. Over Kazvin, he banked southeast, following the Tehran road, once more retreating into himself. Be patient, he told himself, then saw Rakotsi tense and put his face closer to the window, looking downward. Bank left. A little left, Rakotsi ordered urgently, his concentration totally on the ground. Petikin put the chopper into a gentle bank, Rakotsi on the low side. No, more. Make a 180. What is it? Petikin asked. He steepened the bank, suddenly aware the man had forgotten the machine gun in his lap. His heart picked up a beat. There, below on the road. That truck. Petikin paid no attention to the ground below. He kept his eyes on the gun, gauging the distance carefully, his heart racing. Where? I can't see anything. He steepened the bank even more to come around quickly onto the new heading. What truck? You mean? His left hand darted out and grabbed the gun by the barrel and awkwardly jerked it through the sliding window into the cabin behind them. At the same time, his right hand on the stick went harder left, then quickly right, and left-right again, rocking the chopper viciously. Rakotsi was taken completely unaware, and his head slammed against the side, momentarily stunning him. At once, Petikin clenched his left fist and inexpertly slashed at the man's jaw to put him unconscious. But Rakotsi, karate-trained, his reflexes good, managed to stop the blow with his forearm. Groggily, he held on to Petikin's wrist, gaining strength every second as the 2 men fought for supremacy, the chopper dangerously heeled over, Rakotsi still on the downside. They grappled with each other, cursing, seatbelts inhibiting them. Both became more frenzied, Rakotsi with 2 hands free, beginning to dominate. Abruptly, Petikin gripped the stick with his knees, took his right hand off it, and smashed again at Rakotsi's face. The blow was not quite true, but the strength of it shifted him off balance, destroyed the grip of his knees, shoving the stick left, and overrode the delicate balance of his feet on the rudder pedals. At once the chopper reeled onto its side, lost all lift. No chopper can fly itself, even for a second. the centrifugal force further throwing his weight askew, and in the melee the collective lever was shoved down. The chopper fell out of the sky, out of control. In panic, Petikin abandoned the fight. Blindly, he struggled to regain control, engines screaming and instruments gone mad. Hands and feet and training against panic, overcorrecting, then overcorrecting again. They dropped 900 feet before he got her straight and level, his heart unbearable, the snow-covered ground 50 feet below. His hands were trembling. It was difficult to breathe. Then he felt something hard shoved in his side and heard Rakotsi cursing. Dully, he realized the language was not Iranian, but did not recognize it. He looked across at him and saw the face twisted with anger and the grey metal of the automatic and cursed himself for not thinking of that. Angrily, he tried to shove the gun away, but Rakotsi stuck it hard into the side of his neck. "Stop, or I'll blow your head off, you martyr butts." At once, Petikin put the plane into a violent bank, but the gun pressed harder, hurting him. He felt the safety catch go off and the gun cock. "Your last chance." The ground was very near, rushing past sickeningly. Petikin knew he could not shake him off. All right, he said, conceding, and straightened her and began to climb. The pressure from the gun increased, and, with it, the pain. "You're hurting me, for God's sake, and shoving me off balance. How can I fly if you—" Rakotsi just jabbed the gun harder, shouting at him, cursing him, jamming his head against the door frame. "For Christ's sake!" Petikin shouted back in desperation, trying to adjust his headset that had been torn off in the struggle. "How the hell can I fly with your gun in my neck?" The pressure eased off a fraction, and he righted the plane. "Who the hell are you, anyway?" "Smith." Rakotsi was equally unnerved. A split second later, he thought, and we would have been splattered like a pat of fresh cow dung. "You think you'll deal with a martyr butts, amateur?" Before he could stop himself, his reflexes took his hand and backhanded Petikin across the mouth. Petikin was rocked by the blow, and the chopper twisted but came back into control. He felt the burn spreading over his face. "You do that again and I'll put her on her back," he said with a great finality. "I agree," Rakotsi said at once. "I apologize for that stupidity, Captain." Carefully he eased back against his door, but kept the gun cocked and pointed. "Yes, there was no need. I'm sorry." Petikin stared at him blankly. "You're sorry?" "Yes. Please excuse me. It was unnecessary. I am not a barbarian." Rakotsi gathered himself. "If you give me your word you'll stop trying to attack me, I'll put my gun away. I swear you're in no danger." Petikin thought a moment. "All right," he said. "If you tell me who you are and what you are." "Your word?" "Yes." "Very well, I accept your word, Captain." Rakotsi put the safety on and the gun in his far pocket. "My name is Ali bin Hassan Karakose, and I'm a Kurd. My home, my village, is on the slopes of Mount Ararat on the Iranian-Soviet border. Through the blessings of God, I'm a freedom fighter against the Shah and anyone else who wishes to enslave us. Does that satisfy you?" Yes, it does." "Then, if you please, later. First, go there, quickly." Rakotsi pointed below. "Level off and go closer." They were at 800 feet to the right of the Kazvin-Tehran road. A village straddled the road a mile back, and he could see the smoke whirled away by a stiff breeze. "Where?" "There, beside the road." At first Petikin could not see what the man pointed at. His mind jumbled with questions about the Kurds and their historic centuries of wars against the Persian Shahs. Then he saw the collection of cars and trucks pulled up to one side, and men surrounding a modern truck with a blue cross on a rectangular white background on the roof, other traffic grinding past slowly. "You mean there? You want to go over those trucks and cars?" he asked, his face still smarting and his neck aching. The bunch of trucks near the one with the blue cross on its roof? Yes. Obediently, Petikin went into a descending bank. What's so important about them, eh? He asked, then glanced up. He saw the man staring at him suspiciously. What? What the hell's the matter now? You really don't know what a blue cross on a white background signifies? No? What about it? What is it? Petikin had his eyes on the truck that was much closer now, close enough to see it was a red Range Rover, an angry crowd surrounding it, one of the men smashing at the back windows with the butt of a rifle. It's the flag of Finland, came through his earphones, and Erkki leapt into Petikin's mind. Erkki had a Range Rover, he burst out, and saw the rifle butt shatter the window. You think that's Erkki? Yes. Yes, it's possible. At once he went faster and lower, his pain forgotten, his excitement overriding all the sudden questions of how and why this freedom fighter knew Erkki. Now they could see the crowd turning toward them and people scattering. His pass was very fast and very low, but he did not see Erkki. You see him? No, I couldn't see inside the cab. Nor could I, Petikin said anxiously. But a few of those buggers are armed, and they were smashing the windows. You see them? Yes, they must be Fedayeen. One of them fired at us. If you— Rakutsi stopped, hanging on tightly as the chopper skidded into a 180-degree turn 20 feet off the ground and hurtled back again. This time the crowd of men and the few women fled, falling over one another. Traffic in both directions tried to speed away or shuddered to a halt, one overloaded truck skidding into another. Several cars and trucks turned off the road, and one almost overturned in the Jube. Just abreast of the Range Rover, Petikin swung into a sliding 90-degree turn to face it, snow boiling into a cloud, for just enough time to recognize Erkki, then into another 90 degrees to barrel away into the sky. It's him, all right. Did you see the bullet holes in the windscreen? He asked, shocked. Reach in the back for the machine gun. I'll steady her and then we'll go and get him. Hurry, I want to keep them off balance. At once, Rakutsi unbuckled his seatbelt, reached back through the small intercommunicating window, but could not get the gun that lay on the floor. With great difficulty he twisted out of his seat and clambered head first, half through the window, groping for it, and Petikin knew the man was at his mercy. So easy to open the door now and shove him out. So easy, but impossible. "Come on!" he shouted, and helped pull him back into the seat. "Put your belt on." Rakutsi obeyed, trying to catch his breath, blessing his luck that Petikin was a friend of the Finn, knowing that if their positions had been reversed he would not have hesitated to open the door. "I'm ready," he said, cocking the gun, appalled at Petikin's stupidity. "The British are so stupid, the mother-eating bastards deserve to lose." "Here we go!" Petikin spun the chopper into a diving turn at maximum speed. Some armed men were still near the truck, guns pointing at them. "I'll soften them up, and when I say fire, put a burst over their heads." The Range Rover rushed up at them, hesitated, then swirled away drunkenly, no trees nearby, hesitated again and came at them as the chopper danced around it. Petikin flared to a sudden stop 20 yards away, 10 feet off the ground. "Fire!" he ordered. At once Rakutsi let off a burst through the open window, aiming not over heads, but at a group of men and women ducked down behind the back end of Erkki's truck, out of Petikin's line of sight, killing or wounding some of them. Everyone nearby fled, panic-stricken, screams of the wounded mingling with the howl of the jets. Drivers and passengers jumped out of cars and trucks, scrambling away in the snowdrifts as best they could. Another burst, and more panic, now everyone rushing in retreat, all traffic snarled. On the road some youths came from behind a truck with rifles. Rakutsi sprayed them and those nearby. "Make a 360, he shouted. Immediately the helicopter pirouetted, but no one was near. Petikin saw 4 bodies in the snow. "I said over their heads, for God's sake," he began, But at that moment the door of the Range Rover swung open and Erki jumped out, his knife in one hand. For a moment he was alone, then a chador-clad woman was beside him. At once Petikin set the chopper down on the snow, but kept her almost airborne. "Come on!" he shouted, beckoning them. They began to run, Erki half carrying Azadeh, whom Petikin did not yet recognize. Beside him, Rakotsi unlocked his side door and leapt out, opened the back door, and whirled on guard. Another short burst toward the traffic. Erki stopped, appalled to see Rakotsi. "Hurry!" Petikin shouted, not understanding the reason for Erki's hesitation. "Erki, come on!" Then he recognized Azadeh. "My God," he muttered, then shouted, "Come on, Erki!" "Quick! I've not much ammunition left," Rakotsi shouted in Russian. Erki whirled Azadeh up into his arms and ran forward. A few bullets hummed past. At the side of the helicopter, Rakotsi helped bundle Azadeh into the back, suddenly shoved Erki aside with the barrel of the gun. "Drop your knife and get in the front seat," he ordered in Russian. "At once." Half paralyzed with shock, Petikin watched Erki hesitate, his face mottled with rage. Rakotsi said harshly, "By God, there's more than enough ammunition for her, for you and this motherfucking pilot. Get in." Somewhere in the traffic, a machine gun started to fire. Erki dropped his knife in the snow, eased his great height into the front seat. Rakotsi slid beside Azadeh, and Petikin took off and sped away, weaving over the ground like a panicked grouse, then climbed into the sky. When he could talk, he said, "What the hell's going on?" Erki did not answer. He craned around to make sure Azadeh was all right. She had her eyes closed and was slumped against the side, panting, trying to get her breath. He saw that Rakotsi had locked her seatbelt, but when Erki reached back to touch her, the Soviet motioned him to stop with the gun. "She will be all right, I promise you," he continued, speaking in Russian, "providing you behave as your friend has been taught to behave." He kept his eyes on him as he reached into his small bag and brought out a fresh magazine. "Just so you know. Now, face forward, please." Trying to contain his fury, Erki did as he was told. He put on the headset. There was no way they could be overheard by Rakotsi. There was no intercom in the back, and it felt strange for both of them to be so free and yet so imprisoned. "How did you find us, Charlie? Who sent you?" he said into the mouth mic, his voice heavy. "No one did," Petikin said. "What the hell's with that bastard? I went to Tabriz to pick up you and Azadeh, got kidnapped by the son of a bitch in the back, and then he hijacked me to Tehran. It was just luck, for Christ's sake. What the hell happened to you?" "We ran out of fuel." Erki told him briefly what had happened. "When the engine stopped, I knew I was finished. Everyone seems to have gone mad. One moment it was all right, then we were surrounded again, just like at the roadblock. I locked all the doors, but it was only a matter of time." Again he craned around. Azadeh had her eyes open and had pulled the chador off her face. She smiled at him wearily, reached forward to touch him, but Rakotsi stopped her. "Please excuse me, Highness," he said in Farsi, "but wait till we land. You will be all right." He repeated it in Russian, adding to Erki, "I have some water with me. Would you like me to give it to your wife?" Erki nodded. "Yes, please." He watched while she sipped gratefully. "Thank you." "Do you want some?" "No, thank you," he said politely, even though he was parched, not wishing any favors for himself. He smiled at her encouragingly. "Azadeh, like manna from heaven, eh? Charlie like an angel." Yes, it was the will of God. I'm fine now, Erki. Praise be to God. Thank Charlie for me." He hid his concern. The second mob had petrified her, and him, and he had sworn that if he ever got out of this mess alive, never again would he travel without a gun and, preferably, hand grenades. He saw Rakodzi watching him. He nodded and turned back again. "Mater ye butts," he muttered, automatically checking the instruments. "That bugger's a lunatic. No need to kill anyone. I told him to fire over their heads." Petikin dropped his voice slightly, uneasy at talking so openly, even though there was no way Rakodzi could hear. "The bastard damn near killed me a couple of times. How do you know him, Erki? Were you or Azadeh mixed up with the Kurds?" Erki stared at him. "Kurds? You mean the Mater-Yabat back there?" "Yes, him, of course. Ali bin Hassan Karakose. He comes from Mount Ararat. He's a Kurd freedom fighter." "He's not a Kurd, but a turd, Soviet and KGB. "Christ almighty! You're sure?" Petikin was openly shocked. "Oh, yes. He claims he's Muslim, but I bet that's a lie, too. Rakodzi, he called himself to me, another lie. They're all liars. At least why should they tell us, the enemy, anything?" "But he swore it was the truth, and I gave him my word." Angrily, Petikin told him about the fight and the bargain he had made. "You're the fool, Charlie, not him. Haven't you read Lenin, Stalin, Marx? He's only doing what all KGB and committed communists do, use anything and everything to forward the sacred cause, absolute world power for the USSR Communist Party, and get us to hang ourselves to save them the trouble. My God, I could use a vodka. A double brandy'd be better. Both together would be even better." Erki studied the ground below. They were cruising easily, the engine sounding good and plenty of fuel. His eyes searched the horizon for Tehran. "Not long now. Has he said where to land yet?" "No." "Perhaps we'll get a chance then." "Yes." Petikin's apprehension increased. "You mentioned a roadblock. What happened there?" Erki's face hardened. "We got stopped. Leftists. Had to make a run for it. We've no papers left, Azadeh and I. Nothing. A fat bastard at the roadblock kept everything, and there wasn't time to get them back." A tremor went through him. "I've never been so scared, Charlie. Never. I was helpless in that mob, and almost shitting with fear because I couldn't protect her. That stinking fat bastard took everything. Passport, ID, flying licenses, everything. Mac'll get you more. Your embassy'll give you passports. I'm not worried about me. What about Azadeh? She'll get a Finnish passport too, like Shahrazad'll get a Canadian one. No need to worry. She's still in Tehran, isn't she?" "Sure. Tom should be there too. He was due in from Zagros yesterday with mails from home." Strange, Petikin thought in passing. I still call England home, even with Claire gone, everything gone. He's just back off leave. That's what I'd like to do, go on leave. I'm overdue. Perhaps Mac can send a replacement. Erki punched Petikin lightly. "Tomorrow can take care of tomorrow, eh? Hey, Charlie, that was a great piece of flying. When I first saw you, I thought I was dreaming or already dead. You saw my Finnish flag?" "No, that was Ali. What did you call him? Rikowski?" "Rakodzi. Rakodzi recognized it. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have been any the wiser. Sorry." Petikin glanced across. "What's he want with you?" "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's for Soviet purposes." Erki cursed for a moment. "So we owe our lives to him, too." After a moment, Petikin said, Yes, I couldn't have done it alone." He glanced around. Rakodzi was totally alert, Azadeh dozing, shadows over her lovely face. He nodded briefly, then turned back. "Azadeh seems okay." "No, Charlie. No, she's not," Erki said, an ache inside him. "Today was terrible for her. She said she'd never been that close to villagers, ever. I mean, surrounded, bottled in. Today they got under her guard. Now she's seen the real face of Iran, the reality of her people. That and the forcing of the chador. Again a shiver went through him. That was a rape. They raped her soul. Now I think everything will be different for her, for us. I think she'll have to choose, family or me, Iran or exile. They don't want us here. It's time for us to leave, Charlie. All of us. No, you're wrong. Perhaps for you and Azadeh it's different, but they'll still need oil, so they'll still need choppers. We're good for a few more years, good years. With the Gurney contracts and all the— Pettigan stopped, feeling a tap on his shoulder, and he glanced around. Azadeh was awake now. He could not hear what Rakotsi said, so he slipped one earphone off. What? Don't use the radio, Captain, and be prepared to land on the outskirts where I'll tell you. I'll have to get clearance. Don't be a fool. Clearance from whom? Everyone's too busy down there. Tehran airport's under siege. So is Doshan Tepe, and so's Gale Morki. Take my advice and make your landfall the small airport of Rudrama after you've dropped me. I have to report in. The military insist. Rakotsi laughed sardonically. Military? And what would you report? That you landed illegally near Kazvin, helped murder 5 or 6 civilians, and picked up 2 foreigners fleeing? Fleeing from whom? From the people. Grimly, Pettigan turned back to make the call, but Rakotsi leaned forward and shook him roughly. Wake up! The military doesn't exist anymore. The generals have conceded victory to Khomeini. The military doesn't exist anymore. They've given in. They all stared at him blankly. The chopper lurched. Hastily, Pettigan corrected. What are you talking about? Late last night, the generals ordered all troops back to their barracks. All services, all men. They've left the field to Khomeini and his revolution. Now there's no army, no police, no gendarmes between Khomeini and total power. The people have conquered. That's not possible, Pettigan said. No, Azadeh said, frightened. My father would have known. Ah, Abdullah the Great, Rakotsi said with a sneer. He'll know by now, if he's still alive. It's not true. It's possible, Azadeh, Erki said, shocked. That'd explain why we saw no police or troops, why the mob was so hostile. The generals would never do that, she said shakily, then turned on Rakotsi. It would be suicide, for them and thousands. Tell the truth, by Allah. Rakotsi's face mirrored his glee, delighted to twist words and sow dissension to unsettle them. Now Iran's in the hands of Khomeini, his mullahs, and his revolutionary guards. It's a lie. Pettigan said, If that's true, Bakhtiar's finished. That weak fool never even began. Rakotsi started laughing. Ayatollah Khomeini has frightened the balls off the generals, and now he'll cut their throats for good measure. Then the war's over. Ah, the war, Rakotsi said darkly. It is, for some. Yes, Erki said, baiting him. And if what you say is true, it's all over for you, too, all the Tudeh and all Marxists. Khomeini will slaughter you all. Oh, no, Captain. The Ayatollah was the sword to destroy the Shah, but the people wielded the sword. He and his mullahs and the people will destroy you. He is as anti-communist as he is anti-American. Better you wait and see and not further delude yourselves, eh? Khomeini is a practical man and exults in power, whatever he says now. Pettigan saw Azadeh whiten, and he felt an equal chill. And the Kurds? He asked roughly. What about them? Rakotsi leaned forward, his smile strange. I am a Kurd, whatever the Finn told you about Soviet and KGB. Can he prove what he says? Of course not. As to the Kurds, Khomeini will try to stamp us out, if he's allowed to, with all tribal or religious minorities and foreigners, and the bourgeoisie, landowners, moneylenders, Shah supporters, and, he added with a sneer, and any and all people who will not accept his interpretation of the Koran, and he'll spill rivers of blood in the name of his Allah, his, not the real, one God, if the bastard's allowed to. He glanced out of the window below, checking his bearings, then added even more sardonically, "This heretic sword of God has served his purpose, and now he's going to be turned into a plowshare, and buried." "You mean murdered?" Erkki said. "Buried." Again the laugh. "At the whim of the people." Azadeh came to life and tried to claw his face, cursing him. He caught her easily and held her while she struggled. Erkki watched, grey-faced. There was nothing he could do. For the moment. "Stop it," Rakotsi said harshly. "You of all people should want this heretic gone. He'll stamp out Abdullah Khan and all the Gorgons, and you with them, if he wins." He shoved her away. "Behave, or I shall have to hurt you. It's true, you of all people should want him dead." He cocked the machine gun. "Turn around, both of you." They obeyed, hating the man and the gun. Ahead, the outskirts of Tehran were about 10 miles away. They were paralleling the road and railway, the Elborz Mountains to their left, approaching the city from the west. Overhead, the sky was overcast, the clouds heavy, and no sun showed through. "Captain, you see the stream where the railway crosses it? The bridge?" "Yes, I can see that," Petikin said, trying to make a plan to overcome him, as Erkki was also planning, wondering if he could whirl and grab him, but he was on the wrong side. "Land half a mile south, behind that outcrop. You see it?" Not far from this outcrop was a secondary road that headed for Tehran. A little traffic. "Yes, and then?" "And then you're dismissed, for the moment." Rakotsi laughed and nudged the back of Petikin's neck with the barrel of the gun. "With my thanks. But don't turn around any more. Stay facing ahead, both of you, and keep your seatbelts locked and know that I'm watching you both very closely. When you land firmly and cleanly, and, when I'm clear, take off. But don't turn around or I may become frightened. Frightened men pull triggers. Understand?" "Yes." Petikin studied the landing site. He adjusted his headset. "It look all right to you, Erkki?" "Yes. Watch the snow dunes." Erkki tried to keep the nervousness out of his voice. "We should have a plan. I think he's too clever, Charlie. Maybe he'll make a mistake. I only need one." The landing was clean and simple. Snow, whipped up by the idling blades, billowed alongside the windows. "Don't turn around." Both men's nerves were jagged. They heard the door open and felt the cold air. Then Azadeh screamed, "Erkki!" In spite of the order, both craned around. Rakotsi was already out, dragging Azadeh after him, kicking and struggling and trying to hang on to the door, but he overpowered her easily. The gun was slung over his shoulder. Instantly, Erkki jerked his door open and darted out, slid under the fuselage, and charged. But he was too late. A short burst at his feet stopped him. 10 yards away, clear of the rotors, Rakotsi had the gun levelled at them with one hand, the other firm in the neck of her chador. For a moment she was equally still. Then she redoubled her efforts, shouting and screaming, flailing at him, catching him unawares. Erkki charged. Rakotsi grabbed her with both hands, shoved her violently at Erkki, breaking the charge, and bringing Erkki down with her. At the same moment he leapt backward, turned, and raced away, whirled again, the gun ready, his finger tightening on the trigger. But there was no need to pull it. The Finn and the woman were still on their knees, half-stunned. Beyond them, the pilot was still in his seat. Then he saw Erkki come to his senses and shove her behind him protectively, readying another charge. "Stop," he ordered, "or this time I will kill you all. Stop!" He put a warning burst into the snow. "Get back in the plane, both of you." Now totally alert, Erky watched him suspiciously. "Go on. You're free. Go." Desperately afraid, Azadeh scrambled into the back seat. Erky retreated slowly, his body shielding her. Rakodzi kept the gun unwavering. He saw the Finn sit on the back seat, the door still open, his feet propped against the skid. At once the engines picked up speed. The chopper eased a foot off the ground, slowly swung around to face him, the back door closing. His heart pounded even more. Now, he thought, do you all die, or do we live to fight another day? The moment seemed to him to last forever. The chopper backed away, foot by foot, still so tempting a target. His finger tightened slightly, but he did not squeeze the further fraction. A few more yards, then she twisted, hurried away through the snowfields, and went into the sky. Good, he thought, tiredness almost overcoming him. It would have been better to have been able to keep the woman as a hostage, but never mind. We can grab old Abdullah Khan's daughter tomorrow, or the day after. She can wait, and so can Erkanin. Meanwhile, there's a country to possess, generals and mullahs and ayatollahs to kill, and other enemies.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Whirlwind by James Clavell. This book is read by Derek Perkins. Chapter 19. At Tehran Airport, 5:05 p.m. MacIver was driving carefully along the road that followed the barbed wire security fence, heading for the gate that led to the freight area. The road was snowbanked, slippery, and unploughed. It was just below freezing, the sky heavy and dull, night not more than an hour away. Again he looked at his watch. Not much time, he thought, still seething over the closure of his office last night by the Comité. Early this morning he had tried to sneak back into the building, but it was still guarded, and all of his entreaties to be allowed to check the telex had proved fruitless. "Damned people," Jenny had said when he had stomped back into their apartment. "There must be something we can do. What about George Talbot? Could he help?" "I doubt it, but it's worth a try. If Valik was—" MacIver stopped. "Tom would have refueled by now and be almost there, wherever there is." "Let's hope," she said with a silent prayer. "Hope for the best. Did you see any shops open?" "None, Jen. It's canned soup for lunch and a bottle of beer." "Sorry, we're out of beer." He had tried to call Coes and the other bases on his HF, but could get no answer from them. Neither could he tune into the BBC or AFN. He had listened briefly to the inevitable anti-American tirade from Radio Free Iran in Tbilisi, and had turned it off in disgust. The phone was dead. He had tried to read, but he could not, his mind beset with worries about Lockhart, Petikin, Stark, and all the others, hating being cut off from his office and telex, and, for the moment, out of control. Never happened before. Never. Damn the Shah for leaving and letting everything fall apart. Used to be wonderful. Any problem and out to the airport, get on a shuttle to Isfahan, Tabriz, Abadan, Hormuz, Al-Shargaz, or wherever, then chopper the rest of the way, wherever you felt like it. Sometimes Jenny coming along for the ride, picnic lunches and ice-cold beer. Sod everything. Just after lunch, the HF had crackled into life. It was Freddie Eyre at Coes relaying a message that the 125 jet would be at Tehran Airport around 5 p.m. today, coming in from Al-Shargaz, a tiny independent sheikhdom 800 miles south of Tehran on the other side of the Gulf, where SG had an office. "Did he say he had clearance, Freddie?" MacIver had asked excitedly. "I don't know. All our HQ in Al-Shargaz said, ETA Tehran 1700, tell MacIver, can't raise him. Repeated several times." "How are things with you?" 5 by 5, Eyre had said. Stark's still at Bandar Delam, and we've had no contact with them other than a snafu half an hour ago."
"Rudy sent that?"
McIver had tried to keep his voice level.
"Yes. Keep in touch with them and with us. What happened to your radio op this morning? I tried calling for a couple of hours, but no joy."
There had been a long pause.
"He's been detained." "What the hell for?"
"I don't know, Captain McIver. As soon as I know, I'll report it. Also, as soon as I can, I'll get Mark Dubois back to Bandar Delam, but, well, it's a bit off here. We've all been confined to base. There's a charming and friendly armed guard here in the tower. All flights are grounded, except for Kazovacs, and even then we've been ordered to take guards along, and no flights are authorized out of our area."
"What's it all about?"
"I don't know. Our revered base commander, Colonel Peshadi, assured me it was temporary, just for today, perhaps tomorrow. By the way, at 15:16 hours we had a brief call from Captain Scragger in Charlie Echo Zulu Zulu, en route with a special charter for Bandar Delam."
"What the hell's he going there for?"
"I don't know, sir. Captain Scragger said it's been requested by de Plessis at Syrie. I don't think I've much more time. Our friendly guard's getting nervous, but if you can get the 125 here, Peshadi said he'd clear her to land. I'll try to send Manuela off, but don't expect much. She's as nervous as a rabbit in a kennel full of beagles without real news of Stark."
"I can imagine. Tell her I'm sending Jen. I'll sign off now. God knows how long it'll take me to get to the airport."
He had turned his attention to Jenny.
"Jen, pack up—"
"What do you want to take with you, Duncan?" she had asked sweetly.
"I'm not going. You are."
"Don't be silly, dear. If you're going to meet that 125, you'd better hurry. But do be careful and don't forget the photos. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that while you were trying to get into your office, Shahrazad sent one of her servants over asking us to dinner."
"Jen, you are leaving with the 125, and that's that."
The argument had lasted no time at all. He had left and had used back roads, most of the main intersections clogged with milling crowds. Every time he was stopped, he would hold up the Khomeini photograph with "Long live the Ayatollah" in Farsi on the bottom, and he would be waved through. He saw no troops, gendarmes, or police, so he did not need the photo of the Shah with "Long live glorious Iran" on the bottom. It still took 2.5 hours for a journey that would normally take an hour, his anxiety about being late growing minute by minute. But the 125 wasn't on either of the parallel runways, or the freight area apron, or near the terminal building across the field. Again he glanced at his watch. 5:17 p.m. Another hour of light.
"She's cutting it fine," he told himself, "if she arrives at all. God knows, they may have already turned her back."
Near the terminal building, several civilian jets were still grounded. One of them, a Royal Iranian Air 747, was a twisted wreck, gutted by fire. The others seemed all right. He was too far away to see all their markings, but among them would be the still grounded Alitalia flight. Paula Giancani was still staying with them, Nogga Lane very much in attendance. "She's a nice girl, that one," he thought absently. Ahead now was the gate of the freight area and depot. The depot had been closed since last Wednesday, automatically on Thursday and Friday, the Muslim holy day, being the Iranian weekend, and there had been no way he or any of his staff could have got there Saturday or Sunday. The gate was open and unguarded. He swung through it into the forecourt. In front of him was the customs freight shed and barriers, signs everywhere in English and Farsi, "No admittance, inbound, outbound, keep out," and company signs of the various international carriers and helicopter companies that had permanent offices here. Normally it was almost impossible to drive into the forecourt. There was work around the clock for 500,000 men, handling the enormous quantity of goods, military and civilian, that poured into Iran in exchange for part of the $90 million daily oil revenue. But now the area was deserted. Hundreds of crates and cartons of all sizes were scattered in the snow, many broken open and looted, most sodden. A few abandoned cars and trucks, some derelict,
and one truck burned out. Bullet holes in the sheds. The customs gate that barred the way to the apron was closed, held only by a bolt. The sign, in English and Farsi, read, "No entry without customs approval." He waited, then honked, and waited again. No one answered him, so he got out, opened the gate wide, and got back into his car. A few yards the other side he stopped, rebolted the gate, then drove down the tarmac to the SG stores and office shed and allied hangars and repair shop, with space for 4 212s and 5 206s, now containing 3 206s and 1 212. To his relief, the main doors were still closed and locked. He had been afraid the stores and hangar might have been broken into and looted or wrecked. This was their main depot for repairs and spares in Iran. Over $2 million worth of spares and specialized tools were on the inventory, along with their own refueling pumps and underground tanks containing a highly secret cache of 50,000 gallons of helicopter fuel that McIver had lost when the troubles began in earnest. He scanned the sky. The wind told him the 125 would land from the west on runway 29 left, but there was no sign of it. He unlocked the door, closed it after him, and hurried through the chilly foyer to the main office to the telex. It was switched off. "Bloody idiots," he muttered out loud. Standing orders were for it to be on at all times. When he turned it on, nothing happened. He tried the lights, but they didn't work either. Bloody country. Irritably, he went over to the HF and UHF receiver transmitters and switched them on. Both were battery-operated for emergencies. Their hum comforted him. "Echo Tango Lima Lima," he said crisply into the mic, giving the 125's registration letters ETLL. "This is McIver. Do you read?" "Echo Tango Lima Lima, we certainly do, old boy." The laconic answer came back at once. "It's rather lonely up here. We've been calling for half an hour. Where are you?" "At the freight office. Sorry, Johnny," he said, recognizing the voice of their senior fixed-wing captain. "Had a hell of a time getting here. I've just arrived. Where are you?" 17 miles due south, in the soup, passing through 9,000 on standard approach, expecting final on runway 29 left. What's going on, Mac? We can't raise Tehran Tower. In fact, we haven't had a single callback ever since we came into Iran airspace. Good God! Not even from Quiche radar? Not even from them, old boy? What's amiss?" "I don't know. The tower was operating yesterday, up to midnight last night. The military gave us a clearance for a flight south." McIver was astonished, knowing Quiche radar was punctilious about all traffic, inbound or outbound, particularly trans-Gulf. "The whole airfield's deserted, which is pretty hairy. Coming here, there were crowds all over town, a few roadblocks, but nothing out of the ordinary, no riots or anything." "Any problem for a landing?" "I doubt if any landing aids are functional, but cloud cover is about 4,000, visibility 10 miles. Runway looks all right. What do you think?" McIver weighed the pros and cons of a landing, without tower assistance or approval. "You've enough fuel for the return trip?" "Oh, yes. You've a no-fuel capability?" "Unless an emergency, for the moment." "I'm through the cloud cover at 4,700 and have you in sight." "Okay, Echo Tango, Lima Lima. Winds from the east at about 10 knots. Normally you'd land on 29 left. The military base seems closed down and deserted, so there should be no other traffic. All civilian flights in and outbound have been cancelled. Suggest you make a pass, and if it looks okay to you, come straight in. Don't hang around in the sky. There are too many trigger-happy jokers about. Once you've landed, turn around for a quick takeoff, just in case. I'll drive out to meet you. Echo Tango, Lima Lima." McIver took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands and forehead. But when he got up, his heart seemed to turn in his chest. Standing in the open doorway was a customs officer, his hand casually on his holstered gun. His uniform was soiled and crumpled, his roundish face grizzled with 3 or 4 days' growth of beard. "Oh," McIver said, fighting to appear calm. "Salam, Aga." He did not recognize him as one of their regulars. The man shifted his gun hand ominously, his eyes going from McIver to the radio sets and back to McIver. Haltingly, for MacIver spoke very little Farsi, he said, "Ingelisi mi dani, aga? Ba bakhshid man zabane, shoma rakubna midanam." "Do you speak English, sir? Please excuse me, but I don't speak your language." The customs officer grunted. "What you do here?" he said in halting English, his teeth tobacco-stained. I'm Captain MacIver, head of SG Helicopters," he replied, carefully and slowly. "I'm just checking my telex and here to meet an incoming plane." "Plane? What plane? What?" At that moment the 125 came directly over the airport at 1,000 feet. The customs man hurried out of the office onto the tarmac, closely followed by MacIver. They saw the lovely clean lines of the twin-engine jet against the murky overcast and watched a moment as she hurtled away to go into a steep bank to join the landing pattern. "What plane, eh?" "It's our regular flight from Al-Shagaz." The name sent the man into a paroxysm of invective. "Be bakhshid nana dan konan." "Sorry, I don't understand." No land, understand." The man angrily pointed from the plane to the office with the HF. "Tell plane." MacIver nodded calmly, not feeling calm, and beckoned him back into the office. He counted out 10,000 rials, about $110, and offered it. "Please accept the landing fee, landing money." The man spurned it with more unintelligible Farsi. MacIver put the money on the table, then walked past the man into the storeroom. He unlocked a door. In the small room, put there for just this purpose, were odds and ends of spares and 3 full 5-gallon cans of gasoline. He picked up one can and put it outside the door, remembering what General Valik had said. A pishkesh was not a bribe, but a gift, and a good Iranian custom. After a second, MacIver decided to leave the door, but left it open. 3 cans would more than guarantee no problem. "Be bakhshid, aga." "Please excuse me, Excellency." Then he added in English, "I must meet my masters." He went out of the building and got into his car and did not look back. "Bloody bastard! Damn near gave me a heart attack," he muttered, then put the man out of his mind, drove on to the taxi runway and headed for the intercept point. The snow was only a few inches deep and not too bad. His were the only tracks, the main runways equally virgin. The wind had picked up, increasing the chill factor. He did not notice it, concentrating on the airplane. The 125 came around in a tight turn, gear and flaps down, side-slipping deftly to lose height and cut down the approach distance. John Hogg flared and touched down, letting her roll until it was safe, and even then using brakes with great caution. He turned onto the taxi runway and increased power to meet MacIver. Near the first access path back to the runway, he stopped. By the time MacIver came alongside, the door was open, the steps down, John Hogg waiting at the foot, bundled in a parka, stamping his feet against the cold. "Hi, Mac," he called out, a neat, spare man with a lean face and moustache. "Great to see you. Come on in. It'll be warmer for you." "Good idea." MacIver hastily switched off and followed him up the steps. Inside it was snug, lights on, coffee ready, London newspapers in the rack. MacIver knew there would be wine and beer in the refrigerator, a sit-down toilet with soft paper in the back, civilization again. He shook hands warmly with Hogg and waved at the co-pilot. "I'm so glad to see you, Johnny." His mouth dropped open. Seated in one of the swivel chairs in the 8-place airplane, beaming at him, was Andy Gavalan. "Hello, Mac." My God, China boy, it's good to see you," MacIver said, pummeling his hand. "What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? What's the Slow down, laddie. Coffee?" "My God, yes." MacIver sat opposite him. "How's Maureen and little Electra?" "Great, wonderful. Her 2nd birthday coming, and already she's a holy terror. Thought we'd better have a chat, so I got on the bird, and here I am." "Can't tell you how glad I am. You're looking great," MacIver said. And he was.
"Thank you, laddie. You're not so bad yourself. How are you, really, Mac?"
Gavalan asked more pointedly.
"Excellent."
Hogg put down the coffee in front of McIver, with a small tot of whiskey and another for Gavalan.
Thanks, Johnny,"
McIver said, brightening.
"Health."
He touched glasses with Gavalan and swallowed the spirit gratefully.
"I'm cold as charity. Just had a run-in with a bloody customs man. Why are you here? Any problem, Andy? Oh, but what about the 125? Both the Revs and Loyalists are all very twitchy. Either of them could arrive in force and impound her. Johnny Hogg's keeping an eye out for them. We'll talk about my problems in a minute, but I decided that I'd better come and see for myself. We've too much at risk now, here and outside, with all our new upcoming contracts and aircraft. The X-63's a total smash, Mac. Everything and better." "Great. Wonderful. When do we get her?" "Next year. More about her later. Iran's my top priority now. We have to have some contingency plans, how to keep in touch and so on. Yesterday I spent hours in Al-Shargaz trying to get an Iranian clearance for Tehran, but no joy on that. Even their embassy was closed. I went to their Al-Mullah building myself, but it was closed tighter than a gnat's arse. I got our rep to call the ambassadors home, but he was out to lunch, all day. Eventually I went to Al-Shargaz air traffic control and chatted them up. They suggested we wait, but I talked them into clearing us out and having a stab, and here we are. First, what's the state of our ops?"
McIver related what he knew. Much of Gavalan's good humour vanished.
"So Charlie's vanished, Tom Lockhart's risking his neck, and our whole Iranian venture, stupidly or bravely, depending on your point of view. Duke Stark's up the creek in Bandar with Rudy, Cois is in a state of siege, and we've been tossed out of our offices." "Yes," McIver added gruffly. "I authorized Tom's flight. I'd have done the same, probably, if I'd been on the spot, though it doesn't excuse the danger to him or us, or poor bloody Valik and his family. But I agree, Savak's too smelly for anyone's taste."
Gavalan was distinctly rattled, though he showed none of it on his face.
"Ian was right again." "Ian? Dan Ross? You saw him? How is the old bugger?" "He called from Shanghai."
Gavalan told him what he had said.
"What's the latest on the political situation here?" "You should know more than we do. We only get real news through the BBC or VOA. There are still no newspapers, and only rumours," McIver said. But he was remembering the good times he had had with Dunross in Hong Kong. He had taught him to fly a small chopper the year before joining Gavalan in Aberdeen, and though they had not socialized very much, McIver had enjoyed his company greatly. "Bakhtiar's still top man with the forces behind him, but Bazargan and Khomeini are gnawing at his heels. Oh, damn, I forgot to tell you, Boss Kyabi's been murdered." "Christ almighty, that's terrible. But why?" "We don't know the why or how or by whom. Freddie Eyre told us Sorry to interrupt, sir," came over the loudspeaker, a thread of urgency under Hogg's placid voice. "There are 3 cars stuffed with men and guns heading our way, coming from the terminal area." Both men peered out of the small round windows. They could see the cars now. Gavalan picked up his binoculars and trained them. 5 or 6 men in each car. There's a mullah in the front of the first car. Khomeini's people." He slung the binoculars around his neck and was out of his seat quickly. "Johnny!" Hogg was already at the door. "Yes, sir?" "Plan B." At once, Hogg gave the thumbs-up to his co-pilot, who immediately started to open the throttles, as Gavalan struggled into a parka and picked up a light travel bag on the run. "Come on, Mac!" He led the way down the steps 2 at a time, McIver just behind him. The moment they were clear, the steps pulled back, the door slammed closed, the engines picked up, and the 125 taxied away, gathering speed. "Put your back to the cars, Mac. Don't watch them. Watch her leave." It had all happened so rapidly, McIver hardly had time to zip his parka. One of the cars peeled off to intercept, but by now the 125 was careening down the runway. In seconds it took off and was away. Now they faced the oncoming cars. Now what, Andy? That depends on the welcoming committee. What the hell was Plan B? Gavalan laughed. Better than Plan C, laddie. That was a shit or bust. Plan B, I get out, Johnny takes off at once and tells no one he had to leave in a hurry. Tomorrow he comes back to pick me up at the same time. If there's no contact, visually or by radio, then Johnny skips a day and comes an hour earlier, and so on for 4 days. Then he sits on his tail in Al-Shargaz and waits for further instructions. Plan A? That's if we could have safely stayed overnight, them on guard in the plane, me with you. The cars skidded to a stop, the mullah and green band surrounding them, guns trained on them, everyone shouting. Suddenly Gavalan bellowed, "Allahu Akbar!" and everyone stopped, startled. With a flourish he lifted his hat to the mullah, who was also armed, took out an official-looking document, written in Farsi, that was heavily sealed with red wax at the bottom. He handed it to him. "It's permission to land in Tehran from the new ambassador in London," he told MacIver airily, as men crowded around the mullah peering at the paper. "I stopped off in London to collect it. It says I'm a VIP, on official business, and I can arrive and leave without harm." "How the devil did you manage that?" MacIver asked admiringly. "Influence, laddie. Influence and a large hung yao." He carefully added the Cantonese equivalent of pishkesh. "You will come with us," a bearded youth near the mullah said, his accent American. "You are under arrest." "For what, my dear sir?" "Illegal landings without permission." Gavalan stabbed at the paper. "Here is an official permission from your very own ambassador in London. Up the revolution! Long live Ayatollah Khomeini!" The youth hesitated, then translated for the mullah. There was an angry exchange and mutterings among them. "You will together come with us." "We will follow in our car. Come on, Mac," Gavalan said firmly, and got into the passenger seat. MacIver turned on the ignition. For a moment the men were nonplussed. Then the man who could speak English and another got into the back. Both carried an AK-47. "Go to terminal. You under arrest." In the terminal, near the immigration barrier, were more hostile men and a very nervous immigration official. At once MacIver showed his airport pass, work permit, explained who he and Gavalan were and how they worked under license for Iran Oil, and tried to talk them past, but he was imperiously waved into silence. Meticulously and ponderously the official examined the paper and Gavalan's passport, all the while the youths crowding them, the smell of bodies heavy. Then he opened Gavalan's bag and searched it roughly, but it contained just shaving gear, a spare shirt, underclothes, and nightclothes, and a fifth of whiskey. At once the bottle was confiscated by one of the young men, opened, and poured on the floor. "Do ne lo mo," Gavalan said sweetly in Cantonese, and MacIver nearly choked. "Up the revolution." The mullah questioned the official, and they could see the sweat and the fear in him. At length the youth who could speak English said, "The authorities will keep paper and passport, and you explain more later." "I will keep my passport," Gavalan said easily. "The authorities keep. Enemies will suffer. Those who break the laws, illegal landings and comings here, will suffer Islamic punishments. His Excellency wants to know who on the airplane with you." "Just my crew of 2. They're on the manifest attached to the permission to land. Now, my passport, please, and that document." "The authorities keep. Where you stay?" MacIver gave his address. The man translated. Again there was a heated discussion. "I am to tell you, now your airplanes may not fly or landings without permissions first. All Iran airplanes, all airplanes now in Iran belong to the state. Airplanes belong to their legal owners. Legal owners," MacIver said. "Yes," the man said with a sneer. "Our Islamic State is owners. You not like laws, leave. Leave Iran. We not ask you here." "Ah, but you're wrong. We in SG helicopters were invited here. We work for your government and have served Iran Oil for years." The man spat on the floor. Iran Oil Shah Company. Islamic State owns oil, not foreigners. You soon arrested with all others for great crime, stealing Iran oil. Rubbish. We've stolen nothing, MacIver said. We've helped Iran into the 20th century. Leave Iran if you want, the spokesman said again, paying no attention to him. Now all orders come from Imam Khomeini, Allah protect him. He says no landings or takeoffs without permission. Each time, one Khomeini guard goes with each airplane. Understand? We understand what you say, Gavalin replied politely. May I ask that we have this in writing, as the Bakhtiar government may not agree? The man translated this, and there was a roar of laughter. Bakhtiar is gone, the man said through his own laughter. That dog of a Shah man is in hiding. Hiding, you understand? The Imam is the government. Him alone. Yes, of course, Gavalin said, not believing him. We can go, then? Go. Tomorrow, report the authorities. Where and what authorities? Tehran authorities. The man translated for the others, and again everyone laughed. The mullah pocketed the passport and paper and strode off importantly. Guards went with him, taking along the sweating immigration officer. Most of the others wandered off, seemingly aimlessly. A few stayed, watching them, lounging against the wall, smoking, their U.S. Army rifles slung carelessly. It was very cold in the terminal, and very empty. He's quite right, you know, a voice said. Gavalin and MacIver looked around. It was George Talbot of the British Embassy, a short, dry man of 55, wearing a heavy raincoat and a Russian-style fur hat. He stood in the doorway of a customs office. Beside him was a tall, broad-shouldered man of 60, with hard, pale blue eyes, his moustache grey as his hair and clipped, and dressed casually, scarf, soft hat, and an old raincoat. Both were smoking. "Oh, hello, George. Nice to see you." Gavalin went over to him, offering his hand. He had known him over the years, both in Iran and Malaya, Talbot's previous posting, where SG also had an extensive oil support operation. "How long have you been here?" "Just a few minutes." Talbot stubbed out his cigarette, coughed absently. "Hello, Duncan. Well, this is a fine kettle of fish, isn't it?" Yes, it is." Gavalin glanced at the other man. May I introduce Mr. Armstrong?" Gavalin shook hands. "Hello," he said, wondering where he'd seen him before and who he was, the hardness to the eyes and strong face. 50 pounds to a bent button, he's CIA if he's American, he thought. "Your embassy too?" he asked casually to find out. The man smiled and shook his head. "No, sir." Gavalin had turned his ears and did not detect a pure English or American accent. Might be either, or Canadian, he thought, difficult to tell on 2 words. "You're here on official business, George?" MacIver asked. "Yes and no." Talbot strolled over to the door that led back to the airport apron where MacIver's car was parked, guiding them away from prying ears. "Actually, the moment we heard your incoming jet on the air, we hurried out here, hoping you could take out some dispatches for Her Majesty's government. The ambassador would have been most grateful, but, well, we were here just in time to see your plane take off. Pity." "I'd be glad to help in any way," Gavalin said as quietly. "Perhaps tomorrow." He saw the sudden glance between the 2 men and wondered even more what was amiss. "Is that possible, Mr. Gavalin?" Armstrong asked. "It's possible." Gavalin pegged him to be English, though not all English. Talbot smiled, coughed, without noticing it. "You'll leave with or without Iranian permission, an official permit, or a passport?" "I do have a copy of the paper, and another passport. I applied for a spare, officially, against this eventuality." Talbot sighed. "Irregular, but wise. Yes. Oh, by the way, I would very much like a copy of your official permission to land." "Perhaps that's not such a good idea, officially. You never know what larceny some people are up to these days." Talbot laughed. Then he said, If you, do leave tomorrow, we'd appreciate it if you'd kindly take Mr. Armstrong. I presume Al-Shagaz will be your first port of call."
Gavalin hesitated.
"This is a formal request."
Talbot smiled.
"Formally informal." "With or without Iranian permission, permit, or passport?"
Talbot chuckled.
"You're perfectly correct to ask. I guarantee that Mr. Armstrong's papers will be perfectly in order," he added pointedly to finish the conversation. "As you so correctly pointed out, there's no accounting for the larceny some people will get up to these days."
Gavalin nodded.
"Very well, Mr. Armstrong. I'll be with Captain McIver. It'll be up to you to stay in touch. The earliest ETD'd be about 5 p.m., but I won't wait around for you. All right?"
"Thank you, sir." Again Gavalin had been listening carefully, but still could not decide.
"George, when we started talking, you said of that arrogant little bastard, he's quite right, you know." "Right about what?" "That now I've to find or report to some nebulous authorities in Tehran." "No, that Bakhtiar's resigned and in hiding."
Both men gaped at him.
"God almighty! Are you sure?" "Bakhtiar formally resigned a couple of hours ago and has, somewhat wisely, vanished."
Talbot's voice was soft and calm, cigarette smoke punctuating his words.
"Actually, the situation's suddenly rather dicey, hence our, anxiety to, well, never mind that. Last night, the Chief of Staff, General Garabaghi, supported by the generals, ordered all troops back into their barracks, declaring the armed forces were now neutral, thus leaving their legal prime minister defenceless and the state to Khomeini."
"Neutral?" Gavalin echoed with disbelief.
"That's not possible. Not possible. They'd be committing suicide." "I agree, but it is true." "Christ!" "Of course, only some of the units will obey, others will fight," Talbot said. "Certainly the police and SAVAK aren't affected. They won't give up, though now their battle will be lost eventually. Inshallah, old boy. Meanwhile, blood will fill the jolly gutters, rest assured."
McIver broke the silence.
"But if Bakhtiar, doesn't that mean it's over?" "It's over," he said with growing excitement. "The civil war's over, and thank God for that. The generals have stopped the real bloodbath, the total bloodbath. Now we can all get back to normal. The trouble's over." "Oh, no, my dear chap," Talbot said even more calmly. "The trouble's just begun."
Chapter 20. At Rig Bellissima, 6:35 p.m. The sunset was glorious, red-tinged clouds low on the horizon, clean, clear sky, the evening star brilliant, a three-quarter moon. But it was very cold here at 12,500 feet, and already dark in the east, and Jean-Luc had difficulty in picking out the incoming 212.
"Here she comes, Johnny,"
Jean-Luc shouted at the driller. This would complete Scott Gavalin's third round trip. Everyone, riggers, cooks, labourers, 3 cats and 4 dogs, and a canary belonging to Gianni Salubrio, had already been safely transported to Rig Rosa, with the exception of Mario Guinepa, who had insisted on waiting till last in spite of Jean-Luc's pleadings, and Gianni, Pietro, and 2 others who were still shutting down the rig. Jean-Luc kept a wary eye on the overhang that worked from time to time, sending shivers down his spine. When the chopper had come back the first time, everyone had held their breath at the noise, even though Pietro had assured them all that was just an old wives' tale. Only dynamite would start an avalanche, or an act of God. And then, as if to prove him wrong, the overhang shifted again, only a little, but enough to nauseate those still left on the rig. Pietro pulled the last switch, and the turbines of the diesel generators began to slow. He wiped his face tiredly and left an oil smear. His back ached and his hands hurt in the cold, but the well was sealed and as safe as he could make it. Out over the abyss he saw the chopper beginning her careful approach. "Let's leave," he said to the others in Italian.
There's nothing more that we can do here. Nothing more to do except blow that shit-roll above to hell." The others irritably crossed themselves and trudged off toward the helipad and left him. He looked up at the crest. "You look as though you're alive," he muttered. "A shit-roll monster waiting to get me and my beautiful wells. But you won't, you motherless whore." He went to the little dynamite storeroom and picked up the 2 exploders that he had made, 6 sticks of dynamite in each, wrapped around a 30-second fuse. Carefully he put them in a small carrying bag, with a lighter and matches as a backup. "Mother of God," he prayed simply, "make these fornicators work." "Pietro! Hey, Pietro!" I'm coming, there's plenty of time." Outside he saw the white, pinched face of Gianni. "What's up?" "It's Guinepa. Better take a look." Mario Guinepa lay on his back, his breath rattling in his throat, eyelids flickering. Jean-Luc was beside the bed, his hand on the man's pulse. "It's rapid, then I can't feel it at all," he said uneasily. "Mario had a serious medical 4 weeks ago. His annual, cardiogram, everything. Very serious. He was perfect." Pietro spat on the floor. "Doctors." "He was a fool to insist on waiting," Gianni said. "He's the boss. He does what he likes. Let's put him on the stretcher and get going." Pietro was grave. "There's nothing we can do for him here. The hell with the dynamite. We'll do it later or tomorrow." Carefully they lifted him, wrapped him warmly, and carried him out of the trailer, through the snow, toward the waiting helicopter. Just as they reached the helipad, the mountain groaned. They looked up. Snow and ice began tumbling, gathering weight. In seconds, the avalanche was in full flood. There was no time to run, nothing to do but wait. The roar increased. Snow poured down the mountain to carry the far trailer hut and one of the vast steel mud tanks into the abyss. Then it ceased. "Mamma mia!" Gianni gasped, crossing himself. "I thought we were gone that time." Jean-Luc, too, had crossed himself. Now the overhang was even more ominous, thousands of tons poised over the site, part of the rock face exposed. Dribbles of snow fell continuously. "Jean-Luc!" It was Guinepa. His eyes were open. Don't wait. Dynamite now. Must. Pietro said, "He's right. It's now or never." "Please, I'm fine. Mamma mia, do it now. I'm fine." They hurried for the chopper. The stretcher went across the forward bank of seats and was quickly lashed into place. The others put on their seat belts. Jean-Luc got into the cockpit left seat and put on his headset. "Okay, Scott?" "Terrific, old chap," Scott Gavalin said. "How's Guinepa?" "Not good." Jean-Luc checked the instruments. Everything was in the green and plenty of fuel. "Merde! The overhang's going any second. Let's watch the up and down drafts. They're liable to be rough. Allons-y." "Here, I rigged it for Pietro while I was waiting at Rosa." Scott gave Jean-Luc the spare headset that was now linked with theirs. "I'll give it to him when we're airborne. I don't feel safe here. Take off." At once Scott opened the throttles and eased the 212 off the ground, backed off a little, turned, and was over the abyss. As he started to climb, Jean-Luc crawled back into the cabin. "Here, put these on, Pietro. Now you're connected with us up front." "Good, very good." Pietro had taken the seat nearest the door. "When we begin, for the sake of God, my health, and your mother, don't fall out." Pietro laughed nervously. Jean-Luc checked Guinepa, who seemed more comfortable now, went forward again, and put on his headset. "You hear me, Pietro?" Si, amico." The chopper labored in a circling climb. Now they were on a level with the crest. From this angle the overhang did not seem so dangerous. They were beginning to bounce a little. "Go higher, another 100 feet, amico," came through the headsets. "And more north." "Roger, Pietro. You're navigator now," Scott said. The two pilots concentrated.
Pietro showed them the spot on the north face where the dynamite would undercut the overhang and create an avalanche away from the rig. "It might work," Scott muttered. They circled once to make sure. "Amico, when we're over that spot at 100 feet, hover. I'll light the fuse and throw her out. Buono?" They could hear a tremble in Pietro's voice. "Don't forget to open the door, old chap," Scott said dryly. There was a stream of Italian expletives in reply. Scott smiled. Then a downdraft took them 50 feet before he caught it. In a minute they were to altitude and in position. "Good, amico. Keep her there." Jean-Luc turned around to watch. Behind in the cabin the other men stared at Pietro, fascinated. He took out the first charge and caressed the fuse straight, humming Aida. "Mother of God, Pietro," Gianni said. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Pietro clenched his left fist, put his right with the fused dynamite on his left bicep, and gestured with significance. "Get ready up front," he said into the boom mic, and unlocked his seatbelt. He checked the position below, then nodded. "Good, keep her steady. Gianni, ready on the door. Open the fornicator a crack, and I'll do the rest." The airplane was pitching with the gyrating air currents as Gianni unlocked his belt and went to the door. "Hurry up," he said, feeling very unsafe, then added to the nearest man, "Hold on to my belt." "Open the door, Gianni." Gianni fought it open a foot and held it there, the sick man on the stretcher forgotten. A roar of air filled the cabin. The airplane swirled, the added suction from the open door making it more difficult for Scott to control her. Pietro held up the fuse and thumbed the lighter. It failed. Again and again, each time more anxious than the last. "Mother of God, come on!" Sweat was pouring off Pietro's face when the lighter finally caught. The fuse spluttered into life. Holding on with one hand, he leaned toward the door, wind eddies tugging at him. The airplane lurched, and both men wished they had had the foresight to bring a safety harness. Carefully, Pietro tossed the exploder through the opening. At once, Gianni slammed the door closed and locked it. Then he began to swear. "Bombs away! Let's go!" Pietro ordered, his teeth chattering from the cold, and buckled himself in again. At once the chopper peeled off, and he was so relieved that it was done, he started to laugh. Hysterically, the others joined him, and all happily turned to watch below as he began to count down. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing happened. As quickly as their laughter had arrived, it vanished. "Did you see it fall, Jean-Luc?" No, we saw nothing," the Frenchman replied gloomily, not wanting to repeat the maneuver. "Perhaps it hit a rock and the fuse got knocked away." But inside he was saying to himself, "Stupid Italian anus-eater. Can't even fix a few sticks of dynamite to a fornicating fuse." "We will do it again, yes?" "Why not?" Pietro said confidently. "The detonator was perfect. That it did not fire was an act of the devil. Yes, without a doubt. It happens many times in snow. Many times. Snow is a whore, and you can never— Don't blame the snow, Pietro. And it was an act of God, not of the devil," Gianni said superstitiously, crossing himself. "By my mother, enough of the devil while we're aloft." Pietro took out the second charge and examined it carefully. The wire holding the sticks tight was firm and the fuse firm. "There, you see? Perfect. Just like the other." He tossed it from one hand to the other, then banged it hard on his armrest to see if the fuse would dislodge. "Mamma mia," one of the men said, his stomach turning over. "Are you mad?" "This is not like nitro, amico," Pietro told him, and banged it even harder. "There, you see it's tight." "It's not as tight as my anus," Gianni said angrily in Italian. "Stop it, for the love of the Mother of God!" Pietro shrugged and looked out of the window. The crest was approaching now. He could see the exact spot. "Get ready, Gianni." Then, into the boom mic, "Just a little more, Signor Pilot, more to the east. Hold her there. Steady her. Can't you keep her steadier? Get ready, Gianni." He held up the fuse, the lighter near to the end. "Open the fornicating door!" Irritably, Johnny unlocked his seatbelt and obeyed. The airplane twisted and he cried out, lost his footing, his weight went against the door, opening it wider, and he pitched out. But the man was holding his belt, and he held Johnny there on the brink, half in, half out of the doorway, the wind suction tearing at them. The instant Johnny had opened the door, Pietro had thumbed the lighter and the fuse had caught, but in the momentary panic over Johnny, Pietro was distracted. Instinctively, he too had grabbed for Johnny, and the dynamite was knocked out of his hand. They all watched appalled as he scrambled on the floor, reaching under the seats for it as it rolled this way and that, the fuse burning merrily, his headset torn off. Almost fainting with fear, Johnny got one hand firmly on the door jamb and began to drag himself back, petrified that his belt would give way and cursing himself that he had worn this thin one that his wife had given him for Christmas. Pietro's fingers touched the dynamite. The fuse spluttered against his flesh, burning him, but he did not feel the pain. He got a firm grip then, still on the floor, squirmed around, hung on to a chair support and threw the dynamite and what was left of the fuse past Johnny overboard, then reached forward with his free hand and grabbed one of his friend's legs, helping to drag him back. The other man slammed the door closed, and the two of them, Pietro and Johnny, collapsed on the floor. "Take her away, Scott," Jean-Luc said weakly. The chopper banked and left the north face 200 feet below. For a moment, the crest was pure and stark and motionless. There was a vast explosion that no one in the chopper felt or heard. Snow spiraled upwards and began to settle. Then, with a mighty roar, the whole of the north face tumbled away. The avalanche fell into the valley, searing the mountainside with a swath 1/4 of a mile wide until it had ceased. The chopper came around. "My God, look," Scott said, pointing ahead. The overhang had vanished. Above the Bellissima rig was only a gentle slope, the site untouched except where the trailer and the single mud tank had already been carried away by the first avalanche. "Pietro," Jean-Luc called out excitedly. "You've—" He stopped. Pietro and Gianni were still on the floor collecting themselves. Pietro's headset vanished. "Scott, they won't be able to see from their windows. Go closer and turn so they can see." Excitedly, Jean-Luc climbed back into the cabin and began to pummel Pietro, congratulating him. Blankly, everyone stared at him, and when they understood what he was shouting over the screech of the engines, they forgot their fears and peered out of the windows. And when they saw how perfectly the explosion had cleaned away the danger, they let out a cheer. Gianni embraced Pietro emotionally, swearing eternal friendship, blessing him, for saving their lives and saving their jobs. "Niente, caro," Pietro said expansively. "Am I not a man of Aosta?" Jean-Luc stood over the stretcher and gently shook Mario Guinepa. "Mario, Pietro did it. He did it perfectly. Bellissima's safe." Guinepa did not answer. He was already dead. Tuesday, February the 13th. Chapter 21. On the north face of Mount Sabelan, 10 a.m. The night was bitterly cold under a cloudless sky, stars abundant, the moon strong, and Captain Ross and his 2 Gurkhas were working their way cautiously under a crest, following the guide and the CIA man. The soldiers wore cowled, white snow coveralls over their battle dress, and gloves and thermal underwear, but still the cold tormented them. They were about 8,000 feet, downwind of their target, half a mile away, the other side of the ridge. Above them, the vast cone shape of the extinct volcano soared over 16,000. "Meshki, we'll stop and rest," the CIA man said in Turkish to the guide. Both were dressed in rough tribesmen's clothes. "If you wish it, Aga, then let it be so." The guide led the way off the path, through the snow, to a small cave that none of them had noticed. He was old and gnarled like an ancient olive tree, hairy and thin, his clothes ragged, and still the strongest of them after almost 2 days climbing. "Good," the CIA man said. Then to Ross, "Let's hole up here till we're ready." Ross unslung his carbine, sat, and rested his pack gratefully, his calves and thighs and back aching. "I'm all one big bloody ache," he said disgustedly, "and I'm supposed to be fit." "You're fit, Sahib," the Gurkha sergeant called Tenzing said with a beam. "On our next leave we go up Everest, eh?" "Not on your Nelly," Ross said in English, and the three soldiers laughed together. Then the CIA man said thoughtfully, "Must be something to stand on top of that, Mother." Ross saw him look out at the night and the thousands of feet of mountain below. When they had first met at the rendezvous near Bandar 2 days ago, if he hadn't been told otherwise, he would have thought him part Mongol or Nepalese or Tibetan, for the CIA man was dark-haired with a yellowish skin and Asian eyes, and dressed like a nomad. "Your CIA contact's Rosemont. Vian Rosemont. He's half Vietnamese, half American," the CIA colonel had said at his briefing. "He's 26, been here a year, speaks Farsi and Turkish, he's second-generation CIA, and you can trust him with your life." "It seems I'm going to have to, sir, one way or another, don't you think?" "Huh? Oh, sure, yes. Yes, I guess so. You meet him just south of Bandar at those coordinates, and he'll have the boat. You'll hug the coast until you're just south of the Soviet border, then backpack in." "He's the guide?" "No. He just knows about Mecca. That's our code name for the radar post. Getting the guide's his problem, but he'll deliver. If he's not at the rendezvous, wait through Saturday night. If he's not there by dawn, he's blown and you abort. Okay?" "Yes. What about the rumors of insurrection in Azerbaijan?" "Far as we know, there's some fighting in Tabriz, the western part. Nothing around Ardabil. Rosemont should know more. We know the Soviets are massed and ready to move in if the Azerbaijanis throw Bakhtiar supporters out. Depends on their leaders. One of them's Abdullah Khan. If you run into trouble, go see him. He's one of ours. Loyal." "All right. And this pilot, Charles Petikin, say he won't take us." "Make him, one way or another. There's approval way up to the top for this op, both from your guys and ours, but we can't put anything into writing. Right, Bob?" The other man at the briefing, Robert Armstrong, whom he had also never met before, had nodded agreement. "Yes." "And the Iranians? They've approved it?" "It's a matter of national security, yours and ours. Theirs too, but they're busy. Bakhtiar's, well, he may not last." "Then it's true. The U.S. are jacking the rug." "I wouldn't know about that, Captain." "One last question. Why aren't you sending your fellows?" Robert Armstrong had answered for the colonel. "They're all busy. We can't get any more here quickly, not with your elite training." "We're certainly well trained," Ross thought, easing his shoulders cut raw by his backpack straps. To climb, to jump, to ski, to snorkel, to kill silently or noisily, to move like the wind against terrorist or public enemy, and to blow everything sky-high, if need be, above or under water. "But I'm bloody lucky. I've everything I want. Health, university, Sandhurst, paratroopers, special air services, and even my beloved Gurkhas." He beamed at both of them, and said a Gurkhali obscenity in a vulgar dialect that sent them into silent fits of laughter. Then he saw Vian Rosemont and the guide looking at him. "Your pardon, Excellencies," he said in Farsi. "I was just telling my brothers to behave themselves." Meshki said nothing, just turned his attention back to the night. Rosemont had pulled off his boots and was massaging the chill out of his feet. "The guys I've seen, British officers, they're not friends with their soldiers, not like you. Perhaps I'm luckier than others." With the sides of his eyes, Ross was watching the guide, who had got up and was now standing at the mouth of the cave, listening. The old man had become increasingly edgy in the last few hours. "How far do I trust him?" he thought, then glanced at Gweng, who was nearest. Instantly the little man got the message, nodded back imperceptibly. "The captain is one of us, sir," Tenzing was saying to Rosemont proudly. "Like his father and grandfather before him. And they were both Sheng Khan." "What's that?" It's a Gurkhali title, Ross said, hiding his pride. It means Lord of the Mountain. Doesn't mean much outside the regiment. 3 generations in the same outfit. That's usual? Of course it's not usual, Ross wanted to say, disliking personal questions, though liking Vian Rosemont personally. The boat had been on time, the voyage up the coast safe and quick, them hidden under sacking. Easily ashore at dusk and on their way to the next rendezvous where the guide had been waiting, fast into the foothills and into the mountains. Rosemont never complaining but pressing forward hard, with little conversation and none of the barrage of questions he had expected. Rosemont waited patiently, noticing Ross was distracted. Then he saw the guide move out of the cave, hesitate, then come back and squat against the cave mouth, rifle cradled on his lap. "What is it, Mishki?" Rosemont asked. "Nothing, Aga. There are flocks in the valley, goats and sheep." "Good." Rosemont leaned back comfortably. Lucky to find the cave, he thought. It's a good place to hole up in. He glanced back at Ross, saw him looking at him. After a pause, he added, "It's great to be part of a team." "What's the plan from now on?" Ross asked. "When we get to the entrance of the cave, I'll lead. You and your guys stay back until I make sure, okay?" "Just as you like, but take Sergeant Tenzing with you. He can protect your tail. I'll cover you both with Gweng." After a pause, Rosemont nodded. "Sure, sounds good. Okay, Sergeant?" "Yes, Sahib. Please tell me what you want simply. My English is not good." "It's just fine," Rosemont said, covering his nervousness. He knew Ross was weighing him like he was weighing them, too much at stake. "You just blow Mecca to hell," his director had told him. "We've a specialist team to help you. We don't know how good they are, but they're the goddamn best we can get. Lead as a captain, John Ross. Here's his photo, and he'll have a couple of Gurkhas with him. Don't know if they speak English, but they come recommended. He's a career officer. Listen, as you've never worked close with Limeys before, a word of warning. Don't get personal or friendly, or use first names too fast. They're as sensitive as a cat with a feather up its ass about personal questions, so take it easy, okay?" "Sure." "Far as we know, you'll find Mecca empty. Our other posts near Turkey are still operating. We figure to stay as long as we can. By that time, the brass will make a deal with the new jokers, Bakhtiar or Khomeini. But Mecca, God damn those bastards who have put us at so much risk." "How much risk?" "We think they just left in a hurry and destroyed nothing. You've been there, for Christ's sake. Mecca's stuffed with enough top-secret gizmos, listening gear, seeing gear, long-range radar, locked-in satellite ciphers and codes and computers to get our unfriendly KGB chief Andropov voted Man of the Year, if he gets them. Can you believe it? Those bastards just hightailed it out." "Treason?" "Doubt it. Just plain stupid, dumb. There wasn't even a contingency plan at Sabailan, for Christ's sake. Anywhere else, either. Not all their fault, I guess. None of us figured the Shah'd fold so goddamn quick, or that Khomeini'd get Bakhtiar by the balls so fast. We got no warning, not even from Savak. And now we have to pick up the pieces, Vian thought. Or, more correctly, blow them to hell. He glanced at his watch, feeling very tired. He gauged the night and the moon. Better give it another half an hour. His legs ached, and his head. He saw Ross watching him, and he smiled inside. "I won't fail, Limey. But will you?" "An hour, then we'll move out," Vian said. "Why wait? The moon'll be better for us. It's safe here, and we've time. You're clear what we do?" "Mine everything in Mecca, you mark, blow it and the cave entrance simultaneously, and run like the clappers all the way home." Rosemont smiled and felt better. "Where's home for you?" "I don't know, really," Ross said, caught unawares. He had never asked himself the question. After a moment, more for himself than the American, he added, "Perhaps Scotland, perhaps Nepal. My father and mother are in Kathmandu. They're as Scots as I am, but they've been living there off and on since '51 when he retired. I was even born there, though I did almost all my schooling in Scotland. Both are home for me, he thought. What about you? Washington, D.C., really Falls Church, Virginia, which is almost part of Washington. I was born there. Rosemont wanted a cigarette, but he knew it might be dangerous. Pa was CIA. He's dead now, but he was at Langley for the last few years, which is close by. CIA HQ's at Langley. He was happy to be talking. Ma's still in Falls Church, haven't been back in a couple of years. You ever been to the States? No, not yet. The wind had picked up a little, and they both studied the night for a moment. It'll die down after midnight, Rosemont said confidently. Ross saw the guide shift position again. Is he going to make a run for it? You've worked with the guide before? Sure. I tramped all over the mountains with him last year. I spent a month here. Routine. A lot of the opposition infiltrate through this area, and we try to keep tabs on them, like they do us. Rosemont watched the guide. Meshki's a good Joe. Kurds don't like Iranians or Iraqis or our friends across the border, but you're right to ask. Ross switched to Gokali. Tenzing, watch everywhere and the Pathfinder. You eat later. At once, Tenzing slipped out of his pack and was gone into the night. I sent him on guard. Good, Rosemont said. He had watched them all very carefully on the climb up, and was very impressed with the way they worked as a team, leapfrogging, always one of them flanking, always seeming to know what to do, no orders, always safety catches off. Isn't that kind of dangerous? He had said early on. Yes, Mr. Rosemont, if you don't know what you're doing, the Britisher had said to him with no arrogance that he could detect. But when every tree or corner or rock could hide hostiles, the difference between safety on and off could mean killing or being killed. Vian Rosemont remembered how the other had added guilelessly, We'll do everything we can to support you and get you out. And he wondered again if they would get in, let alone out. It was almost a week since Mecca had been abandoned. No one knew what to expect when they got there. It could be intact, already stripped, or even occupied. You know, this whole op's crazy. Ours not to reason why. Ours but to do or die. I think that's the shits. I think that's the shits too, if it's any help. It was the first time they had laughed together. Rosemont felt much better. Listen, haven't said it before, but I'm happy you three are aboard. We're, happy to be here. Ross covered his embarrassment at the open compliment. Aga, he called out to the guide, please join us at food. Thank you, Aga, but I am not hungry, the old man replied, without moving from the cave mouth. Rosemont put his boots back on. You got a lot of special units in Iran? No, half a dozen. We're here training Iranians. You think Bakhtiar will weather it? He opened his pack and distributed the cans of bully beef. No. The word in the hills among the tribes is that he'll be out, probably shot, within the week. Ross whistled. Bad as that. Worse. That Azerbaijan'll be a Soviet protectorate within the year. Bloody hell. Sure, but you never know. Vian smiled. That's what makes life interesting. Casually, Ross offered the flask. Best Iranian rotgut money can buy. Rosemont grimaced and took a careful sip, then beamed. Jesus H. Christ, it's real Scotch. He prepared to take a real swallow, but Ross was ready, and he grabbed the flask back. Easy does it. It's all we've got, Aga. Rosemont grinned. They ate quickly. The cave was snug and safe. You ever been to Vietnam? Rosemont asked, wanting to talk, feeling the time right. No, never have. Almost went there once when my father and I were en route to Hong Kong, but we were diverted to Bangkok from Saigon. With the Gurkhas? No, this was years ago, though we do have a battalion there now. Ross thought a moment. I was 7 or 8. My father has some vague Hong Kong relations. Dun Ross, yes, that was their name, and there was some sort of clan gathering. I don't remember much of Hong Kong except the leper who lay in the dirt by the ferry terminal. I had to pass him every day, almost every day. My dad was in Hong Kong in '63, Vian said proudly. He was deputy director of station, CIA. He picked up a stone, toyed with it. You know I'm half Vietnamese. Yes, they told me. What else did they tell you? Just that I could trust you with my life. Rosemont smiled dryly. Let's hope they're right. Thoughtfully, he began checking the action of his M16. I've always wanted to visit Vietnam. My real pa, was Vietnamese, a planter, but he was killed just before I was born. That was when the French owned Indochina. He got clobbered by Viet Cong just outside Dien Bien Phu. Ma. The sadness dropped off him, and he smiled. Ma's as American as a Big Mac, and when she remarried, she picked one of the greatest. No real pa could have loved me more. Abruptly, Gweng cocked his carbine. Sahib! Ross and Rosemont grabbed their weapons. Then there was a keening on the wind. Ross and Gweng relaxed. It's Tenzing. The sergeant appeared out of the night as silently as he had left. But now his face was grim. Sahib, many trucks on the road below. In English, Tenzing. Yes, Sahib. Many trucks, I counted 11, in convoy, on the road at the bottom of the valley. Rosemont cursed. That road leads to Mecca. How far away were they? The little man shrugged. At the bottom of the valley, I went the other side of the ridge, and there's a— He said the Gokali word, and Ross gave him the English equivalent. A promontory. The road in the valley twists, then snakes as it climbs. If the tail of the snake is in the valley and the head wherever the road ends, then 4 trucks were already well past tail. Rosemont cursed again. An hour at best. We'd bet— At that moment there was a slight scuffle, and their attention flashed to the cave mouth. They just had time to see the guide rushing away, Gweng in pursuit. What the hell? For whatever reason, he's abandoning ship, Ross said. Forget him. Does an owl give us a chance? Sure, plenty. Quickly they got into their packs, and Rosemont armed his light machine gun. What about Gweng? He'll catch us up. We'll go straight in. I'll go first. If I run into trouble, you abort, okay? The cold was almost a physical barrier they had to fight through, but Rosemont led the way well. The snow not bad on the meandering path, the moon helping, their climbing boots giving them good traction. Quickly they topped the ridge and headed down the other side. Here it was more slippery, the mountainside barren, just a few clumps of weeds and plants fighting to get above the snow. Ahead now was the maw of the cave, the road running into it, many vehicle tracks in the snow. They could have been made by our trucks, Rosemont said, covering his disquiet. There's been no snow for a couple of weeks. He motioned the others to wait and went forward, then stepped out on the road and ran for the entrance. Tenzing followed, using the ground for cover, moving as rapidly. Ross saw Rosemont disappear into the darkness, then Tenzing. His anxiety increased. From where he was, he could not see far down the road, for it curled away, falling steeply. The strong moonlight made the crags and the wide valley more ominous, and he felt naked and lonely and hated the waiting. But he was confident. If you've Gurkhas with you, you've always a chance, my son, his father had said. Guard them. They'll always guard you, and never forget, with luck, one day you'll be Shen Khan. Ross had smiled to himself, so proud, the title given so rarely, only to one who had brought honor to the regiment, who had scaled a worthy Nepalese peak alone, who had used the kukri and had saved the life of a Gurkha in the service of the great Raj. His grandfather, Captain Kirk Ross, M.C., killed in 1915 at the Battle of the Somme, had been given it posthumously. His father, Lieutenant Colonel Gavin Ross, DSO, was given it in Burma in 1943. And me? Well, I've scaled a worthy peak, K4, and that's all so far, but I've lots of time. His fine-tuned senses warned him, and he had his kukri out, but it was only Gweng. The little man was standing over him, breathing hard. "Not fast enough, Sahib," he whispered happily in Gokali. "I could have taken you moments ago." He held up the severed head and beamed.
I bring you a gift."
It was the first that Ross had seen. The eyes were open. Terror still contorted the face of the old man. Gweng killed him, but I gave the order, he thought, sickened. Was he just an old man who was scared fartless and wanted to get out while the going was good? Or was he a spy or a traitor rushing to betray us to the enemy?
"What is it, Sab?"
Gweng whispered, his brow furrowed. "Nothing. Put the head down." Gweng tossed it aside. The head rolled a little down the slope, then stopped.
"I searched him, Sahib, and found this." He handed him the amulet. "It was around his throat, and this." He gave him the small leather bag. "This hung down around his balls."
The amulet was just a cheap blue stone worn against the evil eye. Inside the little bag was a small card wrapped in plastic. Ross squinted at it, and his heart skipped a beat. At that moment there was another keening on the wind, the note different. Immediately they picked up their guns and ran for the cave mouth, knowing that Tenzing had given them the all-clear signal and to hurry. Inside the throat of the cavern, the darkness seemed deeper, and then, as their eyes adjusted, they saw a fleck of light. It was a flashlight, the lens partially covered.
"Over here, Captain."
Though it was softly said, Rosemont's voice echoed loudly.
"This way."
He led them farther into the cave, and when he was sure it was safe, he shone the light on the rock walls and all around to get his bearings.
"It's okay to use your flashes."
The cave was immense, many tunnels and passages leading off it, some natural, some man-made, the rock dome 50 feet overhead.
"This is the unloading area,"
he said. When he found the tunnel he sought, he shone the light down it. At the end was a thick steel door, half open.
"It should be locked," he whispered, his voice raw. "I don't know if it was left like that or what, but that's where we have to go."
Ross motioned to Tenzing. At once the kukri came out, and the soldier went forward to vanish inside. Automatically Ross and Gweng took up defensive positions.
Against whom?
Ross asked himself helplessly, feeling trapped. There could be 50 men hidden in any one of those other tunnels. The seconds dragged. Again there was the keening. Ross led the rush through the doorway, then Gweng, then Rosemont. As Rosemont passed the door, he saw that Tenzing had taken up a position nearby and was covering them. He pulled the door to and switched on the lights. The suddenness made the others gasp.
"Hallelujah,"
Rosemont said, openly relieved.
"The brass figured if the generators were still working, we'd have a good shot. This door's lightproof."
He slid heavy bolts into place, hung his flashlight on his belt. They were in another cave, much smaller, that had been adapted, the floor leveled and carpeted roughly, the walls made more flat. It was a form of anteroom with desks and phones and litter everywhere.
"The guys sure didn't waste any time getting the hell out, did they?" he said bitterly, hurrying across the room to another tunnel, down it and into another cave room with more desks, a few radar screens, and more phones, grey and green. "The greys are internal. Greens go to the tower and masts on the crest, from there by satellite to Tehran, our HQ switchboard in the embassy and various top-secret places. They've built-in scramblers."
Rosemont picked one up. It was dead.
Maybe the communications guys did their job after all.
At the far end of the room was a tunnel.
That goes down to the generator room for this section, which has all the gear we've to blow. Living quarters, kitchens, mess halls, repair shops are in other caves off the unloading area. About 80 guys worked here around the clock.
"Is there any other way out of here?" Ross asked. His feeling of being closed in was greater than ever.
"Sure, topside, where we're going."
Rough steps led upward through the domed roof. Rosemont started climbing them. On the landing was a door. Top security area, no admittance without special authority. It, too, was open.
"Shit,"
he muttered. This cave was well appointed, floor flatter, walls whitewashed. Dozens of computers and radar screens, and banked electronic equipment. More desks and chairs and phones, grey and green. And 2 red on a central desk.
"What are those for?"
Direct to Langley by military satellite. Rosemont picked one up. It was dead. So was the other. He pulled out a piece of paper and checked it, then went over to a bank of switches and turned some on. Another obscenity. As a soft hum began, computers started chattering, warming up, and 3 of the radar screens came to life, the central white trace line turning, leaving a scatter pattern in its wake. Bastards! Bastards to leave everything like this! His fingers stabbed at 4 corner computers. Blow those mothers! They're the core. Gwang? Yes, Sahib. The Gurkha took off his pack and began to lay out the plastic explosives and detonators. Half-hour fuses? Rosemont said. Half-hour fuses it is. Ross was staring at one of the screens, fascinated. Northward he could see most of the Caucasus, all of the Caspian, eastward even part of the Black Sea, all with extraordinary clarity. That's a lot of space to peer into. Rosemont went over to its keyboard and turned a switch. For a moment Ross was dumbfounded. He tore his eyes off the screen. Now I understand why we're here. That's only part. Christ, then we'd better get cracking. What about the cave mouth? We've no time to do a decent job, and the other side of our door's routine junk they've stolen anyways. We'll blow our tunnels after us and use the escapeway. Where's that? The American went over to a door. This one was locked. He took out a bunch of tagged keys and found the one he wanted. The door swung open. Behind the door, a narrow flight of stairs spiraled upward steeply. It leads out onto the mountain. Tenzing, make sure the way's clear. Tenzing went up the stairs 2 at a time. Next. Code room and the safes. We'll mine those. Then communications. Generator room last, okay? Yes. Ross liked the incisive strength more and more. Before we do, you'd better look at this. He took out the small plastic-covered card. Gwang caught up with our guide. This was on him. All colour left Rosemont's face. On the card was a thumbprint, some writing in Russian script, and a signature. An ID, he burst out. A commie ID. Behind them, Gwang paused momentarily. That's what I thought. What's it say exactly? I don't know. I can't read Russian either, but I'll bet my life it's a safe conduct pass. A wave of sickness came up from his stomach as he remembered all the days and nights he had spent in the old man's company, wandering the mountains, sleeping alongside him in the open, feeling very safe. And all the time he'd been pegged. Numbly, he shook his head. Meshki was with us for years. He was one of Ali bin Hassan Karakosey's band. Ali's an underground leader and one of our best contacts in the mountains. Great guy who even operates as far north as Baku. Jesus, maybe he's been betrayed. He looked at the card again. Just doesn't figure. I think it figures. We could have been deliberately set up, sitting ducks, Ross said. Perhaps the convoy's part of it, full of troops to track us. We'd better hurry it up, eh? Rosemont nodded, fighting to dominate the fear that swept through him, helped by the calmness of the other man. Yes, you're right. Still shattered, he went through a small passage to another door. Locked. As he looked for the key on the tabbed ring of keys, he said, I owe you and your men an apology. I don't know how I got taken in or how that bastard escaped the security check, but he did, and you're probably right. We're set up. Sorry, but shit, that doesn't help a goddamn bit. It helps. Ross grinned, and the fear dropped off both of them. It helps, okay? Okay. Thanks. Yes, thanks. Gwang killed him? Well, Ross said dryly. He handed me his head. They usually just bring back ears. Jesus, you been with them long? The Gurkhas? 4 years. The key slid into the lock and the door opened. The code room was pedantically neat. Telex and teleprinter and copy machines. A curious computer printer with a keyboard was on its own desk. That's the decoder, worth any money you'd like to ask the opposition. On the desks, pencils were lined up, 6 manuals. Rosemont picked them up. Good sweet Jesus. All were codebooks marked Mecca, one copy only. Well, at least the master code's locked up. He went to the modern safe with its electronic 0 to 9 digital lock that was set into one wall, read the combination from his piece of paper, and touched the digits. But the open light didn't come on. Maybe I missed a number. Read them to me, okay? Sure. Ross began reading out the long series of numbers. Behind them, Tenzing came in noiselessly. Neither man heard him. 125, 721. Then both men felt the presence at the same instant and whirled, momentarily panicked. Tenzing kept the delight off his face and closed his ears to the profanity. Hadn't the Shenkan told him to train the son and make him wise in the ways of stealth and killing? Hadn't he sworn to guard him and be his silent teacher? But, Tenzing, for the love of God, don't let my son know I told you to. Keep this secret between us. It's been very hard to catch the Saab unawares for weeks, he thought happily. But Gweng caught him tonight, and so did I. Much better we do than an enemy, and now they surround us like bees and their queen. The staircase leads upward for 75 steps to an iron door, Tenzing said in his best reporting voice. The door is rusty, but I forced it. Outside is a cave. Outside the cave is the night, a good escape route, Saab. Not good is that from there I saw the first of the convoy. He paused, not wanting to be wrong. Perhaps half an hour of time is left. Go back to the first door, Tenzing, the one we barred. Mind the tunnel this side of the door to leave the door unharmed. 20-minute fuse from now. Tell Gweng to set his fuses the same from now exactly. Tell Gweng what I've ordered. Yes, Saib. Ross turned back. He noticed the sweat on Rosemont's forehead. Okay? Sure. We got to 103. The last two numbers are 66 and 31. He saw the American touch the numbers. The open light began winking. Rosemont's right hand went for the lever. Hold it. Ross wiped the sweat from his own chin, the golden stubble rasping. I suppose there's no chance it could be booby-trapped. Rosemont stared at him, then at the safe. It's possible. Sure, it's possible. Then let's just blow the bugger and not risk it. I've got to check. I've got to check if Mecca's master code's inside or not. That and the decoder are priority. Again he looked at the light, winking at him. You go back in the other room, take cover with Gweng. Shout when you're ready. It's my shot. Ross hesitated. Then he nodded, picked up both packs that contained explosives and detonators. Where's the communications room? Next door. Is the generator room important? No, just this one. The decoder and those 4 mothers back there, though it'd be best if this whole goddamn floor went to hell. Rosemont watched Ross walk away, then turned his back and looked back at the lever. There was a bad tightness in his chest. That son of a bitch, Meshki. I'd have bet my life. You did. We all did. Even Ali Karakase. You ready? He called out impatiently. Wait. Again his stomach surged. Ross was back beside him before he had heard him, in his hands a long, thin, nylon climbing rope that quickly he lashed to the lever. Turn the lever when I say, but don't open the door. We'll jack it open from back there. Ross hurried out. Now. Rosemont took a deep breath to slow his heart and turned the lever to open, then ran through the passage into the other cave. Ross beckoned him down beside the wall. I sent Gweng to warn Tenzing. Ready? Sure. Ross tightened the rope, then tugged hard. The rope remained taut. He tugged even harder. Then it slackened a foot, but came no farther. Silence. Nothing. Both men were sweating. Well, Ross said, greatly relieved, and got up. Better safe than sorry. The explosion obliterated his words. A great cloud of dust and bits of metal blew out of the passage into their cave, jerking the air from their lungs, scattering tables and chairs. All radar screens burst, lights vanished, one of the red phones tore loose and hurtled across the room to smash through the steel casing of a computer. Gradually the dust settled, both men coughing their hearts out in the darkness. Rosemont was the first to recover. His flashlight was still on his belt. He groped for it. "Sahib?" Tenzing called out anxiously, rushing into the room, his flash on, Gweng beside him. "I'm all right," Ross said, still coughing badly. Tenzing found him lying in the rubble. A little blood was running down his face, but it was only a superficial wound from the flying glass. "Bless all gods," Tenzing muttered and helped him up. Ross fought to stay upright. "Christ almighty!" Blankly, he looked around at the wreckage, then stumbled after Rosemont through the passage into the cipher room. The safe had vanished, with it the decoder, manuals, phones, leaving a huge hole in the living rock. All electronic equipment was just a mess of twisted metal and wires. Small fires had already started. "Jesus," was all Rosemont could say, his voice little more than a croak. His psyche revolted by the nearness to extinction, mind screaming, "Run! Escape this place of your death!" Christ all bloody mighty! Helplessly, Rosemont tried to say something, couldn't. His legs took him into a corner and he was violently sick. "We'd better—" Ross found it hard to talk, his ears still ringing, a monstrous ache in his head, adrenaline pumping, trying to dominate his own wish to run. "Tenzing, are you finished?" 2 minutes, Sahib." The man rushed off. "Gweng?" "Yes, Sahib. 2 minutes also." He hurried away. Ross went to the other corner and retched. Then he felt better. He found the flask and took a long swig, wiped his mouth on the sleeve of his battle dress, went over and shook Rosemont, who was leaning against the wall. "Here." He gave it to him. "You all right?" "Yes, sure." Rosemont still felt queasy, but now his mind was working. His mouth tasted foul, and he spat the foulness into the rubble. Small fires burned, throwing crazy shadows on the walls and roof. He took a careful sip. After a moment, he said, "Nothing on God's earth like Scotch." Another sip, and he handed the flask back. "We'd better get the hell out of here." With the flashlight, he made a quick search of the wreckage, found the twisted remains of the all-important decoder, and picked his way carefully into the next cave and laid the remains near the charge at the base of the corner computers. "What I don't understand," he said helplessly, "is why the whole goddamn place didn't go up and blow us all to hell anyway, with all our explosives scattered around. Before I came back with the rope and sent Gweng off to Tenzing, I told Gweng to remove the explosives and the detonators for safety. You always think of everything." Ross smiled weakly. "All part of the service," he said. "Communications room?" It was mined quickly. Rosemont glanced at his watch. 8 minutes to blast off. We'll forget the generator room." "Good. Tenzing, you lead." They went up the escape staircase. The iron hatch creaked as it opened. Once in the cave, Ross took the lead. Cautiously, he peered out at the night and all around. The moon was still high. 300 or 400 yards away, the lead truck was grinding up the last incline. "Which way, Vian?" he asked, and Rosemont felt a glow. "Up," he said, hiding the warmth. "We climb. If there are troops after us, we forget the coast and head for Tabriz. If no troops, we circle and go back the way we came." Tenzing led. He was like a mountain goat, but he picked the easiest path, knowing the 2 men were still very shaky. Here the slope was steep, but not too difficult, with little snow to impede them. They had barely started when the ground shook beneath them, the sound of the first explosion almost totally muffled. In quick succession there were other small quakes. 1 to go, Rosemont thought, glad of the cold which was clearing his head. The last explosion, the communications room, where they had used all their remaining explosive, was much bigger and really shuddered the earth. Below and to their right, part of the mountain gave way, smoke billowing out of the resulting crater. "Christ," Ross muttered. "Probably an air vent." "Sahib, look down there." The lead truck had stopped at the entrance to the cave. Men were jumping out of it, others staring up at the mountainside, illuminated by the lights of the following trucks. The men all had rifles. Ross and the others slid deeper into the shadows. "We'll climb up to that ridge," Rosemont said softly, pointing above and to their left. "We'll be out of their sight and covered. Then we head for Tabriz, almost due east. Okay?" "Tenzing, on you go." "Yes, Sahib." They made the ridge and hurried over it to climb again, working their way eastward, not talking, conserving their energy, for there were many, many miles to go. The terrain was rough and the snow harried them. Soon their gloves were torn, hands and legs bruised, calves aching, but no longer encumbered by heavy packs, they made good progress and their spirits were high. They came to one of the paths that crisscrossed the mountains. Whenever the path forked, their choice was always to keep to the heights. There were villages in the valley, very few up this high. "Better we stay up here," Rosemont said, and hope we don't run into anyone." "You think they'll all be hostile?" "Sure. It's not only anti-Shah country here, but anti-Khomeini, anti-everyone." Rosemont was breathing heavily. "It's village against village most of the time, and good bandit country." He waved Tenzing onward, thankful for the moonlight and that he was with the three of them. Tenzing kept up the pace, but it was a mountaineer's pace, measured and unhurried, and constant and punishing. After an hour, Gweng took over the lead, then Ross, Rosemont, and then Tenzing again. 3 minutes rest an hour, then on again. The moon sank lower in the sky. They were well away now, the going easier, lower down the mountainside. The path meandered, but it led generally eastward toward a curiously shaped cleft in the range. Rosemont had recognized it. "Down in that valley's a side road that goes to Tabriz. It's little more than a track in winter, but you can get through okay. Let's go on till dawn, then rest up and make a plan, okay?" Now they were down below the tree line and into the beginnings of the pine forest, going much slower and feeling the tiredness. Tenzing still led. Snow muffled their footsteps, and the good, clean air pleased him greatly. Abruptly he sensed danger and stopped. Ross was just behind him, and he stopped also. Everyone waited, motionless. Then Ross went forward carefully. Tenzing was peering into the dark ahead, the moon casting strange shadows. Slowly both men used their peripheral vision. Nothing. No sign or smell. They waited. Some snow fell from one of the trees. No one moved. Then a night bird left a branch ahead and to the right and flew noisily away. Tenzing pointed in that direction, motioned Ross to wait, slid his kukri out, and went forward alone, melting into the night. After a few yards, Tenzing saw a man crouched behind a tree 50 yards ahead, and his excitement picked up. Closer, he could see that the man was oblivious of him. Closer. Then his peripheral vision saw a shadow move to his left, another to his right, and he knew. "Ambush!" he shouted at the top of his lungs, and dived for cover. The first wave of bullets passed near him but missed. Part of the second punctured his left lung, ripped a hole out of his back, slamming him against a fallen tree. More guns opened up on the opposite side of the pathway, the crossfire racking Ross and the others, who had scrambled behind tree trunks and into gullies. For a moment Tenzing lay there helplessly. He could hear the firing, but it seemed far away, though he knew that it must be near. With a last mighty effort he dragged himself to his feet and charged the guns that had killed him. He saw some of their attackers turn back on him, and heard bullets pass him, some tugging at his cowl. One went through his shoulder, but he did not feel it, pleased that he was dying as men in the regiment were supposed to die, going forward. "Fearlessly, I am truly without fear. I am Hindu, and I go to meet Shiva contentedly, and when I am reborn I pray Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, that I will be born again, Gurkha. As he reached the ambush, his kukri hacked off someone's arm, his legs gave out, a monstrous, peerless light went off in his head, and he strode into death without pain. "Hold all fire!" Ross called out, getting his bearings, pulling the strings of battle back into his hands. He pegged 2 groups of guns against them, but there was no way that he could get at either. The ambush had been well chosen and the crossfire deadly. He had seen Tenzing hit. It had taken all of his willpower not to go to his aid, but first there was this battle to win and the others to protect. The shots were echoing and re-echoing off the mountainside. He had wriggled out of his pack, found the grenades, made sure his carbine was fully automatic, not knowing how to lead the way out of the trap. Then he had seen Tenzing reel to his feet with a battle cry and charge up the slope, creating the diversion Ross needed. At once he ordered Rosemont, "Cover me," and to Gweng, "Go," pointing toward the same group Tenzing was attacking. Immediately Gweng jumped out of his gully and rushed them, their attention diverted by Tenzing. When he saw his comrade go down, his rage burst. He let the lever on his grenade fly off, hurled it into their midst, and hit the snow. The instant the grenade exploded, he was up, his carbine spraying the screams, stopping most of them. He saw one man rushing away, another desperately crawling off into the underbrush. One slash of the kukri took off part of the crawler's head. A short burst cut the other to pieces, and again Gweng whirled into cover, not knowing where the next danger would come from. Another grenade exploding took his attention to the other side of the path. Ross had crawled forward out of safety. Bullets straddled him, but Rosemont opened up with short bursts, drawing fire, giving Ross the help he needed, and he made the next tree safely, found a deep trough in the snow, and fell into it. For a second he waited, collecting his breath, then scrambled along the hard, frozen snow toward the firing. Now he was out of sight of the attackers, and he made good time. Then he heard the other grenade go off and the screaming, and he prayed that Gweng and Tenzing were all right. The enemy fire was getting closer, and when he judged that he was in position, he pulled the pin out of the first grenade and, with his carbine in his left hand, went over the top. The instant he was in the open, he saw the men, but not where he had expected them. There were 5, barely 20 yards away. Their rifles turned on him, but his reactions were just a little faster, and he was on the ground behind a tree, the lever off and counting before the first barrage ripped into it. On the 4th second, he reached around the tree and lobbed the grenade at them, buried his head under his arms. The explosion lifted him off the ground, blew the trunk of a nearer tree to pieces, burying him under branches and snow from its limbs. Down by the path, Rosemont had emptied his magazine into where he thought the attackers would be. Cursing in his anxiety, he slapped in a new magazine and fired another burst. Across the path on the other slope, Gweng was huddled behind a rock, waiting for someone to move. Then, near the exploded tree, he saw one man running away, bent double. He aimed, and the man died, the shot echoing. Now, silence. Rosemont felt his heart racing. He could wait no longer. "Cover me, Gweng!" he shouted, and leapt to his feet and rushed for the tree. A flicker of firing to his right, bullets hissed past, then Gweng opened up from the other slope. A bubbling scream, and the firing ceased. Rosemont ran onward until he was straddling the ambush point, his carbine leveled. 3 men were in pieces, the last barely alive, their rifles bent and twisted. All wore rough tribal clothes. As he watched, the last man choked and died. He turned away and rushed for the other tree, pulling branches away, fighting his way through the snow to Ross. On the other slope, Gweng waited and watched to kill anything that moved. There was a slight stir amid the carnage behind the rocks where his grenade had ripped the 3 men apart. He waited, hardly breathing, but it was only a rodent feeding. Soon they will clean the ground and make it whole again, he thought, awed by the cycle of the gods. His eyes ranged slowly. He saw Tenzing crumpled to one side of the rock, his kukri still locked in his grasp. Before I leave, I will take it, Gwen thought. His family will cherish it, and his son will wear it with equal honor. Tenzing Sheng Khan lived and died like a man and will be reborn as the gods decide. Karma. Another movement. Ahead in the forest. He concentrated. The other side of the path, Rosemont was pulling at the branches, fighting them away, his arms aching. At last he reached Ross, and his heart almost stopped. Ross was crumpled on the ground, his arms over his head, his carbine nearby. Blood stained the snow and the back of the white coveralls. Rosemont knelt and turned him over and almost cried out with relief that Ross was still breathing. For a moment his eyes were blank, then they focused. He sat up and winced. Tenzing? And Gweng? Tenzing got clobbered. Gweng's the other side covering us. He's okay. Thank God. Poor Tenzing. Test your arms and legs. Gingerly, Ross moved his limbs. Everything worked. My head hurts like hell, but I'm okay. He looked around and saw the crumpled attackers. Who are they? Tribesmen? Bandits, maybe? Rosemont studied the way ahead. Nothing moved. The night was fine. We'd better get the hell out of here before more of the bastards jump us. You think you can go on? Yes. Give me a couple of seconds. Ross wiped some snow over his face. The cold helped. Thanks, eh? You know. Thanks. Rosemont smiled back. All part of the service, he said wryly. His eyes went to the tribesmen. Keeping well down, he went over to them and searched where he could. He found nothing. Probably locals, or just bandits. These bastards can be real cruel if they catch you alive. Ross nodded, and another spasm of pain soared. I'm okay now, I think. We'd better move. The firing must have been heard for miles, and this is no place to hang around. Rosemont had seen the pain. Wait some more. No, I'll feel better moving. Ross gathered his strength, then called out in Gurkhali, Gweng, we'll go on. He started to get up, stopped, as an abrupt keening for danger answered him. Get down, he gasped, and pulled Rosemont with him. A single rifle bullet came out of the night and chose Rosemont and buried itself in his chest, mortally wounding him. Then there was firing from the other slope and a scream and silence once more. In time, Gweng joined Ross. Sahib, I think that was the last, for the moment. Yes. They waited with Vian Rosemont until he died, then did what they had to do for him and for Tenzing. And then they went on. Chapter 22. Isfahan Military Air Base, 5:40 a.m. To the east, the dark night was beginning to lighten with the dawn. The base was quiet now. No one about except for armed Islamic guards who, with the people of Isfahan in their thousands and led by mullahs, had stormed the base yesterday and now possessed it, all Army and Air Force officers and men confined to their barracks under guard, or free, openly declared now for Khomeini and the revolution. The sentry Relazi was 18 and very proud of his green armband, and to be on guard outside the shed that contained the traitor General Valik and his family, who had been caught yesterday, skulking in the officers' mess with his CIA foreign pilot. God is great, he thought. Tomorrow they will be cast into hell with all foul people of the left hand. For generations the Relazis had been cobblers in one tiny stall of Isfahan's old bazaar. Yes, he thought, I was a bazaari until a week ago when our mullah called me and all the faithful to God's battle, gave me God's armband and this gun and showed me how to use it. How wonderful are the ways of God. He was sheltered in the lee of the hut, out of the snow, but the damp cold was going through him even though he was wearing all the clothes he possessed in the world, sweatshirt, a coarse shirt over it, a coat and trousers bought second-hand, an old sweater and ancient army coat that once had belonged to his father. His feet felt numb. As God wants, he said out loud, and felt better. I'll be relieved soon, and then I'll eat again. By God, soldiers lived like veritable pashas.
At least 2 meals every day, one with rice, imagine that, and pay every week. Pay from Satan, but pay even so. He coughed badly, his breath wheezing, shifted the U.S. Army carbine to his other shoulder, found the stub of the cigarette he had been saving, and lit it. By the Prophet, he thought gleefully, who would have imagined that we could take the base so easily, so few of us killed and sent to paradise before we had overwhelmed the soldiers on the gate and swarmed into the camp, our brothers on the base blocking the runways with trucks, and others seizing the aircraft and helicopters to prevent escape of the Shah traitors. Rushing the bullets of the enemy, the name of God on our lips. "Join us, brothers," we shouted. "Join God's revolution. Help do God's work. Come to paradise. Don't go to hell." The young man trembled and began to mouth the words imprinted on him by a dozen mullahs reading from the Koran, then translating, "There to live forever with all sinners and the accursed people of the left hand, tasting neither refreshment nor any drink, but boiling water or molten metal and decaying filth. And when the fires of hell have burned away the skin, they will grow new ones, so that their suffering be never-ending." He closed his eyes with the intensity of his prayers. "Let me die with one of God's names on my lips, and so guarantee that I will go straight to the garden of paradise with all the people of the right hand, to be there forever, never to feel hunger again, never to watch brothers and sisters of the villages with bloated bellies whimper into death, never to cry out in the night at the awfulness of life, but to be in paradise. There to lie on silken couches, adorned with robes of green silk, attended by fresh blooming youths bearing goblets and ewers and cups of flowing wine, with such fruits that please us best, and the flesh of such birds as we shall long for. And ours shall be the houris, with large, dark eyes like pearls hidden in their shells, forever young, forever virgin, amid trees clad with fruit, and in extended shade and by flowing waters, never growing old, forever." The rifle butt pulverized his nose and caved in the front of his skull, permanently blinding him and ending forever his normality, but not killing him before he tumbled unconscious into the snow. His assailant was a soldier, of an age with him, and this man hastily picked up the carbine, used it to break the lock of the flimsy door and shove it open. "Hurry!" the assailant whispered, sweating with fear. In a moment General Valik poked his head out cautiously. The man grabbed his arm. "Come on, hurry, by God!" he snarled. "May God bless you," Valik said, his teeth chattering, then darted back and came out again with 2 huge bundles of rials that the man stuffed into his battle dress and vanished as silently as he had arrived. Valik hesitated a moment, his heart driving. He saw the carbine in the snow and picked it up, loaded it, and slung it over his shoulder, then grabbed up the attaché case, blessing God that the revolutionaries had been too hasty in their search to discover its false bottom before they were shoved in here to await the coming of the tribunals. "Follow me," he whispered urgently to his family. "But in the name of God, make no noise. Follow me carefully." He pulled his coat closer around him and led the way through the snow. His wife, Anush, his 8-year-old son, Jalal, and his daughter, Setarem, 6, hesitated in the doorway. All wore ski clothes, Anush a mink over hers that the Islamic guards had taunted her about as an open representation of the wages of sin. "Keep it with you," they had said contemptuously. "That alone damns you." In the night she had been happy for its warmth, huddled on the dirt floor in the unheated shed, wrapping the children in it. "Come along, my darlings," she whispered, trying to keep her terror from them. The sentry's body blocked their way as he lay in the snow, moaning softly. "Mama, why does he sleep in the snow?" the little girl asked in a whisper. "Never mind, my darling. Let's hurry. Not a sound now." Silently, she stepped over him. The little girl could not quite make it and had to tread on him, and she stumbled, sprawling in the snow.
but she did not cry out, just scrambled to her feet, helped by her brother. Together, hand in hand, they hurried onward. Valik guided them carefully. When they reached the hangar where the 212 was still parked, he breathed a little easier. This area was well away from the main camp, the other side of the enormous runway. Making sure there were no guards nearby, he ran out to the chopper and peered into the cabin. To his enormous relief, no guards were asleep inside. He tried the door. It was not locked. He slid it open as quietly as he could and beckoned the others. Silently, they joined him. He helped them up and got in after them, sliding the door to, locking it from the inside. Quickly, he made the children comfortable on some blankets under the jump seats, cautioning them not to make their presence known whatever happened. Then he sat beside his wife, wrapped a blanket around his shoulders, for he was very cold, and held her hand. The tears wet her cheeks. "Be patient. Don't cry. It won't be long now," he whispered, gentling her. "We won't have to wait long, inshallah."
"Inshallah," she echoed brokenly. "But the whole world's gone mad, thrown into a filthy outhouse like criminals. What's going to happen to us? With the help of God, we've got this far, so why not all the way to Kuwait?"
They had arrived here yesterday, just before noon. The flight from the pickup outside of Tehran had been without incident, all airwaves silent. His trusted chauffeur of 15 years had driven his car back to Tehran with orders to tell no one that they had gone to their house on the Caspian.
"In this escape, we trust no one," Valik had told his wife while they were waiting for the chopper to arrive. She had said, "Of course, but we should have brought Shahrazad. That would have helped her and Tom Lockhart, and guaranteed he would take us onward."
"No, she'd never have left. Why should she?" Valik had said.
"With or without Shahrazad, he is not to be trusted. He's alien and not one of us." "It would have been wiser to have brought her."
"No," he had said, knowing what would have to be done with Lockhart. All the way from Tehran to Isfahan, he had sat in the front with Lockhart. They had stayed low, avoiding towns and airfields. When Lockhart had called Isfahan military base control, they were obviously expected. The tower had given them directions where to land, with an order not to call again and to observe radio silence. Air Force Brigadier General Mohammed Saladi, Valik's uncle, who had arranged for them to land and to refuel, met them at the helipad. The general had greeted them somberly. As it was near lunchtime, he said they should eat on the base before going on.
"But, Mohammed Excellency, we've enough food here on the aircraft," Valik had told him. "I must insist," Saladi had said nervously. "I must insist, Excellency. You should pay your respect to the Commandant. It is necessary and, we must talk."
It was during this time that the green bands and the mob had burst through the gates, swarmed over the station, arrested them all, and had taken Lockhart to another part of the base.
"Sons of dogs," Valik thought angrily. "May they all burn in hell. I knew at the time we should have just refueled and gone on at once. Saladi's a blundering fool. It's all his fault."
In an upper story of a barrack, a quarter of a mile away, Tom Lockhart was sleeping fitfully. Suddenly he was awakened by a scuffle outside in the corridor. The door burst open, and he was half blinded by a flashlight. "Quick," a voice said in American English, and 2 men helped him stand. At once the 2 half-seen figures turned and ran off. A split second to collect himself, then Lockhart rushed in pursuit, along the corridor, down 3 flights of stairs, and into the open. There he stopped with the others, his breathing heavy. He just had time to see that both men were officers, a captain and a major, before they were off again in the semi-darkness, running hard. Dawn brightened the eastern sky. Snow fell lightly, helping to hide them and muffling their footsteps. Ahead was a guardhouse with a wood fire outside, a few sleepy, inattentive revolutionaries huddled around it. The 3 men diverted and ran down between a line of barracks, diverted again into an alleyway as a truck filled with chanting guards came around a corner, then rushed into the open, along the boundary road for the far hangar and the 212. In the lee of the hangar, they stopped to catch their breath.
"Listen, pilot," the Major said, panting. "When I give the word, we run for the chopper and take off. Ready? What about the others?"
Lockhart asked, a stitch in his side and hardly able to talk.
"What about General Valik and his Forget them. Ali."
The Major jerked his thumb at the other man.
"Ali goes in front with you, and I'm in the back. How long will it take to get airborne once you start up?"
"Minimum."
"Make it less," the Major said. "Come on."
They rushed for the 212, Lockhart and Ali, the captain, heading for the cockpit. At that moment, Lockhart saw a car without headlights charging along the boundary road toward them, and his heart seemed to stop.
"Look! In God's name, hurry, pilot!"
Lockhart redoubled his efforts, jumped into the pilot's seat, shoved in the circuit breakers, switched on, and began to crank her up. At the same moment, the Major reached the sliding door and tore it open. He almost fainted when the carbine was shoved in his face by Valik.
"Oh, it's you, Major. Praise be to God. Praise be to God you're here and made your escape, Excellency."
The Major gasped, forced his panic away, and clambered in, the engines already winding the blades, but nowhere near airspeed yet.
"Praise be to God you made your escape. But where's the soldier?"
"He just took the money and fled."
"Did he bring the guns?"
"No. This is all he—"
"Son of a dog!"
the Major said furiously, then shouted at Lockhart,
"In the name of God, hurry!"
He whirled and looked at the approaching car. It was closing fast. He grabbed the carbine from Valik, kneeled in the doorway, aimed at the driver, and squeezed the trigger. The burst was high, as behind him Anush and the children cried out in terror. The car hurtled off the road, taking evading action, and swung behind a row of sheds, came into view for an instant to dart around the hangar and disappear again. Lockhart had his headset on and was watching the needles climbing, willing them to hurry.
"Come on, goddammit," he muttered, hands and feet ready on the controls, the scream of the jets growing, the captain beside him praying openly. He could not hear Anush sobbing in the back, or the petrified children who had scrambled out of their hiding place to bury themselves in her skirts, or Valik and the Major raging at him to hurry. Needles climbing. Still climbing. Still climbing. Almost in the green. Now! His left hand started to raise the collective lever, but the car whirled around the hangar and came at them head-on to stop 15 yards away. 5 men jumped out of it. One rushed directly at the cockpit and pointed an automatic rifle at him. The others went for the cabin door. He was almost airborne, but knew he was a dead man if he went the extra inches, and he saw the man angrily motion him to stop. He obeyed, then swung around to look into the back. The other men were clambering in. They were all officers. Valik and the Major were embracing them and being embraced. Then he heard, "Take off, for Christ's sake," in his headset, and felt a shove in the ribs. It was Ali, the captain, beside him. "Take off," Ali said again, his English American accented, and gave a thumbs up to the man outside, still aiming at them. The man rushed for the door, got in, and slammed the door closed. "Hurry, goddammit! Look over there!" He pointed at the other side of the runway. More cars were heading their way. Sparks of machine gun fire from someone leaning out of a window. In seconds, Lockhart was airborne, all senses concentrating on escape. Behind him, some of the officers cheered, hung on as the chopper took evading action, and sorted themselves into seats. Most were colonels. Some were shaken, particularly General Seladi, who sat between Valik and the Major. "I wasn't sure it was you, General Excellency," the Major was saying. "So I fired high just as a warning. Praise be to God the plan worked so well. But you were going to take off. You were going to leave us. You were—" "Oh no, Excellency, Uncle," Valik interrupted smoothly. "It was the British pilot. He was panicking and didn't want to wait. They've no balls, Britishers. Never mind him," he added. "We're armed, we've food, and we're safe. Praise be to God. And more praise that I had time to plan." Yes, he thought, if it hadn't been for me and my money, we'd all be dead. Money to bribe the man who released us and you, and the Major and Captain to release Lockhart, whom I need just a little longer. If we'd been left, we'd have been shot. General Saladi was enraged, his face purple. God curse that pilot to hell! Why did you waste time releasing him? Ali can fly a 212. Yes, but Lockhart has more experience, and we need him to get through the maze. Valik smiled encouragingly at Anoush, who sat across the aisle facing him, the little girl trembling in her arms, his son sitting on the floor dozing, his head in her lap. Weakly she smiled back, shifting the weight of the child to ease the aches that pervaded her. He reached over and touched her, then settled more comfortably in his seat and closed his eyes, very tired but most content. "You're a very clever man," he told himself. In his most secret heart he knew that without his stratagem of pretending to MacIver that Savak was going to arrest him, and particularly his family, neither MacIver nor Lockhart would have helped them to escape. You measured them perfectly, as you have Gavalon. Fools, he thought contemptuously. And as for you, Saladi, my stupid and rapacious uncle who bartered safe refueling at Isfahan, which you failed to provide, in return for a safe passage out for yourself and 11 of your friends, you're worse. You're a traitor. If I hadn't had an informant of long standing in the General Staff HQ, I would never have heard of the General's great betrayal in time to escape, and we'd have been caught like flies in a honeypot in Tehran. Loyalists may still prevail. The battle's not lost yet. But meanwhile, my family and I will watch events from England, St. Moritz, or New York. He let himself go into the exciting, wonderful power of the jets that were carrying them to safety, to a house in London, a country house in Surrey, another in California, and to Swiss and Bahamian bank accounts. Ah, yes, he told himself happily. And that reminds me about our blocked SG joint account in the Bahamas. Another $4 million to enrich us, and easy now to pry from Gavalon's grubby paws. More than enough to keep me and my family safe, whatever happens here, until we can return. Khomeini won't live forever, even if he wins. God curse him. Soon we'll be able to return home. Soon Iran will be normal again. Meanwhile, we have everything we need. His ears heard Saladi still muttering about Lockhart and almost being left behind. "Calm yourself, Excellency," he said, and took his arm, gentling him, and thought, "You and your running dogs still have a value, a temporary value. Perhaps as hostages, perhaps as bait, who knows? None are family except you, and you betrayed us. Calm yourself, my revered uncle. With the help of God, the pilot will get what he deserves." Yes, Lockhart should not have panicked. He should have waited for my order. Disgusting to panic. Valik closed his eyes and slept, very satisfied with himself. Chapter 23. At the Iran Toda factory, Bandar, 12:04 p.m. Scragger was whistling tonelessly, hand-pumping fuel into his main tanks from big barrels that were lined up in a small Japanese semi beside the freshly washed 206, sparkling in the sun. Nearby was a young green band who squatted in the shade, leaning on his M16, half asleep. The noonday sun was warm, and the light breeze made the day pleasant, and took away the constant humidity here on the coast. Scragger was dressed lightly, white shirt with captain's epaulettes, summer-weight black trousers and shoes, the inevitable dark glasses and peaked cap. Now the tanks were brimming. "That's it, me son," he said to the Japanese assigned to assist him. "Hi, Anjin-san." "Yes, Mr. Pilot," the man said. Like all employees at the refinery, he wore white, spotless overalls and gloves, with Iran Toda Industries emblazoned on the back, then the same thing in Farsi politely above, with equivalent in Japanese characters beneath it. "Hi, it is," Scragger said.
using one of the words that he had picked up from Kashigi en route from Lenge yesterday. He pointed. "Next, our long-range tanks, and then we'll fill the spares." For the journey that du Plessis had grandly authorized Sunday night to celebrate their victory over the saboteurs, Scragger had taken out the back seat and lashed in place 2 40-gallon drums. "Just in case, Mr. Kashigi, I've connected them to the main tanks. We can use a hand pump and can even refuel in the air if we have to, if you do the pumping. Now we won't have to land for fuel. You can never tell with weather in the Gulf. There's always sudden storms or squalls, fog, winds can play tricks. Our best bet's to stay a little out to sea." "And Jaws?" Scragger had laughed with him. "The old hammerhead of Cog? With any luck we might see him, if we get that far and don't get diverted." "Still no callback from Quiche radar?" "No, but it doesn't matter. They've cleared us to Bandar del Arm. You're sure you can refuel me at your plant?" "Yes, we've storage, thanks, Captain. Helipads, hangar and repair shop. Those were the first things we built. We had a contractor with Gurney." Yes, I knew about that. But they've quit, haven't they?" "Yes, they did, a week or so ago. Perhaps your company would take over the contract. Perhaps you could be put in charge. There's work for 3 212s and perhaps 2 206s constantly, while we're building." Scragger had chuckled. "That'd make old Andy and Gav happy as a cat in a barrel of fish sticks and dirty dunk fart dust." "Please?" Scragger tried to explain the joke about MacIver, but when he was through, Kashigi had not laughed, just said, "Oh, now I understand." They're a rum lot, Scragger thought. When he finished refueling, he did another ground check, engine, rotors, airframe, though he did not expect to leave today. Du Plessis had asked him to wait for Kashigi to fly him where he needed to go, and to bring him back to Lenge on Thursday. The 206 checked out perfectly. Satisfied, he glanced at his watch, then he pointed at his stomach and rubbed it. "Grub time, hi?" "Hi." His helper smiled, and motioned to the small truck nearby, then pointed at the main 4-story office building, 200-odd yards away, where the executive offices were. Scragger shook his head. "I'll walk," he said, and waggled his 2 fingers to parody walking, so the young man half bowed and got into the truck and drove off. He stood there for a moment, watching and being watched by the guard. Now that the truck had left and the tanks were closed, he could smell the sea and the rotting debris of the nearby shore. It was near low tide. There was only 1 tide a day in the Gulf, as in the Red Sea, because it was shallow and landlocked but for the narrow Strait of Hormuz. He liked the sea smell. He had grown up in Sydney, always within sight of the sea. After the war, he had settled there again. At least, he reminded himself, I was there between jobs and the missus and the kids stayed there and still stay there, more or less. His son and 2 daughters were married now, with children of their own. Whenever he was on home leave, perhaps once a year, he saw them. They had a friendly, distant relationship. In the early years his wife and children had come to the Gulf to settle. Within a month they had gone home to Sydney. "We'll be at Bandar, Scrag," she had said. "No more foreign places for us, lad." During one of his 2-year stints in Kuwait, she had met another man. When Scragger had returned the next time, she said, "I think we'll divorce, lad. It's best for the kids, and thee and me." And so they did. Her new husband lived a few years, then died. Scragger and she drifted back into their pattern of friendliness. Not that we ever left off, he thought. She's a good sort, and the kids are happy, and I'm flying. He still sent her money monthly. She always said she didn't need it. "Then put it into savings against a rainy day, Nell," he always told her. So far, touch wood, they've not had rainy days, she and the kids and their kids. The nearest wood was the butt of the rifle the revolutionary had in his lap. The man was staring at him malevolently from the shade. "Shitty bastard, you're not going to spoil my day." He beamed at him, then turned his back, stretched, and looked around. "That's a great site for a refinery," he told himself. close enough to Abadan, to the main pipelines joining the north and south oil fields. Great idea to try to save all that gas being burned off. Billions of tons of it all over the world. Criminal waste, when you think of it. The refinery was on a promontory, with its own dredged wharfing setup that stretched out into the Gulf for 400 yards, that Kashigi had told him would eventually be able to handle 2 supertankers at the same time of whatever size could be built. Around the helipads were acres of complex cracking plants and buildings, all seemingly interconnected, with miles of steel and plastic pipes of all sizes, mazes of them, with huge cocks and valves, pumping stations, and everywhere cranes and earth movers and vast piles of all manner of construction materials, mountains of concrete and sand, reinforcing steel mesh scattered around, along with neat dumps the size of football fields, of crates and containers protected with plastic tarpaulins, and half-finished roads, foundations, wharves, and excavations. But almost nothing moving, neither men nor machines. When they had landed, a welcoming committee of 20 or 30 Japanese had been at the helipad, hastily assembled, along with 100-odd Iranian strikers and armed Islamic guards, some wearing IPLO armbands, the first Scragger had ever seen. After much shouting and threatening and examining their papers and the inbound quiche radar clearance, the spokesman had said the 2 of them could stay, but no one could leave or the chopper take off without the comite's permission. En route to the office building, Chief Engineer Watanabe, who could speak English, had explained that the strike comité had been, for all intents and purposes, in possession for almost 2 months. In that time, almost no progress had been made, and all work had ceased. They won't even allow us to maintain our equipment. He was a hard-faced, tough, grizzle-haired man in his 60s, with very strong working hands. He lit another cigarette from his half-smoked one. "And your radio?" 6 days they locked the radio room, forbidding its use, and took away the key. Phones, of course, have been out for weeks, and the telex for a week or more. We've still about 1,000 Japanese personnel here. Dependents, of course, were never permitted. Food supplies are very short. We've had no mail for 6 weeks. We can't move out. We can't work. We're almost prisoners, and can do nothing without very great troubles indeed. However, at least we are alive to protect what we have done, and wait patiently to be allowed to continue. We are very indeed honored to see you, Kashigi-san, and you, Captain." Scragger had left them to their business, feeling the tension between the 2 men, however much they tried to hide it. In the evening he had eaten lightly, as always, allowed himself 1 ice-cold Japanese beer. Bugger me, it's not as good as Foster's. Then had done his 11 minutes of Canadian Air Force exercises and had gone to bed. Just before midnight, while he was still reading, there had been a soft knock. Kashigi had come in excitedly, apologizing for disturbing him, but he felt Scragger should know at once that they had just heard a broadcast from a Khomeini spokesman in Tehran saying that all the armed services had declared for him. Prime Minister Bakhtiar had resigned, that now Iran was totally free of the Shah's yoke, that by Khomeini's personal order all fighting should cease, all strikes should stop, oil production should commence again, all bazaars and shops should open, all men should hand in their weapons and return to work, and, above everything, all should give thanks to God for granting them victory. Kashigi had beamed. "Now we can start again. Thank all gods, eh? Now things will be normal again." When Kashigi had left, Scragger had lain there, the light on, his mind racing over the possibilities of what would happen now. "Starn the crows," he had thought. "How fast everything's been. I'd have bet heavy odds the Shah'd never be shoved out, heavier odds that Khomeini'd never be allowed back, and then my bundle on a military coup." He had turned off the light. "Just goes to show, Scrag, old chap. You know F all." In the morning he had awakened early, accepted Japanese green tea in place of the breakfast tea he usually drank, Indian, very strong, and always with condensed milk, and gone to check, clean, and refuel, and now, everything tidy, he was very hungry. He nodded briefly to the guard, who paid no attention to him, and strolled off toward the 4-story office building. Kashigi was standing at one of the windows on the top floor where the executive offices were. He was in the boardroom, a spacious corner office with a huge table and seats for 20, and had been watching the 206 and Scragger absently, his mind in turmoil, hard put to contain his rage. Since early this morning he had been going through cost projections, reports, accounts receivable, work projections, and so on, and they all added up to the same result. At least another $1 billion and another year of time to start production. This was only the second time he had visited the refinery, which was not in his sphere of responsibility, though he was a director and member of the chairman's executive committee that was their conglomerate's highest echelon of decision-making. Behind him, Chief Engineer Watanabe sat alone at the vast table, outwardly patient, chain-smoking as always. He had been in charge for the last 2 years, deputy chief since the project began in 71, a man of great experience. The previous chief engineer had died here on site of a heart attack. No wonder, Kashigi thought angrily. 2 years ago, perhaps 4, it must have been quite clear to him our absolute maximum budget of $3.5 billion would be inadequate, that overruns were already vast, and delivery dates totally unrealistic. Why didn't Chief Engineer Kasusaka inform us? Why didn't he make a special report? He did, Kashigi-san, Watanabe said politely. But by direction of the head agreements of the joint venture here, all reports have to go through our court-appointed partners. It's an Iranian pattern. It's always supposed to be a joint venture, 50-50, with shared responsibilities, but gradually the Iranians managed to maneuver meetings and contracts and clauses, usually using the court or Shah as an excuse, till they have de facto control, and then— He shrugged. You've no idea how clever they are. Worse than a Chinese merchant, much worse. They agree to buy the whole animal but renege, and take only the steak and leave you with the rest of the carcass on your hands. He put out the half-smoked cigarette and lit another. There was a meeting of the whole board of partners with Gyoko Tomo-sama. Yoshi Gyoko Tomo himself, chairman of the syndicate, here in this office, just before Chief Engineer Kasusaka-san died. I was present. Kasusaka-san cautioned everyone that Iranian bureaucratic delays and harassments, squeeze is the correct word, would put back production dates and cause a vast increase in cost overruns. I was present. I heard him with my own ears, but he was overridden by the Iranian partners, who told the chairman everything would be rearranged, that Kasusaka-san didn't understand Iran or the way they did things in Iran. Watanabe studied the end of his cigarette. Kasusaka-san even said the same in private to Gyoko Tomo-sama, begging him to beware, and gave him a written, detailed report. Kashigi's face closed. Were you present at this meeting? No, but he told me what he had said, that Gyoko Tomo-sama accepted the report and said that he himself would take it up to the highest level in Tehran and at home in Japan. But nothing happened, Kashigi-san. Nothing. Where is the copy of the report? There isn't one. The next day, before he left for Tehran, Gyoko Tomo ordered them destroyed. Again the older man shrugged. Chief Engineer Kasusaka's job, and mine, was and is to get the refinery built, whatever the problems, and not to interfere with the working of the syndicate. Watanabe lit a fresh cigarette from the half-smoked cigarette, inhaled deeply, stubbed the other out delicately, wanting to smash it and the ashtray and the desk and the building and the plant to smithereens, along with this interloper Kashigi who dared to question him, who knew nothing, had never worked in Iran, and had his position in the company because he was kinsman to the Todas. "Unlike Chief Engineer Kasusaka," he added, oh so gently, "over the years I have kept copies of my monthly reports." "Soka," Kashigi said, trying to sound matter-of-fact. "Yes," Watanabe said, "and copies of these copies in a very safe place," he thought grimly in his most secret heart, taking a thick file from his briefcase and putting it on the desk, "just in case you'll try to make me responsible for the failures. You may read them if you wish. Thank you." With an effort, Kashigi resisted the temptation to grab the file at once. Watanabe rubbed his face tiredly. He had been up most of the night preparing for this meeting. "Once we are back to normal, work will progress quickly. We are 80% complete. I'm confident we can complete with the right planning. It's all in my reports, including the matter of the Kasusaka meeting with the partners, and then with Gyoko Tomo-sama." "What do you suggest as an overall solution to Iran Toda?" "There isn't one until we are back to normal." "We are now. You heard the broadcast." "I heard it, Kashigi-san, but normal for me means when the Bazargan government's in full control." "That will happen within days. Your solution?" "The solution is simple. Get fresh partners who cooperate, arrange the financing we need, and within a year, less than a year, we'll be producing." "Can the partners be changed?" Watanabe's voice became as thin as his lips. "The old ones were all court-appointed, or approved, therefore Shah men, therefore suspect and enemies. We haven't seen one since Khomeini returned, or heard from one. We've heard rumors they've all fled, but—" Watanabe shrugged his great shoulders. "I've no way of checking, with no telex, no phones, no transport. I doubt if the new partners will be different in attitude." Kashigi nodded and glanced back out the window, seeing nothing. Easy to blame Iranians and dead men and secret meetings and destroyed reports. Never had Chairman Yoshi Gyoko-tomo mentioned any meeting with Kasusaka or any written report. Why should Gyoko-tomo bury such a vital report? Ridiculous, because he and his company are equally at risk as ours. Why? If Watanabe's telling the truth, and his own reports could prove it, why? Then, for an instant that Watanabe noticed, Kashigi's face fell to pieces as the answer came to him. Because the immense overrun and management failure of the Iran Toda complex, added to the disastrous slump in world shipping, will break Toda shipping industries, will break Hiro Toda personally and lay us open to a takeover. Takeover by whom? Of course, by Yoshi Gyoko-tomo. Of course, by that jumped-up peasant family who has hated us, who are high-born samurai descended from ancient time. Then again, Kashigi felt as though his brain was going to explode. Of course, by Yoshi Gyoko-tomo, but aided and abetted, of course, by our arch-rivals, Mitsuwari Industries. Oh, Gyoko-tomo lose a fortune, but they can sustain their portion of the loss while they grease the correct palms, suggesting that they will jointly absorb Toda's losses, dismember it, and with the benevolence of Miti put it under proper management. With the Todas will go their kinsmen, the Kashigis and the Kayamas. I might as well be dead. Oh, go! And now I am the one who has to bring back the terrible news. Watanabe's reports will prove nothing, for of course Gyoko-tomo will deny everything, damning me for trying to accuse him,
and will shout from the rooftops that the Watanabe reports prove conclusively Hiro Toda's mismanagement for years. So I'm in trouble either way. Perhaps it was Hiro Toda's plan to put me in the middle of this mess. Perhaps he wants to replace me with one of his brothers or nephew. At that moment there was a knock, and the door burst open. Watanabe's distraught young assistant came in hurriedly, apologizing profusely for disturbing them. "Oh, so sorry, Watanabe-san. Oh, yes, so What is it?" Watanabe said, bringing him up short. "A kumite is arriving in strength, Watanabe-san. Kashigi-sama. Look!" The white-faced young man pointed at the other windows that fronted the building. Kashigi was there first. In front of the main door was a truck filled with revolutionaries, other trucks and cars following. Men jumped out of them, began to collect in haphazard groups. Scragger was approaching, and they saw him stop, then go on again toward the main door, but he was waved away as a big Mercedes drove up. Out of its back came a heavy-set man in black robes and a black turban, with a white beard, accompanied by another much younger man, moustached, dressed in light clothes with an open-neck shirt. Both wore glasses. Watanabe sucked in his breath. "Who are they?" Kashigi asked. "I don't know, but an Ayatollah means trouble. Mullahs wear white turbans, Ayatollahs wear black." Surrounded by half a dozen guards, the two men strode into the building. "Bring them up here, Takeo, ceremoniously." The young man rushed off at once. "We've only had one visit by an Ayatollah last year, just after the Abadan fire. He called a meeting of all our Iranian staff, harangued them for 3 minutes, then, in the name of Khomeini, ordered them to strike." His face settled into a mask. "That was the beginning of our trouble here. We expatriates have carried on as best we could ever since." "What now?" Kashigi asked. Watanabe shrugged, strode over to a bureau, and lifted up a framed photo of Khomeini that Kashigi had not noticed, and hung it on the wall. "Just for politeness," he said with a sardonic smile. "Shall we sit down? They expect formality from us. Please take the head of the table." "No, Watanabe-san. Please, you are in charge. I am only a visitor." "As you wish." Watanabe took his usual seat and faced the door. Kashigi broke the silence. "What was that about the Abadan fire?" "Oh, sorry," Watanabe said apologetically, actually disgusted that Kashigi did not know about that most important event. "It was late August, during their holy month of Ramadan, when no believer may take food or drink from sunup to sunset, and tempers are normally thin. At that time there was only a small amount of national protest against the Shah, mostly in Tehran and Qom, but nothing serious then, and the clashes easily contained by police and Savak. On August 15th, arsonists set fire to a movie house, the Rex Cinema in Abadan. All the doors happened to be locked or jammed, firemen and police happened to be slow arriving, and in the panic almost 500 died, mostly women and children." "How terrible!" "Yes, the whole nation was outraged. Instantly Savak was blamed, and therefore the Shah. The Shah blamed leftists and swore the police and Savak had nothing to do with it. Of course he set up an inquiry which went on for weeks. Unfortunately, it left the question of responsibility unresolved." Watanabe was listening for the sound of footsteps. "That was the spark that united the warring opposing factions under Khomeini and tore the Pahlavis from their throne." After a pause, Kashigi said, "Who do you think set fire to the cinema?" "Who wanted to destroy the Pahlavis? So easy to cry Savak." Watanabe heard the elevator stop. "What are 500 women and children to a fanatic of any persuasion?"
The door was opened by the assistant Takeo. The Ayatollah and the civilian strode in importantly, 6 armed men crowding after them. Watanabe and Kashigi got up politely and bowed. "Welcome," Watanabe said in Japanese, though he could speak very good Farsi. "I am Naga Watanabe, in charge here. This is Mr. Kashigi from our head office in Japan. Whom do I have the pleasure of addressing, please?" Takeo, who could speak perfect Farsi, began to interpret, but the civilian, who had already sat down, cut him short. "Vous parlez français?" he said rudely to Watanabe. "Yeah." "No," Watanabe said in Japanese. "Bien sûr, monsieur," Kashigi said hesitantly, his French mediocre. "Je parle un peu, mais je parle anglais mieux, et Monsieur Watanabe aussi. I speak a little French, but I speak English better, and Mr. Watanabe also." "Very well," the man said curtly, his English Parisian accented. "Then we will speak English. I am Muzadeh, Deputy Minister for the Abadan area for Prime Minister Bazargan, and—" "But Bazargan doesn't make the law. The Imam does," the Ayatollah interrupted him sharply. "The Imam appointed Bazargan temporary Prime Minister until, with the help of God, our Islamic State is formed." He was in his late 60s, a round-faced man, his eyebrows as white as his beard, his black robe meticulous. "Under the Imam's leadership," he added pointedly. "Yes, of course," Muzadeh said, then went on as though there had been no interruption. "And I inform you officially that the Iran Toda is now under our direct control. There will be a meeting in 3 days to organize controls and future operations. All previous Shah-inspired, therefore illegal, contracts are voided. I will appoint a new controlling board, myself as chairman, workers' representatives, 1 Japanese worker, and yourself. You and myself, and a mullah from Bandar Delam," the Ayatollah said, glaring at him. Muzadeh angrily switched to Farsi. "We can discuss the makeup of the committee later." There was an edge to his voice. "The important thing is to have the workers represented. The important thing is to do the work of God. In this, the work of the people and the work of God is the same. Not if the work of the people is a covert name for the work of Satan." All 6 of the Iranian guards shifted uneasily. Unconsciously they had regrouped into 4 and 2. In the silence, their eyes went from man to man seated at the table. One of the men quietly eased off a safety catch. "You were saying?" Watanabe said quickly, and almost added, "Banzai," with relief, as he saw everyone turn their attention back to him. "You wish to form a new committee?" "Yes." With an effort, Muzadeh tore his gaze off the Ayatollah and continued, "You will have all books ready for our perusal, and you will be held responsible for any problems whatsoever, past or future, or crimes against Iran, past or future. We've been joint partners with the government of Iran since with the Shah, not with the Iranian people," Muzadeh cut in. Behind him, the guards, youths, some teenagers, some hardly bearded, began muttering. "True, Mr. Muzadeh," Watanabe said, unafraid. He had been through the same sort of confrontation many times in the past few months. "But we are Japanese. Iran Toda is being built by Japanese technicians with maximum help from Iranian trainees and workers. It's paid for totally by Japanese money. That has not— Yes, we know," the Ayatollah said loudly but agreeably, overriding the other. "We know that, and you're welcome in Iran. We know Japanese are not vile Americans or insidious British, and though you're not Muslim, unhappily for yourselves, your eyes not yet open to Allah, we welcome you. But now,
Now, with the help of God, we have possessed our country back. Now we must make new arrangements for future operations. Our people will stay on here asking questions. Please cooperate with them. You have nothing to fear. Remember, we want the plant finished and operating as much as you. My name is Ismail Ahwazi, and I am Ayatollah of this area." He got up with an abruptness that made some of the men jump. "We will return on the 4th day from now." Mozadeh said in Farsi hotly, "There are other orders for these foreign—" But the Ayatollah had already left. Contemptuously, Mozadeh got up and stalked out, his men following. When they were quite alone, Kashigi allowed himself to take a handkerchief out and mop his brow. Young Takeo was shocked still. Watanabe searched his pockets for his cigarettes, but the pack was empty. He crushed the box. Takeo came to life and hurried to a drawer and found a fresh pack, opened it, and offered it. "Thank you, Takeo," Watanabe said, and accepted a light. "You can go now." He looked at Kashigi. "So," he said, "now it begins again." "Yes," Kashigi said, the implications of a new comité committed to successful completion possessing him. "That's the best news we could have. That will be very welcome in Japan." In fact, he thought with growing excitement, this news will take the curse off Watanabe's reports, and perhaps somehow we, Hiro Toda and I, together we can neutralize Gyoko Tomo. And if even better, Hiro retired in place of his brother, that would be perfect. "What?" he asked, seeing Watanabe looking at him. "I didn't mean work begins again, Kashigi-san," the chief engineer said sharply. "The new comité won't be any better than the other. In fact, it will be worse. With the partners, the inevitable Pishkesh opened doors, and you knew where you were. But with these fanatics, these amateurs—" Irritably, Watanabe ran his hand through his hair. "All gods and spirits give me the strength not to curse this fool for his continual stupidity," he thought. "Be wise. Calm yourself. He is only an ape, not as well born as you, who are a direct descendant of the Lords of the North." "The Ayatollah lied, then?" Kashigi's happiness vanished. "No. That poor fool believed what he said, but nothing will happen. Police and Savak, whatever new name it will have, still control Abadan and this area. The locals are mostly Arab, Sunnis, not Shiite Iranians. I meant the killing begins again." Watanabe explained the clash the two men had had in Farsi. "Now it's going to be much worse, with every faction maneuvering for power. These barbarians won't obey Khomeini, won't disarm. I'm saying the leftists, like Mozadeh, will carry on the war, aided and abetted by the Soviets, who are desperate to possess Iran, have always wanted Iran, will always want Iran, not for the oil, but for the Strait of Hormuz. For with their foot on the strait, they possess the Western world, and Japan. As far as I'm concerned, the West, America, and the rest of the world can rot, but we must go to war if the strait is prohibited to our ships." "I agree. Of course I agree." Kashigi was equally irritable. "We all know that. Of course it means war, while we depend on oil." "Yes." Watanabe smiled grimly. 10 years, no more." "Yes." Both men were aware of the enormous national effort in research projects, overt and covert, to develop the alternate source of energy that would make the Japanese self-sufficient. The national project. The source, the sun and the sea. 10 years. Yes, for 10 years only. Kashigi was confident. If we have 10 years of peace and free access to the U.S. market, then we'll have our alternate, and then we'll own the world. But meanwhile," he added, his anger returning, "for the next 10 years we have to kowtow to barbarians and bandits of every kind. Didn't Khrushchev say the Soviets didn't have to do anything about Iran, because Iran's a rotten apple that'll drop into our hands?" Watanabe was enraged. "I guarantee those dung-eaters are shaking the tree with all their might." "We beat them once," Kashigi said darkly, remembering the Japanese-Russian naval war of 1904 that his grandfather had served in. "We can do it again. That man, Mosaddegh, perhaps he's just a progressive and anti-mullah. They're not all fanatical Khomeinites." "I agree, Kashigi-san. But some are equally fanatic for their god Lenin-Marx and equally stupid. But I'd bet long odds Mosaddegh is one of those so-called intellectuals, an ex-French university student whose tuition was paid for by Shah grants, who was adopted, trained and fawned on by left-wing teachers in France. I spent 2 years in the Sorbonne doing a postgraduate degree. I know these intellectuals, these cretins, and some of the teachers. They tried to induct me. Once when—" A short, sharp burst of gunfire outside stopped him. For a moment both men were still, then they rushed for the window. 4 stories down, the Ayatollah and Mosaddegh were on the front steps. Below them in the forecourt, one man was threatening them with an automatic rifle, standing alone in the middle of a semicircle of other armed men. The rest were scattered nearer to the trucks, some of them shouting and all hostile. Scragger was on the outskirts, and as they watched they saw him ease into a better defensive position. The Ayatollah raised his arms and exhorted them all. Watanabe could not hear what the man was saying. Carefully he opened a window and peered down. "He's saying, 'In the name of God, give up your weapons. The Imam has ordered it. You've all heard his broadcast and message. I say again, obey him and give up your weapons.'" There was more angry shouting and counter-shouting, men shaking their fists at one another. In the confusion they saw Scragger slip away and vanish behind a building. Watanabe leaned farther out, straining to hear better. "The man covering them with the gun. I can't see if he's wearing a green armband or not. Ah, he isn't, so he must be Fedayeen or Tudeh." Now in the forecourt there was a great silence. Imperceptibly men began easing for a better position, all weapons armed, everyone eyeing his neighbour, all nerves jagged. The man covering the 2 of them raised his gun and bellowed at the Ayatollah, "Order your men to put down their guns." Mosaddegh stepped forward, not wanting a confrontation here, knowing he was outnumbered. "Stop it, Hassan. You will stand— We didn't fight, and our brothers didn't die to give our guns and power to mullahs. The government has power. The government." Mosaddegh raised his voice even more. "Everyone will keep their guns now, but hand them into my office as I represent the new government. And you don't," the Ayatollah shouted. "First, in the name of God, all non-Islamic guards will put their guns on the ground and go in peace. Second, the government is subject to the Revolutionary Committee under the direct guidance of the Imam, and this man, Mosaddegh, is not yet confirmed, so has no authority at all. Obey, or you will be disarmed. I am the government here. You are not." "Allahu Akbar!" someone shouted, and pulled his trigger, and Hassan, the youth in the centre of them all, took the burst in his back and pirouetted in his death dance. At once other guns went off, and men dived for cover or turned on their neighbour. The battle was short and vicious. Many died, but the men of Mosaddegh were heavily outnumbered. The green bands were ruthless. Some of them had seized Mosaddegh and now had him on his knees in the dirt, begging for mercy.
On the steps was the Ayatollah. A spray of bullets had caught him in the chest and stomach, and now he lay in a man's arms, blood marring his robes. A trickle of blood seeped from his mouth into his beard.
"God is great. God is great,"
he muttered, then let out a dribbling groan as pain took him.
"Master,"
the man holding him said, tears running down his cheeks.
"Tell God we tried to protect you. Tell the Prophet." "God is great," he murmured.
"What about this Mozadeh?" someone else asked.
"What shall we do with him?" "Do God's work. Kill him. Kill him as you must kill all enemies of Islam. There is no other God but God."
The order was obeyed instantly, cruelly. The Ayatollah died smiling, the name of God on his lips. Others wept openly, envying him paradise. Chapter 24. At Kowis Air Force Base, 2:32 p.m. Manuela Stark was in the bungalow kitchen making chili. Country music filled the small room from a battery cassette player on the windowsill. On the butane stove was a big stew pot filled with stock and some of the makings, and as it came to a boil she turned the gas to simmer and glanced at her wristwatch to gauge the time. Just right, she thought. We'll eat around 7 p.m., and candles will make the table pretty. There were onions and other things to chop, and the goat meat to grind, so she continued happily, absently humming or doing a little dance step in time with the music. The kitchen was small and difficult to work in, unlike the huge, high-beamed kitchen in the lovely old, sprawling Spanish hacienda in Lubbock that her family had had for almost a century, where she and her brother and sister had grown up. But she did not mind being cramped or cooking without the proper utensils. She was glad for something to do to take her mind off the question of when she would see her husband again. It was Saturday that Carnot had left to go to Bandar with the mullah, she thought, trying to reassure herself. Today's Tuesday. That's only 3 days, and today's not even over yet. Last night he was on the HF. "Hi, honey. Everything's fine here. No need to worry. Sorry, gotta go. Airtime's restricted for the moment. Love you and see you soon." His voice so grand and confident, but even so, she was achingly sure she had heard a nervousness that had filled her mind and permeated her dreams. "You're just imagining it. He'll be back soon. Leave dreams to the night and work on your daydream. That all is very fine. Concentrate on cooking." She had brought the packets of chili powder with her from London, with extra spices and paprika and cayenne pepper and ginger, fresh garlic and dried chili peppers and dried beans and little else but some night things and toilet paper in the one tote bag that she had been allowed to carry aboard the 747. Chili makings because Stark adored Mexican food, and particularly chili, and they both agreed that, apart from curry, it was the only way to make goat meat palatable. No need to bring clothes or anything else with her, because she still had some in their apartment in Tehran. The only other gift she had brought was a small bottle of Marmite that she knew Jenny and Duncan McIver loved on the hot buttered toast made from the bread Jenny would bake, when she could get the flour and the yeast. Today Manuela had baked bread. The 3 loaves were in their baking dishes, cooling on the counter under muslin to keep the few flies off. Damn all flies, she thought. Flies destroy the summer, even in Lubbock. Ah, Lubbock. Wonder how the kids are. Billy Joe and Conroe Jr. and Sarita. 7 and 5 and 3. Ah, my beauties, she thought happily. I'm so glad I sent you home to my daddy and our 10,000 acres to roam on, Granddaddy Stark nearby. But wear your snake boots, you hear now? In that lovely rough, so tender drawl of his. "Texas forever," she said out loud, and laughed at herself, her nimble fingers busy chopping and grinding and spooning, tasting the brew from time to time, adding a little more salt or garlic. Out of the window she saw Freddie Air crossing the little square to go up to their radio tower. With him was Pavood, their chief clerk. "He's a nice man," she thought. "We're lucky to have loyal staff." Beyond them she could see the main runway and most of the base, snow-covered, the afternoon sky overcast, hiding the mountain tops. A few of their pilots and mechanics were absently kicking a football, Marc Dubois, who had flown the mullah back from Bandar among them. Nothing else was going on here, just servicing aircraft, checking spares, painting, no flying since Sunday and the attack on the base. And the mutiny. Sunday evening 3 mutineers, 1 airman and 2 sergeants from the tank regiment, had been court-martialed and, at dawn, shot. All day yesterday and today the base had been quiet. Once, yesterday, they had seen 2 fighters rush into the sky, but no other flights, which was strange as this was a training base and usually very busy. Nothing seemed to move. Just a few trucks, no tanks or parades, or visitors this side. In the night, some firing and shouting that had soon died down again. Critically, she peered at herself in the mirror that hung on a hook over the sink that was filled with dirty pans and dishes and measuring spoons and cups. She moved her face this way and that and studied her figure, what she could see of it. "You're fine now, honey," she said to her reflection. "But you better haul ass and go a-jogging and quit with the bread and the chili and wine and tostadas, burritos, tacos, and refried beans and Ma's pancakes dripping with homegrown honey, fried eggs, crisp bacon, and pan fries." The brew began to spit, distracting her. She turned the flame down a fraction, tasted the thickening reddish stew, still fiery from not enough cooking. "Man alive," she said with relish. "That's going to make Conroe happier than a pig in Walla." Her face changed. It would, she thought, if he was here. Never mind, the boys will like it just fine. She began the washing up, but she could not divert her thoughts from Bandar Alam. She felt the tears welling. "Oh, shit! Get hold of yourself!" "Kazavak!" The faint shout outside startled her, and she looked out of the window. The football had stopped. All the men were staring at Air, who was running down the outside stairs of the tower, calling to them. She saw them crowd around him, then scatter. Air headed for her bungalow. Hastily she took off her apron, tidying her hair, brushed away her tears, and met him at the doorway. "What is it, Freddie?" He beamed. "Just thought I'd tell you their tower just got me on the blower and told me to ready a 212 for an immediate Kazavac to Isfahan. They've got approval from Iran Oil." "Isn't that kind of far?" "Oh, no. It's just 200 miles, a couple of hours. There's plenty of light. Mark will overnight there and come back tomorrow." Again Air smiled. "Good to have something to do. Curiously, they asked for Mark to do it." "Why him?" "I don't know. Maybe because he's French and they're the ones who helped Khomeini. Well, got to go. Your chili smells great. Mark's peed off, he's missing it." He walked off, heading for the office, tall and handsome. She stood at the doorway. Mechanics were wheeling out a 212 from the hangar, and Marc Dubois, zipping up his winter flight overalls, waved gaily as he hurried over to watch the flight check. Then she saw the procession of 4 cars approaching along the boundary road. So did Freddie Air. He frowned and went into the office. "Have you got the clearance ready, Mr. Pavood?"
"Yes, Excellency."
Pavood handed it to him. Air did not notice the tension in the man, nor that his hands were shaking. "Thanks. You'd better come too, in case it's all in Farsi."
"But,
Come on!" Buttoning his flight jacket against the breeze, Air hurried out. Pavood wiped his sweating palms. The other Iranians watched him, equally anxious.
"As God wants,"
one of them said, blessing God it was Pavood, not him. At the 212, the ground check continued. Air arrived as the cars arrived. His smile vanished. The cars were crammed with armed men, green bands, and they fanned out around the chopper, a few uniformed airmen among them. The Mullah Hussein Koisi got out of the front seat of the lead car, his turban very white and his dark robes new, his boots old and well used. Over his shoulder was his AK-47. Clearly he was in command. Other men opened the back doors of the first car and half-pulled Colonel Peshadi out, then his wife. Peshadi shouted at them, cursing them, and they backed off a little. He straightened his uniform greatcoat and braided peaked cap. His wife wore a heavy winter coat and gloves and a little hat and shoulder bag. Her face was white and drawn, but, like her husband, she held her head high and proudly. She reached back into the car for a small tote bag, but one of the green bands grabbed it and, after a slight hesitation, handed it to her. Eyre tried to keep the shock off his face. "What's going on, sir?"
We're being sent to Isfahan under guard. Under guard. My base was betrayed and is in the hands of mutineers."
The colonel did not keep the fury off his face as he whirled on Hussein in Farsi.
"I say again, what has my wife to do with this? Eh?" he added with a roar.
One of the nervous green bands nearby shoved a rifle into his back. Without looking around, the colonel smashed the rifle away.
"Son of a whore dog!"
"Stop," Hussein said in Farsi.
"It is orders from Isfahan. I've shown you the orders that you and your wife are to be sent at once to orders. A dung, filthy piece of paper scrawled in an illegible, illiterate handwriting, and signed by an Ayatollah I've never heard of."
Hussein walked over to him.
"Get aboard, both of you," he warned, "or I'll have you dragged there. When the aircraft is ready."
Contemptuously, the colonel took out a cigarette.
"Give me a light,"
he ordered the man nearest to him, and when the man hesitated, he snarled,
"Are you deaf? A light!"
The man smiled wryly and found some matches, and all those around nodded approval, even the mullah, admiring courage in the face of death, courage in the face of hell, for surely this man was a Shah man and headed for hell. Of course hell. Didn't you hear him shout, "Long live the Shah," only hours ago when, in the night, we invaded and took possession of the camp and his fine house, helped by all the base's soldiers and airmen and some of the officers, the rest of the officers now in cells? God is great. It was the will of God, God's miracle, that the generals caved in like the walls of shit the mullahs told us they were. The Imam was right again. God protect him. Hussein went over to Eyre, who was rigid, appalled by what was going on, trying to understand. Marc Dubois beside him, equally shocked. The ground check stopped.
"Salam," the mullah said, trying to be polite. "You have nothing to fear. The Imam has ordered everything back to normal."
"Normal?" Eyre echoed angrily. "That's Colonel Peshadi, tank commander, hero of your expeditionary force sent to Oman to help put down a Marxist-supported rebellion and invasion from South Yemen." That had been in 73, when the Shah was asked for help by Oman's Sultan. "Hasn't Colonel Peshadi got the Zolfagar, your highest medal, given only for gallantry in battle?"
"Yes, but now Colonel Peshadi is needed to answer questions concerning crimes against the Iranian people and against the laws of God. Salam, Captain Dubois. I'm glad that you're going to fly us."
"I was asked to fly a Kazabak. This isn't a Kazabak," Dubois said.
"It's a casualty evacuation. The colonel and his wife are to be evacuated to command headquarters in Isfahan."
Hussein added with a sardonic smile,
"Perhaps they are casualties."
Eyre said, "Sorry, our aircraft are under license to Iran Oil. We can't do what you ask." The mullah turned and shouted,
"Excellency Esfandiari!"
Karam Esfandiari, or Hotshot, as he was nicknamed, was in his early 30s, popular with the expats, very efficient, and SG trained. He had had 2 years of training at SGHQ at Aberdeen on a Shah grant. He came from the back, and, for a moment, not one of the SG men recognized their station manager. Normally he was a meticulous dresser and clean-shaven, But now he had 3 or 4 days' growth of heavy beard and wore rough clothes with a green armband, slouch hat, and M16 slung over his shoulder. "The trip's sanctioned, here," he said, giving Eyre the usual forms. "I've signed them, and they're stamped." "But, Hotshot, surely you realize this isn't a legitimate Casevac?" "My name's Esfandiari, Mr. Esfandiari," he said without a smile, and Eyre flushed. "And it's a legitimate order from Iran Oil, who employ you under contract here in Iran." His face hardened. "If you refuse a legitimate order in good flying conditions, you're breaking your contract. If you do that without cause, then we've the right to seize all assets, aircraft, hangars, spares, houses, equipment, and order you out of Iran at once. You can't do that. I'm Iran Oil's chief representative here now," Esfandiari said curtly. "Iran Oil's owned by the government. The Revolutionary Committee, under the leadership of the Imam Khomeini, peace be upon him, is the government. Read your Iran Oil contract, also the contract between SG and Iran helicopters. Are you flying the charter or refusing to?" Eyre held on to his temper. What about Prime Minister Bakhtiar and the Bakhtiar?" Esfandiari and the mullah stared at him. "Haven't you heard yet? He's resigned and fled. The generals capitulated yesterday morning. The Imam and the Revolutionary Committee are Iran's government now." Eyre and Dubois and those expats nearby gaped at him. The mullah said something in Farsi they did not understand. His men laughed. "Capitulated?" was all Eyre could say. "It was the will of God the generals came to their senses," Hussein said, his eyes glittering. "They were arrested, the whole general staff, all of them, as all enemies of Islam will be arrested now. We got Nasiri too. You've heard of him?" the mullah asked witheringly. Nasiri was the hated head of Savak, whom the Shah had arrested a few weeks ago, and who was in jail awaiting trial. Nasiri was found guilty of crimes against humanity and shot, along with 3 other generals, Rahimi, martial law governor of Tehran, Naji, governor-general of Isfahan, paratrooper commander Khosrodad. "You're wasting time. Are you flying or not?" Eyre was barely able to think. If what they say is true, then Peshadi and his wife are as good as dead. It's all so fast, all so impossible. Of course we will fly a legal charter. Just exactly what is it you want?" "To transport His Excellency, Mullah Hussein Koisi, to Isfahan at once, with his personnel. At once." Esfandiari interrupted impatiently. "With the prisoner and his wife." "They're Colonel and Mrs. Peshadi not on the manifest." Even more impatiently, Esfandiari ripped the paper out of his hands, wrote on it. "Now they are." He motioned past Eyre and Dubois to where Manuela was standing in the background, her hair carefully tucked into a hat, wearing overalls. He had noticed her the moment he had arrived, enticing as always, unsettling as always. "I should arrest her for illegal trespass," he said, his voice raw. "She has no right on this base. There are no married quarters, nor are any allowed by base and SG rules." Over by the 212, Colonel Peshadi angrily shouted in English, "Are you flying today or not? We're getting cold. Hurry it up, Eyre. I want to spend as little time as possible with these vermin." Esfandiari and the mullah flushed. Eyre called back, feeling better for the man's bravery. "Yes, sir. Sorry. Okay, Mark?" "Yes." To Esfandiari, Dubois said, "Where's my military clearance?" "Attached to the manifest. Also for your return trip tomorrow." Esfandiari added in Farsi to the mullah, "I suggest you board, Excellency." The mullah walked off. Guards motioned Peshadi and his wife aboard. Heads high, they went up the steps without faltering. Armed men piled in after them, and the mullah took the front left seat beside Dubois. "Wait a minute," Eyre began, now over the shock. "We're not flying armed men. It's against the rules, yours and ours." Esfandiari shouted an order, jerked a thumb at Manuela. At once 4 armed men surrounded her. Others moved much closer to Eyre. "Now, give Dubois a thumbs up." Grimly aware of the danger, Eyre obeyed. Dubois acknowledged and started up. Quickly he was airborne. "Now into the office," Esfandiari said above the howl of the engines. He called the men off Manuela and ordered them back into the cars. "Leave 1 car here and 4 guards. I have more orders for these foreigners. You," he added toughly to Pavoud, "you get an up-to-date on all aircraft here, all spares, all transport, as well as the quantity of gasoline, also numbers of personnel, foreign and Iranians, their names, jobs, passport numbers, residence permits, work permits, flying licenses. Understand?" "Yes, Excellency Esfandiari. Yes, sir, and I want to see all passports and permits tomorrow. Get busy." The man left hurriedly. Esfandiari was bowed through the front door. He led the way into Stark's office and took the main chair and sat behind a desk, Eyre following him. "Sit down." "Thanks, you're so kind," Eyre said witheringly, taking the chair opposite him. The 2 men were of an age, and they watched each other. The Iranian took out a cigarette and lit it. "This will be my office from now on," he said. "Now that at long last Iran is back in Iranian hands, we can begin to make the necessary changes. For the next 2 weeks you will operate under my personal guidance, until I am sure the new way is understood. I am the top Iran oil authority for Cois, and I'll issue all flight permits. No one takes off without written approval, and always with an armed guard. It's against air law and Iranian law, and it's forbidden. Apart from that, it's bloody dangerous. Finish." There was a big silence. Then Esfandiari nodded. "You will carry guards who will have guns, but no ammunition." He smiled. "There, you see, we can compromise. We can be reasonable. Oh, yes. You'll see, the new era will be good for you, too." "I hope it is. For you, too." "Meaning?" "Meaning every revolution I've ever read about always begins by feeding off itself. Friends quickly become enemies, and even quicker die. Not with us." Esfandiari was totally confident. "It won't be that way with us. Ours was a real people's revolution, of all the people. Everyone wanted the Shah out and his foreign masters." "I hope you're right." You poor bastard, Eyre thought, once having liked him. If your leaders can judge, condemn and shoot 4 top generals, all good men except for Nasiri, in less than 24 hours, can arrest and abuse fine patriots like Peshadi and his wife, God help you. "Are you finished with me for the present?" "Almost." A shaft of anger went through Esfandiari. Through the windows he noticed Manuela walking back to the bungalow with some of the pilots, and his lust increased his rage. It would be good to learn manners, and that Iran is an Asian, an Oriental country, a world power, and never again to be exploited by British, Americans, or even Soviets. Never again. He slouched in his chair and put his feet on the desk as he had seen Stark and Eyre do 100 times, the soles of his feet toward Eyre, always an insult in this part of the world. British were worse than the Americans. They've caused us national shame for 150 years, treating our ancient peacock throne and country as their private fief, using the defense of India as an excuse. They've dictated to our rulers, occupied us 3 times, forced unequal treaties on us, bribed our leaders to grant them concessions. For 150 years, British and Russians have partitioned my country. The British helped those other hyenas to steal our northern provinces, our Caucasus, and helped put Reza Khan on the throne.
They occupied us with the Soviets in your world war, and only our own supreme efforts broke the chain and threw them out."
Abruptly the man's face contorted, and he screamed.
"Didn't they?"
Air had not moved, nor had his eyes flickered. "Hot shot, and I'll never call you that again," he said quietly. "I don't want lectures, just to do the job. If we can't work out a satisfactory method, then that's something else. We'll have to see. If you want this office, jolly good. If you want to act up a storm, jolly good, within reason. You've a right to celebrate. You've won. You've the guns, you've the power, and now you're responsible. And you're right, it is your country. So let's leave it at that, eh?"
Esfandiari stared at him, his head aching with the suppressed hatred of years that need never be suppressed again. And though he knew it was not Air's fault, he was equally certain that a moment ago he would have sprayed him and them with bullets if they had not obeyed, and flown the mullah and the traitor Peshadi to the judgment and the hell he deserves. I've not forgotten the soldier Peshadi had murdered, the one who wanted to open the gate to us, or the others murdered 2 days ago when Peshadi beat us off and hundreds died, my brother and 2 of my best friends among them. And all the other hundreds, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands who've died all over Iran. I've not forgotten them. Not one.
A dribble of saliva was running down his chin, and he wiped it away with the back of his hand and got his control back, remembering the importance of his mission.
"All right, Freddy."
He said Freddy involuntarily.
"All right, and that's the last time I'll call you that. All right, we'll leave it at that."
He got up, very tired now, but proud of the way he had dominated them, and very confident he could make these foreigners work and behave until they were expelled. Very soon now, he thought. I'll have no difficulty putting the partners' long-term plan into effect here. I agree with Valik. We've plenty of Iranian pilots, and we need no foreigners here. I can run this operation as a partner. Praise God that Valik was always a secret Khomeini supporter. Soon I'll have a big house in Tehran, and my 2 sons will go to university there. So will my darling little Fatmeh, though perhaps she should also go to the Sorbonne for a year or 2. I'll return at 9 a.m. He did not close the door behind him.
"Bloody hell,"
Air muttered. A fly began battering itself against a window pane. He did not notice it, or the noise it made. At a sudden thought, he went into the outer office. Pavoud and the others were at the windows, watching the aliens leave.
"Pavoud?" Yes, Excellency."
Air noticed the man's face had a greyish tinge, and he looked much older than usual.
"Did you know about the generals, that they've given in?"
he asked, feeling sorry for him.
"No, Excellency."
Pavoud lied easily, used to lying. He was locked in his own mind, trying to remember, petrified that he might have slipped up in the past 3 years and given himself away to Esfandiari, never for a moment dreaming that the man could have been a secret Islamic guard. We'd heard rumors about their capitulation, but you know how rumors circulate."
Yes, I suppose you're right." Do you mind if I sit down, please?"
Pavoud groped for a chair, feeling very old. He had been sleeping badly this last week, and the 2-mile bicycle ride here this morning from the little 4-room house in Kois he shared with his brother's family, 5 adults and 6 children, had been more tiring than usual. Of course, he and all the people of Kois had heard about the generals meekly giving up, the first news coming from the mosque, spread by the Mullah Hussein, who said he had got it by secret radio from Khomeini headquarters in Tehran, so it must be true. At once their 2-day leader had called a meeting, all of them astounded at the general's cowardice. "It just shows how foul the influence of the Americans who betrayed them, and so bewitched them that they've castrated themselves and committed suicide.
For of course they've all got to die, whether we do it or that madman Khomeini."
Everyone filled with resolve, at the same time frightened of the coming battle against the zealots and the mullahs, the opiate of the people, and Pavoud himself was wet with relief when the leader said they were ordered not to take to the streets yet, but to stay hidden and wait until the order came for the general uprising.
"Comrade Pavoud, it's vital you keep on the best of terms with the foreign pilots at the airbase. We will need them and their helicopters, or will need to inhibit their use to the enemies of the people. Our orders are to lie low and wait, to have patience. When we finally get the order to take to the streets against Khomeini, our comrades to the north will come over the border in legions."
He saw Eyre watching him.
"I'm all right, Captain. Just worried by all this and the new era."
"Just do what Esfandiari asks." Eyre thought a moment. "I'm going to the tower to let HQ know what's happened. Are you sure you're all right?"
Yes, thank you."
Eyre frowned, then went along the corridor and up the stairs. The astonishing change in Esfandiari, who for years had been affable, friendly, with never a glimmer of anti-British, had rocked him. For the first time in Iran, he felt their future was doomed. To his surprise, the tower room was empty. Since Sunday's mutiny, there had been a permanent guard. Major Changiz had shrugged, blood on his uniform. "I'm sure you'll understand, national emergency. We had many loyal men killed here today, and we haven't found all traitors yet. Until further orders, you will transmit only during daylight hours, then absolute minimum. All flights are cancelled until further notice." "All right, Major. By the way, where's our radio op, Masil?"
"Ah, yes, the Palestinian. He's being interrogated."
"May I ask what for?"
"PLO affiliation and terrorist activities."
Yesterday he had been informed that Masil had confessed and been shot, without a chance to hear the evidence, or question it, or to see him. Poor bastard, Eyre thought, closing the tower door now and switching on the equipment. Masil was always loyal to us and grateful for the job, so overqualified. Radio engineering degree from Cairo University, top of the class, but nowhere to practice and stateless. Bloody hell. We take our passports for granted. What'd it be like to be without one and to be, say, Palestinian? Must be hairy not to know what's going to happen at every border, with every immigration man, policeman, bureaucrat, or employer a potential inquisitor. Thank God in heaven I'm born British, and that not even the Queen of England can take that away, though the bloody Labour government's changing our overseas heritage. Well, the pox on them for every Aussie, Canuck, Kiwi, Springbok, Kenyan, China hand, and 100 other Britishers who will soon have to have a bloody visa to go home. Arseholes, he muttered. Don't they realise those are sons and daughters of men who made the empire and died for it in many cases? He waited for the HF and other radios to warm up. The hum pleased him, red and green lights flickering, and he no longer felt locked off from the world. Hope Angela and young Frederick are okay. Bloody, having no mail or phones and a dead telex. Well, maybe soon everything will be working again. He reached for the sending switch, hoping that MacIver or someone would be listening out. Then he noticed that, by habit, along with the UHF, HF, he had switched on their radar. He leaned over to turn it off. At that moment a small blip appeared on the outer rim, the 20-mile line to the northwest, almost obscured among the heavy scatter of the mountains. Startled, he studied it. Experience told him quickly that it was a helicopter. He made sure that he was tuned into all receiving frequencies, and when he looked back, he saw the blip vanish. He waited. It did not reappear. Either she's down, shot down, or sneaking under the radar net, he thought. Which? The seconds ticked by. No change, just the revolving, heavy white line of the sweep, in its wake a bird's-eye view of the surrounding terrain. Still no sign of the blip. His fingers snapped on the UHF sending switch, and he brought the mic closer, hesitated, then changed his mind and switched it off. No need to alert the operators in the base tower, if there are any on duty there, he thought. He frowned at the screen. With a soft red grease pencil, he marked the possible track inbound at 80 knots. Minutes passed. He could have switched to a closer-range scan, but he did not in case the blip was not inbound, but highly irregularly, sneaking across their area. Now she should be 5 or 6 miles out, he thought. He picked up the binoculars and started to scan the sky, north through west to south. His ears heard light footsteps on the last few stairs. His heart quickening, he snapped the radar off. The screen began dying as the door opened. "Captain Eyre?" the airman asked, uniform neat, strong, good Persian face, clean-shaven, in his late 20s, a standard U.S. Army carbine in his hands. Yes, that's me. I'm Sergeant Wazari, your new air traffic controller." The man leaned his carbine against a wall, put out his hand, and Eyre shook it. "Hi, I'm USAAF trained 3 years, and a military controller. I even did 6 months at Van Nuys Airport." His eyes had taken in all the equipment. "Nice setup." Yes, thank you." Eyre fumbled with the binoculars and set them down. "What, happens at Van Nuys Airport?" "It's a nothing little airstrip in the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles, but the 3rd busiest airport in the States, and a mother to end all mothers." Wazari beamed. "The traffic's amateur. Most of the jokers are learners who still don't know their arse from a propeller. You've maybe 20 in the system at any one time, 8 on final, all wanting to make like Richthofen." He laughed. "Great place to learn traffic controlling, but after 6 months you're ape." Eyre forced a smile, willing himself not to search the sky. "This place is pretty quiet, even normally. We've no flights out, as you know. You've nothing to do here, I'm afraid." "Sure. I just wanted to take a quick look as we begin bright and early tomorrow." He reached into his uniform pocket and took out a list and gave it to Eyre. "You've 3 flights scheduled for the local rigs starting 8 a.m., okay?" Without thinking, he picked up a rag and wiped the inbound track off the radar screen, tidying the desk alongside. The red grease pencil went into its holder with the others. Eyre looked back at the list. "Are these authorized by Esfandiari?" "Who's he?" Eyre told him. The sergeant laughed. "Well, Captain, Major Changiz personally ordered these, so you can bet your ass they're confirmed." He wasn't arrested with the colonel?" "Hell no, Captain. The mullah, Hussein Kowisi, appointed Major Changiz temp base commander, pending confirm from Tehran." Unerringly, his fingers switched channels to the main base frequency. "Hello, main base. This is Wazari at SG. Do we need tomorrow's flights countersigned by Iran Oil's Esfandiari?" "Negative," came back over the loudspeaker, again American accented. "Everything okay over there?" "Yep. The outbound went off without incident. I'm with Captain Eyre now." The sergeant scanned the sky as he talked. "Good. Captain Eyre, this is the senior traffic controller. Any flights authorized by Major Changiz are automatically approved by Iran Oil." "Can I have that in writing, please?" "Sergeant Wazari'll have it for you in duplicate at 8 a.m., okay?" "Thanks. Thank you." "Thanks, main base," Wazari said, beginning to sign off, then his eyes fixed. "Hold it, main base. We've got a bird inbound. Chopper, 270 degrees. "Where? Where?" "I see him." "How the hell did he get in under the radar?" "You switched on?" "Negative." The sergeant trained the binoculars. "Bell 212, registration. Can't see it. She's head-on to us." He clicked on the UHF. "This is Kowis military control. Inbound chopper. What is your registration? Where are you bound? And what was your point of departure?" Silence, but for the crackle of static. The same call repeated by main base. No reply.
"That son of a bitch is in dead trouble,"
Wazari muttered. Again he trained the binoculars. Air had the second set, and his heart was thumping. As the chopper joined the landing pattern, he read the registration, EP-HBX.
"Echo Peter Hotel Boston X-ray,"
the sergeant said simultaneously. HBX, main base agreed. Again they tried radio contact. No reply.
"He's in your regular landing pattern. Is he a local? Captain Air, is he one of yours?"
"No, sir, not one of mine. Not based here," Air added carefully. "HBX could be an SG registration, however."
"Based where?"
"I don't know."
"Sergeant, as soon as that joker lands, arrest him and all passengers. Send them over here to HQ under guard. Then give me a quick report who, why, and where from."
"Yes, sir." Thoughtfully, Wazari selected a red grease pencil and traced the same line on the radar screen that Air had drawn and he had wiped out. He stared at it a moment, knowing Air was watching him intently. But he said nothing, just wiped the glass clean again and put his attention back to the 212. In silence, the two men in the tower watched her make a normal circuit, then break off correctly and head for them. But she made no attempt to land, just stayed at the correct height and made a much smaller circuit, waggling from side to side. "Radio's out. He wants a green," Air said, and reached for a signal light. "Okay?"
"Sure, give him one, but his ass is still in a ringer."
Air checked that the powerful, narrow-beamed signal light was set for green, permission to land. He aimed it at the chopper and switched on. The chopper acknowledged by waggling from side to side and started the approach. Wazari picked up his carbine and went out. Again Air trained his binoculars, but still could not recognize the pilot or the man beside him, both muffled in winter gear and goggles. Then he rushed down the stairs. Other SG personnel, pilots and mechanics, had gathered to watch. From the direction of the main base, a car was speeding their way along the boundary road. Manuela stood in the doorway of the bungalow. The landing pads were in front of the office building. Crouched in the lee were the 4 green bands who had stayed behind, Wazari now with them. Air noticed that one was very young, barely a teenager, fiddling with his machine gun. In his excitement, cocking it, the youth dropped it on the tarmac, the gun pointing directly at Air. But it did not go off. As he watched, the youth picked it up by the barrel, banged the butt down to knock the snow off, carelessly shoved more snow away from the trigger guard. Some grenades hung from his belt, by the pins. Hastily, Air joined some of the mechanics taking cover.
"Bloody nit," one of them said queasily. "He'll blow himself to hell and us along with him. You all right, Captain? We heard Hotshot's got his knickers in a twist."
Yes, he has. HBX, where's she from, Benson?"
"Bandar Alarm,"
Benson replied. He was a ruddy-faced, rotund Englishman.
50 quid, it's Duke.
As the 212 put her skids down and cut her engines, Wazari led the rush, some of the guards shouting, "Allahu Akbar!" They surrounded her, all guns levelled.
"Bloody twits,"
Air said nervously.
"They're like Keystone Cops."
He still couldn't see the pilot clearly, so he walked out of cover, praying that it was Stark. The cabin doors slid back. Armed men jumped down, careless of the rotors that still circled, shouting greetings, telling the others to put down their guns. In the pandemonium, someone excitedly fired a welcoming burst into the air. Momentarily everyone began to scatter, then, with more shouts, regrouped around the doors as the car arrived, and more men rushed to join the others. Hans helped a mullah down. He was badly wounded. Then a stretcher. Then more wounded, and Air saw Wazari running for him.
"You got medics here?"
he said urgently.
"Yes."
Air turned and cupped his hands around his mouth.
"Benson, get Doc and the medic on the double."
Then to the sergeant, hurrying back with him, "What the hell's going on?"
"They're from Bandar Delam. There was a counter-revolution there. Goddamn Fedayeen."
Eyre saw the pilot's door open and Stark get out, and he didn't hear the rest of what Wazari said and hurried forward.
"Hello, Duke, old chap."
Deliberately he kept his face set and his voice flat, though so happy and excited inside that he felt he would burst.
"Where have you been?"
Stark grinned, used to the English understatement.
"Fishing, old chap," he said.
All at once Manuela came charging through the crowd and was in his arms, hugging him. He lifted her easily and whirled her.
"Why, honey," he drawled, "I guess you like me after all."
She was half crying and half laughing, and she hung on.
"Oh, Conroe, when I saw you, I liked to die."
"Well, damn near did, honey," Stark said involuntarily, but she had not heard him, and he hugged her once for luck and put her down.
"Just sit there for a bitty while I get things organized. Come on, Freddy."
He led the way through the crush. The wounded Mullah was on the ground, leaning against a skid, semi-conscious. The man on the stretcher was already dead.
"Put the Mullah on his stretcher,"
Stark ordered in Farsi. The green bands he had brought in the 212 obeyed at once. Wazari, the only one in uniform here, and the others from the base were astonished, none of them aware of Zataki, the Sunni revolutionary leader who had taken command of Bandar Delam, who now leaned against the helicopter, watching carefully, camouflaged by the SG flight jacket he wore.
"Let me have a look, Duke,"
the doctor said, out of breath from hurrying, a stethoscope around his neck.
"So happy to have you back."
Dr. Nutt was in his 50s, too heavy, with sparse hair and a drinker's nose. He knelt beside the mullah and began examining his chest that was wet with blood.
"We'd better get him to the infirmary, quick as poss, and the rest."
Stark told 2 of those nearby to pick up the stretcher and follow the doctor. Again he was obeyed without question by men he had brought with him. The other green bands stared at him. Now there were 9 of them, including Wazari and the 4 who had stayed.
"You're under arrest,"
Wazari said. Stark looked at him. "What for?" Wazari hesitated.
"Orders from the brass, Captain. I just work here." "So do I. I'll be here if they want to talk to me, Sergeant."
Stark smiled reassuringly at Manuela, who had gone white.
"You go back to the house, honey. Nothing to worry about."
He turned away and went closer to the side door to look inside.
"Sorry, Captain, but you're under arrest. Get in the car. You're to go to the base pronto."
When Stark turned, he was looking into the nozzle of the gun. 2 green bands jumped him from behind, grabbed his arms, pinioning him. Eyre lunged forward, but one of the green bands shoved a gun in his stomach, stopping him. The 2 men started dragging Stark toward the car. Others came to help as he struggled, cursing them. Manuela watched, panic-stricken. Then there was a bellow of rage, and Zataki burst through the cordon, dragged the carbine from Sergeant Wazari, and swung it at his head, butt first. Only Wazari's great reflexes, boxing-trained, moved his head away just in time and backed him out of reach. Before he could say anything, Zataki shouted,
"What's this dog doing with a gun? Haven't you fools heard that the Imam ordered all servicemen disarmed?"
Wazari began hotly,
"Listen, I'm authorized to—"
He stopped in panic. Now there was a pistol at his throat.
"You're not even authorized to shit till the local comité clears you," Zataki said.
He was neater than before, clean-shaven now, his features well made.
"Have you been cleared by the comité?" No, but then, by God and the Prophet, you're suspect."
Zataki kept the gun hard against Wazari's throat, then waved his other hand.
"Let the pilot go and put your arms down, or by God and the Prophet, I'll kill you all."
The moment he had grabbed Wazari's gun, his men had circled the others and now had them covered from behind. Nervously, the 2 men pinioning Stark let him go.
"Why should we obey you?" one of them said sullenly. "Eh? Who are you to give us orders?" "I'm Colonel Zataki, member of the Revolutionary Comité of Bandar Delam, thanks be to God. The American helped save us from a Fedayeen counterattack and brought the mullah and others who need medical help here."
Suddenly his rage broke. He shoved Wazari, and the sergeant sprawled helplessly on the ground.
Leave the pilot alone. Didn't you hear?" He aimed and pulled the trigger, and the bullet tore through the neck of the sheepskin vest of one of the men beside Stark. Manuela almost fainted, and they all scattered. "Next time I'll put it between your eyes. You," he snarled at Wazari. "You're under arrest. I think you're a traitor, so we'll find out. The rest of you go with God. Tell your comité I would be pleased to see them here." He waved them away. The men started muttering among themselves, and in the lull, Eyre slipped over to Manuela and put his arm around her. "Hang in there," he whispered. "It's all right now." He saw Stark motion them away. He nodded. "Come on. Duke says to leave." "No. Please, Freddy. I'm okay. Promise." She forced a smile and continued praying that the man with the pistol would dominate the others and all this would end. Please, God, let it end. They all watched in silence while Zataki waited, the pistol loose in his hand, the sergeant on the ground near his feet, those opposing him glaring at him, Stark standing in the middle of them, not at all sure that Zataki would win. Zataki checked the magazine. "Go with God, all of you," he said again, harder this time, getting angrier. "Are you still deaf?" Reluctantly, they left. The sergeant got up, pasty-faced, and straightened his uniform. Eyre watched Wazari bravely trying to hide his terror. "You stand there and stay there till I say to move." Zataki glanced at Stark, who was watching Manuela. "Pilot, we should finish the unloading. Then my men must eat." "Yes, and thank you." "Nothing. These people did not know. They are not to be blamed." Again he looked at Manuela, dark eyes piercing. "Your woman, pilot?" he asked. "My wife," Stark replied. "My wife is dead, killed in the Abadan fire with my 2 sons. It was the will of God." "Sometimes the will of God is unendurable." "The will of God is the will of God. We should finish the unloading." "Yes." Stark climbed into the cabin, the danger only over for the moment, as Zataki was as volatile as nitroglycerin. 2 more wounded were still strapped in their seats, as were 2 stretcher cases. He knelt beside one of them. "How you doing, old buddy?" he said softly in English. John Tyra opened his eyes and winced, a bloody bandage around his head. "Okay. Yeah, okay. What happened? Can you see?" Tyra seemed surprised. He peered up at Stark, then rubbed his eyes and forehead. To Stark's relief, he said, "Sure, you're a bit soft focus, and my head aches like hell, but I can see you okay. Course I can see you, Duke." "What the hell happened?" "During the Fedayeen counterattack at dawn this morning, you were caught in some crossfire. A bullet creased the side of your head, and when you got up, you started running around in circles like a headless chicken, crying out, 'I can't see, I can't see.' Then you collapsed, and you've been out ever since." "Ever since? God damn!" The American peered out of the cabin door. "Where the hell are we?" "Coease. I thought I'd better get you and the rest here fast." Tyra was still astonished. "I remember nothing. Nothing. Fedayeens? For Christ's sake, Duke, I don't even remember being brought aboard." "Hang in there, old buddy. I'll explain later." He turned and called out, "Freddy, get someone to carry John Tyra to the dock," adding in Farsi to Zataki, who watched from the doorway, "Excellency Zataki, please ask men to carry your men to the infirmary." He paused a moment. "My second-in-command, Captain Eyre, will make arrangements for feeding everyone. Would you like to eat with me, in my house?" Zataki smiled strangely and shook his head. "Thank you, pilot," he said in English. "I will eat with my men. This evening we should talk, you and I." "Whenever you wish." Stark jumped out of the cabin. Men began carrying away all the wounded. He pointed at his bungalow. "That is my house.
"You are welcome there, Excellency." Zataki thanked him and went away, shoving Sergeant Wazari in front of him. Eyre and Manuela joined Stark. She took his hand. "When he pulled the trigger, I thought—" She smiled weakly, switched to Farsi. "Oh, beloved, how good the day has become now that you are safe and beside me." "And thee beside me." Stark smiled at her. "What happened at Bandar Dalam?" she asked in English. "There was a goddamn battle between Zataki and his men and about 50 leftists at the base. Yesterday, Zataki took over our base in the name of Khomeini and the revolution. I had a bit of a run-in with him when I first got there, but now he's kinda okay, though he's psycho, dangerous as a rattler. Anyway, at dawn, the leftist Fedayeen rushed the airport in trucks and on foot. Zataki was asleep with the rest of his men, no sentries out, nothing. You heard the generals capitulated and Khomeini's now warlord." "Yes, we've just heard, actually." "The first I knew of the attack was all hell let loose, bullets everywhere, coming through the walls of the trailers. You know me, I ducked for cover and scrambled out of the trailer. You cold, honey?" No, darling. Let's go home. I could use a drink, too. Oh, my God." "What is it?" But she was already running for the house. "The chili. I left the chili on the stove." "Jesus Christ," Eyre muttered. "I thought we were about to be shot or something." Stark was beaming. "We got chili?" "Yes. Bandar Dalam?" "Not much to tell, Freddy." They started walking for the house. "I evacuated the trailer. I think the attackers figured Zataki and his men would be sleeping in them, but Zataki had everyone bedded down in hangars guarding the choppers. Freddy, they're goddamn paranoid about choppers, that we're going to fly away in them or use them to fly out Savak, generals or enemies of the revolution. Anyway, old Rudy and me, we had our heads down in back of a spare mud tank. Then some of these new bastards, you couldn't tell one from another except Zataki's guys were shouting Allahu Akbar as they died. Some of the Fedayeen opened up with a Sten gun on the hangars just as John Tyra was evacuating his trailer. I saw him go down, and I got as mad as a son of a bitch. Now don't you tell Manuela, and got a gun away from one of them and started my own little war to go get John. Rudy—" Stark started smiling. "That one's a son of a bitch. Rudy got himself a gun too, and we were like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid." "God almighty, you must have been crazy." Stark nodded. "We were, but we got John out of the line of fire, and then Zataki and 3 of his guys broke out of a hangar and charged the main group, firing like the Wild Bunch. But hell, they ran out of ammo. Poor bastards just stood there, and you never seen anyone nakeder." He shrugged. "Rudy and I thought, what the hell, shooting a sitting duck's not fair, and Zataki'd been okay once the Mullah Hussein had left, and we'd, come to an agreement. So we let off a burst over the attackers' heads, and that gave Zataki and the others time to get to cover." Again he shrugged. "That's about it," he said. They were near the bungalow now. He sniffed the air. "We really got chilly, Freddy?" "Yes, unless it's burned. That's all that happened?" "Sure, except when the shooting stopped, I thought we'd best head for Coes and Doc Nut. The Mullah looked rough, and I was scared for John. Zataki said, sure, why not? I need to go to Isfahan, so here we are. The radio went out en route. I could hear you, but couldn't transmit. No sweat." Eyre watched him sniff the air again, knowing that a psychopath like Zataki would never give Stark the authority he had given him, or protect him for so little assistance. The Texan opened the bungalow door. At once the grand, spicy smell surrounded him, transporting him home to Texas, God's country, and 1,000 meals. Manuela had a drink poured for him, the way he liked it. But he did not drink it, just went into the kitchen area and picked up the big wooden spoon and tasted the brew. Manuela watched, hardly breathing. A second taste. "How about that?" he said happily. The chili was the best he had ever had. Chapter 25. At the Des Dam, 4:31 p.m. Lockhart's 212 was parked just outside the shed that doubled as a hangar near a well-kept landing pad that was beside the cobbled forecourt of the house. He was standing on the copter's upper works, checking the rotor column with its multitude of couplings, lock pins, and danger points, but he found nothing untoward. Carefully he clambered down and wiped his hands clean of grease. "Okay?" Ali Abbasi asked, stretched out in the sun. He was the young and very good-looking Iranian helicopter pilot who had helped release Lockhart from detention at Isfahan Air Base just before dawn, and had sat up front in the cockpit with him all the way here. "Everything okay?"
"Sure," Lockhart said. "She's clean and all set to go."
It was a nice day, cloudless and warm. When the sun went down in an hour or so, the temperature would drop 20 or more degrees, but that wouldn't matter. He knew that he would be warm because generals always looked after themselves, and those necessary to them for their survival. "At the moment I'm necessary to Valik and to General Saladi, but only for the moment," he thought. Muted laughter came from the house, and more from those sunning or swimming in the clear blue waters of the lake below. The house seemed incongruous in such desolation, a modern, single-story, spacious, four-bedroom bungalow with separate servants' quarters. It was set on a slight rise overlooking the lake and the dam, the only habitation in this whole area. Surrounding the lake and the dam was a barren wilderness, small rock hills jutting from a high plateau, devoid of any vegetation. The only ways here were to backpack in or to come by air, by helicopter or light airplane into the very short, narrow dirt airstrip that had been hacked out of the uneven terrain.
"Doubt if even a light twin could get in here," Lockhart had thought when he first saw it. "Have to be a single engine, and no way to go around again. Once you commit, you're committed. But it's a great hideaway, no doubt about that. Just great."
Ali got up and stretched. They had arrived here this morning, their flight uneventful. On orders and directions from General Saladi, quietly varied by Captain Ali, Lockhart had hugged the ground, weaving through the passes, avoiding all towns and villages. Their radio had been open all the time. The only report they had heard was a venomous broadcast from Isfahan, repeated several times, about a 212 full of traitors that was escaping southward and should be intercepted and shot down. "They didn't give our names or our registration," Ali had said excitedly. "They must have forgotten to write it down."
"What the hell difference does that make?" Lockhart had said. "We must be the only 212 in the sky." "Never mind. Stay at max 100 feet and now turn west." Lockhart had been astonished, expecting to head for Bandar that lay almost due south. "Where are we heading?" "Forget compass bearings. I'll guide you from here on in." "Where are we heading?" "Baghdad." Ali had laughed. No one had told him their destination until they were ready to land, and by that time, a little over 200 miles from Isfahan, flying very low all the way with adverse winds at maximum consumption and far beyond their expected maximum duration, on empty too long, Ali was openly praying. "If we put down in this God-forsaken wilderness, we'll never walk out. What about fuel?" "There's plenty there when we arrive, God be praised," Ali had said excitedly as they came over the rise to see the lake and the dam. "God be praised." Lockhart had echoed his thanks and had landed quickly. Beside the helipad was a subterranean 5,000-gallon tank and the shed hangar. In the shed hangar were some tools and cylinders of air for tires and racks of water skis and boating equipment. "Let's put her away," Ali had said. Together they wheeled the 212 into the shed, where she fitted snugly, putting chocks on her wheels. As Lockhart adjusted the rotor tie-down, he noticed 3 hang gliders in a rack overhead. They were dust-covered and in tatters now. "Whose are those?" "This used to be the private weekend place of General of the Imperial Air Force, Hussein Aryani. These were his." Lockhart whistled.
Aryani was the legendary head of the Air Force who, according to rumour, also had been like captain of the Praetorian Guard in Roman times to the Shah, his confidant, and married to one of his sisters. He had been killed hang-gliding 2 years ago. Was this where he was killed? Yes. Ali pointed to the other side of the lake. They say he got into still air turbulence and went into those cliffs. Lockhart studied him. They say? You don't believe that? No, I'm sure he was assassinated. In the Air Force, most of us are sure. You mean his hang glider was sabotaged? Ali shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps, perhaps not, but he was much too careful and clever a pilot and flyer to get into turbulence. Aryani would never have flown on a bad day. He went out into the sun. Below they could hear the voices and laughter of some of the others, and Valik's children playing down by the lake. He used a speedboat to take off. He'd wear short water skis, then hold on to a long rope attached to the speedboat that'd go charging down the lake, and when he was fast enough he'd drop his skis and go airborne and soar up 500, 1,000 feet, then cast off and spiral down and land within inches of the raft down there. He was that good? Yeah, he was that good. He was too good. That's why he was murdered. By whom? I don't know. If I did, then he or they would have died long ago. Lockhart saw the adoration. You knew him, then? I was his aide, one of his aides, for a year. He was easily the most wonderful man I have ever known. The best general, the best pilot, best sportsman, skier, everything. If he had been alive now, the Shah would never have been trapped by foreigners or snared by our arch-enemy Carter. The Shah'd never have left, Iran would never have been allowed to slide into the abyss, and the generals would never have been allowed to betray us. Ali Abbasi's face twisted with anger. It's impossible to conceive that we could be so betrayed with him alive. Then who killed him? Khomeini's followers? No, not 3 years ago. He was a famous nationalist, Shiite, though a modern. Who? Tudeh, Fedayeen, or any fanatic of the right, left, or center who wanted Iran weakened. Ali looked at him, dark eyes in a chiseled face. There are even those who say people in high places feared his growing power and popularity. Lockhart blinked. You mean the Shah might have ordered his death? No, of course not. But he was a threat to those who misguided the Shah. He was Farmandeh, a commander of the people. He was a threat all over, to British interests because he supported Prime Minister Mossadegh, who nationalized Anglo-Iranian oil. He supported the Shah and OPEC when they quadrupled the cost of oil. He was pro-Israel, though not anti-Arab, so a threat to the PLO and Yasser Arafat. He could have been considered a threat to American interests, to any or all of the Seven Sisters, because he didn't give a good goddamn for them or anyone. Anyone. For above all, he was a patriot. Ali's eyes had a strange look to them. Assassination is an ancient art in Iran. Wasn't Ibn al-Saba one of us? His mouth smiled, his eyes didn't. We're different here. Sorry, Ibn al-Saba? The old man of the mountains, Hassan ibn al-Saba, the Ismaili religious leader who invented the assassins in the 11th century and their cult of political assassination. Oh, sure. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Wasn't he supposed to be a friend of Omar Khayyam? Some legends say so. Ali's face was etched. Aryani was murdered, by whom no one knows. Yet. Together they pulled the shed door closed. What now? Lockhart asked. Now we wait. Then we'll go on. Into exile, Ali thought. Never mind, it will only be temporary, and at least I know where I'm going, not like the Shah, poor man, who's an outcast. I can go to the States. Only he and his parents knew that he had a U.S. passport. God damn, he thought. How clever of Dad. You never know, my son, what God has in store, his father had said gravely. I advise you to apply for a passport while you can. Dynasties never last, only family.
Shahs come and go, Shahs feed off each other, and the two Pahlavis together are only 54-year highnesses, imperial majesties. What was Riza Khan before he crowned himself king of kings? A soldier, adventurer, the son of illiterate villagers from Mazandaran near the Caspian.
But surely, father, Riza Khan was a special man. Without him and Muhammad Riza Shah, we'd still be slaves of the British.
The Pahlavis were of use to us, my son, yes, in many ways. But Riza Shah failed. He failed himself and failed us by stupidly believing the Germans would win the war and tried to support the Axis, and so gave the occupying British an excuse to depose him and exile him.
But, father, Muhammad Shah can't fail. He's stronger than his father ever was. Our armed forces are the envy of the world. We've more airplanes than Britain, more tanks than Germany, more money than Croesus. America's our ally. We're the biggest military power and policemen of the Middle and Near East, and the leaders of the outside kowtow to him, even Brezhnev.
Yes, but we do not yet know what is the will of God. Get the passport.
But a U.S. passport could be very dangerous. You know how it's said almost everything goes through Savak to the Shah. What if he heard, or General Ariani heard? That'd ruin me in the Air Force.
Why should it? For of course you would tell them proudly you just got the passport and kept it secret, against the day you could put it to use for the good of the Pahlavis, eh?
Of course.
Open your eyes to the ways of the world, my son. The promises of kings have no value. They can plead expedience. If this Shah or the next, or even your great general, has to choose between your life and something of more value to them, which would they choose? Put no trust in princes, or generals, or politicians. They will sell you, your family and your heritage for a pinch of salt to put on a plate of rice they won't even bother to taste.
And oh, how true! Carter sold us out and his generals, then the Shah and his generals, and our generals did the same to us. But how could they be so stupid as to assassinate themselves? He asked himself, shuddering at the thought of how close he had been to death in Isfahan. They must have all gone mad.
"It's cold in the shade," Lockhart said.
Yes, it is. Ali looked back at him and shook off his anxiety. Generals are all the same. My father was right. Even these two bastards, Valik or Saladin, they'd have sold us all if need be, still will. They need me because I'm the only one who can fly them, apart from this poor fool who doesn't know he's in dead trouble.
"Get rid of this Lockhart," Saladin had said. "Why take him to safety? He would have left us at Isfahan. Why not leave him here? Dead. We can't leave him alive. He knows us all and he'd betray us all." "No, Excellency Uncle," Valik had said. "He's more use as a gift to the Kuwaitis or Iraqis. They can jail him or extradite him. It was he who stole an Iranian helicopter and agreed for money to fly us out, didn't he?" "Yes. Even so, he can still give our names to the revolutionaries. By that time we will all be safe and our families safe. I say, dispose of him. He would have sacrificed us. Dispose of him and we will go to Baghdad, not Kuwait. Please, Excellency, reconsider. Lockhart is the more experienced pilot."
Ali glanced at his watch. Just 30 minutes to take off. He saw Lockhart glance at the house where Valik, Saladin were. I wonder who won, Valik or Saladin. Is it the inside of a Kuwaiti or Iraqi jail for this poor joker, or a bullet in the head? I wonder if they'll bury him after they shoot him, or just leave him to the vultures.
"What's the matter?" Lockhart asked.
Nothing, Captain. Just thinking how lucky we were to escape Isfahan.
"Yes, I still think I owe you my life."
Lockhart was certain that if Ali and the Major hadn't released him, he would have ended up before a Comité kangaroo court. And if he was caught now, the same. He had not allowed his mind to think about Shahrazad or Tehran or to make a plan. That comes later. he told himself again. "Once you see how this turns out and where you end up." Where are they planning to go? Kuwait? Or maybe just a quick stab over the border into Iraq? Iraq's usually hostile to Iranians, so that might be dicey for them. Kuwait's an easy flight from here, and most Kuwaitis are Sunni and therefore anti-Khomeini. Against that, to get there, you have to sneak through a lot of sensitive airspace, Iranian and Iraqi, both nervous, jumpy, and trigger-happy. Within 50 miles there must be 20 Iranian air bases, fighter operational, with planes gassed up and dozens of petrified pilots anxious to prove loyalty to the new regime. And what about your promise to McIver not to fly them the last leg? Because of Isfahan, you're marked now. There's no way the Revs will have forgotten your name or the registration of the airplane. Did you see anyone write your name down? No, I don't think so. Even so, you'd better get out while you can. You're implicated in an escape. Men were killed at Isfahan. Whichever way you stack it, you're marked. What about Shahrazad? I can't leave her. You may have to. She's safe in Tehran. What if they come looking for you and Shahrazad answers the door and they take her away in place of you? I could use a cold drink, he said, his mouth suddenly dry. You think they have a Coke or something? I'll go see. They both looked off as Valik's children came bounding up the path from the lake, Anoush close behind them. "Ah," she said to them with her happy smile, but dark shadows around her eyes. "It is a wonderful day, isn't it? We are so lucky." "Yes," both said, and wondered how such a woman could marry such a man. She was very good to look at, and as beautiful a mother as could be. "Captain Abbasi, where's my husband?" "In the house, Highness, with the others," Ali said. "May I escort you? I was just going there." "Would you find him for me, please, and ask him to join me?" Ali did not wish to leave her alone with Lockhart, for she had been present when Valik and Saladi had told him of their plans, asking his advice about their destination, though not about Lockhart's elimination. That had come later. "I wouldn't want to disturb the General by myself, Highness. Perhaps we could go together." "You will please find him for me." She was as imperious as the General, though kindly and without insult. Ali shrugged. Inshallah, he thought, and went off. When they were quite alone, her two children running around the shed, playing hide-and-seek, Anoush touched Lockhart gently. "I haven't thanked you for our lives, Tommy." Lockhart was startled. This was the first time she had ever called him by his first name. He had always been Captain Lockhart, or my cousin-in-law, or His Excellency, the husband of Shahrazad. "I was glad to help." "I know that you and dear old Mac did it for the children and me. Don't look so surprised, my dear. I know my husband's strengths and his weaknesses. What wife doesn't?" Tears brimmed in her eyes. "I know what this means for you, too. You've jeopardized your life, Shahrazad's, your future in Iran, perhaps your company."
"Not Shahrazad's. No, she's perfectly safe. Her father, Excellency Bakravan, will keep her safe until she can get out. Of course she's safe." He saw Anoush's brown eyes and read behind her eyes, and his soul twisted.
"I pray that with all my heart, Tommy, and beg God to grant that wish."
She dabbed her tears away.
"I've never been so sad in all my life. I never knew I could be so sad. Sad to be running away, sad for that poor soldier dying in the snow, sad for all our families and friends who have to stay, sad because no one's safe in Iran anymore. I'm so afraid most of our circle will be persecuted by the mullahs. We've always been, what shall I say, too modern and too progressive. No one's safe here anymore, not even Khomeini himself."
Lockhart heard himself say, "Inshallah," but he wasn't listening to her, suddenly petrified that he would never see Shahrazad again, never be able to get back into Iran, or her able to get out.
It will be normal again soon, travel permitted and everything okay. Of course it will. In a few months, it's got to be. Of course it will be normal soon.
I hope so, Tommy, for I love your Shahrazad and would hate not being able to see her and the little one.
Eh? He gaped at her.
Oh, but of course you wouldn't know, she said,
then brushed the last of her tears away.
It was too soon for you to know. Shahrazad told me she's sure she's carrying her firstborn.
But, well, she...
He stopped helplessly, aghast, at the same time ecstatic.
She can't be.
Oh, she wasn't sure yet, Tommy, but she felt she was. Sometimes a woman can tell. You feel so different, so very different, and so wonderful, so fulfilled, she added, her voice now joyous.
Lockhart was trying to get his mind working, completely aware that it would be impossible for her to understand the turmoil she was creating in him.
God in heaven, he thought. Shahrazad.
There are still a few days to be certain, she was saying. I think it's 3 or 4. Let me think. Yes, including today, Tuesday, 4 more days to be certain. That would make it the day after seeing her father, she said delicately. You were to see him this holy day, Friday the 16th, by your counting, weren't you?
Yes, Lockhart said, as if I could forget. You knew about that?
Of course.
Anush was astonished by his question.
Such an extraordinary request from you, and such an important decision would have to be known by all of us. Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if she is with child? Didn't you tell Excellency Bakravan you wanted children? I so hope she has been blessed by God, for that will surely pass the days and nights happily for her until we can get her out. Kuwait's not far. I'm only so sorry she didn't come with us. That would have made everything perfect.
Kuwait?
Yes, but we won't stop there. We'll go on to London.
Again the torment showed.
I don't want to leave our home and friends, and I don't...
Behind her, Lockhart saw the door of the house open. Valik and Saladi came out, Ali with them. He noticed the 3 of them wore sidearms now. Must have had a cache of weapons here, he thought absently, as Ali saluted and hurried down the path toward the lake. Bursting with glee, the 2 children charged from the back of the shed into Valik's arms. He swung the little girl into the air and set her down.
Yes, Anush?
He asked his wife.
You wanted me and the children to be here exactly at this time?
Yes. Please get Satarem and Jalal ready. We'll be leaving soon.
At once the children ran off into the house.
Captain, is the chopper ready? Yes, it is.
Valik glanced back at his wife.
Please get ready, my dear.
She smiled and did not move.
I just have to fetch my coat. I'm ready to leave.
The rest of the officers were approaching now. Several carried automatic rifles. Lockhart tore his mind off Shahrazad and Holy Day and 4 days more and broke the silence.
What's the plan?
Valik said,
Baghdad. We'll take off in a few minutes.
I thought we were going to Kuwait, Anush said.
We've decided to go to Baghdad. General Saladi thinks it'll be safer than to head south.
Valik kept watching Lockhart.
I want to be airborne in 10 minutes. I'd advise you to wait until 2 or 3 in the morning, and
Saladi interrupted coldly.
We could be trapped here. Soldiers could ambush us. There's an airbase nearby. They could send out a patrol. You don't understand military matters. We leave for Baghdad at once. Kuwait's better and safer, but in both places the chopper will be impounded without an Iranian clearance, Lockhart said. Perhaps not, Valik said calmly. Bakshish and a few connections will make all the difference. You interloper into my family, he thought benignly. You, along with the gift of the 212, will be a sop to satisfy even the Iraqis, for we certainly agree you have flown it illegally. Even the clearance you obtained from Tehran was illegal. The Iraqis will understand, and they won't harm us. Most of them hate and fear Khomeini and his version of Islam. With you, the 212, and a little extra on the side, why should they give me trouble?" He saw Lockhart watching him. "Yes?" "I think Baghdad's a bad choice," General Saladi said curtly. "We will leave now." Lockhart flushed at the rudeness. Some of the others shifted nervously. "No doubt you'll leave when the aircraft is ready and the pilot ready. Have you flown in these mountains?" No, I haven't. But the 212 has the ceiling, and Baghdad's where we will go. Now." "Then I wish you luck. I still advise Kuwait and waiting, but you do what you want, because I'm not flying you." There was an even bigger silence. Saladi went red in the face. "You will prepare to leave. Now." Lockhart said to Valik, "On the way to Isfahan, I told you I wouldn't be flying the last leg. I'm not flying you onward. Ali can do that. He's fully qualified." "But you're as wanted as any of us now," Valik said, astonished with his stupidity. "Of course you will fly the last leg." No, I won't. I'll backpack out of here. Of course you can't waste time landing me somewhere. Ali can fly you. He's been based in this area and knows the radar. Just leave me a rifle and I'll head for Bandar Dalam, okay?" The others stared from Lockhart to Saladi and Valik, waiting. Valik thought through this new problem. So did Saladi. Both men came to the same conclusion, inshallah. Lockhart had chosen to stay, and therefore Lockhart had chosen the consequences. "Very well," Valik said calmly. "Ali will fly us." He smiled, and then, because he respected Lockhart as a pilot, he added quickly, "As we're a very democratic people, I suggest we put it to a vote. Iraq or Kuwait?" "Kuwait," Anush said at once, and the others echoed her before Saladi could interrupt. "Good," Valik thought. "I allowed myself to be overruled because Saladi claimed to know the chief of police in Baghdad, and said that safe passage for me and my family and him would be no more than 20,000 in U.S. notes, which would be immeasurably cheaper than Kuwait. How much the others will have to pay will be up to them. I hope they have money with them, or the means to get enough quickly." "Of course you agree, Excellency, Uncle. Kuwait. Thank you, Captain. Perhaps you'll tell Ali he'll be flying us. He's down by the lake." "Sure, I'll just get my gear. You'll leave me a rifle?" "Of course." Lockhart went to the shed and disappeared inside. Saladi said, "Some of you get the chopper out and we'll be off." They went to obey him. Lockhart came out, put his flight bag and carry bag beside the door, and walked down the path toward the lake. Saladi watched him go, then impatiently walked over to the 212. Valik saw his wife watching him. "Yes, Anush?" "What's planned for Captain Lockhart?" she said softly, though they could not be overheard. You heard him. He refuses to fly us and wants to stay. He'll walk out." "I know how your mind works, my dear. Are you going to have him killed?" There was a nice smile on her face. "Murdered?" "Murder would be the wrong word." His mouth smiled. "I'm sure you'd agree Lockhart represents a great danger now. He knows us all our names. All our families will suffer when he's caught and tortured and sentenced. It's the will of God. He made the choice. Saladi wanted it done anyway, a military decision. I said no, that he should fly us onward." "To be a sacrifice in Kuwait or Baghdad?" "Saladi gave orders to Ali. I didn't. Lockhart's marked, poor man. It's tragic, but necessary. You agree, don't you?" "No, my dear. I'm sorry, but I don't. So if he's hurt or touched here, there will be many who live to regret it." Anush's smile did not change. "You as well, my dear."
His face flushed. Behind him men had pulled the 212 into the open, and now they were loading her. He dropped his voice.
"Didn't you hear me, Anush? He's a threat. He's not one of us. Jared barely tolerates him, and I promise you he's a great danger to us, to those we've left behind, your family as well as mine." "Didn't you hear me, husband? I promise you I know only too well the dangers, but if he's killed here, murdered, you will be killed too."
"Don't be ridiculous."
"Sometime you will sleep and you will not awaken. It will be the will of God."
The smile never changed, nor the gentleness of her voice. Valik hesitated, then his face closed and he hurried down the path. The children barreled out of the house toward her, and she said kindly, "Wait here, my darlings. I'll be back in a moment." Esplanaded over the lake on stilts was an open-sided barbecue area and bar under a neat overhang, with a few steps that went down into the water for skiers, or for the motorboat that was tied up in its shelter nearby. Lockhart was on the water's edge, his hands up. Ali had the automatic leveled. His orders from Saladin had been clear: go to the lake and wait. We will either call you back or send the pilot to find you. If the pilot comes looking for you, kill him and return at once. He had hated the order. Bombarding or attacking revolutionaries or mutineers from a chopper gunship was not murder as this was murder. His face was ashen. He had never killed before, and he asked God's pardon, but an order was an order. "Sorry," he said, hardly able to talk, and began to pull the trigger. At that instant, Lockhart's legs seemed to collapse, and he twisted over the side into the water. Automatically, Ali followed the movement, aimed for the center of the back as though at target practice, knowing he could never miss at this range. Fire! Stop! The fraction of a second he had hesitated was enough time for his brain to hear the order and obey it, thankfully. With shuddering relief, he felt his finger release the pressure on the trigger. Valik rushed up to him, and both of them peered into the water, murky here in the shade and quite deep. They waited. Lockhart did not appear. "Perhaps he's under the floor, or under the raft," Ali said, wiping the sweat off his face and hands, and thanking God that the pilot's blood was not on his soul. "Yes." Valik was also sweating, but mostly with fear. He had never seen that look on his wife's face before, the smile that promised death in the night. "It's her vile ancestors," he thought. "She's Qajar, her lineage Qajars, who could happily blind or murder rivals to the throne, or children of rivals. Didn't only one Qajar Shah in their 146-year dynasty relinquish his throne through natural death?" Valik looked around, saw her standing up at the head of the path, then turned back to Ali. "Give me your gun." Shakily, Valik put the gun down on the rough wooden planking and called out, "Lockhart, I've left you a gun. This was all a mistake. The captain was mistaken." "But, General—" "Go up to the chopper," Valik ordered loudly. "Saladin's a fool. He should never have given you orders to kill this poor man. We leave at once, and we go to Kuwait, not Baghdad. Ali, go and start the aircraft." Ali left. As he passed Anush, he eyed her curiously, then hurried onward. She walked down and joined Valik. "You saw?" he asked. "Yes." They waited. No sound here, no tide to lap the pilings. It was beautiful and calm, the surface of the lake glassy and windless. I pray he's hiding somewhere," she said, a great void in her soul, but now time to heal the breach. "I'm glad his blood's not on our hands. Saladin's a monster." "We'd better go back." They were quite hidden from the chopper and the house. He took out his automatic and fired at once into the ground nearby. "For Saladin. I think I hit Lockhart when he surfaced. Eh?" She took his arm. "You're a wise and good man." They walked back up the rise, arm in arm. "Without you, your cleverness and courage,
we would never have escaped Isfahan. But exile—
What temporary exile, he said jovially, filled with relief that the vile moment between them had passed. Then we'll come home again.
That would be wonderful, she said, forcing herself to believe it. I've got to, or I'll go mad. I've got to for the children. I'm glad you chose Kuwait. I never liked Baghdad and those Iraqis. Ugh.
Her eyes still had shadows in them.
What Lockhart said about waiting till after dark was wrong?
There's an airbase within a few miles. We could have been seen on radar, Hanush, or by spotters in the hills. Saladin's right in that. The base will send a patrol after us.
They topped the rise. The children were waiting for them in the cabin doorway, everyone else aboard. They quickened their pace.
Kuwait's much safer. I'd already decided to overrule that pompous fool Saladin. He is never to be trusted.
In minutes they were airborne, heading northward over the rim of these hills, skirting the crags, hugging the ground to avoid the nearby danger from the airbase. Ali Abbasi was a good pilot and knew the area well. Once over the rim and down into the valley, he turned west and scurried through a pass to avoid the outer perimeter of the airfield, the Iraqi border some 50 miles farther ahead. Snow covered the heights of the mountains far above them and parts of the slopes, though the floor of some valleys were green here and there among the rocky wilderness. They thundered over an unexpected and unknown village, then curled almost due south, again following the watercourse, paralleling the border that was far to their right. The whole flight would take barely 2 hours, depending on the winds, and the winds were favorable. Those in the cabin near the windows happily watched the land rushing past, the 2 children given the best positions, the major holding Jalal, Valik his daughter beside Anush. Everyone was content, a few praying silently. Sunset was not far off and would be good, red-tinged clouds. Red sky at night, shepherd's delight, Anush crooned to Setarem in English, and up front the engines sounded good, with all needles in the green. Ali was glad to be flying, glad that he had not killed Lockhart when he had stood there in front of him, saying nothing, not begging for his life or saying prayers, just standing there with his hands up, waiting. I'm sure he's safe under the pilings, thanks be to God. He took a quick glance at the map, refreshing his memory. But he did not really need to. He had spent many good years here, flying the passes. Soon he would come down out of the mountains, into the marsh plains of the Tigris and Euphrates, staying at ground level, skirting Desful, then Ahwaz and Khorram Shah, then stab across the Shatt al-Arab estuary and the border into Kuwait and freedom. Ahead was the ridge with the dominating peak that he had been expecting, and he swung upward out of the valley to swoop down into the next, the joy of flying possessing him. Then, HBC, climb to 1,000 feet and reduce speed, filled his headphones and brain. He had been airborne barely 6 minutes. The order had been in Farsi, and it was repeated in English, and then in Farsi, and again in English, and all the while he kept her low, desperately trying to get his head working. Chopper HBC, you're illegal. Climb out of the valley and reduce speed. Ali Abbasi peered upward, searching the sky, but he saw no airplane. The valley floor was tearing past. Ahead was another rim, and then there'd be a succession of rims and valleys that led down to the plains. Westward, the Iraqi border was 40-odd miles away. 20 minutes. Chopper HBC, for the last time, you're illegal. Climb out of the valley and reduce speed. His brain shouted, You've 3 choices. Obey and die, try to escape, or put down and wait the night and try at first light, if you survive their rockets or bullets. Ahead of him to the left he saw trees and the land falling away, the sides of the valley steepening into a ravine, so he cast himself into it, committing them to escape. Now his mind was working well. He pulled off his headset, put himself into the hands of God, and felt the better for it. He slowed as he came nearer the end of the ravine, skirted some trees and ducked into another small valley, reduced speed even more, following the stream bed cautiously. More trees and outcrops, and he sneaked around them. Stay low and slow and save gas, and ease your way south, he thought with growing confidence. Go nearer the border when you can take your time. They'll never catch you if you use your wits. It'll be dark soon. You can lose them in the dark, and you know enough about instrument flying to get to Kuwait. But how did they spot us? It was almost as though they were waiting. Could they have had us on radar going into Des Dam? Watch it! The trees were heavier here, and he slewed around a scattering of them on the mountainside, went closer to the rocks, and climbed for the ridge and the next valley. Over it, safely, and down into the protection of the rocks, eyes searching ahead and above, and always for a good spot to put down if an engine failed. He was concentrating and confident, and doing his job well. All the instruments were in the safety range. Minutes passed, and though he searched the sky diligently, he saw nothing. At the head of the next valley he put the chopper into a 360, and carefully scanned the sky. Nothing overhead. Safe. Lost him. Inshallah. He took a deep breath and, very satisfied, turned southward again, over the next ridge, and the next, and there ahead were the plains. The two fighters were waiting. They were F-14s. Chapter 26. At Tehran Airport, SG's office, 5:48 p.m. "You are not permitted to land," came over the HF, heavily mixed with static. Clavell, McIver, and Robert Armstrong grouped around it, listening intently, the vista through the windows dull and brooding, night near. The breezy voice of John Hogg from the incoming 125 came back again. "Tehran Control, this is Echo Tango Lima Lima, as per yesterday. We have clearance from Quiche to land, and ETLL, you are not permitted to land." The traffic controller's voice was raw and frightened, and McIver cursed under his breath. "I say again, negative. All civilian air traffic is grounded, and all incoming flights cancelled until further orders of the Imam." Behind his voice they could hear other voices chattering in Farsi, a number of mics open on this frequency. "Return to your point of departure. I say again, we have clearance to land from Quiche Radar, who passed us to Isfahan Air Traffic Controller, who confirmed our clearance. Long live Ayatollah Khomeini and the victory of Islam. I am 40 miles south of checkpoint Varamin, expecting runway 29 left. Please confirm your ILS is functioning. Do you have other traffic in your system?" For a moment, Farsi voices dominated the tower, then, "Negative traffic, ETLL, negative ILS, but you are not The American English stopped abruptly, and an angry, heavily accented voice took over. "Not landings. Comité gave orders Tehran. Quiche, not Tehran. Isfahan, not Tehran. We give orders Tehran. If landings, you arrested." John Hogg's happy voice replied at once. "Echo Tango Lima Lima. Understand you don't want us to land, Tehran Tower, and wish to reject our clearances, which I believe is an error according to air traffic regulations. Stand by 1, please." Then at once on their private SG frequency, mixed with static, came his terse voice. "HQ, advise." Immediately McIver switched channels and said into the mic, "360, stand by 1, meaning circle and wait for a reply. He glanced up at Clavell, who was grim-faced. Robert Armstrong was whistling tonelessly. "We better wave him off. If he lands, they could throw the book at him and impound her," McIver said. "With official clearances," Clavell said. "You told the tower we've the British ambassador's letter, approved by Bazargan's office." "But not by Bazargan himself, sir," Robert Armstrong said. "And even then, for all practical purposes, those buggers in the tower are the law in the tower for the moment. I'd suggest that—" He stopped and pointed, his face even grimmer. "Look there." 2 trucks and a radio control car, with its tall aerial waving, were racing along the boundary road. As they watched, the trucks drove directly onto runway 29 left, parked in the middle of it. Armed green bands jumped out, taking up defensive positions. The control car continued to head their way. Shit, McIver muttered. Mac, do you think they'll be monitoring our frequency? Safer to assume so, Andy. Gavalan took the mic. Abort. B, repeat, B. Echo Tango Lima Lima. Then on the tower frequency, kind and friendly. Tehran Tower, we agree your request to cancel our clearance and formally apply for clearance to land at tomorrow noon, to deliver urgent spares required by Iran Oil, outgoing crew for overdue leave, with immediate turnaround. McIver grunted. Johnny always was fast on his feet. Then to Armstrong, we'll put you— Stand by 1, Echo Tango Lima Lima, from the tower overrode him. We'll put you on her passenger list when we can, Mr. Armstrong. Sorry, no joy today. What about your papers? Armstrong took his eyes off the approaching car. I'd prefer to be a specialist consultant for SG, going on leave, if you don't mind. Unpaid, of course. He stared back at Gavalan. What's B, repeat B? Try again tomorrow, same time. And if they grant ETLL's request? Then it's tomorrow. You'll be a specialist consultant. Thanks. Let's hope it's tomorrow. Armstrong looked at the approaching car and added quickly, Will you be in about 10 tonight, Mr. Gavalan? Perhaps I could drop by, just to chat, nothing important. Certainly. I'll expect you. We've met before, haven't we? Yes. If I'm not there by 10:15, I've been delayed and can't come. You know how it is. And I'll check in the morning. Armstrong began to leave. Thanks. All right. Where did we meet? Hong Kong. Robert Armstrong nodded politely and walked out, tall and gaunt. They saw him go through the office and take the door that led to the hangar and the back door to the SG parking lot where he had left his nondescript car. McIver's car was parked in front. Almost as though he's been here before, McIver said thoughtfully. Hong Kong? Don't remember him at all, do you? No. McIver frowned. I'll ask Jen. She has a good memory for names. I'm not sure I like or trust Robert Bloody Armstrong, whatever Talbot says. At noon they had gone to see Talbot to find out the who and the why of Armstrong. All George Talbot would say was, Oh, he's rather decent, really, and we'd appreciate your giving him a lift and not asking too many questions. You'll stay for lunch, of course. We've still some rather good Dover sole, fresh frozen, plenty of caviar or smoked salmon, if you wish, a couple of La Doucette 76 on ice, or bangers and mash with a house claret, which I'd highly recommend if you prefer. Chocolate pudding or sherry trifle, and we've still half of a fairly decent Stilton. The whole world may be on fire, but at least we can watch it burn like gentlemen. How about a pink gin before lunch? Lunch had been very good. Talbot had said that Bakhtiar's leaving the field for Bazargan and Khomeini might avert most trouble. Now that there's no chance of a coup, things should get back to normal, eventually. When do you think's eventually? When they, whoever they are, run out of ammunition. But, my dear old boy, whatever I think really doesn't matter. It's what Khomeini thinks that matters, and only God knows what Khomeini thinks. Gavalan remembered the shrill cackle of laughter that Talbot had let out at his own joke, and smiled. What? McIver asked. I was just remembering Talbot at lunch. The car was still 100 yards away. Talbot's hiding a mountain of secrets. What do you think Armstrong wants to chat about? Probably to divert us some more. After all, Mac, we did go to the embassy to inquire about him. Curious. Usually I don't forget. Hong Kong. Seem to associate him with the races at Happy Valley. It'll come back to me. I'll say one thing for him. He's punctual. I told him 5 o'clock, and he was here, even though he seemed to come out of the woodwork. Gavalan's eyes twinkled under his heavy eyebrows, then went back to the incoming car that was drawing up outside. Sure as God made Scotland, he didn't want to meet our friendly comité. I wonder why. The comité consisted of 2 armed youths, a mullah, not the same as yesterday, and Sabolir, the perspiring senior immigration official, still very nervous.
"Good evening, Excellencies,"
McIver said, his nostrils rebelling against their invading smell of stale sweat.
"Would you care for tea?"
No, thank you," Sabolir said. He was still very much on his guard, though he tried to hide it under a mask of arrogance. He sat down in the best chair. "We have new regulations for you."
"Oh?"
McIver had had dealings with him over a couple of years, and had provided an occasional case of whiskey, fill-ups of gasoline, and, from time to time, free air travel and accommodation for him and his family on several summer vacations to Caspian resorts.
"We booked rooms for some of our executives, and they can't use the space, dear Mr. Sabolir. It's a pity to waste the space, isn't it?"
Once he had arranged a week's trip for 2 to Dubai. The girl had been young and very beautiful, and at Sabolir's blunt suggestion was put on the SG books as an Iranian expert.
"What can we do for you?"
To their surprise, Sabolir took out Gavalin's passport and the previous clearance paper and put them on the desk.
"Here are your passport and papers, approved," he said, his voice automatically oily with officialdom. "The Imam has ordered normal operations to begin at once. The Islamic State of Iran is back to normal, and the airport will reopen in 3 days for normal pre-agreed traffic. You are to come back to normal now." "We begin training the Iranian Air Force again?" McIver asked, hard put to keep the glee out of his voice, for this was a very big contract and very profitable. Sabolir hesitated. "Yes, I presume, No," the mullah said firmly in good English. "No, not until the Imam or the Revolutionary Comité agrees. I will see that you have a firm answer. I do not think this part of your operation will begin yet. Meanwhile, your normal business, spares to your bases and their contract flights to assist Iran Oil resume oil production, or Iran Timber and so on, provided the flights are approved in advance, may begin the day after tomorrow." "Excellent," Gavalin said, and McIver echoed him. "Replacement flight crews and oil rig crews in and out, if approved in advance and provided their papers are in order," the mullah continued, "will resume the day after tomorrow. Oil production is to be a priority. An Islamic Guard will accompany every internal flight. If requested in advance, and the man is on time for the flight, but not armed," McIver said politely, preparing for the inevitable clash. "Armed Islamic Guards will be carried for your protection to prevent hijacking by enemies of the state," the mullah said sharply. "We will be very pleased to cooperate, Excellency," Gavalin interrupted calmly. "Very pleased indeed, but I'm sure you won't wish to endanger life or jeopardize the Islamic State. I formally ask you to ask the Imam to agree to no guns whatever. Clearly you have immediate access to his presence. Meanwhile, all our aircraft are grounded until I have clearance, or clearance from my government. You will not ground flights, and you will become normal." The mullah was very angry. "Perhaps a compromise, pending the Imam's agreement. Your guards have their guns, but the captain holds the ammunition during the flight. Agreed?" The mullah hesitated. Gavalin hardened. "The Imam ordered all weapons handed in, didn't he?" "Yes." "Very well. I agree." "Thank you. Mac, prepare the paper for His Excellency to sign, and that takes care of it for all our lads. Now, we'll need new flight papers, Excellency. The only ones we've got are the old, useless ones from the previous regime. Will you give us the necessary authority? You yourself, Excellency. Clearly you are a man of importance, and you know what's going on." He watched as the mullah seemed to grow in stature with the flattery. The man was in his 30s, his beard was greasy and his clothes threadbare.
From his accent, Gavalan had pegged him an ex-British student, one of the thousands of Iranians that the Shah had sent abroad on grants for Western education. "You will, of course, give us new papers at once, to make us legal with the new era. We will sign new documents for each of our aircraft, yes." The mullah took some papers from his battered briefcase and put on a pair of old glasses, the lenses thick and one of them cracked. The paper he sought was at the bottom. "You have in your trust 13 Iranian 212s, 7 206s and 4 Alouettes in various places, all Iranian registry and owned by Iran Helicopter Company. That's correct?" Gavalan shook his head. "Not exactly. At the moment they're still actually owned by SG Helicopters of Aberdeen. Iran Helicopter Company, our joint venture with our Iranian partners, doesn't own the aircraft until they're paid for." The mullah frowned, then brought the paper closer to his eyes. "But the contract giving ownership to Iran Helicopter, which is an Iranian company, is signed, isn't it?" "Yes, but it's subject to payments, which are in arrears. The Imam has said all debts will be paid, so they will be paid." "Of course, but meanwhile ownership passes on actual payment," Gavalan continued carefully, while hoping against hope the tower would grant Johnny Hogg's clever request for a landing tomorrow. "I wonder if this mealy-mouthed bugger could order a clearance," he asked himself. "If Khomeini's ordered everything back to normal, it'll go back to normal, and I can safely return to London. With any luck, I could close the X-Tex contract that covers the new X-63's lease payments by the weekend. For months we've been making payments on behalf of IHC on all these aircraft, with interest, banking charges and so on out of our own funds, and Islam forbids usury and the paying of interest," the mullah said with a total finality that rocked Gavalan and McIver. "Banks may not charge interest. None. It is usury." Gavalan glanced at McIver, then uneasily turned his full attention to the mullah. "If banks cannot charge interest, how will businesses operate internally and externally?" "According to Islamic law. Only Islamic law. The Quran forbids usury." The mullah added distastefully, "What foreign banks do is evil. It's because of them Iran had many troubles. Banks are evil institutions and will not be tolerated. As to Iran Helicopter Company, the Islamic Revolutionary Committee has ordered all joint ventures suspended pending review." The mullah waved the papers. "All these aircraft are Iranian registry. Iranian." Again he peered at the paper. "Here in Tehran you have 3 212s, 4 206s, and 1 47G4 here at the airport, haven't you?" "They're spread around," McIver told him carefully. "Here, Doshan Tepe and Gale Morghi. But they're all here, in Tehran." McIver had been gauging him while Gavalan had been talking, also trying to read upside down what the papers contained. The one in the mullah's hand listed all their airplanes with their registration numbers, and was a copy of the manifest that was kept permanently in the tower, that SG was obliged to keep permanently up to date. His stomach twisted nastily when he glimpsed EP-HBC ringed in red, Lockhart's 212, also EP-HFC, Petikin's 206. "We've one 212 on loan to Bandar Delam," he said, deciding to play it safe, inwardly cursing Valik and hoping that Tom Lockhart was either at Bandar Delam or safely on the way home. "The rest are here." "On loan, that would be EP-HBC, the mullah said, very pleased with himself. "Now what?" The traffic controller's voice interrupted him. "Echo Tango Lima Lima, request refused. Call Isfahan on 118.3. Good day." "Quite right. Good." The mullah nodded, satisfied. Gavalan and McIver cursed inwardly even more, and Sabolier, who had been silently watching and listening to the byplay, understanding very clearly how the two men were trying to manipulate the mullah, chortled to himself, carefully avoiding anyone's eyes, staring at the floor for safety. Once, a moment ago, when the mullah's attention was elsewhere, he had deftly caught McIver's eye and half-smiled at him, encouragingly, pretending friendship, petrified McIver would misconstrue all those previous favours, which were only repayment for his smoothing the way of inbound spares and outbound crews. On the radio this morning, a spokesman for the Islamic Revolutionary Comité had urged all loyal citizens to denounce anyone who had committed crimes against Islam. During today, 3 of his colleagues had been arrested, which had sent a shudder of horror through the whole airport. Islamic guards gave no specific reasons, just dragged the men away and put them into Evin jail, the loathed Savak prison, where, it was rumoured, 100 enemies of Islam had been shot today after summary trials. One of those arrested was one of his own men who had accepted the 10,000 rials and the 3 5-gallon cans of gasoline from McIver's storeroom yesterday. The man had kept one, and the other 2 he himself had correctly taken home last night, as was his due. Oh, God, let them not search my house. Over the HF was Johnny Hogg, his voice still breezy. Echo Tango Lima Lima, thank you. Up the revolution and good day. Then, on their own channel, tersely. HQ, confirm. McIver reached over and switched to their channel. Stand by, 1, he ordered, deeply conscious of the mullah. Do you you talk direct with the aircraft. A private channel? Company channel, Excellency. It's normal practice. Normal, yes. So, EP-HBC is at Bandar Delam, the mullah said, and read from the paper, delivering spares. Is that right? Yes, McIver said, praying. When is this aircraft due to return? McIver could feel the weight of the mullah's attention on him. I don't know. I haven't been able to raise Bandar Delam. As soon as I can, I'll tell you. Now, Excellency, about clearances for our various flights. Do you EP-HFC? EP-HFC is in Tabriz? She's at the Small Forshah airstrip, McIver said, not feeling very good at all, praying that the madness at the Kazvin roadblock had gone unreported and would be forgotten. Again, he wondered where Erky was. He was supposed to have met them at the apartment at 3 o'clock to come out to the airport, but had never appeared. Forshah airstrip? He saw the mullah staring at him and concentrated with an effort. EP-HFC went to Tabriz on Saturday to deliver spares and pick up a crew change. She returned last night. She'll be on the new manifest tomorrow. The mullah was suddenly grim. But any incoming or outgoing aircraft must be instantly reported. We have no record of any inward clearance yesterday. Captain Petikin couldn't raise Tehran ATC yesterday. The military were in charge, I believe. He tried calling all the way inbound. McIver added quickly, If we're to resume operations, who will authorize our Iran oil flights? Mr. Daryush, as usual? Yes, I would think so. But why wasn't its arrival reported today? Gavalan said with a forced brightness, I'm very impressed with your efficiency, Excellency. It's a pity the military air traffic controllers on duty yesterday don't share it. I can see the new Islamic Republic will far surpass any Western operation. It will be a pleasure to serve our new employers. Up the new. May we know your name? I'm Mohammed Tehrani, the man said, diverted again. Then, Excellency Tehrani, may I ask that you give us the benefit of your authority? If my Echo Tango Lima Lima could have your permission to land tomorrow, we could immeasurably improve our efficiency to parallel your own. I can then make sure our company gives the Ayatollah Khomeini and his personal assistants, like yourself, the service he and they have a right to expect.
The spares ETLL will carry will put back 2 more 212s into operation, and I can return to London to increase our support for the Great Revolution. Of course, you agree. It's not possible. The Comité would— I'm sure the Comité would take your advice. Oh, I noticed you've had the misfortune to break your glasses. Terrible. I can hardly see without mine. Perhaps I could have the 125 bring a new pair for you tomorrow from Al-Chargaz. The mullah was unsettled. His eyes were very bad. The wish for new glasses, good glasses, almost overpowered him. Oh, it would be an unbelievable treasure, a gift from God. Surely God has put this thought into the foreigner's head. I don't know. The Comité couldn't do what you ask so quickly. I know it's difficult, but if you'd intercede for us with your Comité, surely they'd listen. It would help us immeasurably, and we'd be in your debt, Gavalin added, using the time-honoured phrase that in any language meant, "What do you want in exchange?" He saw MacIver switch to the tower frequency, offer the mic. "You press the button to talk, Excellency, if you would honour us with your assistance." The Mullah Tehrani hesitated, not knowing what to do. As he looked at the mic, MacIver glanced at Sabolir pointedly. Sabolir understood at once, his reflexes perfect. "Of course, whatever you decide, Excellency Tehrani, your Comité will agree," he said, his voice unctuous. "But tomorrow I understand you are ordered to visit the other airfields, to make sure where and how many civilian helicopters are in your area, which is all Tehran, yes?" "Those are orders, yes," the mullah agreed. "I and some members of my Comité have to visit the other airfields tomorrow." Sabolir sighed heavily, pretending disappointment, and MacIver had difficulty not laughing, so overplayed was the performance. "Unfortunately, it would not be possible for you to visit them all by car or foot, and still be back to supervise, personally, the arrival and immediate turnaround of this single aircraft that has, through no fault of its own, been turned away because of arrogant traffic controllers in Kish and Isfahan, who dared not to consult you first." True, the mullah agreed. "They were at fault." "Would 7 a.m. suit you, Excellency Tehrani?" MacIver said at once. "We'd be glad to help our airport Comité. I'll give you my best pilot, and you'll be back in plenty of time to supervise the turnaround. How many men would come with you?" 6, the mullah said absently, overwhelmed with the idea of being able to complete his orders, God's work, so conveniently and luxuriously, like a veritable Ayatollah. This could be done?" "Of course," MacIver said. "At 7 a.m. here. Chief Captain Nathaniel Lane will have a 212 ready, 7 including yourself, and up to 7 wives. You, of course, would fly in the cockpit with the pilot. Consider it arranged." The mullah had only flown twice in his life, to England and university and home again, packed into a special student charter Iran Air flight. He beamed and reached for the mic. "At 7 a.m. MacIver and Gavalin did not betray their relief at their victory, nor did Sabolir. Sabolir was content that the mullah was entrapped. As God wants. Now, if I'm falsely accused, now I have an ally, he told himself. This fool, this son of a dog, false mullah, hasn't he accepted a bribe? Clearly not Pishkesh. 2, in fact, some new glasses and wasteful, unauthorized air travel. Hasn't he deliberately allowed himself to become the dupe of these glib and ever-devious English, who still think they can seduce us with trinkets and steal our heritage for a few rials? Listen to the fool, giving the foreigners what they want. He glanced at MacIver, pointedly, and caught his eye, then once more looked back at the floor. Now, you arrogant Western son of a dog, he thought. What valuable favor should you do for me in return for my assistance?"
At the French Club, 7:10 p.m. Gavalin accepted the glass of red wine from the uniformed French waiter, MacIver, the white. Both touched glasses and drank gratefully, tired after their journey from the airport. They were sitting in the lounge with other guests, mostly Europeans, men and women, overlooking the snow-covered gardens and tennis courts, the chairs comfortable and modern, the bar extensive, many other rooms for banquets, dancing, dining, cards, sauna in other parts of this fine building that was in the best part of Tehran. The French Club was the only expat club still functioning. The American Services Club, with its huge complex of entertainment facilities, sports field and baseball pitch, as well as the British, Pars American, German clubs, and most others had been closed, their bars and stocks of liquor smashed.
"My God, that's good," MacIver said, the ice-cold, cleansing wine taking away the dross. "Don't tell Jen we stopped by."
"No need to, Mac. She'll know."
MacIver nodded.
"You're right. Never mind. I managed to book here tonight for dinner. Cost an arm and a leg, but worth it. Used to be standing room only at this time of night."
He looked around at a burst of laughter from some Frenchmen in a far corner.
"For a moment it sounded like Jean-Luc. Seems years since we had his pre-Christmas party here. Wonder if we'll ever have another."
"Sure you will," Gavalin said to encourage him, concerned that the fire seemed to be out of his old friend.
"Don't let that mullah get to you. He gave me the creeps. So did Armstrong, come to think of it. And Talbot. But you're right, Andy. I shouldn't let it get me down. We're in better shape than we were 2 days ago."
More laughter distracted him, and he began thinking of all the great times he had had here with Jenny and Petikin and Lockhart.
Won't think about him now.
And all the other pilots and their many friends, British, American, Iranian. All gone. Most gone.
It used to be, "Jen, let's go over to the French Club. The tennis finals are this afternoon." Or, "Valik's cocktail party's on from 8 p.m. at the Iranian Officers Club." Or, "There's a polo match, baseball match, swimming party, skiing party." Or, "Sorry, can't this weekend. We're going to the Ambassadors' do on the Caspian." Or, "I'd love to. Jenny can't. She's shopping for carpets in Isfahan." It used to be we had so much to do here, Andy. The social life was the best ever, no doubt about that, he said. Now it's hard just trying to keep in touch with our ops.
Gavalin nodded.
"Mac," he said kindly, "straight answer to a straight question. Do you want to quit Iran and let someone else take over?"
MacIver stared at him blankly.
"Good God, whatever gave you that idea? No, absolutely no. You mean you think because I was a bit down that—" "Good God, no," he said, but his mind was suddenly jerked into asking the same question, unthinkable a few days ago. Are you losing it, your will, your grip, your need to continue? Is it time to quit? I don't know, he thought, achingly chilled by the truth, but his face smiled. Everything's fine, Andy. Nothing we can't deal with. Good. Sorry, I hope you didn't mind me asking. I think I was encouraged by the mullah, except when he was talking about our Iranian aircraft. The truth is that Valik and the partners have been acting like our aircraft were theirs ever since we signed that contract. Thank God it's a British contract, enforceable under British law.
Gavalin glanced over MacIver's shoulder, and his eyes widened slightly. The girl coming into the room was in her late 20s, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and stunning. MacIver followed his glance, brightened, and got up. "Hello, Sayadaw," he said, beckoning her. "May I introduce Andrew Gavalin? Andy, this is Sayadaw Betolin, a friend of Jean-Luc. Would you like to join us?"
"Thanks, Mac, but no, sorry, I can't. I'm just about to play squash with a friend. You're looking well. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Gavalin."
She put out her hand, and Gavalin shook it.
"Sorry, got to dash. Give my love to Jenny."
They sat down again.
"Same again, waiter, please," Clavell said. "Mac, between you and me, that bird's made me feel positively weak."
MacIver laughed.
"Usually it's the reverse. She's certainly very popular, works in the Kuwaiti embassy. She's Lebanese and Jean-Luc's smitten."
"My word, I don't blame him."
Clavell's smile faded. Robert Armstrong was coming through the far doorway with a tall, strong-faced Iranian in his 50s. He saw Clavell, nodded briefly, then continued with his conversation and led the way out and up the stairs where there were other lounges and rooms.
"Wonder what the devil that man's got—"
Clavell stopped as recollection flooded his mind.
"Robert Armstrong, Chief Superintendent CID Kowloon, that's who he is, or was." "CID? You're sure?" "Yes, CID or Special Branch. Wait a minute. Yes, that's right. He was a friend of Ian's, come to think of it. That's where I met him, at the great house on the peak, not at the races, though I might have seen him there too with Ian. If I remember rightly, it was the night Quillan Gaunt came as a very unwelcome guest. Can't remember exactly, but I think it was Ian and Penelope's anniversary party, just before I left Hong Kong. My God, that's almost 16 years ago. No wonder I didn't remember him. I had the feeling he remembered you the instant we met at the airport yesterday." "So did I."
They finished their drinks and left, both of them curiously unsettled. Tehran University, 7:32 p.m. The rally of over 1,000 leftist students in the forecourt quadrangle was noisy and dangerous. Too many factions, too many zealots, and too many of them armed. It was cold and damp, not yet dark, though already there were a few lights and torches in the twilight. Rakotsi was at the back of the crowd, melded into it, haphazardly dressed like the others, looking like them, though now his cover had been changed, and he was no longer Smith or Fyodor Rakotsi, the Russian Muslim, the Islamic Marxist sympathizer, but here in Tehran had reverted to Dmitry Yazernov, Soviet representative on the Tudeh Central Committee, a post he had had from time to time over the past few years. He stood in a corner of the quadrangle with 5 of the Tudeh student leaders, out of the sharpening wind, his assault rifle over his shoulder, armed and ready, and he was waiting for the first gun to go off.
"Any moment now," he said softly. "Dmitri, who do I take out first?" one of the leaders asked nervously. "The Mujahideen, that motherless bastard. The one over there," he said patiently, pointing at the black-bearded man, much older than the others. "Take your time, Farmad, and follow my lead. He's professional and PLO." The others stared at him, astonished. "Why him if he's PLO?" Farmad asked. He was squat, almost misshapen, with a large head and small, intelligent eyes. "The PLO have been our great friends over the years, giving us training and support and arms." "Because now the PLO will support Khomeini," he explained patiently. "Hasn't Khomeini invited Arafat here next week? Hasn't he given the PLO the Israeli mission headquarters as its permanent headquarters? The PLO can supply all the technicians that Bazargan and Khomeini need to replace the Israelis and the Americans, especially in the oil fields. You don't want Khomeini strong, do you?" "No, but the PLO have been— Iran isn't Palestine. Palestinians should stay in Palestine. You won the revolution. Why give strangers your victory?" "But the PLO have been our allies," Farmad persisted, and Rakotsi was glad that he had found the flaw before some measure of power was passed over to this man. "Allies who have become enemies have no value. Remember the aim." "I agree with Comrade Dmitri," another said, an edge to his voice, his eyes cold and very hard. "We don't want PLO giving orders here. If you don't want to take him out, Farmad, I will. All of them, and all the green band dogs, too." "The PLO are not to be trusted," Rakotsi said, continuing the same lesson, planting the same seeds.
Look how they vacillate and change positions even on their home ground. One moment saying they're Marxist, the next Muslim, the next flirting with the arch-traitor Sadat, then attacking him. We have documents to prove it, he added, the disinformation fitting in perfectly. And documents that prove they plan to assassinate King Hussein and take over Jordan and make a separate peace with Israel and America. They've had secret meetings with the CIA and Israel already. They're not truly anti-Israel. Ah, Israel, he was thinking, as he let his mouth continue the well-thought-out lesson. How important you are to Mother Russia, set there so nicely in the cauldron, a perpetual irritant guaranteed to enrage all Muslims forever, particularly the oh-so-oil-rich sheikdoms, guaranteed to set all Muslims against all Christians, our prime enemy, your American, British, and French allies, meanwhile to curb their power and keep them and the West off balance while we consume vital prizes. Iran this year, Afghanistan also, Nicaragua next year, then Panama and others, always to the same plan. Possession of the Strait of Hormuz, Panama, Constantinople, and the treasure chest of South Africa. Ah, Israel, you're a trump card for us to play in the world monopoly game, but never to discard or sell. We'll not forsake you. Oh, we'll let you lose many battles, but never the war. We'll allow you to starve, but not to die. We'll permit your banking compatriots to finance us and therefore their own destruction. We'll suffer you to bleed America to death. We'll strengthen our enemies, but not too much, and assist you to be raped. But don't worry, we'll never let you disappear. Oh, no, never. You're far too valuable. PLOs are arrogant and full of themselves, a tall student said darkly, and never polite and never conscious of Iran's importance in the world, and know nothing of our ancient history. True, they're peasants, and they've parasited themselves throughout the Middle East and our Gulf, taking the best jobs. Yes, another agreed, they're worse than the Jews. Rakotsi laughed to himself. He enjoyed his job very much, enjoyed working with university students, always a fertile field, enjoyed being a teacher. But that's what I am, he thought contentedly, a professor of terrorism, of power and the seizing of power. Perhaps I'm more like a farmer. I plant the seed, nurture it, guard it, and harvest it, working all seasons as a farmer must. Some years are good and some bad, but every year a little further forward, a little more experienced, a little wiser about the land, ever more patient. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, always the same farm, Iran, always with the same aim, at best for Iran to become Russian soil, at worst a Russian satellite to protect the sacred motherland of Russia. With our foot on the Strait of Hormuz. Ah, he thought, an unearthly, consuming religious glow pervading him. If I could give Iran to Mother Russia, my life will not have been lived in vain. The West deserves to lose, particularly the Americans. They're such fools, so egocentric, but most of all so stupid. It's inconceivable this Carter doesn't see the value of Hormuz in general, and Iran in particular, and what a catastrophe to the West their loss will be. But there it is. For all practical purposes, he's given us Iran. Rakotsi remembered the shockwave of disbelief that had soared to the very top when their innermost contacts in Washington had whispered that Carter was going to forsake the Shah. Ah, what an ally Carter has been to us. If I believed in God, I'd pray. God is great. God is great. Protect our best ally, President Peanut, and let him win a second term. With him in for a second term, we'll own America, and so rule the world. God is great. God is— Abruptly, he felt chilled.
He had been pretending to be Muslim for so long that sometimes his cover overcame his real self, and he began to question and have doubts. "Am I still Igor Mazitrik, Captain KGB, married to my darling Delora, my oh-so-beautiful Armenian, who's waiting in Tbilisi for me to come home? Is she at home, she who oh-so-secretly believes in God, the God of the Christians that is the same as the God of the Muslims and of the Jews? God who has 1,000 names. Is there a God? There is no God," he told himself like a litany, and put that thought back into its compartment and concentrated on the riot to be. Around them, tension was growing nicely among the massed students, angry cries raging back and forth. "We didn't spill our blood for mullahs to take all the power. Unite, brothers and sisters. Unite under the Tudeh banners. Down with the Tudeh. Unite for the holy Islamic Marxist cause. We Mujahideen spilled our blood, and we are the martyrs of Imam Ali, Lord of the Martyrs, and Lenin. Down with the mullahs and Khomeini, arch-traitor to Iran." Vast cheers greeted this shout, and others took it up. Then, gradually again, the dominating voice was, "Unite, brothers and sisters, unite to the real leaders of the revolution, the Tudeh. Unite to protect the—" Rakotsi watched the crowd critically. It was still in pieces, formless, not yet a mob that could be directed and used as a weapon. Some bystanders, Islamics, watched and listened with varying degrees of contempt or rage. The few moderates shook their heads and walked away, leaving the stage to the vast majority who were deeply committed and anti-Khomeini. Around them the buildings were tall and brick, the university built by Reza Shah in the 30s. 5 years ago, Rakotsi had spent a few terms here, pretending to be an Azerbaijani, though the Tudeh knew him as Dmitry Yazanov, and that he had been sent, continuing a pattern, to organize university cells. Since its beginning, the university was always a place of dissension, anti-Shah, although Muhammad Shah, more than any monarch in Persia's history, had lavishly supported education. The Tehran students had been the vanguard of the rebellion, long before Khomeini had become the coalescing core. "Without Khomeini, we'd never have succeeded," he thought. "Khomeini was the flame around which we could all cluster and unite to tip the Shah off the throne and the U.S. out. He's not senile or a bigot, as many say, but a ruthless leader with a dangerously clear plan, a dangerously great charisma, and dangerously huge power among the Shiites. So now it's time he joined the God that never was." Rakotsi laughed suddenly. "What is it?" Farmad asked. "I was just thinking what Khomeini and all the mullahs will say when they discover there's no God and never was a God. There's no heaven, no hell, no Horus, and it's all a myth." The others laughed, too. One didn't. Ibrahim Kiabi. There was no laughter left in him, just the wish for revenge. When he had gone home yesterday afternoon, he had discovered his house in turmoil, his mother prostrate in tears, his brothers and sisters in anguish. The news had just arrived that his engineer father had been murdered by Islamic guards outside his Iran Oil HQ at Ahwaz, and that his body had been left to the vultures.
"For what?"
he had screamed.
For crimes against Islam,"
his uncle, Dawar Kiabi, who had brought home the terrible news, said through his own tears.
"That's what they told us, his murderers. They were from Abadan, fanatics, illiterates mostly, and they told us that he was an American quisling, that for years he had cooperated with the enemies of Islam, allowing and helping them to steal our oil. The lies! All lies!"
Ibrahim had shouted at him.
"Father was anti-Shah, a patriot, a believer. Who were those dogs? Who? I will burn them and their fathers. What were their names? It was the will of God, Ibrahim, that they did it. Inshallah. Oh, my poor brother. The will of God. There is no God."
The others had stared at him, shocked. This was the first time Ibrahim had articulated a thought that had been building for many years, nurtured by student friends returning from overseas, friends at the university, fed by some of the teachers who had never said this openly, merely encouraging them to question anything and everything.
"Inshallah is for fools," he had said. "A curse of superstition for fools to hide under." "You mustn't say that, my son," his mother had cried out, frightened. "Go to the mosque. Beg God's forgiveness. That your father is dead is the will of God, nothing more. Go to the mosque."
"I will," he had said, but in his heart he knew his life had changed. No God could have allowed this to happen.
"Who were those men, Uncle? Describe them." "They were just ordinary, Ibrahim, as I already told you. Younger than you, most of them. There was no leader or mullah with them, though there was one in the foreigner's helicopter that came from Bandar Delam. But my poor brother died cursing Khomeini. If only he hadn't come back by the foreigners' helicopters. If only. But then, inshallah, they were waiting for him anyway."
"There was a mullah in the helicopter?"
Yes, there was." "You will go to the mosque, Ibrahim?" his mother had asked him again.
"Yes," he had said, the first lie he had ever told her. It had taken him no time to find the University Tudeh leaders and Dmitry Yazernov, to swear allegiance, to get a machine gun, and, most of all, to ask them to find the name of the mullah in the helicopter of Bandar Delam. And now he stood there, waiting, wanting vengeance, his soul crying out against the outrage committed against his father in the name of the false god.
"Dmitri, let's begin," he said,
his fury whipped by the shouting of the crowd.
"We must wait, Ibrahim," Rakotsi said gently, very pleased to have the youth with them. "Don't forget, the mob is a means to an end. Remember the plan." When he had told it to them an hour ago, they had been stunned. "Raid the American embassy?" "Yes," he had said calmly. "A quick raid, in and out, tomorrow or the next day. Tonight the rally will become a mob. The embassy's hardly a mile and a half away. It will be easy to send the mob rampaging that way as an experiment. What more perfect cover could we have for a raid than a riot? We let the enemy Mujahideen and Fedayeen go against Islamics and kill each other off while we take the initiative. Tonight we plant more seeds. Tomorrow or the next day we'll raid the U.S. Embassy." "But it's impossible, Dmitri. Impossible." "It's easy. Just a raid, not an attempt at a takeover. That will come later. A raid will be unexpected. It's simple to execute. You can easily grab the embassy for an hour, hold the ambassador and everyone captive for an hour or so while you sack it. The Americans do not have the will to resist. That's the key to them. Here are the plans of the buildings, and the numbers of Marines, and I will be there to help. Your coup will be immense. It will hit world headlines, and totally embarrass Bazargan and Khomeini, and even more the Americans. Don't forget who the real enemy is, and that now you have to act fast to grab the initiative from Khomeini." It had been easy to convince them. It will be easy to create the diversion, he thought. And it'll be easy to go straight to the CIA basement office and radio room, blow the safe, and empty it of all documents and cipher books, then up the back stairs to the second landing, turn left, into the third room on the left, the ambassador's bedroom, to the safe behind the oil painting hanging over the bed, blow that and empty it similarly. Sudden, swift, and violent, if there's any opposition. "Dmitri, look!" Rakotsi spun around. Coming down the road were hundreds of youths, green bands and mullahs at the head. At once, Rakotsi roared, "Death to Khomeini!" and fired a burst into the air.
The suddenness of the shots whipped everyone into a frenzy. There were shouts and counter-shouts. Simultaneously other guns went off all over the quadrangle, and everyone began to scatter, trampling over one another in their haste, the screams beginning. Before he could stop him, he saw Ibrahim aim at the oncoming green bands and fire. Some men in the front rank went down, a howl of rage burst from them, and guns opened up in their direction. He dived to the ground, cursing. The torrent of bullets missed him, but got Farmad and others nearby, but not Ibrahim and the remaining 3 Tudeh leaders. He shouted at them, and they all hugged the cement as panic-stricken students opened up with carbines and pistols. Many were wounded before the big Mujahideen Rakodsi had marked for execution, rallied his men around him and led a charge at the Islamics and drove them back. At once others came to his aid, and the retreat became a rout. A roar went through the students, and the rally became a mob. Rakodsi grabbed Ibrahim, who was just about to charge off mindlessly. "Follow me," he ordered, half-shoved Ibrahim and the others farther into the lee of the building, then, when he was sure they were with him, took to his heels in a frantic, chest-hurting retreat. At a junction of paths in the snow-covered gardens, he stopped a moment to catch his breath. The wind was chill and night on them now. "What about Farmad?" Ibrahim gasped. "He was wounded." "No," he said. "He was dying. Come on." Again he led the rush unerringly through the garden, along the street near the scientific faculty, across the parking lot into the next, and he did not stop till the sound of the riot was distant. There was a stitch in his side, and his breathing came in great pants, tearing at him. When he could speak, he said, "Don't worry about anything. Go back to your homes or your dormitories. Get everything ready for the raid, tomorrow or the next day. The committee will give the order." He hurried away into the gathering night. At Lockhart's apartment, 7:30 p.m. Shahrazad was lying in a foam bath, her head propped on a waterproof pillow, eyes closed, her hair tied up in a towel. "Oh, Azadeh, darling," she said drowsily, perspiration beading her forehead. "I'm so happy." Azadeh was also in the bath, and she lay with her head at the other end, enjoying the heat and the intimacy and the sweet, perfumed water and the luxury, her long hair also up in a pure white towel, the bath large and deep and comfortable for 2. But there were still dark rings under her eyes, and she could not shake off the terrors of yesterday at the roadblock or in the helicopter. Outside the curtains, night had come. Gunfire echoed in the distance. Neither paid it any attention. "I wish Erki would come back," Azadeh said. "He won't be long. There's lots of time, darling. Dinner's not till 9, so we've almost 2 hours to get ready." Shahrazad opened her eyes and put her hand on Azadeh's slender thighs, enjoying the touch of her. "Don't worry, darling Azadeh. He'll be back soon, your red-headed giant. And don't forget I'm spending the night with my parents, so you two can run naked together all night long. Enjoy our bath, be happy, and swoon when he returns." They laughed together. "Everything's wonderful now. You're safe, we're all safe, Iran's safe. With the help of God, the Imam has conquered, and Iran's safe and free." "I wish I could believe it. I wish I could believe it as you do," Azadeh said. "I can't explain how terrible those people near the roadblock were. It was as though I was being choked by their hate. Why should they hate us? Hate me and Erki? What had we done to them? Nothing at all, and yet they hated us. Don't think about them, my dear one." Shahrazad stifled a yawn. "Leftists are all mad, claiming to be Muslim and at the same time Marxist. They're anti-God and therefore cursed. The Villagers are uneducated, as you know too well, and most of them simple. Don't worry, that's past. Now everything is going to be better. You'll see."
I hope, oh, how I hope you're right. I don't want it better, but just as it was, normal, like it's always been, normal again. Oh, it will be.
Shahrazad felt so contented, the water so silky and so warm and womb-like.
Ah, she thought, only 3 more days to be sure, and then Tommy tells father that, oh, yes, of course he wants sons and daughters, and then the next day, the great day, I should know for certain, though I'm certain now. Haven't I always been so regular? Then I can give Tommy my gift of God, and he'll be so proud. The Imam does the work of God. How can it be otherwise than good? I don't know, Shahrazad, but never in our history have mullahs been worthy of trust, just parasites on the back of the villagers.
Ah, but now it's different, Shahrazad told her, not really wanting to discuss such serious matters.
Now we have a real leader. Now he's in control of Iran for the first time ever. Isn't he the most pious of men, the most learned of Islam and the law? Doesn't he do God's work? Hasn't he achieved the impossible, throwing out the Shah and his nasty corruption, stopping the generals from making a coup with the Americans? Father says we're safer now than we've ever been. Are we?
Azadeh remembered Rakoti in the chopper and what he had said about Khomeini, and stepping backward in history, and she knew he had spoken the truth, a lot of truth, and she had clawed at him, hating him, wanting him dead, for of course he was one of those who would use the simple-minded mullahs to enslave everyone else.
You want to be ruled by Islamic laws of the Prophet's time, almost 1,500 years ago, enforced chadar, the loss of our hard-won rights of voting, working, and being equal? I don't want to vote, or work, or be equal. How can a woman equal a man? I just want to be a good wife to Tommy, and in Iran I prefer the chadar on the streets.
Delicately, Shahrazad covered another yawn, drowsed by the warmth.
Inshallah, Azadeh, darling. Of course everything will be as before, but Father says more wonderful, because now we possess ourselves, our land, our oil, and everything in our land. There'll be no nasty foreign generals or politicians to disgrace us, and with the evil Shah gone, we'll all live happily ever after, you with your Erki, me with my Tommy, and lots of children. How else could it be? God is with the Imam, and the Imam is with us. We're so lucky.
She smiled at her and put her arm around her friend's legs affectionately.
I'm so glad you're staying with me, Azadeh. It seems such a long time since you were in Tehran.
Yes. They had been friends for many years. First in Switzerland, where they had met at school, up in the high country, though Shahrazad had only stayed 1 term, unhappy to be away from her family and Iran, then later at the university in Tehran. And now, for a little over a year, because both had married foreigners in the same company, they had become even closer than sisters, helping each other adapt to foreign idiosyncrasies.
Sometimes I just don't understand my Tommy at all, Azadeh,
Shahrazad had said tearfully in the beginning.
He enjoys being alone. I mean, quite alone, just him and me. The house empty, not even one servant. He even told me he likes to be alone by himself. Just reading. No family around or children. No conversation or friends. Oh, sometimes it's just awful. Erki's just the same, Azadeh had said. Foreigners aren't like us. They're very strange. I want to spend days with friends and children and family, but Erki doesn't. It's good that Erki and Tommy work during the days. You're luckier. Tommy's off for 2 weeks at a time when you can be normal. Another thing, you know, Shahrazad, It took me months to get used to sleeping in a bed, and I never could. Oh, so high off the floor, so easy to fall off, always a huge dip on his side, so you're always uncomfortable, and you wake up with an ache in your back. A bed so awful compared with soft quilts on beautiful carpets on the floor, so comfortable and civilized. Yes, but Erky won't use quilts and carpets. He insists on a bed. He just won't try it any more. Sometimes it's such a relief when he's away. Oh, we sleep correctly now, Azadeh. I stopped the nonsense of a western bed after the first month. How did you do it? Oh, I'd sigh all night long and keep my poor darling awake. Then I'd sleep during the day to be fresh again to sigh all night long. Shahrazad had laughed delightedly. 7 nights and my darling collapsed, slept like a baby for the next 3 nights correctly, and now he always sleeps like a civilized person should. He even does so when he's at Zagros. Why don't you try it? I guarantee you'll be successful, darling, particularly if you also complain just a tiny bit that the bed has caused a backache, and of course you would still adore to make love, but please be a little careful. Azadeh had laughed. My Erky's cleverer than your Tommy. When Erky tried the quilts on our carpet, he sighed all night, and turned and kept me awake. I was so exhausted after 3 nights, I quite liked the bed. When I visit my family, I sleep civilized, though when Erky's at the palace, we use a bed. You know, darling, another problem. I love my Erky, but sometimes he's so rude, I almost die. He keeps saying yes and no when I ask him something. How can you have a conversation after yes or no? She smiled to herself now. Yes, it's very difficult living with him, but living without him now is unthinkable. All his love and good humour and size and strength, and always doing what I want, but only just a little too easily, so I have a little chance to sharpen my wiles. We're both very lucky, Shahrazad, aren't we? Oh, yes, darling. Can you stay for a week or 2, even if Erky has to go back? You stay, please. I'd like to. When Erky gets back, perhaps I'll ask him. Shahrazad shifted in the bath, moving the bubbles over her breasts, blowing them off her hands. Max said they'd come here from the airport if they were delayed. Jenny's coming straight from the airport, but not before 9. I also asked Paula to join us, the Italian girl, but not for Nogar, for Charlie. She chuckled. Charlie almost swoons when she just looks at him. Charlie Pettikin? Oh, but that's wonderful. Oh, that's very good. Then we should help him. We owe him so much. Let's help him snare the sexy Italian. Wonderful. Let's plan how to give Paula to him. As a mistress or wife? Mistress? Well, let me think. How old is she? She must be at least 27. Do you think she'd make him a good wife? He should have a wife. All the girls Tommy and I have shown him discreetly. He just smiles and shrugs. I even brought my 3rd cousin, who was 15, thinking that would tempt him, but nothing. Oh, good. Now we have something to plan. We've plenty of time to plan and dress and get ready, and I've some lovely dresses for you to choose from. It feels so strange, Shahrazad, not to have anything. Money, papers. For an instant, Azadeh was back in the Range Rover near the roadblock, and there before her was the fat-faced mujahideen who had stolen their papers, his machine gun blazing as Erky rammed him against the other car, crushing him like a cockroach, blood and filth squeezed from his mouth. Having nothing, she said, forcing the bad away. Not even a lipstick. Never mind, I've lots of everything, and Tommy'll be so pleased to have you and Erky here. He doesn't like me to be alone either. Poor darling, don't worry. You're safe now. I don't feel safe at all, Azadeh told herself.
hating the fear that was so alien to her whole upbringing, that even now seemed to take away the warmth of the water. I haven't felt safe since we left Rakotsi on the ground, and even that had only lasted a moment, the ecstasy of escaping that devil, me, Erky, and Charlie unhurt. Even the joy of finding a car with gasoline in it at the little airstrip didn't take my fear away. I hate being afraid. She ducked down a little in the tub, then reached up and turned on the hot water tap, swirling the hot currents. "That feels so good," Shahrazad murmured, the foam heavy and the water sensuous. "I'm so pleased you wanted to stay." Last evening, by the time Azadeh, Erky, and Charlie had reached MacIver's apartment, it was after dark. They had found Gavalon there, so no room for them. Azadeh had been too frightened to want to stay in her father's apartment, even with Erky, so she had asked Shahrazad if they could move in with her until Lockhart returned. Shahrazad had delightedly agreed at once, glad for the company. Everything had begun to be fine, and then, during dinner, there was gunfire nearby, making her jump. "No need to worry, Azadeh," MacIver had said. "Just a few hotheads letting off steam, celebrating probably. Didn't you hear Khomeini's order to lay down all arms?" Everyone agreeing, and Shahrazad saying, "The Imam will be obeyed," always referring to Khomeini as the Imam, almost associating him with the 12 Imams of Shi'ism, the direct descendants of Muhammad the Prophet, near divinity, surely a sacrilege. "But what the Imams accomplished is almost a miracle, isn't it?" Shahrazad had said with her beguiling innocence. "Surely our freedom's a gift of God." Then so warm and toasty in bed with Erky, but him strange and brooding, and not the Erky she had known. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "Nothing, Azadeh, nothing. Tomorrow I'll make a plan. There was no time tonight to talk to Mac or Gavalon. Tomorrow we'll make a plan. Now sleep, my darling." Twice in the night she had awakened from violent dreams, trembling and terrified, crying out for Erky. "It's all right, Azadeh. I'm here. It was only a dream. You're quite safe now." No, we're not. I don't feel safe, Erky. What's happening to me? Let's go back to Tabriz, or let's go away from these awful people." In the morning Erky had left her to join MacIver and Gavalon, and she had slept some more, but gathered little strength from the sleep. Passing the rest of the morning daydreaming or hearing Shahrazad's news about going to Gale Morghi, or listening to the hourly crop of rumours from her servants, many more generals shot, many new arrests, the prisons burst open by mobs, Western hotels set on fire or shot up. Rumours of Bazargan taking the reins of government, Mujahideen in open rebellion in the south, Kurds rebelling in the north, Azerbaijan declaring independence, the nomad tribes of the Kashkai and Bakhtiari throwing off the yoke of Tehran, everyone laying down their arms or no one laying down their arms. Rumours that Prime Minister Bakhtiar had been captured and shot or escaped to the hills or to Turkey, to America. President Carter preparing an invasion, or Carter recognizing Khomeini's government. Soviet troops massing on the border ready to invade, or Brezhnev coming to Tehran to congratulate Khomeini. The Shah landing in Kurdistan, supported by American troops, or the Shah dead in exile. Then going to lunch with Shahrazad's parents at the Bakravan house near the bazaar, but only after Shahrazad had insisted she wore the chador, hating the chador and everything it stood for. More rumours at the huge family house, but benign there, no fear and absolute confidence. Abundance as always, just as in her own home in Tabriz, servants smiling and safe, and thanks be to God for victory, Jared Bakravan had told them jovially, and now with the bazaar going to open and all foreign banks closed, business will be marvellous as it was before the ungodly laws the Shah instituted. After lunch they had returned to Shahrazad's apartment, by foot, wrapped in the chador. Never a problem for them, and every man deferential. The bazaar was crowded with pitifully little for sale, though every merchant foretold abundance ready to be trucked, trained, or flown in, ports clogged with hundreds of ships laden with merchandise. On the street, thousands walked this way and that, Khomeini's name on every lip, chanting Allahu Akbar, almost all men and boys armed, none of the old people. In some areas, green bands in place of police haphazardly and amateurishly directed traffic or stood around truculently. In other areas, police as always. 2 tanks rumbled past, driven by soldiers, masses of guards and civilians on them, waving to the cheering pedestrians. Even so, everyone was tense under the patina of joy, particularly the women enveloped in their shrouds. Once they had turned a corner and seen ahead a group of youths surrounding a dark-haired woman dressed in Western clothes, jeering at her, abusing her, shouting insults and making obscene signs, several of them exposing themselves, waggling their penises at her. The woman was in her 30s, dressed neatly, a short coat over her skirt, long legs and long hair under a little hat. Then she was joined by a man who shoved through the crowd to her. At once he began shouting that they were English and to leave them alone, but the men paid no attention to him, jostling him, concentrating on the woman. She was petrified. There was no way for Shahrazad and Azadeh to walk around the crowd that grew quickly, hemming them in, so they were forced to watch. Then a mullah arrived and told the crowd to leave, harangued the 2 foreigners to obey Islamic customs. By the time they got home, they were tired and both felt soiled. They had taken off their clothes and collapsed on the quilt bed. "I'm glad I went out today," Azadeh had said wearily, deeply concerned. "But we women better organize a protest before it's too late. We better march through the streets without chador or veils to make our point with the mullahs, that we're not chattel, we have rights, and wearing the chadors up to us, not to them. Yes, let's. After all, we helped win the victory too." Shahrazad had yawned, half asleep. "Oh, I'm so tired." The nap had helped. Idly, Azadeh was watching the bubbles of foam crackling, the water hotter now, the sweet-smelling vapour very pleasing. Then she sat up for a moment, smoothing the foam on her breasts and shoulders. "It's curious, Shahrazad, but I was glad to wear chador today. Those men were so awful." "Men on the street are always awful, darling Azadeh." Shahrazad opened her eyes and watched her, golden skin glistening, nipples proud. "You're so beautiful, Azadeh, darling." "Ah, thank you. But you're the beautiful one." Azadeh rested her hand on her friend's stomach and patted her. "Little mother, eh?" "Oh, I do so hope so." Shahrazad sighed, closed her eyes, and gave herself back to the heat. "I can hardly imagine myself a mother. 3 more days and then I'll know. When are you and Erki going to have children?" "In a year or 2. Azadeh kept her voice calm as she told the same lie she had told so many times already. But she was deeply afraid that she was barren, for she had used no contraceptives since she was married, and had wished with all her heart to have Erki's child from the beginning. Always the same nightmare welling up, that the abortion had taken away any chance of children as much as the German doctor had tried to reassure her. How could I have been so stupid? So easy. I was in love. I was just 17 and I was in love. Oh, how deeply in love. Not like with Erki, for whom I will give my life gladly. With Erki it is true and forever and kind and passionate and safe. With my Johnny Bright Eyes it was dreamlike. Ah, I wonder where you are now, what you're doing, you so tall and fair with your blue-grey eyes, and oh, so British. Whom did you marry? How many hearts did you break like you broke mine, my darling? That summer he was at school in Rougemont, the village next to where she was at finishing school, ostensibly to learn French. It was after Shahrazad had left. She had met him at the Sonnenhof, basking in the sun, overlooking all the beauty of Gstaad in its bowl of mountains. He was 19 then, she 3 days 17, and all that summer long they had wandered the high country, so beautiful, up in the mountains and the forests, swimming in streams, playing, loving, ever more adventurous, up above the clouds. More clouds than I care to think of, she told herself dreamily. My head in the clouds that summer, knowing about men and life, but not knowing. Then in the fall him saying, "Sorry, but I must go now. Go back to university, but I'll be back for Christmas." Never coming back. And long before Christmas, finding out. All the anguish and terror where there should have been only happiness. Petrified that the school would find out, for then her parents would have to be informed. Against the law to have an abortion in Switzerland without parents' consent, so going over the border to Germany where the act was possible, somehow finding the kindly doctor who had assured her and reassured her. Having no pain, no trouble, none. Just a little difficulty borrowing the money. Still loving Johnny. Then the next year, school finished, everything secret, coming home to Tabriz. Stepmother finding out somehow. I'm sure Najud, my stepsister, betrayed me. Wasn't it she who lent me the money? Then father knowing. Kept like a spiked butterfly for a year. Then forgiveness, a peace, a form of peace. Begging for university in Tehran.
I agree, providing you swear by God, no affairs, absolute obedience, and you marry only whom I choose,
the Khan had said. Top of her class. Then begging for the teaching corps, any excuse to get out of the palace.
I agree, but only on our lands. We've more than enough villages for you to look after, he had said.
Many men of Tabriz wanting to marry her, but her father refusing them, ashamed of her. Then Erki.
And when this foreigner, this impoverished, vulgar, ill-mannered, spirit-worshipping monster, who can't speak a word of Farsi or Turkish, who knows nothing of our customs or history, or how to act in civilized society, whose only talent is that he can drink enormous quantities of vodka and fly a helicopter, when he finds out you're not a virgin, that you're soiled, spoiled, and perhaps ruined inside forever?
I've already told him, father, she had said through her tears. Also that without your permission I cannot marry.
Then the miracle of the attack on the palace, and father almost killed, Erki like an avenging warrior from the ancient storybooks. Permission to marry, another miracle. Erki understanding, another miracle. But as yet, no child. Old Dr. Nutt says I'm perfect and normal and to be patient. With the help of God soon I will have a son, and this time there will be only happiness, like with Shahrazad, so beautiful with her lovely face and breasts and flanks, hair like silk and skin like silk. She felt the smoothness of her friend beneath her fingers, and it pleased her greatly. Absently she began to caress her, letting herself drift in the warmth and tenderness.
We're blessed to be women, she thought, able to bathe together and sleep together, to kiss and touch and love without guilt. Ah, Shahrazad, she murmured, surrendering too. How I love your touch.
In the old city, 7:52 p.m. The man hurried across the snow-covered square near the ancient Marid mosque and went through the main gate of the roofed bazaar, out of the freezing cold into the warm, crowded, familiar semi-darkness. He was in his 50s, corpulent, panting in his haste, his astrakhan hat askew, his clothes expensive. A heavily laden donkey blocked his way in the narrow alley, and he cursed, stood back to let the animal and its owner squeeze past, then hurried on again, turned left into a passage, then into the street of the clothes sellers. "Take your time," he told himself over and over, his chest hurting and his limbs hurting. "You're safe now. Slow down." But his terror overcame his mind, and, still in panic, he scuttled on to vanish in the vast labyrinth. In his wake, a few minutes behind him, a group of armed green bands followed. They did not hurry. Ahead, the narrow street of the rice shops was blocked with bigger crowds than usual, all vying for the small amount for sale. He stopped for a moment and wiped his brow, then went on again. The bazaar was like a honeycomb, teeming with life, with hundreds of dirt lanes, alleys, and passages, lined on both sides with dimly lit, open-fronted shops, some two-storied, and booths and cubby-holes, some barely more than niches scooped out of the walls, for goods or services of all kinds, from foodstuffs to foreign watches, from butchers to bullion, from moneylenders to munitions dealers, all waiting for a customer, even though there was not much to sell or to do. Above the noise and clatter and bargaining, the high-vaulted ceiling had skylights for ventilation and to let light in during the day. The air was heavy with the special smell of the bazaar, smells of smoke and rancid cooking fat, rotting fruit and roasting meat, food, spices, and urine and dung and dust and gasoline, honey and dates and offal, all mixed with the smells of bodies and the sweat of the multitude who were born, lived, and died here. People of all ages and all kinds crammed the byways. Tehranis, Turkomans, Kurds, Kashgai, Armenians and Arabs, Lebanese and Levantines. But the man paid no attention to them or to the constant entreaties to stop and buy. He just shoved and twisted his way through the crowds, darted across his own street of goldsmiths, down that of the spice sellers, the jewellery makers, onward ever deeper into the maze, his hair under his astrakhan hat matted with sweat, his face florid. Two shopkeepers who noticed him laughed, one to another. "By God, I've never seen old Paknuri waddle so fast before. That old dog must be on his way to collect a 10-rial debt. More likely miser Paknuri's got a succulent tribesboy waiting on a carpet, the lad's bum winking in the air." Their banter died quickly as the armed green bands passed. When they were safely out of sight, someone muttered, "What do those young motherless dogs want here? They're looking for someone. It must be that. May their fathers burn. Didn't you hear they've been arresting folk all day? Arresting people? What are they doing with them? Putting them in jail. They've possession of jails now. Didn't you hear they broke down the door of Evin jail, and set everyone free and locked up the jailers and now run it? They've set up their own firing squads and courts, I heard, and shot lots of generals and police. And there's a riot going on right now at the university. God protect us. My son Farmad's at a rally there, the young fool. I told him not to go tonight." Jared Bakravan, Shahrazad's father, was in his upper-story, private inner room over the open-fronted shop in the street of the moneylenders that had been in his family for 5 generations and was in one of the best positions. His specialty was banking and financing. He was seated on thick pile carpets, drinking tea with his old friend Ali Kia, who had managed to be appointed an official in the Bazargan government. Bakravan's eldest son, Meshang, sat just behind him, listening and learning, a good-looking, clean-shaven man in his 30s, inclined to comfortable corpulence. Ali Kia was clean-shaven also, with glasses, Bakravan white-bearded and heavy. Both were in the 60s and had known each other most of their lives. "And how will the loan be repaid? Over what time period?" Bakravan asked. "Out of oil revenues, as always," Kia said patiently. "Just as the Shah would have done, the time period over 5 years, at the usual 1% per month. My friend, Mehdi Bazargan, says Parliament will guarantee the loan the moment it meets." He smiled and added, exaggerating slightly, "As I'm not only in Mehdi's cabinet, but also in his inner cabinet as well, I can personally watch over the legislation. Of course you know how important the loan is, and equally important to the bazaar." "Of course." Bakravan tugged at his beard to prevent himself guffawing. Poor Ali, he thought, just as pompous as ever.
It's certainly not my place to mention it, old friend, but some of the Bazaris have asked me what about the millions in bullion already advanced to support the revolution. Advanced to the fund for Ayatollah Khomeini, may God protect him, he added politely, in his heart, thinking, may God remove him from us quickly now that we've won, before he and his rapacious, blinkered, parasitical mullahs do too much damage. As for you, Ali, old friend, bender of the truth, exaggerator of your own importance, you may be my oldest friend, but if you think I'd trust you further than a camel can cast dung, as if any one of us would trust any Iranian outside of immediate family, and then only with caution. Of course I know the Ayatollah never saw, needed, or touched a single rial, he said, meaning it. But even so, we Bazaris advanced huge amounts of cash, bullion, and foreign exchange on his behalf, financing his campaign. Of course, for the glory of God and our beloved Iran. Yes, we know, and God will bless you for it. So does the Ayatollah. Of course, these loans will be repaid immediately we have the money, the very second. The Tehran Bazari loans are the first in line to be repaid of all internal debts. We, in government, realize how important your help has been. But, Jared, Excellency, old friend, before we can do anything, we must get oil production going, and to do this we must have some cash. The immediate $5 million US we need will be like a grain of rice in a barrel, now that all foreign banks will be curbed, controlled, and most cast out. Iran does not need any foreign banks. We Bazaris could do everything necessary, if we were asked. Everything. If we search diligently for the glory of Iran, perhaps we might discover we have all the skills and connections in our midst.
Bakravan sipped his tea with studied elegance.
My son, Meshang, has a degree from the Harvard Business School.
The lie bothered none of them.
With the help of brilliant students like him.
He left the thought hanging. Ali Kia picked it up immediately.
Surely you wouldn't consider lending his services to my Ministry of Finance and Banking. Surely he's far too important to you and your colleagues. Of course, he must be. Yes, he is. But our beloved country's needs should take precedence over our personal wishes, if, of course, the government wanted to use his unique talents. I will mention it to Mehdi in the morning. Yes, at my daily morning meeting with my old friend and colleague, Ali Kia said, wondering briefly when he would be allowed to have his first audience, long overdue, since he had been appointed Deputy Minister of Finance. I may tell him also you agree to the loan? I will consult my colleagues at once. It would, of course, be their decision, not mine, Bakravan added with open sadness that fooled neither of them. But I will press your case, old friend.
Thank you. Again Kia smiled. We in government and the Ayatollah will appreciate the help of the Bazaris.
We're always ready to help, as you know we always have, the older man said smoothly, remembering the massive financial support given by the Bazaar to the mullahs, to Khomeini over the years, or to any political figure of integrity, like Ali Kia, who had opposed either of the Shahs. God curse the Pahlavis, Bakravan thought. They're the cause of all our trouble. Curse them for all the trouble they've caused with their insistent, too hasty demand for modernization, for their insane disregard of our advice and influence, for inviting foreigners in, as many as 50,000 Americans alone just a year ago, letting them take all the best jobs and all the banking business. The Shah spurned our help, broke our monopoly, strangled us, and tore away our historic heritage, everywhere, all over Iran. But we had our revenge. We gambled our remaining influence and treasure on Khomeini's implacable hatred and his hold over the unwashed and illiterate masses. And we won. And now, with foreign banks gone, foreigners gone, we'll be richer and with more influence than ever before. This loan will be easy to arrange, but Ali Kia and his government can sweat a little. We're the only ones who can raise the money. The payment offered is not high enough yet, not nearly enough to compensate for the closing of the bazaar all those months. Now, what should it be? He asked himself, highly satisfied with their negotiations. Perhaps the percentage should— The door burst open and Emir Paknuri rushed into the room.
"Jared, they're going to arrest me,"
he cried out, tears now running down his face.
Who's going to arrest you, and for what?"
Bakravan spluttered, the customary calm of his house obliterated, the faces of frightened assistants, clerks, tea-boy and managers now crowding the doorway.
For crimes against Islam."
Paknuri wept openly.
"There must be some mistake. It's impossible." "Yes, it's impossible, but they came to my house with my name half an hour ago.
Who? Give me their names and I'll destroy their fathers. Who came?"
"I told you. Guards, revolutionary guards, green bands, yes, them, of course,"
Paknuri said, and rushed on, oblivious of the sudden hush. Ali Kia blanched, and someone muttered, "God protect us."
"Half an hour or so ago, with my name on a piece of paper. My name, Emir Paknuri, chief of the League of Goldsmiths, who gave millions of rials. They came to my house accusing me, but the servants and my wife was there, and I— By God and the Prophet, Jared," he cried out as he fell to his knees, "I've committed no crimes. I'm an elder of the bazaar. I've given millions and—"
Suddenly he stopped, seeing Ali Kia.
"Kia, Ali Kia, Excellency, you know only too well what I did to help the revolution."
"Of course." Kia was white-faced, his heart thumping. "There has to be a mistake." He knew Paknuri as a highly influential Bazari, well-respected, Shahrazad's first husband, and one of his long-time sponsors. There must be a mistake. "Of course there's a mistake." Bakravan put his arm around the poor man and tried to calm him. "Fresh tea at once," he ordered.
"A whiskey. Please, do you have a whiskey?"
Paknuri mumbled.
"I'll have tea afterward. Do you have whiskey?"
"Not here, my poor friend, but of course there's vodka." It came at once. Paknuri downed it and choked a little. He refused another. In a minute or two he became a little calmer and began again to tell what had happened. The first he had known that something was wrong were loud voices in the hallway of his palatial house just outside the bazaar. He had been upstairs with his wife preparing for dinner.
"The leader of the guards, there were 5 of them. The leader was waving this piece of paper and demanding to see me. Of course the servants wouldn't dare disturb me or let such an ape in, so my chief servant said he'd see if I was in and came upstairs. He told us the paper was signed by someone called Uwari, on behalf of the Revolutionary Committee. In the name of God, who are they? Who's this man, Uwari? Have you ever heard of such a man, Jared?"
"It's a common enough name," Bakravan said, following the Iranian custom of always having a ready answer to something you don't know. "Have you, Excellency Ali?"
"As you say, it's a common name. Did this man mention anyone else, Excellency Paknuri?" "He may have. God protect us. But who are they, this Revolutionary Committee? Ali Kia, surely you'd know."
"Many names have been mentioned," Kia said importantly, hiding his instant unease every time Revolutionary Committee was uttered. "Like everyone else in government or outside it," he thought disgustedly, "I don't have any real information about its actual makeup or when or where it meets. only that it seemed to come into being the moment Khomeini returned to Iran, barely 2 weeks ago, and since yesterday when Bakhtiar fled into hiding, it's been acting like it was a law unto itself, ruling in Khomeini's name and with his authority, precipitously appointing new judges, most with no legal training whatsoever, authorizing arrests, revolutionary courts, and immediate executions, totally outside normal law and jurisprudence, and against our constitution. May all their houses burn down, and they go to the hell they deserve. Only this morning my friend Mehdi, he began confidentially, then stopped, pretending to notice the staff still crowding the doorway for the first time, waved an imperious hand dismissing them. When the door was reluctantly closed, he dropped his voice, passing on the rumor as though it was private knowledge. Only this morning, with our blessing, he went to the Ayatollah and threatened to resign unless the Revolutionary Comité stopped bypassing him and his authority, and so put them in their place for all time. "Praise be to God," Paknuri said, very relieved. "We didn't win the revolution to let more lawlessness take the place of Savak, foreign domination, and the Shah. Of course not. Praise be to God that now the government is in the best of hands. But please, Excellency Paknuri, please continue with your harrowing story." "There's not much more to tell you, Ali," Paknuri said, calmer and braver now, surrounded by such powerful friends. I went down to see these intruders at once and told them it was all a fatuous mistake, but this bone-headed, illiterate piece of dog-turd just waved the paper in my face, said I was arrested, and that I was to go with them. I told them to wait. And went to fetch some papers, but my wife told me not to trust them, that perhaps they were Tudeh or Mujahideen in disguise, or Fedayeen. I agreed with her, and decided it would be best to come here to consult with you and the others." He put the real facts out of his mind, that he had fled the moment he had heard the leader call out in the name of Revolutionary Comité and Uwari personally, that Paknuri the miser submit to God for crimes against God. "My poor friend," Bakravan said. "My poor friend, how you must have suffered. Never mind, you're safe now. Stay here tonight. Ali, directly after first prayer tomorrow, go to the Prime Minister's office and make sure this matter is dealt with and those fools are punished. We all know Emir Paknur is a patriot, that he and all the goldsmiths supported the revolution and are essential to this loan." Wearily he closed his ears to all the platitudes that Ali Kia was uttering now. He studied Paknuri, seeing his still pallid face and sweat-matted hair. Poor fellow, what a shock they must have given him. What a shame, with all his riches and good name, connected as he is through cousin Valik's wife Anush to the Qajars, that all my work for Shahrazad came to naught. What a shame he didn't sire children with her, and so cement our families together, even one child, for then certainly there would never have been a divorce, and my troubles wouldn't have been compounded with this Lockhart foreigner. However much this foreigner tries to learn our ways, he never will, and how expensive it is to keep him to uphold the family's reputation. I must talk to cousin Valik and again ask him to arrange for Lockhart to have extra monies. Valik and his greed-filled IHC partners can well afford to do that for me from the millions they earn, most of it in foreign currency now. What would it cost them? Nothing. The cost would be passed on to Gavalan and SG. The partners owe me 1,000 favors, I who for years have advised them how to gain so much control and wealth with so little effort. "Pay Lockhart yourself, Jared, Excellency," Valik had said to him rudely the last time he'd asked him. "Surely that's your own charge. You share everything we gain. And what's such a tiny amount to my favorite cousin and the richest Bazori in Tehran? But it should be a partnership charge. We can use him when we have 100% control. With the new plan for the future of IHC, the partnership will be richer than ever, and I will at once consult the other partners. Of course, it is their decision, not mine." "Liar," the old man thought, sipping tea, but then I would have said the same. He stifled a yawn, tired now and hungry. A nap before dinner would do me good. "So sorry, Excellencies, so sorry, but I have urgent business to attend to. Paknuri, old friend, I'm glad everything is resolved. Stay here tonight. Meshang will arrange quilts and cushions, and don't worry. Ali, my friend, walk with me to the bazaar gate. Do you have transport?" he asked thinly, knowing that the first perk of a deputy minister would be a car and chauffeur and unlimited gasoline. "Yes, thank you. The PM insisted I arrange it. Insisted. The importance of our department, I suppose." "As God wants," Bakravan said. Well satisfied, they all went out of the room, down the narrow stairs and into the small passageway that led to the open-fronted shop. Their smiles vanished, and bile filled their mouths. Waiting there were the same 5 green bands, lolling on the desks and chairs, all armed with U.S. Army carbines, all in their early 20s, unshaven or bearded, their clothes poor and soiled, some with holed shoes, some sockless. The leader picked his teeth silently. The rest were smoking, carelessly dropping their ash on Bakravan's priceless Kashigi carpets. One of these youths coughed badly as he smoked, his breath wheezing. Bakravan felt his knees weakening. All of his staff stood frozen against one of the walls. Everyone. Even his favourite T-boy. Out in the street it was very quiet, no one about. Even the owners of the money-lending shops across the alley seemed to have vanished. "Salam, Aga. The blessing of God on you," he said politely, his voice sounding strange. "What can I do for you?" The leader paid no attention to him, just kept his eyes boring into Paknuri, his face handsome but scarred by the parasite disease carried by sandflies and almost endemic in Iran. He was in his early 20s, dark eyes and hair and work-scarred hands that toyed with the carbine. His name was Yusuf Senvar, Yusuf the bricklayer. The silence grew, and Paknuri could stand the strain no longer. "It's all a mistake," he screamed. "You're making a mistake." "You thought you'd escape the vengeance of God by running away?" Yusuf's voice was soft, almost kind, though with a coarse village accent that Bakravan could not place. "What vengeance of God?" Paknuri screamed. "I've done nothing wrong. Nothing." "Nothing? Haven't you worked for and with foreigners for years, helping them to carry off the wealth of our nation?" "Of course not to do that, but to create jobs and help the economy." "Nothing? Haven't you served the Satan Shah for years?" Again Paknuri shouted, "No, I was in opposition. Everyone knows I was in But you still served him, and did his bidding?" Paknuri's face was twisted and almost out of control. His mouth worked, but he could not get the words out. Then he croaked, "Everyone served him. Of course everyone served him. He was the Shah, but we worked for the revolution. The Shah was the Shah. Of course everyone served him while he was in power." "The Imam didn't," Yusuf said, his voice suddenly raw. "Imam Khomeini never served the Shah. In the name of God, did he?" Slowly he looked from face to face. No one answered him. In the silence, Bakravan watched the man reach into his torn pocket and find a piece of paper and peer at it, and he knew that he was the only one here who could stop this nightmare. "By order of the Revolutionary Comité," Yusuf began, "and Ali Allah Uwari, Miser Paknuri, you are called to judgment. Submit your—" "No, Excellency," Bakravan said firmly but politely, his heart pounding in his ears. "This is the bazaar. Since the beginning of time, you know the bazaar has its own laws, its own leaders. Emir Paknari is one of them. He cannot be arrested or taken away against his will. He cannot be touched. That is Bazari law from the beginning of time." He stared back at the young man, fearlessly, knowing that the Shah, even Savak, had never dared to challenge their laws or right of sanctuary. "Is Bazari law greater than God's law, Moneylender Bakravan?" He felt a wave of ice go through him. No, of course not." "Good. I obey God's law and do God's work." "But you may not I obey God's law and do only God's work." The man's eyes were brown and guileless under his black brows. He gestured at his carbine. "I do not need this gun. None of us need guns to do God's work. I pray with all my heart to be a martyr for God, for then I'll go straight to paradise without the need to be judged, my sins forgiven me. If it's tonight, then I will die blessing him who kills me, because I know I will die doing God's work." "God is great," one of the men said. The others echoed him. "Yes, God is great. But you, Moneylender Bakravan, did you pray 5 times today as the Prophet ordered?" Of course, Bakravan heard himself say, knowing his lie to be sinless because of taqiyya, concealment, the Prophet's permission to any Muslim to lie about Islam if he feels his life is threatened. "Good. Be silent and be patient. I come back to you later." Another chill racked him as he saw the man turn his attention back to Paknuri. "By order of the Revolutionary Committee and Ali Allah Uwari, Miser Paknuri, submit yourself to God for crimes against God." Paknuri's mouth struggled. You cannot... There... His voice trailed away. A little foam seeped from the corners of his lips. They all watched him, the green bands without emotion, the others with horror. Ali Kiar cleared his throat. "Now, listen. Perhaps it would be better to leave this until tomorrow," he began, trying to keep his voice important. "Emir Paknur is clearly upset by the mistake—" "Who are you?" The leader's eyes bored into him as they had into Paknuri and Bakravan. "Eh?" "I'm Deputy Minister Ali Kiar," Ali replied, keeping his courage under the strength of the eyes. "Of the Department of Finance, member of Prime Minister Bazargan's cabinet, and I suggest you wait in the name of God. You, your Department of Finance, your cabinet, your Bazargan has nothing to do with me or us. We obey the Mullah Uwari, who obeys the Committee, who obeys the Imam, who obeys God." The man scratched absently and turned his attention back to Paknuri. "In the street," he ordered, his voice still gentle, "or we'll drag you." Paknuri collapsed with a groan and lay inert. The others watched helplessly. Someone muttered, "The will of God," and the little T-boy began sobbing. "Be quiet, boy," Yusuf said without anger. "Is he dead?" One of the men went over and squatted over Paknuri. "No, as God wants." "As God wants. Hassan, pick him up, put his head in the water trough, and if he doesn't wake up, we'll carry him." "No," Bakravan interrupted bravely. "No, he'll stay here. He's sick and—" "Are you deaf, old man?" An edge had crept into Yusuf's voice. Fear stalked the room. The little boy crammed his fist into his mouth to prevent himself from crying out. Yusuf kept his eyes on Bakravan as the man called Hassan, broad-shouldered and strong, lifted Paknuri easily and went out of the shop and up the alley. "As God wants," he said, eyes on Bakravan. "Eh?" "Where? Please, where will you be taking him?" "To jail, of course. Where else should he go?" Which jail, please?" One of the other men laughed. "What does it matter what jail?" For Jared, Bakravan, and the others, the room was now stifling and cell-like, even though the air had not changed,
and the open front onto the alley was as it had ever been.
"I would like to know, Excellency,"
Bakravan said, his voice thick, trying to mask his hatred.
"Please." "Evin."
This had been the most infamous of Tehran's prisons. Yusuf sensed another wave of fear. They must all be guilty to be so afraid, he thought. He glanced behind him at his younger brother.
"Give me the paper."
His brother was barely 15, grubby and coughing badly. He took out half a dozen pieces of paper and shuffled through them. He found the one he sought.
"Here it is, Yusuf."
The leader peered at it.
"Are you sure it's the right one?"
"Yes." The youth pointed a stubby finger at the name. Slowly, he spelled out the characters.
"Jaredbakravan."
Someone muttered,
"God protect us."
And in the vast silence, Yusuf took the paper and held it out to Bakravan. The others watched, frozen. Hardly breathing, the old man took it, his fingers trembling. For a moment he could not focus his eyes. Then he saw the words, "Jared Bakravan of the Tehran Bazaar, by order of the Revolutionary Comité and Ali Allah Uwari, you are summoned to the Revolutionary Tribunal at Evin Jail tomorrow, immediately after first prayer, to answer questions." The paper was signed, Ali Allah, the writing illiterate.
"What questions?"
he asked dully.
"As God wills."
The leader shouldered his carbine and got up.
"Until dawn. Bring the paper with you and don't be late."
At that moment he noticed the silver tray and cut glasses and half-empty bottle of vodka that was on a low table, almost hidden by a curtain in the dark hallway, glinting in some candlelight.
"By God and the Prophet," he said angrily. "Have you forgotten the laws of God?"
The shop people scattered out of his way as he upended the bottle, emptying the contents on the dirt floor, and hurled the bottle away. Some of the liquid ran onto one of the carpets. Instinctively the tea-boy fell on his knees and began to mop it up.
"Leave it alone."
Petrified, the boy scuttled away. With his foot, Yusuf carelessly diverted most of the flow.
"Let the stain remind you of the laws of God, old man," he said. "If it stains."
For a moment he studied the carpet.
"What colors! Beautiful, beautiful."
He sighed and scratched, then turned on Bakravan and Kia.
"If you were to take all the wealth of all of us Pasadan here, and add it to that of all our families and our fathers' families, still we could not afford even a corner of such a carpet."
Yusuf smiled crookedly.
"But then, if I was as rich as you, moneylender Bakravan, do you know usury is against the laws of God? Even if I was so rich, still I wouldn't buy such a carpet. I have no need of such treasure. I have nothing. We have nothing. We need nothing. Only God."
He stalked out. Near the U.S. Embassy, 8:15 p.m. Erky had been waiting for almost 4 hours. From where he sat in the first-floor window of his friend Christian Tolanen's apartment, he could see the high walls surrounding the floodlit U.S. compound down the road, uniformed Marines near the huge iron gates stamping their feet against the cold, and the big embassy building beyond. Traffic was still heavy, snarled here and there, everyone honking and trying to get ahead, pedestrians as impatient and self-centered as usual. No traffic lights working. No police. Not that they'd make any difference, he thought. Tehranis don't give a damn for traffic regulations. Never have, never will. Like those madmen on the road down through the mountains who killed themselves. Like Tabrizis, or Kazvinis. His great fist bunched at the thought of Kazvin. At the Finnish embassy this morning there had been reports of Kazvin in a state of revolt, that Azerbaijan nationalists in Tabriz had rebelled again, and fighting was going on against forces loyal to the Khomeini government, and that the whole oil-rich and vastly strategic border province had again declared its independence of Tehran, independence it had fought for over the centuries, always aided and abetted by Russia, Iran's permanent enemy and gobbler of her territory. Rakotsi and others like him must be swarming all over Azerbaijan.
Of course the Soviets are after us,
Abdullah Gorgan Khan had said angrily during the quarrel, just before he and Azadeh had left for Tehran.
Of course your Rakotsi and his men are here in strength. We walk the thinnest tightrope in the whole world, because we're their key to the Gulf and the key to Hormuz, the jugular of the West. If it hadn't been for us Gorgons, our tribal connections, and some of our Kurdish allies, we'd be a Soviet province now, joined to the other half of Azerbaijan that the Soviets stole from us years ago, helped us always by the insidious British. Oh, how I hate the British, even more than Americans, who are just stupid and ill-mannered barbarians. It's the truth, isn't it?
They're not like that, not the ones I've met, and SG's treated me fairly.
So far. But they'll betray you. The British betray everyone who's not British, and even then they'll betray them if it suits them.
Inshallah. Abdullah Gorgan Khan had laughed without humour.
Inshallah. And inshallah that in 46 the Soviet army retreated over the border, and then we smashed their quislings and stamped out their democratic Azerbaijan Republic and the Kurdish People's Republic. But I admire the Soviets. They play only to win and change the rules to suit themselves. The real winner of your world war was Stalin. He was the Colossus. Didn't he dominate everything at Potsdam, Yalta, and Tehran? Didn't he outmaneuver Churchill and Roosevelt? Didn't Roosevelt even stay with him in Tehran in the Soviet embassy? How we Iranians laughed. The great president gave Stalin the future when he had the power to stuff him behind his own borders. What a genius! Beside him, your ally Hitler was a craven bungler. As God wills, eh?
Finland sided with Hitler only to fight Stalin and get back our lands.
But you lost. You chose the wrong side and lost. Even a fool could see Hitler would lose. How could Reza Shah have been so foolish? Ah, Captain, I never understood why Stalin let you Finns live. If I'd been him, I would have laid waste Finland as a lesson, as he decimated a dozen other lands. Why did he let you all live? Because you stood up to him in your winter war?
I don't know. Perhaps. I agree the Soviets will never give up.
Never, Captain. But neither will we. We Azerbaijanis will always outmaneuver them and keep them at bay, as in 46.
But then the West was strong. There was the Truman Doctrine toward the Soviets of hands off or else, Erkki thought grimly. And now? Now Carter's at the helm? What helm? Heavily he leaned forward and refilled his glass, impatient to get back to Azadeh. It was cold in the apartment, and he still wore his overcoat. The central heating was off, and the windows draughty. But the room was large and pleasant and masculine, with old easy chairs, the walls decorated with small but good Persian carpets and bronze. Books, magazines, and journals were scattered everywhere, on tables and chairs and bookshelves, Finnish, Russian, Iranian, a pair of girls' shoes carelessly on one of the shelves. He sipped the vodka, loving the warmth it gave him, then looked out the window once more at the embassy. For a moment he wondered if it would be worth emigrating to the U.S. with Azadeh. The bastions are falling, he muttered out loud. Iran no longer safe, Europe so vulnerable, Finland on the sword's edge. His attention focused below. Now the traffic was totally blocked by swarms of youths collecting on both roads. The U.S. Embassy complex was on the corner of Takht Jamshid and the main road called Roosevelt. Used to be called Roosevelt, he reminded himself idly. What's the road called now? Khomeini Street? Street of the Revolution? The front door of the apartment opened.
"Hey, Erkki,"
the young Finn said with a grin. Christian Tolanen wore a Russian-style fur hat and fur-lined trench coat that he had bought in Leningrad on a drunken weekend with other university friends. "What's new?" "4 hours I've been waiting. 3 hours and 22 minutes and half a bottle of my best contraband Russian Moskva money can buy anywhere, and we agreed 3 or 4 hours. Christian Tolanen was in his early 30s, a bachelor, fair and grey-eyed, deputy cultural attaché at the Finnish embassy. They had been friends since he came to Iran some years ago. "Pour me one, by God, I need it. There's another demonstration simmering, and I had a hell of a time getting through." He kept his trench coat on and went to the window. The two sections of crowds had joined now, the people milling about in front of the embassy complex. All gates had been closed. Uneasily, Erky noticed that there were no mullahs among the youths. They could hear shouting. "Death to America! Death to Carter!" Christian interpreted. He could speak fluent Farsi because his father too had been a diplomat here, and he had spent 5 years of his youth at school in Tehran. "Just the usual shit. Down with Carter and American imperialism." "No Allahu Akbar," Erky said. For a moment his mind took him back to the roadblock, and ice swept into his stomach. "No mullahs." "No, I didn't see one anywhere around." In the street, the tempo picked up with different factions swirling around the iron gates. "Most of them are university students. They thought I was Russian, and they told me there'd been a pitched battle at the university, leftists versus the green bands, with perhaps 20 or 30 killed or wounded, and it was still going on." While they watched, 50 or 60 youths began rattling the gates. "They're spoiling for a fight." And no police to stop them. Erky handed him the glass. "What would we do without vodka?" Erky laughed. "Drink brandy. Do you have everything?" "No, but a start." Christian sat in one of the armchairs near the low table opposite Erky and opened his briefcase. "Here's a copy of your marriage and birth certificates. Thank God we had copies. New passports for both of you. I managed to get someone in Bazargan's office to stamp yours with a temporary residence permit, good for 3 months. You're a magician. They promised they'd issue you a new Iranian pilot's license, but when, they wouldn't say. With your SG ID and a photocopy of your British license, they said you were legal enough. Now, Azadeh's passport's temporary." He opened it and showed him the photograph. "It's not standard. I took a Polaroid of the photo you gave me, but it'll pass until we can get a proper one. Get her to sign it as soon as you see her. Has she been out of the country since you were married?" "No. Why?" "If she travels out on a Finnish passport, well, I don't know how it will affect her Iranian status. The authorities have always been touchy, particularly about their own nationals. Khomeini seems even more xenophobic, so his regime's bound to be tougher. It might look to them as though she'd renounced her nationality. I don't think they'll let her back." A muted burst of shouting from the massed youths in the street diverted them for a moment. Hundreds were waving clenched fists, and somewhere someone had a loudspeaker and was haranguing them. "The way I feel right now, as long as I can get her out, I don't care," Erky said. The younger man glanced at him. After a moment, he said, "Perhaps she should be aware of the danger, Erky. There's no way I can get her replacement papers or any Iranian passport, but it'd be very risky for her to leave without them. Why don't you ask her father to arrange them for her? He could get them for her easily. He owns most of Tabriz, eh?" Bleakly, Erky nodded. "Yes, but we had another row just before we left. He still disapproves of our marriage." After a pause, Christian said, "Perhaps it's because you don't have a child yet. You know how Iranians are." "Plenty of time for children," Erky said, sick at heart. "We'll have children in good time," he thought. "There's no hurry, and old Dr. Nutt says she's fine. Shit! If I tell her what Christian said about her Iranian papers, she'll never leave. If I don't tell her and she's refused re-entry, she'll never forgive me, and anyway she'd never leave without her father's permission. To get her new papers means we'll have to go back, and, well, I don't want to go back." "Why, Erky?" Usually you can't wait to get to Tabriz. Rakotsi. Erki had told him everything that had happened, except the killing of the Mujahideen at the Roadblock and Rakotsi killing others during the rescue. Some details are best untold, he thought grimly. Christian Tolanen sipped his vodka. What's the real problem? Rakotsi. Erki held his gaze steady. Christian shrugged. 2 refills emptied the bottle. Prosit. Prosit. Thanks for the papers and passports. Shouting outside distracted them again. The crowd was well disciplined, though it was becoming noisier. In the American courtyard, more floodlights were on now, and they could see faces clearly in the embassy windows. Just as well they've their own generators. Yes, and their own heating units, gasoline pumps, PX, everything. Christian went over to the sideboard and brought out a fresh bottle. That, and their special status in Iran, no visas necessary, not being subject to Iranian laws, has caused a lot of the hatred. My God, it's cold in here, Christian. Don't you have any wood? Not a damned bit. The damned heat's been off ever since I moved in here. 3 months. That's almost all winter. Perhaps that's just as well. Erki motioned at the pair of shoes. You have heat enough, eh? Christian grinned. Sometimes. I will admit Tehran is used to be one of the great places on earth for all sorts of pleasures. But now, old friend. A shadow went over his face. Now I think Iran won't be the paradise those poor bastards out there believe they've won, but a hell on earth for most of them, particularly the women. He sipped his vodka. There was an eddy of excitement beside the compound wall as a youth, with his U.S. Army rifle slung, climbed on the shoulders of others and tried unsuccessfully to reach the top. I wonder what I'd do if that was my wall and those bastards started coming over at me in strength. You'd blow their heads off, which would be quite legal, wouldn't it? Christian laughed suddenly. Only if you got away with it. He looked back at Erki. What about you? What's your plan? I don't have one. Not until I talked to MacIver. There was no chance this morning. He and Gavalin were both busy trying to track down the Iranian partners. Then they had meetings at the British Embassy with someone called, I think they said Talbot. Christian masked his sudden interest. George Talbot? Yes, that's right. Do you know him? Yes, he's second secretary. Christian did not add, Talbot's also covert chief of British intelligence in Iran, has been for years, and is one very important operator. I didn't know he was still in Tehran. I thought he'd left a couple of days ago. What do MacIver and Andrew Gavalin want with him? Erki shrugged and turned away, absently watching more youths trying to scale the wall, most of his mind concerned with what to do about Azadeh's papers. They said something about wanting to know more about a friend of his they'd met at the airport yesterday, someone called Armstrong, Robert Armstrong. Christian Tolanen almost dropped his glass. Armstrong? He asked, forcing calm, very glad that Erki had his back toward him. Yes, Erki turned to him. Mean anything to you? It's a common enough name, the younger man said, pleased to hear that his voice was matter-of-fact. Robert Armstrong, MI6 ex-Special Branch, who had been in Iran on contract for a number of years, supposedly on loan from the British government, supposedly chief advisor to Iran's highly classified Department of Inter-Intelligence, a man rarely seen in public and known only to very few, most of whom would be in the intelligence community. Like me, he thought, and wondered what Erki would say if he knew that he was an Iranian intelligence expert, that he knew a lot about Rakotsi and many other foreign agents, that his prime job was to try to know everything about Iran, but to do nothing and never to interfere with any of the combatants, internal or external, just to wait and watch and learn and remember. What's Armstrong still doing here? He got up to cover his disquiet, pretending to want to see the crowd better. Did they find out what they wanted to know? He asked. Again Erki shrugged.
I don't know. I never caught up with them. He stopped and studied the other man. Is it important? No, not at all. You hungry? Are you and Azadeh free for dinner? Sorry, not tonight. Erki glanced at his watch. I'd better be getting back. Thanks again for the help. Nothing. You were saying about MacIver and your Gavalan. They have a plan to change operations here? I don't think so. I was supposed to meet them at 3 p.m. to go to the airport, but seeing you and getting the passports was more important to me. Erki stood up and put out his hand, towering over him. Thanks again. Nothing. Christian shook hands warmly. See you tomorrow. Now in the street the shouting had ceased and there was an ominous silence. Both men ran for the window. All attention turned toward the main road once called Roosevelt. Then they heard the growing, Allahu Akbar. Erki muttered, Is there a back way out of the building? No, there isn't. The new oncoming horde had mullahs and green bands in their front ranks, most of them armed like the following mass of the young men. All were shouting in unison, God is great, God is great, totally outnumbering the student demonstration in front of the embassy, though the men there were equally armed. At once the leftists poured into well-chosen defensive positions in doorways and among the traffic. Men, women, and children trapped in cars and trucks began to scatter. The Islamics approached fast. As the front ranks flowed along the sidewalks and through the stalled vehicles and approached the floodlit walls, the tempo of their shouting increased, their pace quickened, and everyone readied. Then, astonishingly, the students began to retreat, silently. The green bands hesitated, nonplussed. The retreat was peaceful, and so the horde became peaceful. Soon the protesters had moved away, and now none of them threatened the embassy. Mullahs and green bands began directing traffic. Those bystanders who had fled or abandoned their vehicles breathed again, thanked God for his intercession, and swarmed back. At once the hooting and cursing opened up in a growing frenzy as cars and trucks and pedestrians fought for space. The great iron gates of the embassy did not open, though a side door did. Christian's throat felt dry. I'd have bet my life there was going to be a pitched battle. Erki was equally astonished. It's almost as though they'd expected the green bands and knew where they were coming from and when. It was almost as though it was a rehearsal for some— He stopped and went closer to the window, his face suddenly flushed. Look, down there in the doorway. That's Rakotsi. Where? Where? Oh, you mean the man in the flight jacket talking to the short guy? Christian squinted into the darkness below. The two men were half in shadow, then they shook hands and came into the light. It was Rakotsi, all right. Are you sure that— But Erki had already pulled the front door open and was halfway down the stairs. Christian had a fleeting glimpse of him as he pulled the great Puko knife from his belt holster and slipped it into his sleeve, halved in his palm. Erki, don't be a fool, he shouted, but Erki had already vanished. Christian rushed back to the window and was just in time to see Erki run out of the doorway below, shove through the crowds in pursuit, Rakotsi nowhere to be seen. But Erki had him in view. Rakotsi was 100 yards away, and he just caught sight of him turning south into Roosevelt to disappear. When Erki got to the corner, he saw the Soviet ahead, walking quickly but not too quickly, many pedestrians between them, the traffic slow and very noisy. Making a detour around a tangle of trucks, Rakotsi stepped out into the road, waited for a hooting, battered old Volkswagen to squeeze past, and glanced around. He saw Erki. It would have been almost impossible to miss him, almost a foot taller than most everyone else. Without hesitation, Rakotsi took to his heels, weaving through the crowds, and cut down a side street, running fast. Erki saw him go and raced after him. Pedestrians cursed, both of them, one old man sent flying into the filthy dirt as Rakotsi shoved past into another turning.
The side street was narrow, refuse strewn everywhere, no stalls or shops open now, and no street lights. A few weary pedestrians trudging homeward with multitudes of doorways and archways leading to hovels and staircases of more hovels, the whole area smelling of urine and waste and offal and rotting vegetables. Rákóczi was a little more than 40 yards ahead. He turned into a smaller alley, crashing through the street stalls where families were sleeping, howls of rage in his wake, changed direction and fled into a passageway and into another, cut across it into an alley, quite lost now, into another, down this and into another. Aghast, he stopped, seeing that this was a cul-de-sac. His hand went for his automatic. Then he noticed a passageway just ahead and rushed for it. The walls were so close he could touch both of them as he charged down it, his chest heaving, going ever deeper into the curling, twisting warren. Ahead an old woman was emptying night soil into the festering jube, and he sent her sprawling as others cowered against the walls to get out of his way. Now Erki was only 20 yards behind, his rage feeding his strength, and he jumped over the old woman who was still sprawled half in and half out of the jube, and redoubled his efforts, closing the gap. Just around the corner his adversary stopped, pulled an ancient street stall into the way, and before Erki could avoid it, he crashed into it and went down, half-stunned. With a bellow of rage, he groped to his feet, swayed dizzily for a moment, climbed over the wreckage, then rushed onward again, the knife now openly in his hand, and turned the corner. But the passageway ahead was empty. Erki skidded to a stop. His breath was coming in great, aching gasps, and he was bathed in sweat. It was hard to see, though his night vision was very good. Then he noticed the small archway. Carefully he went through it, knife ready. The passage led to an open courtyard strewn with rubble, and the rusty skeleton of a ravaged car. Many doorways and openings led off this dingy space, some with doors, some leading to rickety stairways and upper stories. It was silent, the silence ominous. He could feel eyes watching him. Rats scuttled out of some refuse and vanished under a pile of rubble. To one side was another archway. Above it was an ancient inscription in Farsi that he could not read. Through the archway the darkness seemed deeper. The pitted vaulted entrance stopped at an open doorway. The door was wooden and girt with bands of ancient iron and half off its hinges. Beyond there seemed to be a room. As he went closer he saw a candle guttering. "What do you want?" The man's voice came out of the darkness at him, the hair on Erki's neck twisted. The voice was in English, not Rákóczi's, the accent foreign, a gruff eeriness to it. Who are you?" he asked uneasily, his senses searching the darkness, wondering if it was Rákóczi pretending to be someone else. "What do you want?" I'm following a man," he said, not knowing where to talk to, his voice echoing eerily from the unseen, high-vaulted roof above. "The man you seek is not here. Go away." "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter. Go away." The candle flame was just a tiny speck of light in the darkness, making the darkness seem more strong. "Did you see anyone come this way? Come running this way?" The man laughed softly and said something in Farsi. At once rustling and some muted laughter surrounded Erki, and he whirled, his knife protectively weaving in front of him. "Who are you?" The rustling continued, all around him. Somewhere water dripped into a cistern. The air smelled dank and rancid. Sound of distant firing. Another rustle. Again he whirled, feeling someone close by, but seeing no one, only the archway and the dim night beyond. The sweat was running down his face. Cautiously he went to the doorway and put his back against a wall, sure now that Rákóczi was here. The silence grew heavier. "Why don't you answer?" he said. "Did you see anyone?" Again a soft chuckle. "Go away." Then silence. "Why are you afraid? Who are you?" "Who I am is nothing to you, and there's no fear here, except yours." The voice was as gentle as before. Then the man added something in Farsi, and another ripple of amusement surrounded him. "Why do you speak English to me?" "I speak English to you because no Iranian or reader of the language of the book would come here by day or by night. Only a fool would come here." Erki's peripheral vision saw something or someone go between him and the candle. At once his knife came on guard. "Rakoti?"
"Is that the name of the man you seek?"
Yes, that's him. He's here, isn't he?"
"No."
"I don't believe you, whoever you are." Silence, then a deep sigh.
"As God wants,"
and a soft order in Farsi that Erki did not understand. Matches flickered all around him, candles caught, and small oil lamps. Erki gasped. There were ragged bundles against the walls and columns of the high-domed cavern, hundreds of them, men and women. The diseased, festering remains of men and women lying on straw or beds of rags. Eyes in ravaged faces staring at him. Stumps of limbs. One old crone was almost beside his feet, and he leapt away in panic to the center of the doorway.
"We are all lepers here,"
the man said. He was propped against a nearby column, a helpless mound of rags. Another rag half covered the sockets of his eyes. Almost nothing was left of his face except his lips. Feebly, he waved the stump of an arm.
"We're all lepers here, unclean. This is a house of lepers. Do you see this man among us?"
No. I'm sorry," Erki said shakily.
"Sorry?"
The man's voice was heavy with irony.
"Yes, we are all sorry. Inshallah. Inshallah."
Erki wanted desperately to turn and flee, but his legs would not move. Someone coughed, a hacking, frightful cough. Then his mouth said, Who are you?"
"Once I was a teacher of English. Now I am unclean, one of the living dead. As God wants. Go away. Bless God for his mercy."
Numbed, Erki saw the man motion with the remains of his arms. Obediently, around the cavern the lights began to go out, eyes still watching him. Outside in the night air, he had to make a grim effort to stop himself from running away in terror, feeling filthy, wanting to cast off his clothes at once, and bathe and soap and bathe and soap and bathe again. "Stop it," he muttered, his skin crawling. "There's nothing to be afraid of." Wednesday, February the 14th. Chapter 27. At Evin Jail, 6:29 a.m. The jail was like any other modern jail, in good days or bad, grey, brooding, high-walled, and hideous. Today the false dawn was strange, the glow below the horizon curiously red. No overcast or even clouds in the sky, the first time for weeks, and though it was still cold, it promised to be a rare day. No smog. The air crisp and clean for a change. A kind wind took away the smoke from the still-burning wrecks of cars and barricades from last night's clashes between the now legal Green Bands and the now illegal Loyalists, leftists, combined with suspect police and armed forces, as well as the smoke from countless cooking and heating fires of the Tehrani millions. The few pedestrians who passed the prison walls and the huge door that was wrecked and broken off its hinges, and the Green Band guards who lolled there, averted their eyes and quickened their pace. Traffic was light. Another truck filled with guards and prisoners ground its gears, stopped briefly at the main gate to be inspected. The temporary barricade opened and closed again. Inside the walls was a sudden volley of rifle fire. Outside, the Green Bands yawned and stretched. With the arrival of the sun, the call of the muezzins from the minarets began, their voices mostly carried by loudspeakers, the voices on cassette. and wherever the call was heard, the faithful stopped what they were doing, faced Mecca, knelt for first prayer. Jared Bakravan had stopped the car just up the road. Now, with his chauffeur and the others, he knelt and prayed. He had spent much of the night trying to reach his most important friends and allies. The news of Paknari's unlawful arrest and his own unlawful summons had swept through the bazaar. Everyone was instantly enraged, but no one came forward to marshal the thousands to stage a protest or strike or to close the bazaar. He had had plenty of advice. To protest to Khomeini personally, to Prime Minister Bazargan personally, not to appear at the court, to appear but to refuse to answer any questions, to appear and to answer some questions, to appear and answer all questions. As God wants. But no one had volunteered to go with him, not even his great friend and one of the most important lawyers in Tehran, who swore it was more important for him to be seeing the High Court judges on his behalf. No one volunteered, except his wife and son and 3 daughters, who prayed on their own prayer mats behind him. He finished praying and got up, shakily. At once the chauffeur began to collect the prayer mats. Jared shivered. This morning he had dressed carefully and wore a heavy coat and suit and astrakhan hat, but no jewelry. I will walk from here," he said.
"No, Jared,"
his tearful wife began, hardly noticing the distant gunfire.
"Surely it is better to arrive as a leader should arrive. Aren't you the most important Bazari in Tehran? It wouldn't fit your position to walk."
Yes, you're right."
He sat in the back of the car. It was a big blue Mercedes, new and well kept. His wife, a plump matron, her expensive coiffure hidden under a chador that also covered her long brown mink, got in beside him and held onto his arm, her makeup streaked by her tears. His son, Meshang, was equally tearful, and his daughters, Shahrazad among them, all had chadors.
Yes, you're right. God curse these revolutionaries."
"Don't worry, father," Shahrazad said. "God will protect you. The Revolutionary Guards are only following the Imam's orders, and the Imam only follows God's orders."
She sounded so confident, but looked so dejected that Bakravan forgot to tell her not to refer to Khomeini as Imam.
"Yes," he told her. "Of course, it's all a mistake."
Ali Kia swore on the Quran Prime Minister Bazargan would stop all this nonsense, his wife said. "He swore he would see him last night. Orders are probably already there."
Last night he had told Ali Kia that without Paknari there could be no loan, that if he himself was troubled, the bazaar would revolt and all funds stopped to the government, to Khomeini, to the mosques, and to Ali Kia personally.
"Ali won't fail," he said grimly. "He daren't. I know too much about them all."
The car stopped outside the main gate. Idly, the green band stared at it. Jared Bakravan summoned his courage.
"I won't be long."
"God protect you. We'll wait here for you. We'll wait here."
His wife kissed him, and so did the others, and there were more tears, and then he was standing in front of the green bands.
"Salam," he said. I'm a witness at the court of Mullah Ali Allahu Wari."
The leader of the guards took the paper, glanced at it upside down, gave it to one of the others who could read.
"He's from the bazaar,"
the other youth said.
"Jared Bakravan."
The leader shrugged.
"Show him where to go."
The other man led the way through the broken doorway. Bakravan followed, and as the barricade closed behind him, much of his confidence vanished. It was sombre and dank in this small open dirt area between the walls and the main building complex. The air stank. Eastward, hundreds of men were crammed together, sitting or lying down, huddled miserably against the cold. Many wore uniforms, officers. Westward, the space was empty. Ahead was a tall iron-barred gate, and it swung open to admit him. In the waiting room were dozens of other men, weary, frightened men, Sitting in rows on benches, or standing, or just sitting on the floor, some uniformed officers, and he noticed one full colonel. Some of the others he recognized, important businessmen, court favorites, administrators, deputies, but none he knew intimately. A few recognized him. There was a sudden hush. "Hurry up," the guard said irritably. He was a pockmarked youth, and he shoved through to the desk, to the harassed clerk who sat there. "Here's another for Excellency Mullah Owari." The clerk accepted the paper and waved at Bakravan. "Take a seat. You'll be called when you're needed."
"Salam, Excellency," Bakravan said, shocked at the man's rudeness. "When will that be? I was to be here just after As God wants. You'll be called when you're needed," the man said, waving him away. "But I'm Jared Bakravan of the I can read, Aga," the man said more rudely. "When you're wanted, you'll be called. Iran's an Islamic state now, one law for all, not one for the rich, another for the people."
Bakravan was jostled by others being shoved toward the clerk. Weak with rage, he made his way toward a wall. To one side, a man was using a latrine bucket that was already overfull, urine spilling onto the floor. Eyes watched Bakravan. A few muttered, "God's peace on you." The room smelled vile. His heart was pounding. Someone made a space for him on a bench, and, thankfully, he sat down.
"The blessings of God upon thee, Excellencies." "And on thee, Aga," one of them said. "You're accused?" No, I'm called as a witness," he said, shocked. "The Excellency is a witness in front of Mullah Owari?" Yes, I am, Excellency. Who is he?" "The judge, the revolutionary judge," the man muttered. He was in his 50s, small, his face more lined than Bakravan's, his hair tufted. He twitched nervously. "No one here seems to know what's happening, or why they're called, or who this Owari is, only that he's appointed by the Ayatollah and judges in his name."
Bakravan looked into the man's eyes and saw the terror and felt even more unnerved.
"The Excellency is also a witness?" Yes, I am, although why they should call me, who was just a manager in the post office, I don't know. The post office is very important. They probably need your advice. Do you think we'll be kept waiting long?" "Inshallah. I was called yesterday after fourth prayer, and I've been waiting ever since. They kept me here all night. We have to wait until we're called. That's the only toilet," the man said, pointing at the bucket. "The worst night I've ever had. Terrible. During the night, there was a great deal of firing. The rumor is 3 more generals and a dozen SAVAK officials were executed."
50 or 60, the man on the other side of him said, coming out of his stupor.
"The number must be nearer 60. The whole prison's crammed like bedbugs in a village mattress. All the cells are packed. 2 days ago the green bands broke down the gates, overpowered the guards and stuffed them in the dungeons, let most prisoners out, and then started filling up the cells with locals." He dropped his voice more. "All the cells are crammed, much more than in the Shah's time, God curse him for not. Every hour the green bands are bringing in more people, Fedayeen and Mujahideen and Tudeh, all mixed up with us innocents, the faithful." He dropped his voice further, the whites of his eyes showing. "And good people who should never be touched, and when the mob broke the prison open, they found electric probes and whips and torture beds, and—" Foam collected at the corner of his mouth. "They say the new jailers are using them, and once you're here, Excellency, they keep you here." Tears began to well in his little eyes, set in a pudgy face. "The food's terrible, the prison terrible, and I've got stomach ulcers, and that son of a dog of a clerk, he won't understand. I have to have special foods." There was a commotion on the far side, and the door crashed open.
Half a dozen green bands came into the room and began shoving a passage clear with their rifles. Behind them, other guards surrounded an Air Force officer who walked proudly, his head high, his arms tied behind him, his uniform dishevelled, epaulets half torn off. Bakravan gasped. It was Colonel Peshadi, commander of Kowis Air Base, also a cousin. Others recognized the colonel, for much had been made of the victorious Iranian expedition a few years ago to Dhofar in southern Oman, the successful smashing of the almost lethal Marxist attack by South Yemenis against Oman, and also of Peshadi's personal bravery leading Iranian tanks in a key battle.
"Isn't that the hero of Dhofar?" someone said incredulously.
"Yes, that's him."
"God protect us, if they arrest him."
Impatiently, one of the guards pushed Peshadi in the back, trying to force him to hurry up. At once, the colonel lashed out at him, though badly hampered by his manacles.
"Son of a dog!" he shouted, his rage bursting. "I'm going as fast as I can. May your father burn."
The green band cursed him back, then shoved the butt of his rifle in the colonel's stomach. The colonel lost his balance and fell at his mercy. But he still cursed his captors, and he cursed them as they pulled him to his feet, 2 on each arm, and frog-marched him outside into the western space between the walls. And there he cursed them and Khomeini and false mullahs in all the names of God, then shouted, "Long live the Shah! There is no other God but God!" Bullets silenced him. In the waiting room there was a ghastly silence. Someone whimpered. An old man began to vomit. Others began whispering, many started to pray, and Bakravan was sure all this was a nightmare, his tired brain rejecting reality. The fetid air was cold, but he seemed to be in an oven and suffocating.
"Am I dying?"
he asked himself helplessly, and pulled the neck of his shirt open. Then someone touched him, and he opened his eyes. For a moment he could not focus them or fathom where he was. He was lying on the floor, the small man anxiously bending over him.
"Are you all right?"
Yes, I think so,"
he said weakly.
"You fainted, Excellency. Are you sure you're all right?"
Hands helped him sit again. Dully he thanked them. His body seemed very heavy, his senses blunted, eyes leaden.
"Listen,"
the man with ulcers was whispering.
"This is like the French Revolution, the guillotine and the terror. But how can it happen with Ayatollah Khomeini in charge? That's what I don't understand."
"He doesn't know," the small man said, equally fearfully.
"He can't know. Isn't he a man of God, pious and the most learned of all Ayatollahs?"
Tiredness surged through Bakravan, and he leaned against the wall, letting himself drift away. Later, a rough hand shook him awake.
"Bakravan, you're wanted. Come on."
Yes,
he mumbled, and groped to his feet, finding it hard to talk, recognizing Yusuf, the leader of the green bands who had come to the bazaar last night. He stumbled after him, through the others, out of the room and into the corridor, up steps and along another heatless corridor lined with cells, peepholes in the doors, past guards and others who eyed him strangely, someone crying nearby.
Where are you taking me?"
"Save your strength. You'll need it."
Yusuf stopped at a door, opened it, and shoved him through. The room was small, claustrophobic, crammed with men. In the center was a wooden table with a mullah and 4 young men seated on either side of him, some papers and a large Koran on the table, a small barred window high up in the wall, a shaft of sunlight against the blue of the sky. Green bands leaned against the walls.
"Jared Bakravan, the Bazari, the moneylender,"
Yusuf said. The mullah looked up from the list he had been studying.
"Ah, Bakravan. Salam."
"Salam, Excellency,"
Bakravan said shakily. The mullah was 40-ish, with black eyes and black beard, white turban and threadbare black robes. The men beside him were in their 20s, unshaven or bearded, and poorly dressed, guns propped behind them.
How How can I help you?" he asked, trying to be calm. "I am Ali Allah Uwari, appointed by the Revolutionary Committee as a judge, and these men are also judges. This court is ruled by the word of God and the Holy Book." The mullah's voice was harsh, and his accent Kazvini. "You know this Paknari, known as Miser Paknari?" "Yes, but may I say, Excellency, according to our constitution and to ancient Bazari law, "Better you answer the question," one of the youths interrupted. "We've no time to waste on speeches. Do you know him or don't you?" Yes, of course." "Excellency Uwari," Yusuf interrupted from the doorway. "Please, who do you want next?" "Paknari, then—" The mullah squinted at the list of names. "Then Police Sergeant Jafrudi." One of the others sitting at the table said, "That dog was judged by our other revolutionary court last night and shot this morning." "As God wills." The mullah drew a line through the name. All the names above had lines through them. "Then bring Hassan Torlak, from cell 573. Bakravan almost cried out. Torlak was a highly respected journalist and writer, half Iranian, half Afghani, a courageous and zealous critic of the Shah's regime, who had even spent some years in jail because of his opposition. The unshaven young man beside the mullah irritably scratched at the skin blemishes on his face. "Who's Torlak, Excellency?" The mullah read from the list. "Newspaper reporter." "It's a waste of time seeing him. Of course he's guilty," another said. "Wasn't he the one who claimed the words could be changed, that the words of the Prophet weren't correct for today? He's guilty. Of course he's guilty." "As God wills." The mullah turned his attention to Bakravan. "Paknari, did he ever practice usury?" Bakravan dragged his mind off Torlak. "No, never. And did he lend money at interest?" Bakravan's stomach churned. He saw the cold black eyes and tried hard to get his brain working. "Yes, but in a modern society, isn't it written clearly in the Holy Koran that lending money at interest is usury and against the laws of God?" "Yes, usury is against the laws of God, but in modern the Holy Koran is blemishless. The word is clear and forever. Usury is usury. The law is the law." The mullah's eyes flattened. "Do you uphold the law?" Yes, Excellency, of course I do." "Do you practice the 5 pillars of Islam?" These were obligatory to all Muslims, the saying of the Shahada, ritual prayer 5 times a day, the voluntary giving of zakat, a year tax, a 10th part, fasting from dawn to dusk during the holy month of Ramadan, and last, making the Hajj, the ritual journey to Mecca once in a lifetime. Yes, I do, except the last. I haven't yet made the pilgrimage to Mecca. Not yet. "Why not?" the young man with spots on his face asked. "You have more money than a dung heap has flies. With your money you could go in any air machine, any. Why not?" It's my health," Bakravan said, keeping his eyes down and praying the lie sounded convincing. My heart is weak." "When were you last in the mosque?" the mullah said. "On last Friday, at the mosque in the bazaar," he said. It was true that he was there, though not to pray, but to have a business conference. "This Paknari, he practiced the 5 pillars as a true believer?" one of the youths asked. I believe so." "It's well known he didn't. Well known he was a Shah supporter, eh?" "He was a patriot who financially supported the revolution and supported Ayatollah Khomeini, the blessings of God upon him, financially supported the mullahs over the years, but he spoke American and worked for Americans and the Shah, helping them exploit and steal our wealth from the soil, didn't he?" He was a patriot who worked with the foreigners for the good of Iran.
When the Satan Shah illegally formed a party, Paknari joined it, served the Shah in the Majlis, didn't he? The mullah asked.
He was a deputy, yes, Bakravan replied. But he worked for the
and he voted for the Shah's so-called White Revolution that took away land from the mosques, decreed equality of women, implanted civil courts and state education against the dictates of the Holy Quran.
Of course he voted for it.
Bakravan wanted to scream, the sweat trickling down his face and back.
Of course we all voted for it. Didn't the people vote for it overwhelmingly, and even many ayatollahs and mullahs? Didn't the Shah control the government, the police, the gendarmerie, Savak, the armed forces, and own most of the land? The Shah was ultimate power. Curse the Shah, he thought, beside himself with rage. Curse him and his White Revolution of 63 that started the rot, sent the mullahs mad, and continues to plague us. All his modern reforms that were directly responsible for the rise of the then obscure Ayatollah Khomeini to prominence. Didn't we Bazaris warn the Shah's advisers 1,000 times? As if any of the reforms mattered. As if any of the reforms were yes or no. He was startled out of his reverie and cursed himself. Concentrate, he thought in panic. This vile son of a leprous dog is trying to trap you. What did he ask? Be careful. For your own life, be careful. Ah, yes, the White Revolution.
Emir Pak, in the name of God, yes or no? The mullah overrode him harshly.
Yes, he voted for the White Revolution when he was a deputy in the Majlis. Yes, he did.
The mullah sighed, and the youths shifted in their seats. One yawned and scratched his groin, absently playing with himself.
You are a deputy? No, I resigned when Ayatollah Khomeini ordered it.
You mean when Imam Khomeini, the Imam, ordered it?
Yes, Bakravan said, flustered. I resigned the moment the Imam ordered it. I resigned at once, he said, and did not add, we all resigned at Paknuri's suggestion when it was safe and certain the Shah had decided to leave and to pass over power to the moderate and rational Prime Minister Bakhtiar, but not for power to be usurped by Khomeini, he wanted to shriek. That was never the plan. God curse the Americans who sold us out, the generals who sold us out, the Shah who's responsible. Everyone knows how I supported the Imam, may he live forever.
Yes, the blessings of God on him, the mullah echoed with the others. But you, Jared Bakravan of the Bazaar, have you ever practiced usury?
Never, Bakravan said at once, believing it, though fear racked him. I've loaned money all of my life, but the interest's always been fair and reasonable, never usury, he thought. Never. And all the times I acted as advisor to various people and ministers, arranging loans, private and public, transferring funds out of Iran, private and public, making money, a great deal of money. That was good business, and not against the law. I opposed the White Revolution and the Shah wherever I could. It was well known that
The Shah committed crimes against God, against Islam, against the Holy Quran, against the Imam, God protect him, against the Shia faith. All those who helped him are equally guilty. The mullah's eyes were relentless. What crimes have you committed against God and the word of God?
None, he cried out, almost at the limit. In God's name, I swear, none.
The door swung open. Yusuf came into the room with Paknuri. Bakravan almost fainted again. Paknuri's hands were manacled behind him. Muck and urine stained his trousers, and vomit was on the front of his coat. His head was twitching uncontrollably, his hair matted and filthy, his mind gone. When he saw Bakravan, his face twisted into a grimace.
"Ah, Jared, old friend and colleague, Excellency, have you come to join us all in hell?"
He shrieked with laughter for a moment.
"It's not like I imagined. The devils haven't arrived yet, nor the boiling oil or flames, but there's no air, and just stink, and you press against others, and you can't lie down or sit, so you stand, and then the screaming begins again, and the firing, and all the time you're an egg, packed like a caviar egg, but...
The half-incoherent raving stopped as he saw the mullah. Terror swamped him.
"And you? Are you God?"
"Paknari," the mullah said gently, "you are charged with crimes against God. This witness against you says—"
Yes, I've crimed against God. I'm guilty," Paknari screamed. "Why else am I in hell?"
He fell on his knees in a flood of tears, raving.
"There is no God, but God is no God. There is no God, and Muhammad is his prophet of no God, and—"
Abruptly he stopped. His face was even more twisted when he looked up.
"I'm God. You're Satan."
One of the youths broke the shocked silence.
"He's a blasphemer. He's possessed by Satan. He declared himself guilty, as God wants."
All the others nodded agreement. The mullah said, "As God wants." He motioned to a green band who pulled Paknari to his feet and took him out and looked at Bakravan, who stared after his friend, horrified how fast, just overnight, he had been destroyed. "Now, Bakravan,
I've got this Tarlak waiting outside," Yusuf said, interrupting him.
"Good," the mullah said. Then he turned his eyes back onto Bakravan, and Bakravan knew he was as lost as his friend Paknuri was lost, and that the sentence would be the same. The blood was rushing in his ears. He saw the lips of the mullah moving. Then they stopped, and everyone was looking at him.
"Please?" he asked numbly. I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said."
"You can leave, for the moment. Do God's work." Impatiently the mullah glanced at one of the green bands, a tallish, ugly man. "Ahmed, take him out." Then to Yusuf, "After Tarlak, Police Captain Mohammed Desi, cell 917. Bakravan felt a tug on his arm and turned and went out. In the corridor he almost fell, but Ahmed caught him and, strangely kind, propped him against the wall.
"Catch your breath, Excellency," he said. I'm free to go." "I'm certainly as surprised as you, Aga," the man said. "Before God and the Prophet, I'm as surprised as you. You're the first to be let go today, witness or accused." Is there any water?" "Not here. There's plenty outside. Best you leave."
Ahmed dropped his voice even more.
"Best to leave, eh? Lean on my arm."
Thankfully, Bakravan held on to him, hardly breathing. Slowly they went back the way he had come. He hardly noticed the other guards and prisoners and witnesses. In the corridor that led to the waiting room, Ahmed shouldered the way through a side door, out into the western space. The firing squad was there. 3 men tied to posts in front of them. One post was empty. Bakravan's bowels and bladder emptied of their own volition.
"Hurry up, Ahmed," the man in charge said irritably. "As God wants," Ahmed said.
Happily, he half-carried Bakravan to the empty post that was next to Paknuri, who was raving, lost in his own hell.
"So you're not to escape after all. That's right, we all heard your lies before God. We all know you, know your ways, know your lack of godliness, how you even tried to buy your way to heaven with gifts to the Imam, God protect him. Where did you get all that money if not through usury and theft?"
The volley was not accurate. The man in charge leisurely used a revolver to silence one of the condemned, then Bakravan.
"I wouldn't have recognized him," the man said shortly. "It shows how foul and what liars newspapers are." "This isn't Hassan Turlak," Ahmed said. "He comes next."
The man stared at him.
"Then who's this one?"
"A Bazari," Ahmed said. "Bazaris are usurers and godless, I know. For years I worked there for Farazan, collecting night soil like my father before me, until I became a bricklayer with Yusuf. But this one," he belched. "He was the richest usurer. I don't remember much about him except how rich he was, but I remember everything about his women. He never curbed or taught his women, who never wore chador, flaunting themselves. I remember everything about his devil daughter who'd visit the street of the moneylenders from time to time, half-naked, skin like fresh cream, her hair flowing, breasts moving, buttocks inviting. The one called Shahrazad, who looks like the promised Hurries must look. I remember everything about her, and how I cursed her for putting evil in my head, maddening me, how we all did, for tempting us."
He scratched his scrotum, feeling himself hardening.
"God curse her, and all women who disobey God's law, and create evil thoughts in us against the word of God. Oh, God, let me penetrate her, or make me a martyr and go straight to heaven and do it there."
"He was guilty of every crime," he said, turning away. But was he condemned?" the man in charge of the firing squad called out after him. "God condemned him, of course he did. The post was waiting, and you told me to hurry. It was the will of God. God is great. God is great. Now I will fetch Talak, the blasphemer."
Ahmed shrugged.
"It was the will of God."
Chapter 28. Near Bandar Dalam, 11:58 a.m. It was the time of noon prayer, and the ancient, rickety, overladen bus stopped on the shoulder of the road. Obediently, following the lead of a mullah who was also a passenger, all Muslims disembarked, spread their prayer mats, and now were committing their souls to God. Except for the Indian Hindu family, who were afraid of losing their seats, most of the other non-Muslim passengers had also disembarked, Tom Lockhart among them, glad for the opportunity to stretch their legs or to relieve themselves. Christian Armenians, Oriental Jews, a nomadic Kashigi couple, who, though Muslim, were precluded by ancient custom from the need of the noonday prayer, or their women from the veil or chador, 2 Japanese, some Christian Arabs, all of them aware of the lone European. The day was warm, hazy, and humid from the nearby waters of the Gulf. Tom Lockhart leaned tiredly against the hood that was steaming, the engine overheated, head aching, joints aching, muscles aching from his forced march out from the Des Dam, now almost 200 miles to the north, and from the cramped, bone-grinding, noisy discomfort of the bus. All the way from Ahwaz, where he had managed to talk himself past green bands and onto the bus, he had been squeezed into a seat with barely enough room for 2, let alone 3 men, one of them a young green band who cradled his M14 along with his child for his pregnant wife, who stood in the narrow corridor crammed against 30 others in space for 15. Every seat was equally packed with men, women, and children of all ages. The air fetid, voices babbling in a multitude of tongues. Overhead and underfoot, bags and bundles and cases, crates packed with vegetables or half-dead chickens, a small, undernourished, hobbled goat or 2, the luggage racks outside on the roof equally laden.
"But I'm damn lucky to be here," he thought,
his misery returning, half listening to the lilting chant of the Shahada. Yesterday, near sunset, when he had heard the 212 take off from Des, he had come out from under the little wharf, blessing God for his escape. The water had been very cold, and he was trembling, but he had picked up the automatic, checked the action, and then gone up to the house. It was open. There was food and drink in the refrigerator that still hummed nicely, powered by a generator. It was warm inside the house. He took off his clothes and dried them over a heater, cursing Valik and Seladi and consigning them to hell. Sons of bitches! What the hell'd I do to them but save their goddamn necks? The warmth and the luxury of the house were tempting. His tiredness ached him. Last night at Isfahan had been almost sleepless. I could sleep and leave at dawn, he thought. I've a compass, and I know the way, more or less. Skirt the airfield Ali Abbasi mentioned, then head almost due east to pick up the main Kermanshah Awaz Abadan road. Should be no trouble to get a bus or hitch a ride. Or I could go now. The moon'll light my way, and then I won't be trapped here if the airbase has sent a patrol. Ali was just as nervous about that as Saladi, and we could easily have been spotted. Easily. But either way, when you get stopped, what's your story? He thought about that while he fixed himself a brandy and soda and some food. Valik and the others had opened 2 half-kilo cans of the best beluga grey caviar and had left them carelessly on the sitting-room table, still partially full. He ate it with relish, then threw the cans into the garbage pail that was outside the back door. Then he locked the house and left. The forced march over the mountains had been bad, but not as bad as he had expected. Just after dawn he had come down to the main Kermanshah Awaz Abadan road. Almost at once he had been given a ride by some Korean construction workers evacuating the steel mill they were building under contract at Kermanshah. It was almost custom that expats helped expats on the road. They were heading for Abadan Airport, where they had been told transport to fly them back to Korea would be waiting for them. "Much fighting at Kermanshah," they had told him in halting English. "Everyone guns. Iranians killing each others. All mad, barbarians, worse than Japanese." They had dropped him off at the Awaz bus terminal. Miraculously, he had managed to talk his way onto the next bus that went past Bandar Dalam. Yes, but now what? Gloomily, he remembered how, after throwing the empty caviar cans into the garbage, on reflection he had retrieved and buried them, then gone back and wiped the glass that he had used, and even the door handle. You need your head examined, as if they'd check for fingerprints. Yes, but at the time I thought it best not to leave traces I'd been there. You're crazy. You're on the flight clearance at Tehran. There's your unauthorized pickup of Valik and his family, the breakout from Isfahan, and flying enemies of the state and helping them escape to account for, whether it's from Savak or Khomeini. And how does SG or MacIver account for a missing Iranian helicopter that ends up in Kuwait or Baghdad or where the hell ever? That's bound to be reported. What a goddamn mess. Yes. Then there's Shahrazad. Don't worry, Aga, broke into his thoughts. We're all in God's hands. It was the mullah, and he was smiling up at him. He was a youngish man, bearded, and he had joined the bus at Awaz with his wife and 3 children. Over his shoulder was a rifle. The driver says you speak Farsi, and that you're from Canada and a person of the book? Yes, I am, Aga, Lockhart replied, collecting his wits. He saw that prayer had finished, and now everyone crowded the bus doorway. Then you too will go to heaven, as the Prophet promised, if you are found worthy, though not to our part. The mullah smiled shyly. Iran will be the first real Islamic state in the world since the time of the Prophet. Again the shy smile. You're the first person of the book that I've met or spoken to. You learned to speak Farsi at school? I went to a school, Excellency, but mostly I had private teachers. Lockhart picked up his flight bag that he had taken off with him for safety and moved to join the line. His own seat was already taken. Beside the road, several passengers were relieving themselves or defecating, men, women, and children. And the Excellency works in the oil business? The mullah moved into line beside him, and at once people stepped aside to let him take preference. Inside the bus, passengers were already quarreling, a few shouting to the driver to hurry. Yes, for your great Iran oil, Lockhart said, very conscious that those nearby were listening also, jostling to get closer to hear better. Not long to go now, he thought. The airport can't be more than a few miles ahead. Just before noon he had caught a glimpse of a 212 heading in from the Gulf. She was too far away to see if she was civilian or military, but she was heading in the general direction of the airport. It'll be great to see Rudy and the others, to sleep and— The driver says you were on holiday near Kermanshah. In Luristan, south of Kermanshah. Lockhart concentrated. He retold the story he had decided upon, the same that he had told the ticket seller at Awaz and the green bands who also wanted to know who he was and why he was in Awaz. I was on a hiking holiday north of Luristan, in the mountains, and got trapped there in a village by a snowfall, for a week. You are going to Shiraz? This was the final destination of the bus. Shiraz is where my mosque is and the place of my birth. Come, we will sit together. The mullah took the nearest seat beside an old man, put one of his children on his knee, cradled his gun, and left Lockhart just enough room on the aisle. Reluctantly, Lockhart obeyed, not wanting to sit beside a talkative and inquisitive mullah, but at the same time thankful for a place. The bus was filling up quickly. People shoved past, trying to get space or to move farther back. Your country, Canada, borders the great Satan, does it not? Canada and America have common borders, Lockhart said, his bile rising. The vast majority of Americans are people of the book. Ah, yes, but many are Jews and Zionists, and Jews and Zionists and Christians are against Islam, the enemy of Islam, and therefore against God. Isn't it true that Jews and Zionists rule the great Satan? If you mean America, no, Aga, no, it is not. But if the Imam says it, it is so. The mullah was quite confident and gentle, and quoted from the Quran, For God is angry with them, and in torment shall they abide forever. Then he added, If the There was a flurry in the back of the bus, and they turned to see one of the Iranians angrily tug the turbaned Indian out of his seat to take his place. The Indian forced a smile and stayed standing. By custom, it was always the first one seated who had the right to stay seated unharmed. The torrent of voices began again, and now another man, jammed in the aisle, began cursing all foreigners loudly. He was roughly dressed, armed, and stood alongside the two Japanese who were crammed into a seat with a ragged old Kurd, and glared down at them. Why should foreigner infidels sit while we stand? With the help of God, we are no longer lackeys of infidels, the man said even more angrily, and jerked his thumb at them. Move! Neither Japanese moved. One of them took off his glasses and smiled at the man. The man hesitated, began to bluster, but thought better of it, then turned and shouted at the driver to hurry up. Just before the Japanese put back his glasses, he caught Lockhart's eye, nodded, and smiled. Lockhart smiled back. At Awaz, while they were all pushing their way onto the bus, one of the Japanese had said to Lockhart in passable English, Follow us, sir. At rush hour, Tokyo buses and trains are much worse. With a great display of politeness, the two quickly cleared a path, found him a seat and places at the back for themselves. During the noon stop they had chatted briefly, telling him they were engineers coming back from leave, heading for Iran Toda. Ah, the mullah said happily, seeing the driver squeeze back into his seat. Now we continue, thanks be to God. With a great flourish, the driver started the engine and the bus lumbered on its way. Next stop, Bandar Delam, he called out. God willing. God willing. The mullah was very content. Once more he turned his attention to Lockhart and shouted above the noise, Aga, you were saying about the great Satan? Lockhart had his eyes closed, and he pretended not to hear. The mullah touched him. You were saying, Aga, about the great Satan. I was saying nothing, Aga. What? I didn't hear you. Lockhart kept his face polite, knowing the danger he was in, and said louder, I was saying nothing, Aga. Travelling is tiring, isn't it? He closed his eyes again. I think I will sleep a little. Why say nothing? A young man standing alongside in the aisle shouted down at him over the grinding engine.
America is responsible for all our troubles. If it wasn't for America, there'd be peace in the whole world."
Grimly, Lockhart kept his eyes closed and tried to shut his ears, knowing he was near snapping, half of him wishing he had the automatic in his pocket, the other half thankful it was in his bag. He felt the mullah shake him. "Before you sleep, Aga, don't you agree the world would be much better without the American evil?" Lockhart fought down his anger and just kept his eyes closed. Another shake, much rougher, this time from the aisle, and the man shouted in his ear, "Answer, His Excellency!" He was suddenly sick to death of all the anti-American propaganda and lies continually fed to them. White with rage, he opened his eyes and shoved the man's hand away and exploded in English. "Well, I'll tell you, Mullah, you'd better thank God America exists, because without it there'd be goddamn nothing in the world, and we'd all be in a goddamn gulag or under the goddamn ground. You, me, this jerk, and even Khomeini." "What?" He saw the mullah gaping at him, and realized he had been speaking in English. Taking a tight rein on his mouth, he said in Farsi, knowing there was no way he could explain logically, "I was quoting the Holy Bible in English," he said, making it up. "I was quoting Abraham when he was very angry. Didn't Abraham say, 'Evil stalks the earth in many guises. It is the duty of the believer to guard against evil, any evil, all evil,' isn't it?" The mullah was looking at him strangely, and quoted from the Quran, "And God said to Abraham, 'I will make you a leader to mankind,' and Abraham said, 'Of my offspring also.' God said, 'My covenant embraceth not the evildoers.'" "I agree," Lockhart said. "And now I must think about God, the one God, the God of Abraham and Moses and Jesus and Muhammad, whose name be praised." Lockhart closed his eyes. His heart was pounding. Any moment he expected the angry youth's rifle butt in his face, or the mullah to shout for the bus to stop. He expected no mercy. But the moment passed, and they left him to his supposed prayers. The mullah sighed, lack of space pressing him against this infidel. "I wonder how an infidel prays," he was thinking. "What does he say to God, even a person of the book? How pitiful they are." At Bandar Airport, 12:32 p.m. The Iranian Air Force car swung past the sleepy guards on the gate, its green Khomeini flag fluttering, and pulled up in a swirl of dust outside Rudy's office trailer. 2 smartly uniformed officers got out. With them were 3 green bands. Rudy Lutz went out to meet the officers, a major and a captain. When he recognized the captain, his face lit up. "Hello, Hushanga. I've been wondering how you were The older officer interrupted him angrily. "I'm Major Kazani, Air Force Intelligence. What's an Iranian chopper under your control doing, trying to leave Iranian airspace, repeatedly disobeying instructions from an intercept, and totally disregarding orders from ground control?" Rudy stared at them blankly. "There's only one of my choppers airborne, and she's on a Kazavac requested by Abadan radar control." "What's her registration?" EP-HXX. "What's this all about?" "That's what I want to know." Major Kazani walked past him into the trailer and sat down. His green bands waited. "Come on," the major said irritably. "Sit down, Captain Lutz." Rudy hesitated, then sat at his desk. A few bullet holes in the wall let in light behind him. The green bands and the other officer came in and shut the door. "What's HXX? A 206 or 212? the major asked. "It's a 206. How many 212s have you here?" "2. HXX and HGC. Abadan radar cleared HXX on a Kazavac yesterday to Kowis, with wounded from the Fedayeen attack at dawn yesterday." "Yes, we heard about that, and that you helped the guards blow them to the hell they deserve, for which many thanks. Is EP-HBC an SG-212 registration?" Rudy hesitated. "I don't know offhand, Major.
I don't have records here of all our 212s, but I could find out, if I can raise our base in Kois. Radio's been out for a day. Now, please, I'll help all I can, but what's this about?"
Major Kazani lit a cigarette, offered one to Rudy, who shook his head.
"It's about a 212, EP-HBC. We believe an SG-operated 212, with an unknown number of persons aboard, that went over the Iraqi border just before sunset last night, with no clearances, disregarding, as I've said, disregarding explicit radio orders to land."
"I don't know anything about it."
Rudy's mind was racing.
"Got to be someone making an escape," he thought. "She's not our bird. We can't even start engines without Abadan controls okay. That's SOP.
How would you explain HBC, then?"
"She could be a Gurney aircraft taking some of their personnel away, or Bell, or any one of the other chopper companies. It's been hard, sometimes impossible, to file a flight plan recently. You know how fluid radar's been the last few weeks?"
"Fluid's not a good word,"
Captain Hushanga Abbasi said. He was a lithe, very handsome man with a clipped moustache and dark glasses, and wore wings on his uniform. All of last year he had been based at Khag, where he and Rudy had got to know each other.
"And if she was an SG aircraft? Then there'll be a correct explanation."
Rudy was glad that Hushanga had weathered the revolution, particularly as he had always been an outspoken critic of Mullah's meddling in government.
"You're sure she was illegal?"
"I'm sure legal airplanes have clearances. Legal airplanes obey air regulations, and legal airplanes don't take evading action and rush for the border," Hushanga said. "And I'm almost sure I saw the SG emblem on my first pass, Rudy."
Rudy's eyes narrowed. Hushanga was a very good pilot.
"You were flying the Intercept?"
"I led the flight that scrambled."
The silence grew in the trailer.
"Do you mind if I open a window, Major? The smoke, it gives me a headache."
The Major said irritably, "If HSB's an SG chopper, someone's going to have more than a headache."
Rudy opened the window.
"HBC sounds like one of our registrations. What the hell's going wrong? We seem to be under a spell the last few days. First it was that psychopath Zataki and the murder of our mechanic. Then poor old Kiabi, then the god-cursed leftist Fedayeen dawn attack yesterday, damn near killing us and wounding John Tyra. Christ, I hope John's all right. And now more trouble." He sat down again, feeling very weary. "Best I can do is to ask."
"How far north do you operate?"
the Major asked.
"Normally, Awaz. Des Follow'd be about our extreme range."
The base phone intercom rang. He picked it up and missed the look between the two officers.
"Hello?"
It was Fowler Joynes, his chief mechanic.
"You okay?" "Yes, thanks, no sweat. Shout if you need help, old sport, and we'll all come a-running."
The phone clicked off. He turned back to the Major, feeling better. Since he had stood up to Zataki, all of his men and pilots had treated him as though he were Laird Gavalan himself. And since yesterday when the Fedayeen were beaten off, even the Comité green bands had been deferential, all except base manager Yemeni, who was still trying to give him a hard time.
"There's Fool's extreme range, one way. Once we flew—"
He stopped. He had been going to say, "Once we flew our area manager to Kermanshah," but then the memory of the brutal and senseless way Boss Kiabi had been murdered welled up, and again he was sickened. He saw the Major and Hushanga staring at him.
"Sorry, I was going to say, Major, once we flew a charter to Kermanshah. With refueling, as you know, we're mobile."
"Yes, Captain Lutz. Yes, we know."
The Major stubbed out his cigarette and lit another.
"Prime Minister Bazargan, with, of course, the prior approval of Ayatollah Khomeini," he added cautiously, not trusting Abbasi or the green bands, who also might secretly understand English, has issued strict orders about all aircraft in Iran, particularly choppers. We'll call Kowis now." They went to the radio room. At once, Yemeni protested that he could not approve the call without permission of the local comité, of which he had appointed himself a member as the only one who could read or write. One of the green bands went to fetch them, but the major overrode Yemeni and got his way. Kowis did not answer their calls. "As God wants. It'll be better after dark, Aga," radio operator Jahan said in Farsi. "Yes, thank you," the major said. "What is it you need, Aga?" Yemeni said rudely, hating the encroachment, the Shah uniforms almost whipping him into a frenzy. "I will get it for you." "I don't need you for anything, son of a dog," the major shouted angrily. Everyone jumped, and Yemeni was paralyzed. "If you give me trouble, I'll haul you in front of our tribunal for interfering with the work of the Prime Minister and Khomeini himself. Get out!" Yemeni fled. The green bands laughed, and one of them said, "Shall I beat his head in for you, Aga?" No, thank you. He's no more important than a fly eating a camel's turd." Major Kazani puffed his cigarette, surrounded with smoke, and glanced at Rudy thoughtfully. The news of how this German had saved Zataki, the most important Revolutionary Guard commander in this area, had flooded their airbase. He got up and went to the window. Beyond he could see his car and the green Khomeini flag and the green bands lolling around. "Scum," he thought. "Sons of dogs, all of them. We didn't get rid of American restraints and influence and help sack the Shah, to give over control of our lives and beautiful plains to lice-covered mullahs, however brave some of them may be. You wait here, Hushanga. I'll leave 2 guards with you," he said. "Wait here and make the call with him. I'll send the car back for you." "Yes, sir." The major looked at Rudy, his eyes hard. In English he said, "I want to know if HPC's an SG chopper, where it was based, how it got to this area, and who was aboard." He gave the necessary orders and left in a swirl of dust. Hushanga sent the guards to tell the others what was going on. Now the 2 of them were alone. "So," he said, and smiled and held out his hand. "I'm pleased to see you, Rudy." "Me too." They shook hands warmly. "I wondered how you fared." Hushanga laughed. "You mean if I'd been liquidated? Oh, don't believe all those stories, Rudy. No, everything's great. When I left Khark, I spent a little time in Doshan Tepe, then came down to Abadan Air Base." Rudy waited. "And then?" "And then?" Hushanga thought a moment. "And then, when the Shah left Iran, our base commander paraded us, everyone, and told us he considered our oath of allegiance cancelled. All of us in the forces swore allegiance to the Shah personally, but when he left, our oaths seemed repudiated somehow. Our commander asked us all to choose what we wanted to do, officers and men, to stay or to leave. But, he said finally, on this base the transfer of power to the new legal government will be orderly. We were given 12 hours to decide." Hushanga frowned. "A few left. They were mostly senior officers. What would you have done, Rudy?" "Stayed, of course. Heimat ist immer Heimat." "What?" "Your homeland is always your homeland." "Ah, yes. Yes, that's what I thought." A shadow went over Hushanga. "After we had all chosen, our commander called in Ayatollah Ahwazi, our chief Ayatollah, and formally made the transfer of power. Then he shot himself. He left a note saying, 'All my life I have served Mohammad Reza Shah as my father served Reza Shah, his father. I cannot serve mullahs or politicians, or live with the stench of betrayal that pervades the land.'" Rudy hesitated. "He meant the Americans?" "The major thinks he meant the generals. Some of us think he meant the betrayal of Islam." "By Khomeini?" Rudy saw Hushanga looking at him,
brown eyes, guileless, chiseled face, and for a second Rudy had the uneasy feeling that this was no longer his friend, but someone wearing the same face, someone who might be ready to trap him. Trap him into what? To think that would be treason, wouldn't it? Hushanga said. It was a statement, not a question, and another shaft of caution went through Rudy. I'm frightened for Iran, Rudy. We're so exposed, so valuable to either superpower, and hated and envied by so many nearby. Ah, but your forces are the biggest and best equipped around. You're the power in the Gulf. He went to the small built-in refrigerator. How about splitting an ice-cold bottle of beer? No, thanks. Usually they would share one with relish. You on a diet? Rudy asked. The other shook his head, smiled strangely. No, I've quit. It's my gift to the new regime. Then we'll have tea, like old times, Rudy said, without missing a beat, went into the kitchen and put on the kettle. But he was thinking, Hushanga really has changed. But then if you were him, you'd have changed too. His world's upside down, like West Germany and East Germany, but not as bad as that. How's Ali? He asked. Ali was Hushanga's adored elder brother, a helicopter pilot, whom Rudy had never met, but Hushanga was always talking about, laughing about his legendary adventures and conquests in Tehran, Paris, and Rome in the old days. The good old days, he thought emphatically. Ali the Great's fine too, Hushanga said with a delighted smile. Just before the Shah had left, they had secretly discussed their options, and had agreed, whatever happened, they would stay. We're still the elite force. We'll still have leaves in Europe. He beamed, so proud of him, not envious of his successes, but wishing he could be a tenth as successful. But he'll have to slow down now. At least he will in Iran. The kettle began boiling. Rudy made the tea. Mind if I ask you about HBC? He glanced through the doorway into the other room. His friend was watching him. That all right? What do you want to know? What happened? After a pause, Hushanga said, I was leader of the duty flight. We were scrambled and told to intercept a helicopter that had been spotted sneaking through the area. It turned out to be civilian, ducking in and out of the valleys around Dezful. She wouldn't answer radio calls in Farsi or in English. We waited, trailing her. Once she was out in the open, I buzzed her. That's when I thought I recognized the SG emblem. But she completely disregarded me, just turned for the border and poured on the coals. My wingman buzzed her, but she took more evading action. Hushanga's eyes narrowed as he remembered the excitement that had possessed him, hunter and hunted, never having hunted before, his ears filled with the sweet scream of his jets, with static and with orders. Arm missiles. Hands and fingers obeying. Pressing the trigger, the rocket missing the first time as the chopper pirouetted, darting this way and that, nimble as a dragonfly, his wingman also firing and missing by a fraction, the missiles not heat-seekers. Another miss. Now she was over the border. Over the border and safe, but not safe from me, from justice, so going in with cannons blazing, impression of faces at the windows, seeing her dissolve into a ball of fire, and when I came out of the G-wrenching turn to look again, she had vanished. Only a puff of smoke remained. And the pleasure. I plastered her, he said, blew her out of the sky. Rudy turned away to hide his shock. He had presumed HBC had escaped, whoever was flying. There were no survivors? No, Rudy. She exploded, Hushanga said, wanting to keep his voice calm and professional. It was my first kill. I never thought it would be so difficult. Not much of a contest, Rudy thought, enraged and disgusted. Missiles and cannons against nothing, But I suppose orders are orders, and HBC was in the wrong, whoever flew her, whoever was aboard. She should have stopped. I would have stopped. Would I? If I'd been the fighter pilot and this was Germany, and the chopper was fleeing toward the enemy-controlled border with God knows what aboard, and I was on orders to— Wait a minute. Did Hushanga do it in Iraqi airspace? Well, I'm not going to ask him. As sure as God doesn't speak to Khomeini, Hushanga wouldn't tell me if he did. I wouldn't. Gloomily he filled the teapot from the kettle and was reminded of the other one from his childhood, then glanced out of the window. An old bus was stopping on the road outside the airport perimeter. He saw the tall man get out. For a moment he did not recognize him. Then, with a whoop of delight, he did, and said on the run, "Excuse me a moment." They met at the gate, green bands watching curiously. "Tom! Wie geht's? How are you? What the hell are you doing here? Why didn't you tell us you were coming? How's Zagros and Jean-Luc?" He was so happy he did not notice Lockhart's fatigue or the state of his clothes, dusty, torn, and travel-stained. "Lot to tell, Rudy," Lockhart said. "Lot to tell, but I'm bushed. I badly need some tea and some sleep, okay?" "Of course." Rudy beamed at him. "Of course. Come on, and I'll open my last secret bottle of whiskey I even pretend to myself I haven't got, and we'll All at once he noticed the state of his friend, and his smile left him. "What the hell's happened to you? You look like you've been dragged through a bush backward." He saw Lockhart glance imperceptibly at the guards who stood nearby, listening. "Nothing, Rudy. Nothing at all. First a wash, eh?" he said. "Sure. Yes, of course. You can use my trailer." Very perturbed, he walked alongside Lockhart, heading into the airport. He had never seen him so old and so slow. He looks shaken up, almost as though he's had an emergency and pranged badly. Down by the hangar he saw Yemeni peering at them out of the office windows. Fowler Joins and the other mechanic had stopped work and were beginning to stroll over. Then, down at the far end of the encampment, he saw Hushanga come out onto the step of his trailer, and Rudy's head seemed to explode. "Oh, Christ!" he gasped. "Not HBC!" Lockhart jerked to a stop, all colour out of his face. "How the hell you know about her?" "But he said HBC was plastered, blown out of the skies. How'd you get out? How?" "Plastered?" Lockhart was in shock. "Jesus! Who said that?" Reflexes helped Rudy, and without being obvious he turned his back on Hushanga. "The Iranian officer in the doorway. Don't look, for Christ's sake. He flew the intercept, F-14. He blew her out of the sky." He put a glassy smile on his face, grabbed Lockhart by the arm, and again, trying not to be obvious, steered him toward the nearest trailer. "You can bed down in John Tyra's place," he said with forced joviality, and the moment he had closed the door behind them, he whispered in a rush, "Hushanga said he shot down HBC near the Iraqi border at sunset yesterday. Totaled her. How'd you get out? Who was aboard? Quick, tell me what happened. Quick!" I didn't fly the last leg. I wasn't in her," Lockhart said, trying to get his mind working and also keeping his voice down, for the walls of the trailer were very thin. "They left me at Des Dam. I backpacked—" "Des Dam? What the hell are you doing there? Who left you?" Lockhart hesitated. Everything was happening so fast. "I don't know if I should say, because, for Christ's sake, they're on to HBC. We've got to do something fast. Who was flying her? Who was aboard?" "All Iranians evacuating Iran. All Air Force from Isfahan. General Saladi, 8 colonels and majors from Isfahan. I don't know their names. And General Valik, his wife, and—" Lockhart could hardly bring himself to say it. "And his 2 children." Rudy was appalled. He had heard about Anush and the 2 kids, and he had met Valik several times. "That's terrible,"
Terrible. What the hell am I going to say? What? About what? The words tumbled out. Major Kazani and Hushanga, they arrived barely half an hour ago. The Major's just gone, but I've been ordered to find out if HBC's SG, where she was based and who was aboard. I've been ordered to call Kowis and find out, and Hushanga's going to be listening in, and he's no fool, and he was sure he saw the SG decal before he blew her to pieces. Kowis'll have to say she was our bird, and they'll call Tehran, and that's the end. Lockhart sat on one of the built-in bunks, numb. I warned them to wait for nightfall. What the hell am I going to do? Run for it. Maybe you— A knock on the door, and they froze.
Skipper, it's me, Fowler. I brought you some tea. Thought Tom could use some.
Thanks. Just a moment, Fowler, he said, then dropped his voice. Tom, what's your story? Do you have one? Best I could do was I'm just coming back from a hiking holiday in Luristan, south of Kermanshah. I got caught in a village by a snowfall for about a week and eventually just hiked out. That's good. Where's your base? Lockhart shrugged. Zagros. Good. Anyone ask for your ID yet? Yes, the ticket seller at Awaz and some green bands. Scheisse. Rudy bleakly opened the door. Fowler Joins brought the tea tray in.
How you doing, Tom? He said with his toothless beam.
Good to see you, Fowler. Still cursing?
Not as bad as Effa Jordan. How is my old mate?
Tiredness enveloped Lockhart, and he leaned back against the wall. Zagros and Effa Jordan, Rodriguez, Jean-Luc, Scott Gavalin, and the others seemed so far away. Still wearing his hat, he said with a great effort, accepted the tea gratefully and swallowed it. Hot, thick, heavy with sweet condensed milk, the greatest pick-me-up in the world. What did Rudy say? Run for it? I can't, he thought as sleep overtook him. Not without Shahrazad. Rudy finished telling Fowler Lockhart's cover story. Spread the word. The mechanic blinked.
A hiking holiday? Tom Lockhart? On his bleeding Todd? With you-know-who in bleeding Tehran? Are you looped, Rudy, old cock?
Rudy looked at him.
Just as you say, old sport.
Fowler turned to talk to Lockhart, but he was already asleep, his face sagged with exhaustion.
Core,
His shrewd blue eyes, set deep in the gnarled face, looked back at Rudy.
I'll spread the word like it was bleeding Genesis itself.
He left. Just before the door closed, Rudy caught a glimpse of Hushanga waiting by the trailer, and he was sorry he had left him alone so long. He glanced at Lockhart. Poor old Tom. What the hell was he doing in Isfahan? God in heaven, what a mess! What the hell do I do now? Carefully he took the cup out of Lockhart's hands, but the Canadian awoke, startled. For a moment Lockhart did not know whether he was awake or in a dream. His head was pounding, he had a blinding headache, and he was back at the dam at the water's edge, Rudy standing against the light just like Ali, Lockhart not knowing whether to dive at him or risk the water, wanting to shout, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" "Christ, I thought you were Ali," he gasped. "Sorry, I'm all right now. No sweat." "Ali?" "The pilot, HBC's pilot, Ali Abbasi. He was going to kill me." Half asleep, Lockhart told him what had happened. Then he noticed Rudy had gone chalky. "What's the matter?" Rudy jerked his thumb outside. "That's his brother, Hushanga Abbasi. He's the one who totaled HBC." Chapter 29. Tehran, 4:17 p.m. Both men were staring anxiously at the telex machine in the SG penthouse office. "Come on, for God's sake," McIver muttered, and glanced again at his watch. The 125 was due at 5:30. "We'll have to leave soon, Andy. You never know about traffic." Gavalin was rocking absently in a creaky old chair. "Yes, but Jenny's not here yet. Soon as she arrives, we'll leave.
If worst comes to worst, I can call Aberdeen from Al-Shargaz. If Johnny Hogg makes it through Quiche and Isfahan airspace, and the clearance holds in Tehran. He'll arrive this time. Have a good feeling our Mullah Tehrani wants the new glasses. Hope to God Johnny's got them for him. So do I. This was the first day the Comité had allowed any foreigners back into the building. Most of the morning had been spent cleaning up and restarting their generator that had, of course, run out of fuel. Almost at once the telex machine had chattered into life. "Urgent. Please confirm your telex is working and inform Mr. McIver I have an Avisyard telex for the boss. Is he still in Tehran?" The telex was from Elizabeth Chen in Aberdeen. Avisyard was a company code, used rarely, meaning a top-classified message for McIver's eyes only, and to operate the machine himself. It took him 4 tries to get the Aberdeen callback. "So long as we haven't lost a bird," Gavalin said with an inward prayer. "I was thinking that too." McIver eased his shoulders. "Any idea what could merit an Avisyard?" "No." Gavalin hid his sadness, thinking about the real Avisyard, Castle Avisyard, where he had spent so many happy years with Cathy, who had suggested the code. "Don't think about Cathy now," he told himself. "Not now. I hate bloody telex machines. They're always going wrong," McIver was saying, his stomach churning, mostly because of the row that he had had last night with Jenny, insisting that she go on the 125 today, also because there was still no news from Lockhart. Added to that, again, none of the Iranian office staff had reported for work, only the pilots who had come in this morning. McIver had sent them all away except Petikin, whom he had put on standby. Nogger Lane had wandered in around noon, reporting that his flight with the Mullah Tehrani, 6 green vans and 5 women, went well. "I think our friendly Mullah wants another ride tomorrow. He expects you 5:30 p.m. sharp at the airport." "All right. Nogger, you relieve Charlie." "Come on, Mac, old chap. I've worked hard all morning, above and beyond the call, and Paula's still in town." "How well I know, old chap. And the way things look, she'll be here for the week," McIver had told him. "You relieve Charlie, you get your hot little tail into a chair, bring our aircraft ledgers up to date, and one more bloody word out of you, I'll post you to bloody Nigeria." They had waited, grimly conscious that telexes had to go part of the way through phone lines. "Bloody lot of wire between here and Aberdeen," McIver muttered. Gavalin said, "Soon as Jenny arrives, we'll leave. I'll make sure she's all right in Al-Shargaz before I go home. You're quite right to insist. I know, you know, and the whole of Iran knows, but she bloody doesn't." "Women," Gavalin said diplomatically. "Anything else I can do?" "Don't think so. Squeezing our 2 remaining partners helped a lot." Gavalin had tracked them down, Mohammed Siamaki and Turiz Bakhtiar, a common surname in Iran for those from the rich and powerful and multitudinous Bakhtiar tribe, of which the ex-Prime Minister was one of the chiefs. Gavalin had extracted 5 million rials in cash, a little over $60,000, a pittance against what the partners owed, with promises for more every week in return for a promise and a handwritten note to reimburse them personally outside the country should it be necessary, and passage on the 125 should it be necessary. "All right, but where's Valik? How do I get hold of him?" Gavalin had asked, pretending to know nothing about his escape. "We already told you. He's on vacation with his family," Siamaki had said, rude and arrogant as always. "He'll contact you in London or Aberdeen. There's the overdue matter of our funds in the Bahamas." "Our joint funds, dear partner, and there's the matter of almost $4 million owing on work already completed, apart from our aircraft lease payments overdue, long overdue. If the banks were open, you'd have the money. It's not our fault the Shah's pestilential allies ruined him and ruined Iran. We are not to blame for any of the catastrophes, none. As to the monies owed, haven't we paid in the past?" "Yes, usually 6 months late, but I agree, dear friends, eventually we have extracted our share. But if all joint ventures are suspended, as the Mullah Tehrani told me, how do we operate from now on?" Some joint ventures, not all. Your information is exaggerated and incorrect, Gavalin. We are on notice to get back to normal as soon as possible. Crews can leave once their replacements are safely here. Oil fields must be returned to full production. There will be no problems. But to forestall any trouble, once more we have bailed out the partnership. Tomorrow my illustrious cousin, Finance Minister Ali Kia, joins the board. Hold on a minute. I have prior approval of any change in the board. You used to have that power, but the board voted to change that bylaw. If you wish to go against the board, you can bring it up at the next meeting in London, but under the circumstances, the change is necessary and reasonable. Minister Kia has assured us we'll be exempt. Of course, Minister Kia's fees and percentage will come out of your share. Gavalin tried not to watch the telex machine, but he found it difficult, trying to think a way out of the trap. One moment everything seems okay, the next it's rotten again. Yes, Andy, I agree. Talbot was today's clincher. This morning early they had met Talbot briefly. Oh, yes, old boy. Joint ventures are definitely persona non grata now. So sorry, he had told them dryly. The On High have decreed that all joint ventures are suspended, pending instructions, though what instructions and from whom they didn't impart, or who the On High are. We presume the Olympian decree is from the dear old Comité, whoever they are. On the other side of the coin, old chap, the Ayatollah and Prime Minister Bazargan have both said all foreign debts will be honoured. Of course, Khomeini overrides Bazargan and issues counter-instructions. Bazargan issues instructions which the Revolutionary Comité overrules. The local comités are vigilantes who are taking their own version of law as gospel, and not one rotten little urchin has yet handed in a weapon. The jails are filling up nicely, heads are rolling, and apart from the tumbrils, it all has a jolly old tediously familiar ring, old boy, and rather suggests we should all retire to Margate for the duration. You're serious? Our advice to evacuate all unessential personnel still stands the moment the airport opens, which is God knows when, but promised for Saturday. We've got BA to cooperate with chartered 747s. As to the illustrious Ali Kia, he's a minor official, very minor indeed, with no power and a good-weather friend to all sides. By the way, we've just heard that the U.S. ambassador in Kabul was abducted by anti-communist Shiite fundamentalist mujahideen, who tried to exchange him for other mujahideen held by the pro-Soviet government. In the following shootout, he was killed. Things are heating up rather nicely. The telex clicked on, their attention zeroed, but the machine did not function. Both of them cursed. Soon as I get to Al-Shagaz, I can phone the office and find out what's the problem. Gavalin glanced at the door as it opened. To their surprise, it was Erki. He and Azadeh had been due to meet them at the airport. Erki was smiling his usual smile, but there was no light behind it. Hello, boss. Hi, Mac. Hi, Erki. What's up? MacIver looked at him keenly. Slight change of plan. We're, Azadeh and I are going back to Tabriz first. Yesterday evening, Gavalin had suggested that Erki and Azadeh take immediate leave. We'll find a replacement. How about coming with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could get Azadeh replacement papers in London. Why the change, Erki? He asked. Azadeh's had second thoughts about leaving Iran without Iranian papers? No, an hour ago we got a message. I got a message from her father. Here, read it for yourself. Erki gave it to Gavalin, who shared it with MacIver. The handwritten note said, From Abdullah Khan to Captain Erkanen. I require my daughter to come back here at once and ask you to grant her permission. It was signed Abdullah Khan. The message was repeated in Farsi on the other side. You're sure it's his handwriting? Gavalin asked. Azadeh's sure, and she also knew the messenger. Erki added, The messenger told us nothing else, only that there's lots of fighting going on there. By road's out of the question. MacIver turned to Gavalin.
Maybe our Mullah Tehranid give Erki a clearance. According to Nogga, he was like a dog-eating wallah after his joyride this morning. We could fit Charlie's 206 with long-range tanks, and Erki could take her, maybe with Nogga or one of the others to bring her right back.
Kavalan said,
Erki, you know the risk you're taking.
Yes. Erki had not yet told them about the killings.
You've thought it through, everything. Rakutsi, the Roadblock, Azadeh herself. We could send Azadeh back alone, and you could get on the 125, and we'd put her on Saturday's flight. Come on, boss. You'd never do that, and neither will I. I couldn't leave her. Of course, but it had to be said. All right. Erki, you take care of the long-range tanks. We'll try for the clearance. I'd suggest you both come back to Tehran as quickly as possible and take the 125 on Saturday. Both of you. It might be wise for you to transfer and do a tour somewhere else. Australia, Singapore, perhaps, or Aberdeen. But that might be too cold for Azadeh. You let me know.
Kavalan cheerfully stuck out his hand.
Happy to breeze, eh?
Thanks. Erki hesitated. Any news of Tom Lockhart?
No, not yet. Still can't raise Kois or Bandar Dalam. Why? Shahrazad's getting anxious?
More than that.
Her father's in Evin jail and—
Jesus Christ! McIver exploded, Kavalan equally shocked, knowing the rumours of arrests and firing squads.
What for?
For questioning by a comité. No one knows what for or how long he'll be held.
Kavalan said uneasily, Well, if it's only for questioning— What happened, Erki?
Shahrazad came home half an hour or so ago in tears. When she went back last night after dinner to her parents' house, all hell had broken loose. Apparently some green bands went into the bazaar, grabbed Emir Paknuri, you remember, her ex-husband, for crimes against Islam, and ordered Bakravan to appear at dawn for questioning. For what reason, no one knows.
Erki took a breath. They went with him to the prison this morning, she, her mother, sisters, and brother. They got there just after dawn and waited, and would still be waiting if they hadn't been told to clear off around 2 p.m. by green bands on guard there.
There was a stunned silence. Erki broke it.
Mac, try Kois. Get them to contact Bandar Dalam. Tom should know about Shahrazad's father.
He noticed the look between the two men.
What's going on with Tom?
He's on a charter to Bandar Dalam.
Yes, you told me that. Max told me that, and so has Shahrazad. Tom told her he'd be back in a few days.
Erki waited.
Kavalan just looked back at him. Well, he said, you must have good reasons.
I think so,
Kavalan said. Both he and McIver were convinced that Tom Lockhart would not willingly have gone on to Kuwait, whatever bribe Valik offered him, both equally afraid that he had been forced.
All right, you're the boss. Well, I'll be off. Sorry for bringing bad news, but I thought you'd better know.
Erki forced a smile.
Shahrazad wasn't in good shape. See you in Al-Shagaz.
Sooner the better, Erki.
McIver said,
If you bump into Jen, don't mention about Shahrazad's father, eh?
Of course.
After Erki had left, McIver said,
Bakravan's a pretty important Bazari to summarily arrest.
I agree.
After a pause, Kavalan said,
Hope to God Erki's not going into a trap. That message bit's very smelly.
The telex chattering made them both jump. They read the telex line by line as it came through. Kavalan began cursing and continued to curse until the machine stopped.
God curse Imperial helicopters to hell!
He ripped the telex out. Mac sent their call sign back and stand by 1. Kavalan reread it. Again it was from Liz Chen.
Dear boss, we've tried you every hour on the hour since we heard from Johnny Hogg you stayed in Tehran. Sorry to bring bad tidings, but early Monday morning Imperial Air and Imperial Helicopters jointly announced new financial arrangements to revitalize their competitive position in the North Sea.
IH has been allowed to write off 17.1 million sterling of taxpayers' money and have capitalized another 48 million of their 68 million debt by issuing paper to the head company in lieu of the debt. We've just heard secretly that 18 of our 19 North Sea contracts due to be renewed by various companies have been awarded to IH under real cost. Thurston Dell of X-Tex urgently needs to talk to you. Our ops in Nigeria urgently need 3 212s. Can you provide from Iran redundancies? Presume you will go to Al-Shagaz or Dubai with John Hogg today. Please advise. Mac, if himself has already left, please advise. Love to Jenny.
We're buggered, Clavell said. It's highway bloody robbery with taxpayers' money. Then take them to court, McIver said nervously, shocked at Clavell's colour. Unfair competition. I can't, for God's sake. Then even louder and more angry. Unless the government screams, there's bugger all I can do. Without having to service their legitimate debt, they can bid way under even our cost. Do Nerlo Mo and Callahan and all his pinkos. Come on, Andy, they're not all pinkos. I know that, for God's sake, Clavell roared, but it sounds right. Then his good nature overcame his fury, and he laughed, though his heart was still working hard. Bloody government, he added sourly. They don't know their arse from a hole in the ground. McIver could feel his own hands shaking. Christ, Andy, I thought you were going to bust a blood vessel. He was well aware of the implications of the telex. All his own nest egg was in SG stocks and shares. 18 contracts out of 19, that dents our whole North Sea ops. It dents us everywhere. With those amounts of write-offs, IH can undercut us worldwide. And Thurston wanting me to call urgently. That's got to mean X-Tex will back out, the very least renegotiate, because of a new adjusted IH bid, and I've signed the contract for our X-63s. Clavell took out his handkerchief and mopped his brow. Then he saw Nogger Lane gaping from the doorway. What the hell do you want?
Nothing, sir. I thought the place was on fire. Nogger Lane hurriedly closed the door.
Andy, McIver said softly when it was safe. Struans. Won't they pick up the slack for you? Struans could, though not easily this year, but Lindbar won't.
Clavell kept his voice down equally.
When he hears about all this, he'll dance a bloody jig. The timing couldn't be more perfect for him.
He smiled wryly, thinking about Ian Dunross's call and his warnings. He had not told McIver about them. McIver was not part of Struan's, though an old friend of Ian's, too. Where the devil does Ian get his information? He smoothed out the telex. This was the culmination of a number of problems with Imperial helicopters. 6 months ago, IH had deliberately headhunted one of his senior executives, who had taken with him many SG secrets. Only last month, Clavell had lost a very important North Sea Board of Trade tender to IH, after a year of work and huge investment. The Board of Trade specifications were to develop electronic equipment for a helicopter air-sea rescue operation in all weather conditions, day or night, so that choppers could safely go out 100 miles over the North Sea, hover, pick 8 men out of the sea, and return safely, in 0-0 conditions and gale-force winds, fast. In winter months, even with a sea survival suit, about an hour was maximum life expectancy and endurance in those seas. With Ian Dunross's private enthusiasm, "Don't forget, Andy, such knowledge and equipment would also fit perfectly into our projected China Seas endeavours." Clavell had committed £500,000 and a year of work developing the electronics and guidance systems with an electronics company. Then, on the great day, the official test pilot had found he couldn't work the equipment, even though 6 of SG's line pilots, including Tom Lockhart and Rudy Lutz, later had had no trouble. Even so, SG could not get the necessary certification in time. "The unfairness of the whole rotten business," he had written McIver, "is that IH has got the contract using a Gurney's 661,
with non-certified Danish equipment aboard. We get the runaround and they get dispensations. It's a bastard. By the way, of course I can't prove it, but I'd bet real money the test pilot was got at. He's been sent on a long rest. Oh, we'll get the money back and the contract in a year or so, because our equipment's better, safer, and British-built. Meanwhile, Imperial's operating at safety levels, I think, that can be improved. That's what really counts, he thought, rereading the telex. Safety. Safety first and safety last. Mac, would you send Liz a reply for me? Leaving for Al-Shargaz now, and we'll phone on arrival. Telex Thurston and ask what deal he would offer if I doubled the number of X-63s presently on order. Eh? Well, it costs nothing to ask. IH is bound to hear about our problems here, and I'm not going to let those buggers start giving us the finger. Better to keep them off balance. In any event, we could use 2 X-63s here to service all the Gurney contracts, if things were different. Finish the telex. See you soon. Okay. Gavalan sat back in the easy chair and let his mind drift, collecting his strength. I'm going to have to be very strong, and very clever. This is the one that can bury me and SG and give Linbar everything he needs, this and Iran together. Yes, and it was stupid to lose your temper like that. What you need is Cathy's shrieking tree. Oh, Cathy, Cathy. The shrieking tree was an old clan custom, a special tree chosen by the oldest of the clan, somewhere nearby, that you could go out to, alone, when the devil, as old Granny Dunross, Cathy's grandmother, called it, when the devil was upon you, and there you could curse and rant and rave and curse some more, until there were no more curses left. Then there would always be peace in the home, and never a need to really curse a husband, or wife, or lover, or child. Aye, just a wee tree, for a tree can bear all the curses even the devil himself invented. The first time he had used Cathy's shrieking tree was in Hong Kong. There it was a jacaranda in the garden of the great house, the residence of the Taipan of Struans. Cathy's brother, Ian, was Taipan then. Gavalan knew the date exactly. It was Wednesday, August the 21st, 1963, the night she told him. Poor Cathy, my Cathy, he thought, loving her still. Cathy born under an ill-set star, swept off your feet by one of the few, John Selkirk, Flight Lieutenant DFC RAF, married at once, not yet 18, widowed at once, not yet 3 months older, him torched out of the skies and vanished. Rotten war years and more tragedy, 2 beloved brothers killed in action, one your twin. Meeting you in Hong Kong in 46, at once in love with you, hoping with all my heart that I could make up for some of the unluck. I know Melinda and Scott did. They've turned out wonderfully, so grand. And then in 63, before your 38th birthday, the multiple sclerosis. Going home to Scotland, as you'd always wanted, me to put Ian's plans into effect, you to regain your health. But that part not to be. Watching you die. Watching the sweet smile you used to cover the hell inside, so brave and gentle and wise and loving, but going plateau by plateau. So slowly, yet so fast, so inexorably. By 68 in a wheelchair, mind still crystal, voice clear, the rest a shell, out of control and shaking. Then it was 70. That Christmas they were at Castle Avicyan, and on the second day of the new year, when the others had gone and Melinda and Scott were skiing in Switzerland, she had said, "Andy, my darling, I cannot endure another year, another month, or another day." "Yes," he said simply. "Sorry, but I'll need help. I need to go, and I'm ever so sorry that it's been so long, but I need to go now, Andy. I have to do it myself, but I'll need help. Yes?" "Yes, my darling."
They had spent a day and a night talking about good things and good times and what he should do for Melinda and Scott, and that she wanted him to marry again, and she told him how wonderful life had been with him, and they laughed, one with another, and his tears did not spill till later. He held her palsied hand with the sleeping pills and held her shaking head against his chest, helped her with the glass of water, a little whiskey in it for luck, and never let her go until the shaking had stopped. The doctor had said kindly, "I don't blame her. If I'd been her, I would have done it years ago, poor lady." Going then to the shrieking tree, but shrieking no words, nothing, only tears. "Andy?" "Yes, Cathy?" Clavell looked up and he saw it was Jenny, McIver by the door, both of them watching him. "Oh, hello, Jenny. Sorry, I was a million miles away." He got up. I think it was the avacard that set me thinking." Jenny's eyes widened. "Oh, an avacard telex? Not a bird down?" No, thank God. Just Imperial helicopters up to their old tricks." "Oh, thank God, too," Jenny said, openly relieved. She was dressed in a heavy coat and a nice hat. Her large suitcase was in the outer office, where Nogger Lane and Charlie Pettigan waited. "Well, Andy," she said, "unless you override Mr. McIver, I suppose we should go. I'm as ready as I'll ever be." "Come on, Jen. There's no need—" McIver stopped as she imperiously held up her hand. "Andy," she said sweetly, "please tell Mr. McIver that battle is joined." "Jen, joined, by God!" Imperiously she waved Nogger Lane away from her suitcase, picked it up, staggered a little under its weight, and swept out with an even more imperious, "I can carry my own suitcase, thank you very much." There was a big hole in the air behind her. McIver sighed. Nogger Lane had a hard time keeping the laughter off his face. Clavell and Charlie Pettigan thought it best to be non-committal. "Well, no need for you to drive out with us, Charlie," Clavell said gruffly. "I'd still like to, if it's all right," Pettigan said, not really wanting to, but McIver had asked him privately for support with Jenny. "That's a cute hat, Jenny," he had told her just after a delightful breakfast with Paula. Jenny had smiled sweetly. "Don't you try to butter me up, Charlie Pettigan, or I'll give you what for. I've had men generally. In fact, I'm very pissed off indeed." Clavell put on his parka. He picked up the telex and stuck it in his pocket. "Actually, Charlie," he said, and some of his concern showed now, "if you don't mind, I'd rather you didn't. I've got some unfinished stuff to chat with Mac about." "Sure, of course." Pettigan stuck out his hand and hid the beam. Not going out to the airport would give him a few bonus hours alone with Paula. Paula the Fair. He had thought of her since breakfast, even though she was brunette. To McIver he said, "I'll see you at home." "Why not wait here? I want to raise all the bases as soon as it's dark and we can go back together. I'd like you to hold the fort. Nogger, you can quit." Nogger Lane beamed and Pettigan cursed silently. In the car McIver drove, Clavell was beside him, Jenny in the back. "Mac, let's talk about Iran." They went through their options. Each time they came back to the same gloomy conclusion. They had to hope the situation came back to normal, the banks reopened, they got the money owing to them, that their joint venture was exempt, and they weren't nailed. "You just have to keep going, Mac. While we can operate, you'll have to continue, whatever the problems." McIver was equally grave. "I know. But how do I operate without money? And what about the lease payments?" "Somehow I'll get you operating money. I'll bring cash from London in a week. I can carry the lease payment on your aircraft and spares for another few months. I may even be able to do the same with the X-63s if I can reschedule payments. But, well, I hadn't planned on losing so many contracts to IH. Maybe I can get some of them back. Whichever way, it'll be dicey for a while, but not to worry.
Hope to God Johnny gets in. Just have to get home now. There's so much to do.
MacIver narrowly avoided a head-on collision with a car that charged out of a side street, almost went into the Jube, and came back onto the roadway again.
Bloody twit! You all right, Jen?
He glanced into the rear-view window and winced, seeing her stony face. Gavalan felt the icy blast, too, started to say something to her, but thought better of it.
Wonder if I could get hold of Ian. Perhaps he could guide me out of the abyss.
And, thinking of that, reminded him of David McStruan's tragic death. So many of them, the Struans, MacStruans, Dunrosses, their enemies the Gaunts, Rothwells, Brocks of ancient days, had died violent deaths or vanished, lost at sea, or died in strange accidents. So far Ian survived. But how much longer? Not many more times.
"I think I'm up to my 8th, Andy," Dunross had said the last time they met.
"What now?"
"Nothing much. Car bomb went off in Beirut just after I'd passed by. Nothing to worry about. I've said it before, there's no pattern. I just happen to have a charmed life."
"Like Macau?"
Dunross was an enthusiastic racer and had driven in many of the Macau Grand Prix. In '65, the race still amateur then, he had won the race, but the right front tire of his E-Type blew out at the winning post and shoved him into the barricade and sent him tumbling down the track, other cars taking evading action, one careening into him. They had cut him out of the wreckage, everything intact, unhurt but for his left foot missing.
"Like Macau, Andy," Dunross had said with his strange smile. "Just an accident, both times."
The other time his engine had exploded, but he had been unscathed. Whispers had it that his engine had been tampered with, the finger pointed at his enemy Quillan Gaunt, but not publicly.
Quillan's dead and Ian's alive, Gavalan thought. So am I. So's Linbar. That bastard will go on forever. Christ almighty, I'm getting morbid and stupid. Got to stop it. Mac's worried enough as it is. Got to figure a way out of the vice. In an emergency, Mac, I'll send messages through Talbot. You do the same. I'll be back in a few days without fail, and by then I'll have answers. Meanwhile, I'll base the 125 until further notice. Johnny can be a courier for us. That's the best I can do for today.
Jenny, who had not uttered a word and had politely refused to be drawn into the conversation, though she listened attentively, was also more than a little worried. It's obvious there's no future for us here, and I'd be quite very glad to leave, provided Duncan comes too. Even so, we can't just meekly run away with our tails between our legs and let all of Duncan's work and life's nest egg be stolen. That'd kill him as certainly as any bullet. Ugh! I do wish he'd do what he's told. He should have retired last year when the Shah was still in power. Men! Bloody stupid, the whole lot of them. Christ almighty, what fools men are! Traffic was very slow now. Twice they had to divert because of barricades erected across the roads, both of them guarded by armed men, not green bands, who angrily waved them away. Bodies here and there among the piled refuse, burned-out cars, and one tank. Dogs scavenging. Once there was sudden firing nearby, and they took a side street, avoiding a pitched battle between what factions they never found out. A stray bazooka shell plastered a nearby building, but without danger to them. MacIver eased his way around the burned hulk of a bus, more than ever glad that he had insisted that Jenny evacuate Iran. Again he glanced at her in the rearview mirror, and saw the white face under the hat, and his heart went out to her. She's damn good, he thought proudly. So much guts. Damn good, but so bloody minded. Hate that bloody hat. Hats don't suit her. Why the hell won't she do what she's told without arguing? Poor old Jen. I'll be so relieved when she's not in danger. Near the airport, traffic almost came to a standstill. Hundreds of cars crammed with people, many Europeans, men, women, and children, going there on the rumour that the airport had been reopened. Enraged green bands turning everyone away, crude signs scrawled in Farsi and misspelled English nailed to trees and to walls. Airport forbidden now. Airport open Monday. If ticket and exit permit. It took them half an hour to talk their way through the barrier. It was Jenny who finally managed it. Like most of the wives who had to shop and to deal with servants and day-to-day living, she could speak some Farsi, and though she had not said a word all the way, she leaned forward and spoke to the green bands pleasantly. At once they were waved through. "My God, Jen, that was wonderful," McIver said. "What did you tell that bastard?" "Andy," she said smugly. "Please tell Mr. McIver I told them he was a suspected smallpox carrier who was being sent out of the country." More green bands were on the gate that led to the freighting area and their office, but this time it was easier and clearly they were expected. The 125 was already on the runway, surrounded by armed green bands and trucks. 2 motorcycle green bands motioned them to follow and roared off onto the tarmac, leading the way. "Why are you late?" the Mullah Tehrani said irritably, coming down the 125 steps, 2 armed revs following. Both Gavalin and McIver noticed he was wearing new glasses. They caught a glimpse of John Hogg inside the cabin, one of the revs at the head of the steps with a levelled submachine gun. "The aircraft must take off instantly. Why are you late?" "So sorry, Excellency. The traffic, inshallah. So sorry," McIver said carefully. "I understand from Captain Lane your work for the Ayatollah, may he live forever, was satisfactory. There was not enough time to complete all my work, as God wants. It is necessary to go tomorrow. You will arrange it, please, for 9 a.m. "With pleasure. Here is the passenger crew manifest." McIver gave him the paper. Gavalin, Jenny, and Armstrong were on it, Armstrong as going on leave. Tehrani read the paper easily now, openly ecstatic with his glasses. "Where is this Armstrong?" "Oh, I presumed he was aboard." "There's no one aboard but the crew," the mullah said irritably, the vast pleasure of being able to see overcoming his nervousness at having allowed the 125 to land. But he was glad he had. The glasses were a gift of God, and the second pair promised by the pilot next week a protection against breakage, and the third pair just for reading. Oh, God is great. God is great, all thanks to God for putting the thought into the pilot's head, and for letting me see so well. The aircraft must leave at once. It's not like Mr. Armstrong to be late, Excellency, Gavalin said with a frown. Neither he nor McIver had heard from him since yesterday, nor had he come to the flat last night. This morning Talbot had shrugged, saying that Armstrong had been delayed, but not to worry, he would be at the airport on time. "Perhaps he's waiting in the office," Gavalin said. "There is no one there who should not be there. The aircraft will leave now. It will not wait. Aboard, please. The aircraft will leave now." "Perfect," Gavalin said. "As God wants. By the way, we'd like clearance for the 125 to come back Saturday and clearance for a 206 to go to Tabriz tomorrow." With great formality, he handed him the papers, neatly filled out. The 125 may return, but no flights to Tabriz. Perhaps Saturday." "But, Excellency, don't you—" "No," the mullah said, conscious of the others watching him. He ordered the truck blocking the runway out of the way, and looked at Jenny as she got out of the car and nodded approvingly. Gavalin and McIver were surprised to notice that now she had tucked her hair into the scarf part of her hat, so none of her hair was showing, and, with her long coat, almost gave the impression of being in chador. "Pleased to get aboard." "Thank you, Excellency," she said in adequate Farsi that she had been rehearsing with the help of a dictionary all morning, with the necessary perfect amount of seriousness. "But, with your permission, I will stay. My husband is not as healthy in the head as he should be, temporarily, but you, being a man of such intelligence, you would understand that though a wife cannot go against her husband's wishes, it is written that even the Prophet himself had to be looked after." "True, true," the mullah said. and looked at McIver thoughtfully. McIver stared back, perplexed, without understanding. "Stay if you wish."
"Thank you," Jenny said, with great deference. "Then I stay. Thank you, Excellency, for your agreement and your wisdom."
She hid her glee at her cleverness and said in English,
"Duncan, the Mullah Tehrani agrees I should stay."
She saw his eyes cross and added hastily,
"I'll wait in the car."
He was there before her.
"You bloody get aboard that kite," he said, "or I'll bloody put you aboard."
"Don't be silly, Duncan, dear."
She was so solicitous.
"And don't shout. It's so bad for your bloody pressure."
She saw Gavalin coming over, and some of her confidence vanished. Around her was rotten snow and rotten sky and sour youths gaping at her.
"You know, I really do love this place," she said brightly. "How could I leave?"
You're bloody leaving and—"
McIver was so angry he could hardly talk, and for a second Jenny was afraid she had gone too far.
"I'll leave if you leave, Duncan. Right now. I'm not, repeat, not going without you, and if you try to force me, I'll throw such a tantrum that it'll blow the 125 and the whole airport to Kingdom Come. Andy, explain to this person. Oh, I know you can both drag me aboard, but if you do, you'll both lose total face, and I know you both too well. Andy."
Gavalin laughed.
"Mac, you've had it."
In spite of his rage, McIver laughed too, and the Mullah watching and listening shook his head with disbelief at the antics of infidels.
"Jen, you've been planning this all along," McIver sputtered.
"Who, me?"
She was all innocence.
"Perish the thought."
"All right, Jen," McIver said, his jaw still jutting. "All right, you win, but you haven't just lost face. You've lost tail as well."
"Aboard," the Mullah said.
"What about Armstrong?" McIver said.
"He knows the rules and the time." Gavalin gave Jenny a hug and shook hands with McIver. "See you soon, and take care." He went aboard, the jet took off, and during the long drive back to the office, neither Jenny nor Duncan McIver noticed the time passing. Both were preoccupied. Jenny sat in the front. She was very tired, but very satisfied.
"You're a good woman, Jen," he had said the moment that they were alone. "But you're not forgiven."
"Yes, Duncan,"
she had said meekly, as a good woman does, from time to time.
"You're not bloody forgiven at all."
"Yes, Duncan."
"And don't yes, Duncan, me."
He drove on for a while, then he said gruffly,
"I'd rather have you safe in Al-Shagars, but I'm glad you're here."
She said nothing, wisely, just smiled, and put her hand on his knee. Both of them at peace now. It was another foul drive, with many detours, more shootings, and more bodies and dogs and angry crowds, and garbage, the streets not cleaned for months now, the tubes long since clogged. Night came swiftly, and the cold increased. Odd cars and some army trucks screamed by, careless of road safety, packed with men.
"Are you tired, Duncan? Would you like me to drive?"
"No, I'm fine, thanks," he said, feeling very tired, and very glad when at length they turned into their street, dark and ominous like all the rest, the only light coming from their penthouse office. He would have preferred to leave the car on the street, but he was sure by the time he came back the gasoline would have been siphoned out, even though there was a lock on the tank, if the car itself was even still there. He drove into their garage, locked the car, locked the garage, and they climbed the stairs. Charlie Pettigan met them on the landing, his face pasty.
"Hi, Mac. Thank God you—"
Then he saw Jenny, and he stopped.
"Oh, Jenny. What happened? Didn't the 125 get in?"
"She came in," McIver said. "What the hell's happened, Charlie?"
Pettigan closed the office door after them, glanced at Jenny, who said wearily,
"All right, I'm going to the loo."
Christ almighty, she thought.
It's all so bloody stupid. Will they never learn? Duncan'll tell me as soon as we're alone, so I'll hear it anyway, and I'd much rather have it from the source." Tiredly, she plodded for the door. "No, Jen," McIver said, and she stopped, startled. "You chose to stay, so—" He shrugged. She noticed something different in him, and did not know if it was good or if it was bad. "Let's have it, Charlie." "Rudy came in on the HF less than half an hour ago," Pettigan said in a rush. "HBC's been shot down, blown out of the skies. No survivors, but—" Both Jenny and McIver went white. "Oh, my God." She groped for a chair. "I don't understand what's going on," Pettigan said helplessly. "It's all crazy, like a dream, but Tom Lockhart hasn't been clobbered. He's at Bandar with Rudy. McIver came back to life. "Tom's safe," he burst out. "He got out?" "You don't get out of a chopper if she was blown out of the skies. Nothing makes any sense unless it's a cover-up. Tom was flying spares, no passengers, but this officer said she was full of people, and Rudy said, 'Tell Mr. McIver that Captain Lockhart's back off leave.' I even talked to him." McIver gaped at him. "You talked to him? He's safe? You're sure? Off what leave, for God's sake?" "I don't know, but I did talk to him. He came on the blower." "Wait a minute, Charlie. How'd Rudy reach us? Is he at Coe's?" "No, he said he was calling from Abadan air traffic control." McIver muttered an obscenity, so relieved about Lockhart and at the same time appalled about Valik and his family. Full of people. Should have been only 4. There were 50 questions he wanted answered at once, and knew there was no way out of the trap that he and Tom were in. He had told no one of Lockhart's real mission, or his own dilemma authorizing it, other than Gavalin. "Let's have it from the beginning, Charlie, exactly." McIver glanced at Jenny, who was frozen. "You all right, Jen?" Yes, I'll make a cuppa." Her voice seemed very small to both of them, and she went over to the kitchenette. Shakily, Pettigan sat on the edge of the desk. "As exactly as I can remember, Rudy said, 'I've got an officer from the Iranian Air Force here, and have to know officially.' Then this other voice came over the loudspeaker. 'This is Major Kazani, Air Force Intelligence. I require answer at once. Is HBC an SG-212 or isn't it?' To give myself time, I said, 'Hang on a minute, I'll get the file.' I waited, hoping for a lead from Rudy, but there wasn't one, so I figured it was all right. 'Yes, EP-HBC's one of our 212s. At once, Rudy blew his stack and cursed, as I've never heard him before, and said something like, 'By God, that's terrible, because HBC tried to escape into Iraq and the Iranian Air Force rightly shot the ship down, blew her and all aboard to the hell she deserved. Who the hell was flying her, and who the hell was aboard?' Pettigan wiped away a dribble of sweat. I think I swore myself, fell apart a bit, can't remember exactly, Mac. Then said something like, 'That's terrible. Hold on, I'll get the flight book.' Hoping like hell my voice sounded more or less okay. I got it and saw Nogga's name crossed off with 'reported sick' alongside, then Tom Lockhart's and your signature authorizing the charter." He looked up at McIver helplessly. "Clearly Rudy didn't want me to say Tom, so I just said, 'According to our flight book, she's not checked out to anyone.'" McIver went red. "But if you said it was the best I could do at the time, for God's sake. I said she's not checked out to anyone." Rudy began cursing again, but I thought his voice sounded different now, more relieved. "What the hell are you talking about?" he said. "I'm just telling you, Captain Lutz. According to the records here, HBC's still hanging at Doshan Tepe. If she's gone, she must have been hijacked," I said, hoping my voice sounded convincing. "Mac, I was groping, and I still don't understand what the problem is." Then this other voice said, "This matter will be taken up through channels at once. I require your flight clearance book at once." I told him, okay, where should I send it? That threw him a little, because of course there's no way we can get it to him at once. Eventually he said to keep our records safely and we'd get instructions later. Then Tom came on and said something like, "Captain Petikin, please give my apologies to Mr. McIver that I'm late off leave, but I was trapped by a snowfall in a village just south of Kermanshah. Soon as I can, I'll head for home."
Petikin exhaled, glanced at Jenny, then back at McIver.
"That's it. That's all. What do you think?"
"About Tom? I don't know."
McIver went over to the window heavily, and both Petikin and Jenny saw the weight on him. Snow was on the sill, and the wind had picked up a little. Sporadic gunfire sounded from the distance, rifle and automatic, but none of them noticed it.
"Jenny?"
It doesn't make any sense, Charlie. Any sense at all about Tommy."
Weakly she poured the boiling water into the teapot, the cups already laid out, glad to have had something to do with her hands, feeling helpless and wanting to cry, wanting to shout at the injustice of everything, knowing that Tom and Duncan were trapped. Her Duncan had signed the flight plan, knowing she could not mention anything about Anoush or the children or Valik if they were aboard. They must be aboard, but then who was flying if it wasn't Tommy?
The hijack? Well, obviously Tom is on the clearance here, and so is Duncan. The authorities in Tehran still have the clearance. The clearance has Duncan's name on it, so a hijack isn't. It doesn't make much sense. I can see that now, but at the time the story sounded good.
Petikin felt awful. He picked up the clearance book.
"Mac, how about if we lose this? Get rid of it?"
"Tehran Control's still got the original, Charlie. Tom refueled. There'll be a record."
"In normal times, sure. Now, with all this mess going on?"
"Perhaps.
Maybe we could retrieve the original."
"Come on, for God's sake. Not a hope till hell freezes."
Jenny started pouring the tea into the 3 cups. The silence tightened. In misery, Petikin said,
"I still don't see how, if Tom started off from Doshan Tepe, and then, unless she was hijacked en route or when he was refueling."
Irritably, he ran his fingers through his hair.
"It's got to be a hijack. Where did he refuel? Cois? Maybe they could help."
McIver did not answer, just stared out at the night. Petikin waited, then leafed through the clearance book, found the right duplicate and looked at the back.
"Isfahan?"
he said, surprised.
"Why Isfahan?"
Again, McIver did not answer. Jenny added condensed milk to the tea and gave 1 cup to Petikin.
"I think you did very well, Charlie," she said,
not knowing what else to say. Then she took the other cup to McIver.
"Thanks, Jen."
She saw the tears, and her own tears spilled. He put an arm around her, thinking about Anoush and the Christmas party he and Jenny had given for all the kids of their friends, such a short time ago. Little Setarem and Jalal, the stars of all the games, such wonderful kids, now cinders or meat for scavengers.
"It's good about Tommy, dear, isn't it?"
she said through her own tears, Petikin forgotten. Embarrassed, Petikin went out and shut the door behind him, and neither of them noticed his going.
"It's good about Tommy," she said again. "That's one good thing."
"Yes, Jen, that's one good thing."
"What can we do?"
"Wait. We wait and see. We hope to God they didn't buy it, but somehow I know they were aboard."
Tenderly he brushed away her tears.
"But come Sunday, Jen, when the 125 goes, you're on it," he told her gently. "I promise only until we sort this all out, but this time you must go."
She nodded. He drank the tea. It tasted very good. He smiled down at her.
"You make a damn good cuppa, Jen," he said.
But that did not take away her fear, or her misery, or her fury at all the killing and uselessness and tragedy and the blatant usurping of their livelihood, or the age that it was putting on her husband. The worry's killing him. It's killing him, she thought with growing rage. Then all at once the answer came to her. She looked around to make sure Peterkin wasn't there.
"Duncan," she whispered, "if you don't want those bastards to steal our future, why don't we leave and take everything with us?"
"Eh?"
"Planes, spares and personnel."
"We can't do that, Jen. I've already told you 50 times.
"Oh, yes, we can if we want to, and if we have a plan."
She said it with such utter confidence it swept him.
"There's Andy to help. Andy can make the plan. We can't. You can carry it out. He can't. They don't want us here, so be it. We'll leave, but with our planes and our spares and our self-respect. We'll have to be very secretive, but we can do it. We can do it. I know we can."
Book 2. Saturday, February the 17th. Chapter 30. At Kois, 6:38 a.m. The Mullah Hussein was sitting cross-legged on the thin mattress, checking the action of the AK-47. With a practiced movement, he snapped the new magazine into place.
"Good,"
he said.
"Will there be more fighting today?"
his wife asked. She was across the room, standing beside a wood-burning stove that was heating a pan of water for the first coffee of the day. Her black chador rustled as she moved, masking that she was heavy with child again.
"As God wants."
She echoed him, trying to hide her fear, afraid of what would become of them when her husband had obtained the martyrdom he sought so relentlessly, wanting in her most secret heart to scream from the minarets that it was too much to bear that God required such sacrifice of her and their children. 7 years of marriage and 3 live children and 4 dead children, and the deep poverty of all those years, so great a contrast to her previous life with her own family, who had owned a butcher's stall in the bazaar, always enough to eat, and laughter, and going out without chador, picnics, and even going to the cinema, had etched lines on her once attractive face.
"As God wants, but it's not fair. Not fair. We'll starve. Who will want to support the family of a dead mullah?"
Their eldest son, Ali, a little boy of 6, squatted beside the door of this one-room hut that was beside the mosque, attentively following his father's every movement. His 2 little brothers, 3 and 2 years old, asleep on their straw mattress on the dirt floor, wrapped in an old army blanket. They were curled up like kittens. In the room was a rough wooden table and 2 benches, a few pots and pans, the big mattress and a small one on old carpets, an oil lamp for light. The jube outside was for washing and for waste. No decorations on the whitewashed, dried mud walls. A tap for water that sometimes worked. Flies and insects. And in a niche facing Mecca, the place of honor, the well-used Koran. It was just after dawn, the day chill and overcast, and Hussein had already called for morning prayer in the mosque, and had wiped the dirt off the gun and oiled it carefully, cleaned the barrel of spent cordite, and refilled the magazine. Now it's as good as ever, he thought contentedly, ready to do more of God's work, and there's plenty of use for such a gun. The AK-47 so much better than the M14, simpler, more rugged, and just as accurate at close quarters. Stupid Americans. Stupid as ever to make an infantry gun that was complex and accurate at 1,000 yards, when most fighting was done at nearer to 300, and you could drag the AK-47 in the mud all day and it would still do what it was supposed to do, kill. Death to all enemies of God. Already there had been clashes between green bands and the Marxist Islamics and other leftists in Kois, and more at Tehran, a nearby oil refinery town to the northwest. Yesterday, after dark, he had led green bands against one of the secret Tudeh safe houses, the meeting betrayed by one of the members in return for the hope of mercy. There would be none. The battle was sudden, short, and bloody. 11 men killed, he hoped, some of the leaders. So far the Tudeh had not yet come out into the open in strength, but a mass demonstration had been called by them for tomorrow afternoon in support of the 2-day demonstration in Tehran, even though Khomeini had expressly warned against it. The confrontation was already planned. Both sides knew it. "Many will die," he thought grimly. "Death to all enemies of Islam." "Here," she said, giving him the hot, sweet black coffee nectar, the one luxury he allowed himself, except on Fridays, holy days, and other special days, and all the holy month of Ramadan when he gave up coffee gladly. "Thank you, Fatima," he said politely. When he had been appointed mullah here, his father and mother had found her for him, and his mentor, Ayatollah Isfahani, had told him to marry, so he had obeyed. He drank the coffee, enjoying it very much, and gave her back the little cup. Marriage had not distracted him from his path, though from time to time he enjoyed sleeping against her, her buttocks large and warm in the chill of winter, sometimes turning her, joining, and then sleeping again, but never really at peace. "I will only be at peace in paradise. Only then," he thought, his excitement growing. "So soon now. God be thanked that I was named after Imam Hussein, Lord of the Martyrs, Imam Ali's second son, he of the great martyrdom, 13 centuries ago at the Battle of Karbala. We will never forget him," he thought, his ecstasy growing, reliving the pain of Ashura, the 10th day of Muharram, only a few weeks ago, the anniversary of that martyrdom, the Shia's most holy day of mourning. His back still bore the wheels. That day he had been in Qum again, as last year and the year before that, taking part in the Ashura processions, the cleansing processions, with tens of thousands of other Iranians, whipping themselves to remind themselves of the divine martyrdom, scourging themselves with whips and chains, mortifying themselves with hooks. It had taken him many weeks to recover, to be able to stand without pain. "As God wants," he told himself proudly. "Pain is nothing. This world is nothing. I stood against Peshadi at the airbase and took over the airbase and subdued it and brought him to Isfahan in bonds as I had been ordered. And now, today, first I will go again to the base to investigate the foreigners and curb them and this Sunni Zataki who thinks he's Genghis Khan, and this afternoon again I will lead the faithful against the atheist today, doing God's work in obedience to the Imam who obeys only God. I pray that today I will gain admittance to paradise, there to recline on couches lined with brocade, and the fruit of the 2 gardens shall be within easy reach." These so familiar words of the Koran etched on his brain. "We've no food," his wife said, interrupting his thought pattern. "There will be food at the mosque today," he said, and his son Ali became even more attentive, momentarily distracted from scratching the fly sores and other insect bites. "From now on, you and the children will not be hungry. We will be giving out daily meals of khoresht and rice to the needy as we have done throughout history." He smiled at Ali, reached over and tousled his head. "God knows we are among the needy." Since Khomeini had returned, the mosques had begun again this ancient role of giving daily meals of plain but nourishing food. The food donated as part of zakat, the voluntary alms tax that all Muslims were subject to, or bought with money from zakat that was now again the sole prerogative of the mosques. Hussein heaped more curses on the Shah, who had cancelled the yearly subsidy to mullahs and mosques 2 years ago, causing them such poverty and anguish. "Join the people waiting at the mosque," he told her. "When they are all fed, take enough for you and the children. Daily you will do this." "Thank you." "Thank God." "I do. Oh, yes, I do." He pulled on his boots and shouldered the gun. "Can I come with you, Father?" Ali asked in his thin, piping voice. "I want to do God's work, too." "Of course. Come along." She closed the door after them and sat down on a bench, her stomach rumbling from hunger, feeling sick and weak, too tired to wave the flies away that settled on her face. She was 8 months with child. The midwife had told her that this time would be harder than before because the baby was in a wrong position. She began to weep, remembering the tearing, screaming agony of the last birth, and the one before, and all of them.
"Don't worry," the old midwife had said complacently. "You're in the hands of God. A little fresh camel dung spread on your stomach will take the pains away. It's a woman's duty to bear children, and you're young." "Young? I'm 22 years old, and old. I know it, and know why, and I've a brain and have eyes and can even write my own name and know we can have better, as the Imam knows, once foreigners are expelled and the evil of foreign ways torn out. The Imam, God protect him, is wise and good and talks to God, obeys only God, and God knows that women are not chattel to be abused and cast back into the days of the Prophet, as some fanatics want. The Imam will protect us from extremists and won't allow them to repeal the Shah's Family Act that gave us the vote and protection against summary divorce. He won't allow our votes and rights and our freedoms to be taken away, or our rights to choose if we want to wear chador or not. Never when he sees how strongly we are against it. Not when he sees our staunch resolve throughout the land."
Fatima dried her tears and felt happier at the thought of the planned demonstrations in 3 days, and some of the pain left her.
"Yes, we women'll demonstrate through the streets of Kowis, proudly supporting our sisters in the great cities of Tehran and Qum and Isfahan, except I shall of course wear chador by choice because of Hussein. Oh, how wonderful to be able to show our solidarity both as women and for the revolution."
The news of the planned marches in Tehran had rushed throughout Iran. By what means no one was sure. But all women knew. Everywhere women decided to follow suit, and all women approved, even those who did not dare to say so. At the airbase, 10:20 a.m. Stark was in the SG tower watching the 125 come in with full flaps to touch down and turn on full reverse thrust. Zataki and Esfandiari were also there with 2 green bands, Zataki clean-shaven now.
"Turn right at the end of the runway, Echo Tango Lima Lima,"
Sergeant Wazari, the young USAF-trained air traffic controller, said throatily. He had on rough civilian clothes in place of his neat uniform. His face was badly bruised, nose mashed, 3 teeth missing, and his ears swollen from the public beating Zataki had given him. Now he could not breathe through the nose.
"Park in front of main base tower."
"Roger." Johnny Hogg's voice came back over the loudspeaker. "I repeat, we are cleared to pick up 3 passengers, to deliver urgently required spares with immediate turnaround and departure for Al-Shagaz. Please confirm." Wazari turned to Zataki, his fear open.
"Excellency, please excuse me, but what should I say?"
"You say nothing, vermin." Zataki picked up his stubby machine gun. To Stark, he said, "Tell your pilot to park, to stop his engines, then to put everyone in the aircraft onto the tarmac. The aircraft will be searched, and if cleared by me, it may go onward, and if it is not cleared, it will not go onward. You come with me, and you too," he added to Esfandiari. He went out. Stark did as he was ordered and turned to follow, but for a second he and the young sergeant were alone. Wazari caught him by the arm and whispered pathetically, "For the love of God, help me get aboard her, Captain. I'll do anything, anything." "I can't. It's impossible," Stark said, sorry for him. 2 days ago Zataki had paraded everyone and beaten the man senseless for crimes against the revolution, brought him around, made him eat filth, and beat him senseless again. Only Manuela and the very sick had been allowed to stay away.
"Impossible. Please, I beg you. Zataki is mad. He'll
Wazari turned away in panic as a green band reappeared in the doorway. Stark walked past him, down the stairs and out onto the tarmac, masking his disquiet. Freddie Eyre was at the wheel of a waiting jeep. Manuela was in it, along with one of his British pilots, and John Tyra, a bandage around his eyes. Manuela wore loose pants, long coat, and her hair was tied up under a pilot's hat. "Follow us, Freddy," Stark said, and got in beside Zataki in the back of the waiting car. Esfandiari let out the clutch and sped off to intercept the 125 that now was turning off the main runway, an accompanying swarm of trucks of green bands and 2 motorcyclists weaving around dangerously. "Crazy," Stark muttered. Zataki laughed, his teeth white. "Enthusiasts, pilot, not crazy. As God wants." Zataki glanced at him, no longer bantering. "You speak our language, you've read the Quran, and you know our ways. It is time you said the Shahada before 2 witnesses and became Muslim. I would be honored to be a witness." "I too," Esfandiari said at once, also wanting to help save a soul, though not for the same reasons. Iran Oil would need expert pilots to get full production going while replacement Iranians were trained and a Muslim Stark could be one. "I too would be honored to be a witness." "Thank you," Stark told them in Farsi. Over the years the thought had occurred to him. Once, when Iran was calm and all he had to do was fly as many missions as he could and look after his men and laugh with Manuela and the children, was that only half a year ago, he had said to her, "You know, Manuela, there's so much in Islam that's great." "Were you thinking of 4 wives, darling?" she had said sweetly, and instantly he was on guard. "Come on, Manuela, I was being serious. There's a lot in Islam. For men, not for women. Doesn't the Quran say, 'And the faithful, all men, by the way, will lie on silken couches, and there will be houris whom neither man nor jinn hath touched'? Conroe, honey, I never could work that out. Why should they be perpetual virgins? Does that do something for a man? And do women get the same deal, youth and as many horny young men as they want?" "Would you listen, for Christ's sake? I meant that if you lived in the desert, the deep Saudi or Sahara Desert, remember the time we were out in Kuwait and we went out, just you and me? We went out into the desert, the stars as big as oysters, and the quiet so vast, the night so clean and limitless, us insignificant. You remember how touched we were by the infinite? Remember how I said, I can understand how, if you were a nomad and born into a tent, you could be possessed by Islam? And remember, darling, how I said we weren't born in no goddamn tent?" He smiled, remembering how he had caught her and kissed her under the stars, and they had taken each other, their fill of each other, under the stars. Later he had said, "I meant the pure teaching of Muhammad. I meant how, with so much space, so terrifying in its vastness, that you need a safe haven, and that Islam could be such a haven, maybe the only one, his original teaching, not narrow, twisted interpretations of fanatics." "Why, sure, darling," she had said in her most honeyed voice. "But we don't live in no desert, never will. And you're Conroe Duke Stark, helicopter pilot, and the very moment you start a figuring on those 4 wives, I'm off, me and the kids, and even Texas won't be big enough to escape the roasting you'll get from Manuela Rosita Santa de Cuellar Perez. Honey sugar, baby lamb." He saw Zataki staring at him, and inhaled the raw smell of gasoline and snow and winter. "Perhaps I will one day," he told Zataki and Esfandiari. "Perhaps I will, but in God's time, not mine." "May God hurry the time. You're wasted as an infidel." But now all of Stark's concentration was on the 125 that was coming into its parking slot, and on Manuela, who must leave today. Difficult for her, goddamn difficult, but she has to go. This morning, early, McIver in Tehran had told Stark by HF they had permission for the 125 to stop off at Kois, provided it was also approved in Kois that she would be bringing spares, and there'd be space for 3 passengers outbound. At length Major Changiz and Esfandiari had agreed, but only after Stark had irritably told them in front of Zataki, "You know our crew changes are long overdue. One of our 212's waiting for spares, and 2 of the 206s are ready for their 1,500-hour checks. If I can't have fresh crews and spares, I can't operate, and you'll be responsible for not obeying Ayatollah Khomeini, not me." The car stopped beside the 125, the engines whining down. The door was not yet open, and he could see John Hogg peering out of the cockpit window. Trucks and guns ringed her, excitable green bands milling around. Zataki tried to make himself heard, then, exasperated, fired a burst into the air. "Get away from the airplane," he ordered. "By God and the Prophet, only my men will search it. Get away!" Sullenly, the other green bands moved back a little. "Pilot, tell him to open the door quickly and get everyone out quickly, before I change my agreement." Stark gave the thumbs up to Hogg. In a moment, the door was opened by the second pilot. The steps came down. At once, Zataki leapt up them and stood at the top, machine gun ready. "Excellency, you don't need that," Stark told him. "Everybody out, quick as you can, okay?" There were 8 passengers, 4 of them pilots, 3 mechanics, and Jenny McIver. "My God, Jenny, I didn't expect to see you." "Hello, Duke. Duncan thought it best and, well, never mind. Is Manuela going to She saw her and went over to her. They embraced, and Stark noticed the age on Jenny. He followed Zataki into the empty, low-ceilinged aircraft. Extra seats had been lashed in. At the back, near the toilet, were several crates. "Spares and the spare engine you needed," Johnny Hogg called out from the pilot's seat, handing him the manifest. "Hello, Duke." Zataki took the manifest and jerked a thumb at Hogg. "Out." "If you don't mind, I'm responsible for the aircraft. Sorry," Hogg said. "Last time. Out." Stark said, "Get out of your seat a moment, Johnny. He just wants to see if there are any guns. Excellency, it would be safer if the pilot was allowed to stay in place. I will vouch for him. Out." Reluctantly, John Hogg eased himself out of the small cockpit. Zataki made sure nothing was in the side pockets, then waved him back into the seat and studied the cabin. "Those are the spares you need?" "Yes," Stark said, and politely made room on the landing where Zataki shouted for some of his men to carry the crates onto the tarmac. The men did this carelessly, banging the sides of the doorway and the steps, making the pilots wince. Then Zataki searched the aircraft carefully, finding nothing that irritated him, except the wine on ice and the liquor in the cabinet. "No more liquor into Iran. None. Confiscated." He had the bottle smashed on the tarmac and ordered the crates opened. 1 jet engine and many other spares. Everything on the manifest. Stark watched from the cabin doorway, trying to make himself inconspicuous. Zataki said, "Who are these passengers?" The second officer gave him the list of names. It was headed in English and Farsi, "Temporarily redundant pilot and mechanic, all overdue leave and replacement." He began to scrutinize it and them. "Duke," Johnny Hogg said cautiously from the cockpit, "I've some money for you and a letter from McIver. Is it safe?" "For the moment." 2 envelopes in my inside uniform pocket, hanging up. The letter's private, Mac said. Stark found them and stuffed them into his inner parka pocket. "What's going on in Tehran?" he asked out of the side of his mouth. "The airport's a madhouse. Thousands trying to get on the 3 or 4 planes they've allowed in so far," Hogg said rapidly, "with at least 6 jumbos stacked in a holding pattern aimlessly waiting for permission to land. I just jumped the queue, peeled in without a real clearance, and said, 'Oh, so sorry, I thought I was cleared,' picked up my lot and scarpered. Hardly had time to chat with McIver. He was surrounded by trigger-happy revs and an odd mullah or 2, but he seems okay. Petikin, Nogger, and the others seemed okay. I'm based at Al-Shagaz for at least a week to shuttle back and forth as I can." Al-Shagaz was not far from Dubai, where SG had its HQ that side of the Gulf. "We've permission from Tehran ATC to bring in spares and crew to match those we intend to take out. Looks like they're going to keep us up more or less 1 for 1 and up to strength, with flights scheduled Saturdays and Wednesdays." He stopped for breath. "Max says for you to find excuses for me to come here from time to time.
I'm to be kind of a courier for him and Andy Gavalin till normality Watch it, Stark said, behind his hand, seeing Zataki glance up at the airplane. He had been watching him inspect the passengers and their documents. Then he saw Zataki beckon him, and he went down the stairs. "Yes, Excellency?" "This man has no exit permit." The man was Roberts, one of the fitters, middle-aged, very experienced. Anxiety etched his already lined face. "I told him I couldn't get one, Captain Stark. We couldn't get one. The immigration offices are still all closed. There was no problem at Tehran." Stark glanced at the document. It was only 4 days past expiration. "Perhaps you could let it go this time, Excellency. It's true that the no correct exit permit, no exit. He stays." Roberts went white. "But Tehran passed me, and I've got to be in London." Zataki grabbed him by the parka and jerked him out of line to send him sprawling. Enraged, Roberts scrambled to his feet. "By God, I'm cleared and—" He stopped. One of the green bands had a rifle in his chest, another was behind him, both now ready to pull the triggers. Stark said, "Wait by the jeeps, Roberts." "God damn it, wait by the jeep!" One of the green bands roughly shoved the mechanic toward it as Stark tried to cover his own worry. John Tyra and Manuela did not have up-to-date exit papers either. "No exit permits, no exit," Zataki repeated venomously, and took the next man's papers. Jenny, next in line, was very frightened, hating Zataki and the violence and the smell of the fear surrounding her, sorry for Roberts, who needed to be back in England as one of his children was very ill, polio suspected, and no mail or phones, and the telex sporadic. She watched Zataki slowly going through the pilot's papers next to her. "Rotten bastard," she thought. "I've got to get on that plane. Got to. Oh, how I wish we were all leaving. Poor Duncan. He simply won't look after himself, won't bother to eat properly, and he's bound to get his ulcers back." "My exit permit's not current," she said, trying to sound timid, and let some tears glisten her eyes. "Nor mine," Manuela said in a small voice. Zataki looked at them. He hesitated. "Women are not responsible. Men are responsible. You 2 women may leave. This time. Go aboard." "Can Mr. Roberts come too?" Jenny asked, pointing to the mechanic. "Get aboard!" Zataki shouted in one of his sudden maniacal rages, blood in his face. The 2 women fled up the stairs, everyone else in momentary panic, and even his own green bands shifted nervously. "Excellency, you were right," Stark said in Farsi, forcing himself to be outwardly calm. "Women should not argue." He waited, and everyone waited, hardly breathing, the dark eyes boring into him. But he kept his gaze level. Zataki nodded, and, sullenly, continued examining the papers in his hand. Yesterday, Zataki had come back from Isfahan, and Esfandiari had authorized a flight for tomorrow afternoon to carry him back to Bandar again. The sooner the better, Stark thought grimly. And yet he felt sorry for Zataki. Last night he found him leaning against a helicopter, his hands pressed to his temples, in great pain. "What is it, Aga?" "My head. It's my head." He had persuaded him to see Dr. Nutt and taken him privately to the doctor's bungalow. "Just give me aspirin or codeine, doctor, whatever you have," Zataki had said. "Perhaps you'd let me examine you and then—" "No, examine!" Zataki had shouted. "I know what's wrong with me. Savak is wrong with me. Prison is wrong with me." And later, when the codeine had taken away some of the pain, Zataki had told Stark that about 1.5 years ago he had been arrested, accused of anti-Shah propaganda. At the time he was working as a journalist for one of the Abadan newspapers. He had been jailed for 8 months, and then, just after the Abadan fire, released. He had not told Stark what they had done to him. "As God wants, pilot," he had said bitterly. "But since that day, I bless God every day for one more day of life to stamp out more Savaks and Shah men, his lackey police and lackey soldiers, and any and all who assisted his evil. Once I supported him. Didn't he pay for my education, here and in England? But he was to blame for Savak. He was to blame. That part of my vengeance is just for me. I still haven't started on my revenge for my wife and sons murdered in the Abadan fire."
Stark had held his peace. The how or why or who of the arson that had caused almost 500 deaths had never come to light. He watched Zataki work slowly and laboriously down the line of would-be passengers. How many more with incomplete or not current papers, Stark did not know. Everyone tense, a brooding pall over them. Soon it would be Tyra's turn, and Tyra must go. Doc Nutt had said to be safe, Tyra should be examined at Al-Shagaz or Dubai as soon as possible, where there were marvelous hospital facilities. "I'm sure he's all right, but it's best for him to rest his eyes for the time being. And listen, Duke, for the love of God, keep out of Zataki's way and warn the others to do the same. He's ripe to explode, and God only knows what'll happen then." "What's the matter with him?" "Medically, I don't know. Psychologically, he's dangerous, very dangerous. I'd say manic-depressive, certainly paranoiac, probably caused directly by his prison experiences. Did he tell you what they did to him?" No, he didn't. If it was up to me, I'd recommend he be under sedatives and absolutely nowhere near firearms." "Great," Stark thought helplessly. "How the hell do I get that organized? At least Jenny and Manuela are aboard, and soon they'll be in Al-Shagaz, which is a paradise compared—" A warning shout distracted him. Beyond the 125, coming from behind the main tower exit, was the Mullah Hussein with more green bands, and they looked very hostile. At once Zataki forgot the passengers, unslipped his machine gun, and, carrying it loosely in one hand, moved between Hussein and the airplane. Two of his men moved alongside him, and the others moved nearer the airplane into defensive positions covering him. "Stone the bloody crows," someone muttered. "What's up now?" "Get ready to duck," Air said. "Captain," Roberts whispered brokenly, "I've got to get on that plane. I've got to. My little girl's sicker than anything. Can you do something with that bastard?" "I'll try." Zataki was watching Hussein, hating him. 2 days ago he had gone to Isfahan, invited there to consult with their secret comité. All 11 members had been ayatollahs and mullahs, and there, for the first time, he had found the real face of the revolution he had fought so hard to achieve and suffered so much for. "Heretics will be stamped into oblivion. We'll have only revolutionary courts. Justice will be quick and final with no appeal." The mullahs were so sure of themselves, so sure of their divine right to rule and administer justice as they alone interpreted the Quran and Sharia. Carefully Zataki had kept his horror and his thoughts to himself, but he knew that he was again betrayed. "What do you want, Mullah?" he said, the word a curse word. "First, I want you to understand that you have no power here. What you do in Abadan is up to the Ayatollahs of Abadan, but here you have no power on this base, over these men, or this airplane." Surrounding Hussein were a dozen armed, hard-faced youths, all green bands. "No power, eh?" Contemptuously Zataki turned his back and shouted in English, "The airplane will take off at once. All passengers, get aboard." Angrily, he motioned at the pilot, waving him away, then faced Hussein again. "Well, what's second?" he said, as, behind him, the passengers hurried to obey, and because the green bands were concentrating on Zataki and Hussein, Stark ordered Roberts to get aboard, then motioned to Air to help cover the escape of the mechanic. Together they helped Tyra out of the jeep. Zataki toyed with his gun, all his attention on Hussein. "Well, what's second?" he asked again. Hussein was nonplussed, his men equally aware of the guns trained on them. The jets came to life. He saw the passengers hurrying aboard, Stark and Air helping a man with bandages over his eyes up the steps, then the 2 pilots beside the jeep again, the jet engines building, and the instant the last man was inside, the steps came up and the airplane taxied away. "Well, Aga, what's next?" Next, the Comité of Kowis orders you and your men to leave Kowis." Scornfully Zataki shouted to his men above the roar of the engines, his feet planted in the concrete, ready to fight if need be, and die if need be, the superheated air from the fans passing him as the airplane moved toward the runway. "You hear? We are ordered to leave by the Comité of Cois." His men began laughing, and one of Hussein's green bands, a beardless teenager on the far edge of the group, raised his carbine and died at once, almost cut in half by the accurate burst of gunfire from Zataki's men that neatly culled him. The silence was broken only by the distant jets. Momentarily Hussein was bewildered by the suddenness and by the pool of blood that flowed out onto the concrete. "As God wants," Zataki said. "What do you want, Mullah?" It was then that Zataki noticed the petrified little boy peering out at him, hiding behind the mullah's robes, clutching them for protection, looking so much like his own son, his eldest, that for a moment he was taken back to the happy days before the fire, when all seemed right and there was some form of a future, the Shah's white revolution wonderful, the land reforms, curbing the mullahs, universal education and other things, the good days, when I was a father, but never again. Never. The electrodes and pincers destroyed that possibility. A violent stab of pain in his loins soared into his head at the remembrance, and he wanted to scream. But he did not, just shoved the torment back, as usual, and concentrated on the killing at hand. He could see the implacability on the mullah's face, and he read it. Killing with the machine gun pleased him greatly. The hot staccato, the gun alive in short stabbing bursts, acrid smell of cordite, the blood of the enemies of God and Iran flowing. Mullahs are enemy, and most of all Khomeini, who commits sacrilege by allowing his photograph to be worshipped and his followers to call him imam, and puts mullahs between us and God, against all the Prophet's teachings. "Hurry up," he bellowed. "I'm losing patience." I want that man," Hussein said, pointing. Zataki glanced around. The mullah was pointing at Stark. "The pilot? Why? What for?" he asked, perplexed. "For questioning. I want to question him." "What about?" "About the escape of the officers from Isfahan." "What should he know about them? He was with me in Bandar hundreds of miles away when that happened, helping the revolution against the enemies of God," Zataki added venomously. "Enemies of God are everywhere, everywhere. Sacrilege is everywhere, idol worship practiced everywhere, isn't it?" Yes, enemies abound, and sacrilege is sacrilege. But he's a helicopter pilot. An infidel was the pilot of the escape helicopter. He could know something. I want to question him. Not while I'm here." "Why? Why not? Why won't you Not while I'm here, by God. Not while I'm here. Later or tomorrow or the next day, as God wills, but not now." Zataki had gauged Hussein and saw in his face and eyes that he had conceded and was no longer a threat. Carefully he looked from face to face of the green band surrounding the mullah, but no longer detected any danger. The quick and sudden death of one, he thought without guilt, as usual controls the others. "You will want to go back to your mosque now. It is almost time for prayer." He turned his back and walked to the jeep, knowing his men would be guarding him, beckoned Stark and Air, and got into the front seat, machine gun ready.